So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Kurama gave Naruto a Dojutsu. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 3. Comment down below. And let me know before I start, please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 21. I want to be able to have kids with Naruto-sama, Kasumi said in eagerness. Kyuubi widened her eyes and turned to Kasumi, who had a massive blush on her face for telling Kyuubi her favor. Kyuubi dropped her jaw slightly while not being able to take her gaze off Kasumi. Kasumi continued to look at the ground for a while longer before meeting Kyuubi's eyes again. Kyuubi at first gave a small smile which turned into a chuckle, then became a full-blown laugh as the sex vixen tossed and turned on the grass while holding her stomach. Why you want to have kids with Naruto-kun? Kyuubi asked. Kasumi's blush deepened, but she slowly nodded. Kyuubi laughed a little more for a few minutes, but ultimately stopped and leaned her back on the tree while looking across the plains. The wind blew for a bit as Kyuubi's eyes softened. That's impossible, Kasumi, Kyuubi told her flat out. Kasumi widened her eyes and turned to Kyuubi, who couldn't look into Kasumi's eyes since she knew what the girl was thinking. Kasumi turned her gaze from Kyuubi to the ground and softly smiled. I suppose it would be. I'm just a dog and Naruto-sama's a human. We're too different. It's just that. The way he looks at me with so much love in his eyes and the way he caresses me when he gives me those kisses. I just want him so much more than that. For me, Naruto-sama is more than a potential mate. He's my first love and my only love, Kasumi said while she began to cry and clenched her hands into fists. He's been so alone. I want him to see that I could have his kids also. That we could be a happy family, even if we were too different. I guess it was a stupid request. I'm sorry Kyuubi-sama, I'll go now, Kasumi said as she slowly got to her feet to leave. Kyuubi watched Kasumi's retreating form and could only give a small smile. Kyuubi looked back out to the plains a little longer before getting to her feet. Kyuubi suddenly ran after Kasumi and managed to grab the dog girl into a small but compassionate hug, which only startled the girl more. There is a way, Kasumi. There is a definite way for you to have kids with Naruto, Kyuubi said to her. Kasumi widened her eyes but smiled while some more tears came down her face. Kyuubi brought her back to the tree where they were sitting. Kyuubi placed her hand softly over Kasumi's and gave the girl an assuring nod that she wasn't kidding about her previous statement. Kasumi, you can have kids with Naruto, but with you being how you are now it's impossible, Kyuubi told her. Kasumi raised an eyebrow since she didn't know what Kyuubi was saying. Kyuubi always liked to code things unnecessarily and it managed to make Naruto unsettled a few times when she did. What do you mean as I am now? You said I could have kids with Naruto-sama, so what's wrong with me? Kasumi asked. Kyuubi sighed as she wondered how long this conversation was going to take, but Kasumi needed to hear it. What Kyuubi would tell Kasumi was something the girl would never have thought of. What I mean, Kasumi, is that right now, you and Naruto-kun are two different beings. You're even a different species. Remember, you're a dog and he's a human. In order for you to have his children, either he would have to become a dog or half dog, or you would have to become a human or half human, Kyuubi said, effectively making Kasumi gasp and look at the ground. Kyuubi kept her gaze on the girl since this was her life Kyuubi was talking about. Kasumi was quickly getting the picture of what Kyuubi was saying but turned back to the vixen in confusion. But you and Naruto-sama are two different beings also. You're a demon and he's a human. I know that there are rare cases where a demon and human mate and their children are called, so why don't you have to change if you want his kids? Kasumi asked. Kyuubi blushed a deep red that matched her vibrant hair at the thought of kids with Naruto in the future. The reason for that is a rather complicated one. Humans and demons have both been around for nearly the same time, so they have a few similarities in their genetics. Demons are generally the more powerful race, but humans are the most resourceful. Simply for some demons, their reproductive organs, for some unknown reason, can correspond well to a human's. That's why I can have kids with Naruto-kun. You, however, don't have this genetic trait and you will need it to make your body compatible with his, Kyuubi explained. Kasumi, having understood everything, looked at the ground again before turning back to Kyuubi. Kyuubi raised an eyebrow when she saw Kasumi's eyes. They seemed to be glowing with happiness and confidence. So what do you have to do? I'll do anything to have a family with Naruto, Kasumi said with utter confidence and seriousness that Kyuubi took note of. Kyuubi chuckled at her seriousness, which made Kasumi calm down and blush that she was so adamant about having such a future with Naruto. It all made Kyuubi smile at how Naruto could find a mate such as this girl. Well, Kasumi, I'm going to have to change your genetic map. For one, you won't be a full dog anymore. I'm sure Naruto would want you to still help him with the Inuzuka stuff and carry some of your heritage, so I'll be making you a half-dog half-human woman," Kyuubi told her. Kasumi raised an eyebrow but was surprised when Kyuubi pointed towards her form. "Basically, how you look now is how you're going to be for the rest of your life," Kyuubi said, showing a mirror to the girl. Kasumi eyed her long black hair that went past her shoulders. Her soft black fur covered breasts and her slightly furry hands. Kasumi looked down to see her black tail swing around. Her teeth were still canines, but a little shorter. Her wolf-like ears on top of her head. Kasumi slowly touched her body and turned to Kyuubi with a look of shock and clarification. "So I won't be a full dog ever again? And if I don't do this, I can't have kids with Naruto-sama?" Kasumi asked. Kyuubi for some reason felt burdened by these questions and closed her eyes with a nod. Kasumi traced one of her fingers over her jawline and down to her collarbone. She soon wrapped herself with her black furry tail and closed her eyes for a few minutes. Kyuubi watched her the whole time, but for the first time she couldn't read Kasumi's reaction. Kyuubi had more than half a mind to bring Naruto into the conversation, but luckily Kasumi opened her eyes and turned to her. "Kyuubi-sama, can we talk with Naruto-sama?" Kasumi asked. Kyuubi nodded as Kasumi left the clearing. Kyuubi sighed as she wondered what Naruto was going to think about all of this. Kyuubi opened a channel to Naruto and awaited his presence. Outside the mindscape, during the time Kasumi and Kyuubi talked, Naruto had been busy with Haku packing their things so that Naruto could move into the Namikaze compound. Naruto saw how small his apartment looked with all the things gone and sat on the bed. Naruto looked at the battered walls and nearly wrecked cupboards. It amazed him that none of this stuff was actually broken despite the numerous attempts on his life. While Naruto was in a daze, Kasumi stirred, knocking the blonde out of his stupor. Naruto turned to Kasumi with a smile, but it quickly vanished when he saw Kasumi with a small frown on her face. "Hey Kasumi-chan, did you have a good talk with Kyuubi?" Naruto asked her while starting to get genuinely nervous and curious as to what they talked about. Kasumi jumped from Naruto's lap to the floor before turning back to him to see Naruto muttering to himself. "Must be Kyuubi-sama talking to him," Kasumi said as she watched the blonde's lips move back and forth. Normally, anyone would think someone was insane for talking to themselves, but Naruto was as far from normal as Guy was. Okay, it may be a bit of an exaggeration on Kasumi's part, but come on. "So you and Kasumi-chan need to talk to me?" "Alright, let's talk then," Naruto said as Naruto made a cage bunshin and made the same seals as last time, letting Kyuubi roam free. Kyuubi stretched her legs and sat on the bed while Naruto turned to both Kasumi and Kyuubi. "So what is there to talk about?" Naruto asked them. Kyuubi turned to Kasumi and motioned for her to say something since this was what she wanted, but Kasumi stiffened. She wasn't sure how to go about such a conversation as she never had one like this before, except with her father, and even then it wasn't this serious. Naruto raised an eyebrow before Kyuubi sighed and turned to him. "Naruto-kun. It's not really my place to start this conversation, but it seems that Kasumi is having some trouble, so I'll say it," Kyuubi said, beginning to start. Naruto shifted his gaze from Kasumi to Kyuubi. Kyuubi was about to say something, but Kasumi stopped her with a slight yell. "No Kyuubi-sama. Let me say it to Naruto-sama. I want to be the one to tell him about this since I love and respect him. He should hear it from me," Kasumi spoke, bringing Kyuubi's gaze to her. Naruto kept a confused expression but turned to see Kasumi's eyes, avoiding his gaze. Naruto's face saddened at the thought that Kasumi couldn't tell him what was on her mind. Naruto simply got up, surprising both women, and picked up Kasumi into his arms. "Kasumi-chan, tell me what's bothering you. You know you can talk to me about anything. You also know I love you, so please tell me what's wrong," Naruto pleaded. Kasumi looked down at his chest and contemplated his words. Kasumi looked back up and gave him a soft smile with a nod. "Alright Naruto-sama. I want to have your kids and start a family with you," Kasumi said to him. Naruto widened his eyes at the statement while Kyuubi and Kasumi waited for the words to sink in for him. Naruto quickly got out of his daze and turned back to Kasumi and Kyuubi. "Please explain," Naruto said to them. Both girls nodded and told him about their discussion in the mindscape. Kasumi told him how she wanted his kids since she loved him so much, while Kyuubi told him about the things Kasumi would have to do to be able to have kids with him. After all was said and done, Naruto didn't know what to say. Here was Kasumi willing to give up nearly all of her genetic traits simply to make him happy. "Naruto-sama, please say something," Kasumi pleaded since this did center around him too. Kyuubi kept her gaze locked between Naruto and Kasumi, simply wondering how this was going to turn out for both of them. Naruto simply stood up from where he was sitting and walked in front of Kasumi. His hair was covering his eyes, so it made Kasumi slightly cower at the thought that she did something to make Naruto upset. Naruto closed the distance until he was directly in front of Kasumi, while Kasumi jumped to the ground in haste. "Then Naruto-sama, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. You don't have to say anything. I'll just take it all bah. Naruto suddenly lunged at Kasumi and gave her a hug and lifted the surprised dog into his arms. Kasumi gasped when she saw Naruto smiling along with his body shaking. However, the tears were from uncontainable joy as a smile graced Naruto's face. Thank you Kasumi-chan. I can't believe you do this for me just to have such a happy life with me. I don't know what to say, but thank you. I thought it was impossible to have kids with you also, but I'm so happy that you want to have a family with me. It's ultimately your decision, but I just want to tell you how happy I am and I'll stand by any decision you want, Naruto told her. Kasumi's eyes gleamed as she brushed her head against her blonde boyfriend's chest. Oh Naruto-sama, she said simply. Naruto chuckled while Kasumi gave a soft lick of his face before turning back to a smiling Kyuubi. Both blushed but smiled as Kasumi jumped to the floor and approached Kyuubi. Kyuubi-sama, I've made my decision and I'd like to have a family with Naruto-sama. If that means that I must be a half-human half-dog, then I don't mind it in the least. I want to make Naruto-sama happy and have a happiness of my own. Please, change me from a dog to a half-human, Kasumi asked her. Kyuubi chuckled with a nod while Naruto backed away. Kyuubi cracked her knuckles before going through some hand signs. After a few minutes passed, it started to flow from Kyuubi into Kasumi while Kyuubi's eyes changed slightly darker. Kyuubi-chan, what's going on? Why did your eyes change color? Naruto asked her. Kyuubi stayed focused on Kasumi's form but could still answer Naruto's question while not taking her eyes off the semi-anxious Kasumi. I'm looking at her internal structure. I can see her genetic map if only a little. I was connected to you so I was able to have a clearer look at yours, but since me and Kasumi are separate then I can only do it this way. I'm manipulating her through her body. It's tough because I have to avoid all the major organs since they are poisonous to humans and animals. It's going well so far. I simply need it to slowly move throughout her body and it will change her genetic code, her appearance, and her reproductive organs. Virtually, her entire body will literally be half human and half dog. I need quiet so as to do this with the best time and efficiency. If I make one slip up then they will overpower Kasumi and will ultimately kill her. So Naruto-kun, don't talk for about half an hour, Kyuubi said to him. Naruto slowly nodded and sat on the bed. If what Kyuubi told him was right, then for 30 minutes Kasumi's life would be a near-death experience. It all made Naruto's heart beat faster and faster, but he didn't dare leave. He knew Haku would be waiting in her room for him, but he needed to be here right now. Whether she succeeded or failed, Naruto would stay near Kasumi just to give her and himself some reassurance. Be careful Kasumi-chan, Kyuubi-chan, Naruto thought as he watched the slow process between Kyuubi and Kasumi. He wasn't sure why Kasumi would want to risk so much for him and her to be happy, but seeing his companion put her life on the line for his happiness, well it made Naruto's heart skip a few beats. 15 minutes later, Naruto sighed softly so as not to disrupt Kyuubi's concentration. Naruto slowly got off the bed and made a simple hand sign. Page Bunshin no Jutsu, he said softly as a clone came into existence. Before the clone could yell out a good hello, Naruto placed his hand over the clone's mouth, effectively silencing it before giving it his suitcase and some other things. Please meet up with Haku-chan and help her move these things to the Namikaze compound. I can't leave Kasumi-chan or Kyuubi-chan like this so do this for me, Naruto told the clone. The clone glanced over to see Kyuubi staring at Kasumi while some red chakra floated around Kasumi's form. The clone got the picture and gave a silent nod before disappearing without so much as a sound. It all made Naruto chuckle and he thanked Kami for Kyuubi's teaching and movement without making a sound. Naruto sat back on the bed and watched Kyuubi while silently praying to Kami that this would be successful. With the clone, Naruto appeared in front of Haku's door with all the stuff the boss gave him and knocked on the door. Haku quickly opened it and sent a glare at Naruto before the clone gulped and slightly backed away. Sorry about the wait, but the boss is busy and sent me to help you with moving the things into the compound, the clone said to her. Haku's glare softened while looking at the grinning clone. She soon sighed with a nod since she was sure she would get the information one way or the other. Haku grabbed her stuff while she and the clone walked off. So what's Naruto-kun doing that he couldn't help me? Haku asked the clone with an innocent smile that meant danger. The clone gulped and wondered why the boss had such a weird taste in dangerous women, but him being a clone could answer that question himself. The truth is, Haku was so much hotter than the girls at the academy. Ironic since she was an ice user. Well it will take some time to explain so let's walk and talk, the clone said to which Haku nodded. The clone and Haku passed the village streets and came in between the Aburam clan and the Hyuga clan. Coincidentally both meet up with Kiba who simply wanted to see what the compound looked like. From that point, Team 7 walked through the narrow passageway and came into the woods while Kiba told Haku and Naruto about him. Experience with seeing one-man beast clone with one of the females. Needless to say, Naruto and Haku laughed when they heard Kiba fainted and did wake up for quite a few minutes. Now I see why you feel for Kasumi Naruto. If she's anything like our females, and I know she is, then you must have one sexy mate, Kiba said while Naruto blushed. Haku chuckled and nudged Naruto's shoulder with a smile. Naruto's blush deepened while the teammates continued to walk through the woods. After about 12 minutes of walking, Naruto and his group came up to a medium-sized house. That looks to be it, but what's that aura surrounding it? Kiba asked. Naruto came up to the building, but was stopped and placed his hands on what appeared to be a barrier. It seems to be a blood seal barrier. Only through Usam or Kasen's blood can this door open. Well, let's try it out, Naruto said as he took out a kunai and sliced a small bit of his thumb. Naruto allowed the blood to pour over the seal as the team heard several gears turn and the seal vanish. The house was now accessible as they all went inside. Naruto saw everything looked beautiful. The yard was filled with plenty of flowers along with a small pond. The house looked relatively new, so it was obvious that someone was cleaning it. Naruto saw a seal on the door and placed his hand on it. The door automatically opened and allowed the team inside. Wow, this place seems so nice and quaint. I wonder if there are any scrolls in here. Maybe you have your own vault, Naruto, Kiba said to them. Naruto and Haku chuckle, but still look around. The house was relatively simple looking. It had a nice living room which was connected to the kitchen. Next to the staircase were about 6 rooms each with their own bathroom and shower. After peering through the downstairs things, Naruto, Kiba and Haku went upstairs and looked around. There were 4 more rooms which included the master bedroom and 3 other rooms. Naruto also saw one door to the far back and opened it. Duck. Naruto yelled as he hit the floor which caused Haku and Kiba to follow as 20 kunai, 12 shuriken and 3 windmill shuriken came out and hit the far wall behind them. Kiba gasped along with Haku, while Naruto chuckled. I guess you really didn't want anyone getting in here. Well, let's go in and keep our guard up, Naruto told them. Both obeyed and put their senses on high alert. Naruto tried to find a light switch and lit the room up to see a large bookcase with many different scrolls. Naruto's eyes gleamed while Kiba and Haku dropped their jaws. Before he knew it, Kiba placed his arm on Naruto's shoulder. Well Naruto, you best put your cage bunchins to good use. Cause you try to read these yourself and you'll never be done with it, Kiba said while Naruto nodded. Naruto decided to check those later and walked out. Well let's set our stuff up Haku-chan. Since I'm the clan head, I'll take the master bedroom, Naruto said with a devious grin. Haku narrowed her eyes while Kiba snickered. Haku's eyes closed while she gave an innocent smile with the Oni mask behind her growing bigger and bigger, while the clone sweat dropped and Kiba moved to the far back next to the bookcase. Just because you're a clone doesn't mean I can't make you feel pain, Naruto-kun. I'll be more than happy to give you the master bedroom, right? Haku said with a slight chuckle. Naruto nodded dumbly as Haku walked away with her stuff. She might even be more of an alpha female than Tsum-chan Kasan, Naruto and Kiba thought simultaneously, while Naruto picked up his stuff and with Kiba's help settled it into the bedroom. Back to Naruto, Kyuubi, and Kasumi. Naruto continued to stare at Kyuubi who was basically finished and was putting the last touches on Kasumi's form. It had been more than half an hour, but Naruto didn't really care about the time. He just wanted Kyuubi to finish and for Kasumi to be okay. Kyuubi slowly sighed while the red chakra evaporated. Kyuubi leaned on the bed and wiped some sweat from her forehead. Well I think that does that, Kyuubi said while Naruto saw Kasumi on the ground resting. Naruto raised an eyebrow and turned to Kyuubi for an answer. But Kyuubi-chan, she's still a dog. Shouldn't she be more human looking? Naruto asked. Kyuubi chuckled and rested her head on the pillow of the soft bed. She'll change in about 3, 2, 1, Kyuubi said as Kasumi was covered in smoke. Naruto turned his gaze to the last place he saw Kasumi and fixed his gaze on the smoke. Less than a minute and the smoke dissipated, leaving a beautiful girl with black hair and a black tail that swayed around slightly. Naruto blushed across his entire face as he stared at the unconscious half-human half-dog girl. Kasumi-chan? Naruto asked as the girl stirred. Kasumi opened her eyes and focused on Naruto's form before charging into him, causing both to fall back onto the bed. Did Naruto-sama work? Kasumi asked as her tail swayed around waiting for an answer. Naruto's blush deepened and he tried with all his might to resist a very powerful nosebleed from coming. Calm down, calm down. Kasumi-chan is super hot. Oh, who am I kidding? She's too damn hot right now. No, I'm not a pervert, but hot damn. Naruto said in his thoughts. Kyuubi smiled and held up a mirror to Kasumi. Kasumi smiled as she examined every inch of her body. Kasumi turned back to Naruto and smiled upon seeing his reaction. So Naruto-sama, am I a hot female now? Kasumi asked as she did a sexy pose. Naruto dropped his jaw while Kyuubi got up and headed for the door which surprised Naruto. Kyuubi-chan, where are you going? Naruto asked with a bit of helplessness in his voice. Kyuubi turned back and smiled while she opened the door to the outside. Oh. Well, I'm going to go and help Kiba and Haku set up the house. Also I'll put up a privacy seal around the house for some reason. Well Naruto-kun, see you tomorrow. Try not to be exhausted when you show up, Kyuubi said before closing the door. Naruto watched the vixen leave with a hidden grin that he noticed before his senses kicked in and turned back to Kasumi, who seemed to be breathing heavily while looking at him. Naruto raised an eyebrow before placing his hand on Kasumi's body. Kasumi stiffened while Naruto leaned up. Kasumi-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked her. Kasumi struggled to answer but managed to get it out, but not before giving a Hinata-style blush across her face. Kasumi leaned on Naruto's shoulder while Naruto sniffed the smell in the air. What's this honey scent? It smells sweet and needy. Oh crap, Naruto said before eyeing Kasumi. Kasumi had such a needy look in her eyes while she curled up to Naruto while the blonde moved back until he hit the wall, leaving him with nowhere to go as Kasumi neared him. Kasumi licked her lips and gave Naruto a sultry smile. Naruto-sama, I think this timing is convenient for me and you. I'm in heat, Naruto-sama, and I need you right now. I'll go insane if I don't have you, and I'd rather go insane than do this with anyone other than you. So Naruto-sama, would you give your Kasumi-chan some quality time? Kasumi asked him. Naruto stuttered and blushed but knew he couldn't say anything that would help since the words left his mouth. Naruto saw that Kasumi was only inches from his face and still couldn't move. Hey Kasumi-chan, why you just got this transformation? Why you must be tired right now. Maybe why you should get some rest or a shower, yeah, a very cold shower right in. Naruto paused as he felt Kasumi's lips over his. Naruto widened his eyes while Kasumi wrapped her new arms around Naruto and leaned back causing Naruto to fall on top of her. Oh Naruto-sama, I need nothing right now except you. Now please hurry and do something for me or I'll lose it. This is the first thing I wanted to do with you when I became a half-human. I want to be Naruto-sama's woman, so fuck me Naruto-sama. Please fuck me, Kasumi said with lots of eagerness in her voice. Whatever restraint Naruto had was gone as he crashed his lips into Kasumi's. Naruto didn't let the kiss stay long and smiled. Alright Kasumi-chan, become my woman and let's raise a family together in the future, Naruto said to her. Kasumi smiled with a nod and placed her soft, slightly furry hands on Naruto's chest. I'd love that Naruto-sama, Kasumi said as Naruto decided to mate with his next woman. Naruto gently placed his lips against Kasumi's as he felt the softness of them over his mouth. Naruto brought one hand behind Kasumi's head and pushed her forward, deepening the kiss between them. Kasumi wrapped her arms around Naruto's body. Both their tongues danced in their mouths as their bodies began to heat up. Naruto felt even hotter from the feeling of Kasumi's fur, but he didn't care about it at all. In fact, he was rather happy that she could give him such a reaction. Naruto broke the kiss for a second to which Kasumi pouted, but he silenced her pout with a strong kiss on her neck. Kasumi gave a low moan while Naruto's hands massaged one of her thighs. Kasumi's tail swayed back and forth at a fast pace, showing how she felt about the moment. Oh, Naruto-sama. That feels good, Kasumi said while Naruto used his left hand and traced a small line along Kasumi's chest. Naruto got a pleasurable moan for a response and leaned a little forward to nibble on Kasumi's right ear. Kasumi gritted her teeth trying to fight back the coming moans, but she continued to fail constantly until Naruto brought his tongue down and licked Kasumi on her cheek and back down. Kasumi gave a low growl and brought her hands up to Naruto's black jacket and began to unzip the clothing. Kasumi fumbled with the zipper for a bit since she hadn't used her hands much before, but finally her efforts paid off and she slowly took the jacket off Naruto and placed it on the floor near the bed. Kasumi saw another black sleeveless shirt and growled as she sharpened her claws and tore the clothing off Naruto's body, exposing his ripped chest to her. Kasumi licked her lips in anticipation, but gave a loud and unexpected moan as Naruto smirked. So Kasumi-chan, are you that desperate to get me naked? Not so fast Inuheim. I'm going to control the pace here, Naruto said as he placed both his hands on her fur-covered breasts and began kneading and playing with them. Kasumi threw her head back as she found out that her breasts were very sensitive. But Naruto-sama, I can't, Kasumi tried to say, but was silenced by Naruto's kiss. Kasumi simply let go and allowed Naruto access to all of her easy spots. Kasumi's breathing got harder and harder as she felt Naruto's chest against her own chest. Kasumi rubbed her claws slowly over Naruto's chest, simply admiring that toned body that had been through tough training since the day she met him. Naruto soon stopped his hands for a second and got off Kasumi and removed the torn remains of his shirt, fully exposing his chest, making Kasumi blush and growl slowly, showing that she really wanted him back on top of her. My turn Naruto-sama, Kasumi said, surprising the blonde as she jumped on top of him. Naruto widened his eyes as Kasumi took advantage of his surprise and sealed his lips with her own. She suddenly moved her hands down his body to his still remaining pants and slowly rubbed his lower area. Kasumi smiled while Naruto gritted his teeth at her soft hand. Kasumi continued to rub his lower area and shortly gasped after she felt a bulge in his boxers, threatening to rip it apart. Wow Naruto-sama, you're so big. I don't think I can control myself if you take me, Kasumi said as she licked Naruto's neck. Naruto felt so good with Kasumi's tongue over his body. He softly chuckled when Kasumi unconsciously licked his cheek, but it felt different. Her tongue traced his whisker marks, thereby making him growl out in pleasure. Hey Kasumi-chan, that feels great. How are you this good? Naruto asked. Kasumi giggled and gave him a sly look as she maneuvered her hands around his pants and began to slip them off. Right now, I'm going on instinct with Naruto-sama. You really seem to be enjoying yourself, so I'll continue and make you growl for me, Kasumi responded as she pulled Naruto's pants completely off, leaving only his boxers, and placed them near his shirt. Kasumi crawled back up to Naruto's boxers and stared at them hungrily when she saw them twitch from his member. Naruto noticed her tail swaying along with her eyes like she was mesmerized by the movement. He soon chuckled before bringing Kasumi out of her stupor and pinned her against the wall. Well Kasumi-chan, since you're going to play games. Let me play mine, Naruto said as he tightly gripped her breast, extracting a moan from her delicate lips. Naruto's mouth traced down her body while his left hand stimulated that hairs across her body. Naruto went down even further and stopped as he stared at her exposed sweet spot. Note to self, get Kasumi-chan some clothes at the first opportunity. Only I get to see this, Naruto thought with a devious grin as Kasumi looked down to see Naruto looking at her. Kasumi blushed, then gave a sudden scream as Naruto latched onto her pussy and began to give small licks on her chambers. Kasumi, never experiencing such a feeling, easily gave her first orgasm as Naruto lapped at the liquids. Kasumi sighed while Naruto gave her a small wink. Delicious Kasumi-chan. Very sweet, Naruto said to her. Kasumi breathed heavily, but Naruto wasn't done and slipped two fingers as he played with her already soaked walls. Kasumi arched back and widened her eyes while her hands gripped the sheets, nearing tearing them apart while Naruto looked at his vulnerable Kasumi. Wow, Kasumi-chan, you're so wet. Are you this excited by me? Naruto asked her. Kasumi tried to answer, but her words escaped her while Naruto exited his finger from her twat. Before Naruto could rebound, Kasumi jumped him and quickly took off his boxers in the confusion. Kasumi stared at the thick rod in front of her and licked her lips again. Oh Naruto-sama, let me have a taste of what's in front of me, Kasumi said as she quickly devoured his meat before he could respond. Naruto gritted his teeth while Kasumi released her hold on his cock and gave it a small lick. It's so big, Naruto-sama. I'll never mate with anyone if you're this hard, Kasumi said as she took his cock back in her mouth. She, instinctively, began to bob her head up and down while her other hands played with her soaking spot. Naruto gripped the sheets hard while Kasumi continued her new movements. Hey Kasumi-chan, I'm gonna come, Naruto said as he shot his white load into Kasumi's mouth. Kasumi widened her eyes, but swallowed it all and quickly let go of Naruto's dick. That was great Naruto-sama. It's so hot. It's kind of sticky and salty, but really good, Kasumi said as she got back on the bed. Kasumi soon got on all fours and shook her ass at Naruto, further enticing him to claim her and pound her like there was no tomorrow. Naruto, not being one to ignore a woman, quickly placed his member near her spot and slowly put it in, much to Kasumi's pouting. Come on Naruto-sama, you don't have to worry about hurting me. Just pound me Naruto-sama. Claim me, dominate me, make me your bitch, Kasumi said using some dirty talk and suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs when Naruto plunged deep into her. Kasumi felt her entire body shake in pleasure as Naruto rocked his hips back and forth, making the bed shake. Kasumi gasped and leaned her hands on the wall in front of them as Naruto kept up the pace, making her roll her eyes back like she was in heaven. Oh Naruto-sama, it's great. Harder Naruto-sama. Give your bitch a good fuck, Kasumi said, causing Naruto to move even faster. Unconsciously, Kasumi began to give into her animal side, which Naruto noticed. Naruto's whiskers grew defined and his fingers grew claw marks and his teeth turned to canines. Soon the pleasurable moans were replaced with loud growls and grunts as Naruto flipped Kasumi over and fucked her good. Kasumi in turn gripped Naruto's back, giving way to claw marks on his back, but he didn't care enough. Naruto had only one need right now and that was to mate with Kasumi. Yes, Naruto-sama. I think I'm close. I can't hold myself anymore. Kasumi yelled as Naruto gave her a final thrust. Kasumi-chan, I'm coming. Naruto yelled as he flooded Kasumi with his white liquid. Kasumi felt the warm semen enter her body as she slumped to the floor with beads of sweat going down her face. Naruto huffed and leaned back as Kasumi turned to Naruto. That was amazing Naruto-sama, Kasumi said, but Naruto got his second wind and approached Kasumi's entrance again. Sorry Kasumi-chan, but you aren't leaving this bed until tomorrow. We're gonna spend lots of quality time together, Naruto said as he plunged back into Kasumi. Kasumi's moans rang throughout the room as both were thankful that Kyuubi placed a privacy seal on the door. Needless to say, Kyuubi had helped Kiba unpack Naruto's clothes and things since the clone had dispelled earlier for some unknown reason. The next day, Naruto laid asleep in his torn-up bed along with Kasumi as the girl laid her head on Naruto's chest. Naruto smirked and brushed his hand through Kasumi's raven-colored hair. Suddenly Naruto heard a knock on the door and began to curse whoever it was as he went to answer it. Naruto twisted the lock and opened the door to see Kakashi in front of him. Naruto narrowed his eyes since he wanted to stay in bed with Kasumi a little longer, but he wasn't about to tell Kakashi that. Somehow. Word spreads when it starts with Kakashi, and Naruto wasn't going to take any chances. "Can I help you, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked him with a glare that pretty much told them that he wasn't wanted at the moment. Kakashi sheepishly chuckled and rubbed the back of his head while giving an eye smile to his student. "Well Naruto, I'm sorry to interrupt your morning, can I come in?" Kakashi asked him. Naruto shook his head fast and narrowed his eyes at Kakashi. "Sorry Kakashi-sensei, but you can't at the moment now, what is it?" Naruto asked with haste, wanting the man to get to the point already. Kakashi seemed to notice but didn't say anything and told Naruto the news. "Hokage-sama has summoned you and the rest of Team 7 for a mission. So hurry up and let's go," Kakashi said as he disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto sighed and began to grumble about the wrong time to be told things, but quickly put on a spare change of clothes and opted not to wear the vest this time since he didn't have anything to go with it, so he simply wore his black jacket with a red shirt and black pants. Naruto quickly brushed his teeth with the things he left over in the apartment and stood over Kasumi. "Kasumi-chan, time to get up my Inuheim," Naruto softly said as Kasumi opened her eyes. Kasumi gave a smile and woke her blonde mate. Morning Naruto-sama, do we have anything planned?" Kasumi asked him. Naruto nodded and told her about the mission that they needed to do and visit the Hokage, which made Kasumi grumble about wanting more quality time with Naruto, but ultimately complied. Kasumi borrowed some of Naruto's clothes for the mission since she didn't really have any. Naruto and Kasumi soon left the apartment and ran to the Hokage mansion. Hokage mansion. Naruto and Kasumi entered the room to see Haku, Kiba, Kakashi, and surprisingly Anko and Kurenai with them. Everyone turned to Naruto but didn't know the girl who was with him. "Naruto is for us only. You're gonna have to ask the girl to leave," Kakashi said while Naruto sent him a glare but ultimately settled since Kakashi didn't know. "What are you talking about Kakashi-sensei, you do know who this is," Naruto said, causing Haku to smirk along with Kiba. Kurenai and Anko raised an eyebrow as Kasumi took a seat on Naruto's lap. "I think I'd remember who such a cute girl was Naruto," Kakashi said like it was a reminder. Naruto instantly scoffed as he turned to his one-eyed sensei. "Just like you can remember to be on time for our meetings." "Right, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked as Kakashi paled. Haku and Kiba snickered along with Anko and Kurenai while Kakashi took out his orange book, much to Kurenai's irritation and Anko's curiosity. "Touche Naruto," Kakashi said and turned his gaze from the two. Haku came up and smiled. "That's Kasumi, isn't it?" Haku asked Kakashi to whip his head around fast and Anko to widen her eyes. Kurenai seemed lost for a few minutes but dropped her jaw as the three looked at Naruto's dog companion. "And the cat's out of the bag. Or in this case it's the dog," Kiba said with a laugh. Naruto nodded while Kasumi nuzzled into Naruto's chest, causing a few raised suspicions. "What?" Naruto asked, but everyone turned their gaze to him, especially Kiba, Anko and Kakashi. "Those two smell of sex. How in hell did Naruto score that?" Kakashi and Kiba thought at the same time. "Wow, she seems really content in his arms. I wonder how good the Gaki is in bed. Maybe I should take an interest in him," Anko thought with a gleam in her eye which made Kurenai's eye twitch. After 3 more minutes, Sarutobi came through the door and sat in his seat. He eyed Kasumi for a minute but didn't have the time to go over such things right now. Naruto waited for his jiji to start but jumped slightly for a second and calmed down when he felt Kyuubi's presence back in the seal. "So did you rock her world, Naruto-kun?" Kyuubi asked, genuinely curious. After all the work she did, they had better have done something worthwhile. Naruto blushed but then chuckled and spoke softly. "It was a wonderful Kyuubi-chan. Maybe next time, you'll have a shot at me," Naruto said as Kyuubi licked her lips and sat on the grass of the mindscape. "Are you challenging me?" "'Cause I will win," Kyuubi stated. "Just try Kyuubi-chan. "I'll be more than happy to show you," Naruto said, but both stopped as Sarutobi began to speak. "Alright, everyone is here. I have a mission for you all. Recently after the invasion we have heard of another attempt by Odo and they are trying to get Iwa to back them up this time. Your mission is to stop Odo from reaching Iwa and deal with them accordingly. Naruto-kun will be the leader of this mission as a way of handling his new position. I want everyone to leave by close to midnight tonight, that is all," Sarutobi said to everyone. Everyone bowed but glanced at Naruto with a smile on their face along with his own. Hi Hokage-sama. Chapter 22. Outside the Hokage mansion. After receiving their mission from the Hokage, Naruto and the others left the Hokage mansion to start packing for the trip. Naruto grinned at the chance to lead an official mission, but he did know the risks of leading. Naruto didn't want to fail, so he knew he had to act accordingly. The fox boy suddenly sighed and turned back to his team. They had about 8 hours until they had to go, so Naruto decided to give a small command. "Kakashi-sensei, by any chance can you tell me how good you think Iwa shinobi are?" Naruto asked. Thanks to Kyuubi teaching him, Naruto had a general idea, but it was always good to have a second opinion. Everyone's gaze turned to Kakashi, who looked down from his book and stared at the blonde. "Well, Iwa is quite strong. I can see why Oda would want to ally themselves with Iwa. Iwa has always had a deep resentment toward Konoha since they lost a war because of Minato-sensei. It's best not to underestimate them," Kakashi spoke. Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at the ground. Everyone stared at Naruto, who seemed to be muttering to himself before meeting their eyes again. "Alright, I have a formation in mind, but for right now let's pack and head to the gates," Naruto said to them. Everyone nodded and soon went separate ways, with Naruto and Haku going to the Namikaze compound. Naruto spotted Kasumi walking with them, and it only made him smile that she was a human, well, technically half human, but still human in a sense. Kasumi felt Naruto's gaze on her, and it only made her blush, which caused her tail to sway back and forth slightly. Naruto suddenly gasped and turned to a clothes store. "Haku-chan, you go back to the compound. I've got to buy some clothes for Kasumi-chan," Naruto told her. Haku nodded and before long disappeared into the crowd while Naruto dragged Kasumi into a clothes store. "Why are we buying clothes for Naruto-sama?" Kasumi asked him. Naruto smirked and turned to Kasumi, then startled the woman by giving her a hug while whispering in her ear. "I told you about Kasumi-chan. I'm the only one who gets to see you in such a stunning body. I won't let any other guy stare at you," Naruto told her. Kasumi blushed with a nod before Naruto took her to get some clothes. Kasumi, not really being one for clothes, decided to let Naruto pick what she would wear. Naruto, not being one for girls' clothes, asked Kyuubi for some help, which the vixen generously accepted. Naruto wore a sleeveless red shirt and some tight black jeans. Naruto allowed Kasumi to try them on, and needless to say, if they weren't in a clothes store, Naruto would have jumped her right there. "How do I look at Naruto-sama?" Kasumi asked. Naruto nodded that she looked great and took the same shirt, only the color was blue, and some navy blue girl jeans. Kasumi modeled all the clothes for Naruto as the blonde placed them on the counter. Naruto also, reluctantly, had to pick out some undergarments for Kasumi and had to deal with the various blushes and murmurs from the female population as he swiftly picked what he thought would fit Kasumi. Naruto, having gathered everything, placed the things on the counter. The saleswoman gave him an incredulous look before watching him point towards Kasumi, who was sitting on a chair. The woman blushed and bowed her head. "I'm sorry, sir. I just suspected that I was a pervert," Naruto asked, finishing her question. The woman nodded while Naruto sighed. He simply told her to forget it and ring up the price. Kasumi simply sat on the bench while waiting for Naruto to finish her shopping. "The total is 6,769 yen, the woman stated. Naruto nodded and took out his wallet, then gave the specific amount to the woman. Naruto looked at all the money he still had from defeating the A-rank missing nin from Kumo and started to mutter. "Kyuubi-chan," Naruto called. Kyuubi suddenly stirred on her bed and gave a quick yawn, then a few stretches. "Yes, Naruto-kun." Kyuubi replied. "Remind me to open up a savings account. I don't want to spend all of this money. I'll have to save some for later," Naruto said to her. Kyuubi nodded that she would remind him and calmly went back to sleep. Naruto, having taken care of Kasumi's shopping, walked out of the store with the girl and headed towards the compound. Kasumi walked behind Naruto and simply enjoyed the walk. She took a look at so many of the sights that she had been used to, but there was something about seeing the world through human eyes. She could now see things in color, and it all fascinated Heran. "I read dogs are colorblind. Correct me if I'm wrong." Naruto smiled at Kasumi's shocked expression, but knew why she was so happy. Naruto suddenly got a gleam in his eye and stopped walking. Kasumi, not knowing he stopped, continued walking until she crashed her lips into something soft. Kasumi widened her eyes to see Naruto kissing her in public. Some people stared at the sight and blushed, while others scowled at the thought of some girl actually falling in love with a demon child. Naruto released his lips from Kasumi while the girl stared at him for a few minutes. "What was that for Naruto-sama?" Kasumi asked him. Naruto smirked and scratched his cheek while averting his gaze from Kasumi. "The simple I love you, Kasumi-chan. Never forget that," Naruto said as he walked off. Kasumi stayed in the streets, but soon followed after him with a smile on her face. "I will never regret my choice, Naruto-sama," Kasumi said as she ran after her blonde. Namikaze compound. Naruto and Kasumi came up to the compound as the girl took in the features for the first time. Kasumi smelled the fresh air while Naruto unlocked the compound. Naruto, having all the memories from his clone from yesterday, got a good look at the compound, and it all made him smile. Add to the fact that Naruto's mother was alive simply made that even better. "Alright, Kasumi-chan. Let's go inside and get ready," Naruto told her. Kasumi nodded as they entered the house and saw Haku running around the house. Naruto showed a confused expression while Kasumi tried her best to follow Haku's movements. Seeing the ice user move so fast, Naruto wondered how much her speed had increased over the training. Haku-chan, why are you running around the house?" Naruto asked. Haku stopped for a second and turned a gaze towards Naruto's direction. Haku had a frantic look on her face and lunged at Naruto, nearly taking the blonde down with her. "Where's my sword? I can't find Zabuza-sama's sword." "I know I had it," Haku said, trying to remember where she put her precious sword. Naruto's sweat dropped along with Kasumi while bringing Haku's attention back to him. "Haku, did you check your room?" Naruto asked. Haku paused and gave Naruto a blank look for a response. Haku kept up his face before running past Naruto and up the stairs into her room. Naruto chuckled along with Kasumi as the blonde walked up the stairs. Naruto came up to the master bedroom and gave a small depressed sigh seeing it so empty. Naruto turned his head to see a small picture of what appeared to be his mother and his father while Kushina was pregnant. Naruto brushed his hands across the photo and softly cried for his father. Kasumi watched the action and really wanted to comfort Naruto. It pained her to see her usually strong, funny, and always smiling blonde like that. So sad and vulnerable. Kasumi simply left the room and closed the door and walked downstairs. "Hey Kasumi, where is Naruto-kun? Is he packing?" Haku asked her. Kasumi turned her gaze to Haku with a sad smile on her face. Haku suddenly frowned while Kasumi turned back. "Yes. Naruto-sama is packing, so I'm gonna let him pack and not to disturb him for a while," Kasumi said, sending Haku a hidden message. Haku slowly nodded and went back to her room, hoping Naruto was going to be okay. Kasumi decided to explore the house since she didn't really need anything to pack. But Naruto after nearly 15 minutes, stopped crying and laid on the bed. The blonde sighed and wiped his eyes and set the picture on the stand. Naruto was met with silence for a while and decided to simply stay like this for a while. "Naruto-kun, are you feeling any better?" Kyuubi asked him. Naruto gave a tired smile and placed his soft blonde hair on the bed. "Yeah, Kyuubi-chan. I'm fine. Just emotionally exhausted." "I'm slightly relieved though," Naruto said, confusing the vixen slightly. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Why are you relieved?" Kyuubi asked, genuinely curious. Naruto chuckled softly before making a Kaibunshin and completing the process for Kyuubi to come out. Kyuubi stood in her illustrious form, but not for long before Naruto rushed her and gave her a hug, then a surprisingly well-felt kiss. Kyuubi seemed utterly shocked, but it didn't last long before she wrapped her arms around Naruto, deepening the kiss between the two. Both broke the kiss when the need for air became great, while Kyuubi gazed at Naruto, causing the blind to smile. "I'm relieved because I know my Ka-san is alive, and also because of her and Tusan, that I got to meet the sexiest vixen of all time. I wasn't happy with those earlier years, but I'm more than happy now. I have you to thank for this, Kyuubi-chan," Naruto said with a smile. Kyuubi chuckled with a nod as Naruto set his backpack on the floor. Kyuubi sat on the bed and looked around the house while Naruto packed his backpack with all the essentials that he would need on his mission. It took about 2 hours, but Naruto got everything ready for the trip and walked out of his room with Kyuubi. Both walked downstairs to see Kasumi laying softly on the carpet and Haku sipping some tea she made. Both turned to see Naruto and Kyuubi coming down as they stood to their feet. "Naruto-sama, are you okay?" Kasumi asked while lunging at Naruto. Naruto smirked and softly rubbed Kasumi's hair and nodded. "I'm much better than Kasumi-chan. Sorry I worried you," Naruto told her. Kasumi shook her head that it didn't matter while Naruto went into the yard to simply warm up his body. Kyuubi, Haku, and Kasumi watched him for a while wondering what he was going to do. "Alright, I haven't practiced this yet, so I don't know how good I am with it," Naruto said as he closed his eyes. Everyone watched him for a while as dust began to pick up around Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes and turned to Haku with a smile. "Haku-chan, throw it at me," Naruto said to her. Haku raised an eyebrow, but nodded as she threw 3 at Naruto. Kyuubi and Kasumi watched as they began to reach Naruto, but awed when sand from the ground shot up and blocked it. Haku widened her eyes along with Kasumi. Naruto smirked as the sand regressed back to the ground. "I was right. I knew I copied his sand. Though the control doesn't feel right. I might need to work on this a bit more," Naruto said with a grin. Haku jumped to her feet and walked out to the yard. "So you copied Gaara-san's sand armor?" Haku asked. Naruto nodded and tried it again. This time the sand swirled around him and suddenly lunged at Haku, who immediately dodged with a backflip. Haku gasped while Naruto snickered. "It seems automatic. I wonder why it wasn't automatic those other times while I was fighting Gaara." Naruto wondered. "It's not automatic because you don't have Shukaku in you, thank goodness," Kyuubi said, causing Naruto, Haku and Kasumi to chuckle at her before Kyuubi continued. "Shukaku protected Gaara with the sand. Gaara in turn could use the sand to attack and defend. Attacking took chakra and defending didn't require much of any. In your case Naruto-kun, it takes chakra to attack and defend, but don't worry. With your reserves the way they are right now, you'll be fine. Oh, control of sand is different to me, so you're going to have to learn to use it yourself, Kyuubi told the blonde. Naruto narrowed his eyes and sighed. Of course it wouldn't be that simple to master the sand. Naruto sighed again and rubbed the back of his head. Oh well, might as well get this down since I have the time, Naruto simply said before making 100 cage buncheons. Haku took out her sword and Kasumi decided to get used to fighting in her new body. Alright everyone. Come at me so I can test my defense and offense, Naruto said as the sand picked up and began to swirl around him. Kyuubi smirked as she summoned 12 fox summons to aid Naruto in his training. Naruto looked at all his enemies and slightly paled. I hope I'm not too banged up to not do my mission, Naruto said before chuckling as the clones charged him with the intent to kill. It wouldn't be training if it wasn't like that, would it? Hokage Mansion. Sarutobi sighed for what seemed like the 100th today while signing documents. Most were for recompense to Suna and Oto for the damages to Konoha. Others were simply billings about marriage proposals to Naruto for his estate and future Namikaze children. Sarutobi denied them all while fussing that it shouldn't matter if Naruto was a Namikaze or not, but that they should marry him for him and not anything else. It seemed that the Hyuga were really determined to try and get Naruto to marry one of the 2 daughters of the Hyuga clan's main branch, but he declined it all. As Sarutobi signed papers he suddenly heard a strong sequence of knocks at the door, along with some constant yelling. Soon the door was kicked open while Sarutobi sighed. This can't be good at all, Sarutobi thought as Sasuke came to the desk and slammed his hands on the table. Hey old man, why haven't I been promoted yet? I've been doing mission after mission. Why does that blonde dope get promoted and I have to remain a genin? I need to get stronger, so give me a harder mission and stop wasting my time, Sasuke bellowed while Genma bowed low to the ground for the Hokage's mercy on his student. Sarutobi took a huge puff of smoke and placed his elbows on the table. The reason you don't get promoted is because you don't act like one. You act like a cocky brat who thinks the world belongs underneath his feet. Those aren't the qualities of I should have you arrested for barging into my office like this, but then I'd have to deal with that pain in the ass council. Now get out of my face Uchiha, you're getting on my nerves, Sarutobi said while unleashing a kai that made Sasuke shiver. Genma reached out and grabbed Sasuke's collar while dragging him to the door. My sincerest apologies to Hokage-sama, Genma said as they left. Sarutobi sighed again as he heard the complaints that Sasuke was making behind the door. Why did you people build up the boy's confidence so much? He's only one kid. No matter what he thinks, power is something earned through hard work. It's not the Uchiha, it's the person who wields it, Sarutobi said before going back to his paperwork. Still doing all that work and not being able to figure it all out, someone said while Sarutobi grinned. Still peeping on women and getting your ass kicked as usual Jiraiya, Sarutobi said knowing the mega pervert was behind him. Jiraiya came through the window and offered a smile to his old sensei. I take it you meet Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked. Jiraiya smirked, but then paled slightly as he remembered his encounter with the blonde. He's a scary kid. Gaki must really be upset with me or my book. Maybe it's both, but he's definitely scary when he wants to be. He's just like his mother in a sense, Jiraiya said with a chuckle. Sarutobi nodded and turned to Jiraiya. I'm getting too old for this job. I know you can't do it because of your spy network, so I'm going to need you, Naruto, and Kiba to go on a mission for me when Naruto gets back from his mission, Sarutobi stated. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow as to the last person on that list. Why the Inyazuka boy? Does he have some connection to Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Sarutobi's chuckle turned to a laugh while he slowly took his hat off his head. That Inyazuka is Naruto's best friend. Trust me when I say that if you fought them both at the same time, then even you would need help. He's not only Naruto's best friend, but is also Naruto's. Sarutobi suddenly paused which irritated Jiraiya. He's Naruto's what? Come on old man tell me. Jiraiya insisted as Sarutobi's laughter calmed down. He's technically Naruto's stepson, Sarutobi said with a snicker. Jiraiya widened his eyes at that and gave a devious grin. So the Gaki got with Tsume Inyazuka huh? No wonder he seemed so scary. To date of all people is near suicide, even to me, Jiraiya said while Sarutobi nodded. Nevertheless Naruto and Tsume are dating each other. I also think Naruto might marry her in the later years and combine the Namikaze and Inyazuka compounds, Sarutobi responded. Jiraiya gave a perverted grin while he took out his notepad and started to write. This next book is going to be a sellout. Icha sexy MILF edition. A guy goes after his best friend's mother along with the other women around the neighborhood. Oh, yes, Jiraiya said as Sarutobi blushed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. But Tsume was busy doing patrol duty around the village while thinking of her blind boyfriend, which brought a small smile to her face, but suddenly shuddered while Kuramaru turned to her. What's the matter Tsume? He asked her. Tsume adopted a thinking pose for a second and closed her eyes. I just feel like I'm going to kill a white-haired man for some reason, Tsume said, baffling Kuramaru who sweat-dropped at her. What does that mean? He wondered as the two continued their patrol. But Naruto was covered in cuts and scratches while he blocked a rain of kunai from Haku with his sand. Naruto breathed heavily, but then got extra irritated and launched his sand at a Bunshin, making it dispelled. Everyone stopped their onslaught and looked at Naruto's irritated expression. What's the matter with Naruto-sama? Kasumi asked him. Naruto's breathing slowed as he felt their gazes on him. I think I'm going to kill someone for some reason. I don't know, but it has nothing to do with the mission. It's creeping me out. Oh well, I'll worry about it later. Now then, let's continue, Naruto said with everyone grinning and began charging back at him. Konoha nighttime. Naruto noticed the sun going down and smirked when he saw that he was finished with the clones. Naruto still had the sand swirling around, but it suddenly dropped, showing how tired Naruto was. Alright then. That's training everyone. I think the rest of the next few hours should be spent resting and getting some of our chakra back. Remember, we have to leave before 10 o'clock, Naruto told them. Everyone nodded and stayed in the house for the next few hours. Naruto decided to bring his bag to the front door and left, leaving Kasumi, Haku and Kyuubi to talk about various things. But Naruto walked the streets of Konoha to see that some of the people who sneered at him looked in awe and were actually smiling at him. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he suddenly knew the reason for their immediate change. So you all found out I'm the son of Minato Namikaze. Well, it doesn't matter. If all of you can only smile at me because of my father, then I have nothing to say, Naruto thought as he headed to the Konoha bank. Naruto sighed as he saw the various dates again. He suddenly found himself glaring at people who thought he was lower than a bug, no offense to the Aburam clan, only to see they were trampling over the fourth son. Some people smiled and others waved at him. Glares like that, Naruto could do without unless he changed their views himself. The blonde walked up to the counter and waited for a woman to assist him. Hello, how may I help? Oh, Namikaze-sama, hello, how can I help you? The woman asked with the biggest smile across her face. Naruto sighed heavily, already feeling the discomfort from being called Namikaze-sama. He nonetheless ignored it and gritted his teeth to smile. Hello, I'd like to open a savings account right now. Can I fill out the form? Naruto asked. The woman nodded and gave Naruto a sheet to fill out. It took Naruto less than 5 minutes to hand the form back to her. The woman took the form and smiled again. And how much money would you like to deposit? She asked him. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and smiled since he was going to expect a reaction from this. I'd like to deposit 7,957,000 yen, Naruto told her. The woman dropped her jaw and turned to the boy before giving a smile. How much did you say? She asked again, feeling she heard wrong. Naruto sighed since he did indeed expect this. I said I'd like to deposit 7,957,000 yen, Naruto said to her. The woman nodded as Naruto gave her the required money and she sealed it into an envelope. Naruto saw how drained his wallet was since he only had about 7,000 yen left in his pocket, which was more than enough for right now. The woman still dropped her jaws and added Naruto's name to the list under Namikaze, which slightly pissed him off, but he didn't have the time to care about such things. Naruto exited the bank only to see Tsume walking through the streets. Naruto smirked and managed to sneak up behind her before giving her ass a small smack which startled Tsume and had her turning around fast so she could maul the person who did that. Hey Tsume-chan. How is my Inuheim doing? Naruto asked. Tsume's gaze softened while she smiled as she turned to Naruto. Hey Naruto-kun, I heard you have a mission. It looks like I won't see you for a few days, Tsume said with a small smile. Naruto sighed, giving Tsume a kiss on the cheek. Don't worry Tsume-chan, when I get back. I promise to have lots of quality time with you, Naruto said, encoding his words. Tsume chuckled before simply kissing Naruto on the lips while many people stared. Tsume didn't really care and neither did Naruto. No one else in the world mattered at that moment. Both broke the kiss while Naruto got a gleam in his eyes. I have a few hours. How about I take you on our first date? It can't be as long as I want, but we can still have one, Naruto told her. Tsume nodded with a smile and leaned up. If it's a quick date then take me to Ichiraku's. I've found myself going there quite often since you got together with me, Tsume told him. Naruto nodded as the couple walked off to the ramen stand. Ichiraku ramen. Naruto and Tsume came through the curtains and sat on the benches, alerting AM and Tuchi to their presence. Ah, Naruto-kun and Tsume-san. You're both here together? AM asked. Naruto and Tsume nodded before placing their orders for the father-daughter pair. In the meantime, Tsume and Naruto talked about most of their lives. Tsume told Naruto about Kiba and Hana's father and how he became a missing nin because the family was getting in the way of him doing what he wanted. Naruto gritted his teeth while his eyes went red. Do you remember his name, Tsume-chan? Naruto asked for a future reference. Tsume nodded and looked at the counter. The bastard was Kobayashi's in Yazuka. With him gone I ran to the compound. I find it funny that I trust such a worthless guy, Tsume said to him. Naruto narrowed his eyes with a reminder to look for Utara through the bingo book when he had the time. Trying to lighten the mood, Naruto told her how his day went and about the people calling him Namikaze-sama, which irritated him to no end. Tsume chuckled at and could definitely see why Naruto would be mad at that. All his life he wanted to be recognized as himself, but now he's recognized as the fourth son. Being in the father's shadow is never what a son wants. Your meal is ready, Tsume-san, Naruto-kun. Please eat up, Am said to them. Both said their thanks and dug into the ramen. Naruto watched Tsume eat hers with a small hint of animal prowess involved. Naruto chuckled at the sight which made Tsume blush and rub her head. What? I'm hungry, she said with a slightly cute pout that made Naruto love her even more. The dinner was relatively simple and fast. Naruto gave Tsume a kiss goodbye so that he could start his mission. Tsume waved goodbye also while heading back to the Inuzuka compound. But Naruto looked at the time and saw that it was getting close to the exact moment of their mission. Naruto shunshin out of sight and appeared in front of the Namikaze compound. He unlocked the seals on the door and went inside to see Haku and Kasumi take a small nap on the couch and carpet. Kyuubi was still up with some water in a cup that she was drinking before glancing at Naruto. Hey Naruto-kun, are you ready for your mission? Kyuubi asked. Naruto nodded with a small smile before giving Kyuubi a quick kiss on the lips. Naruto did the same for Haku and Kasumi as both stirred awake. Haku touched her lips while Kasumi blushed and had her tail sway slightly. That's a good wake-up call for Naruto-sama. I take it that we are to get ready now? Kasumi asked. Naruto nodded fast and grabbed his bag. Kasumi put on her usual dog form and jumped into Naruto's jacket. Haku quickly washed her face and grabbed her things. Kyuubi began to fade and disappeared into the sea as Naruto turned out the lights to the compound. Alright, let's go, Naruto said as he ran through the trees with Haku in an attempt to make it to the front gates. Gates of Konoha, 9:56 p.m. Naruto and Haku hit the ground and walked up to the entrance and smiled seeing Kiba and Kurenai waiting for them. Hey Kiba, hey Kurenai-chan, Naruto yelled. Kiba smirked while Kurenai chuckled before both gave their greetings to Naruto. Naruto and Haku were 7 minutes early and only had to wait for Anko and Kakashi. After 4 minutes, Anko came and gave everyone their greetings, especially Naruto with a wink. Where is Kakashi? Don't tell me he's going to be late, Naruto said looking at his watch. Everyone sighed as only 1 minute remained before they had to leave. Naruto inwardly cursed, wondering if Kakashi had the goal to show up late. However, Kakashi surprised everyone by being on time with 10 seconds to spare. Yo, the one-eyed shinobi said to them. Everyone widened their eyes before following Naruto's lead as they put their fingers together. Hi, everyone said wanting to disappear from their view. Kakashi sweat-dropped and held up one of his hands while turning his gaze to everyone. You know, I can be on time when I want to, Kakashi told them. Everyone nearly scoffed and started to walk past the gates. Naruto led the group into the trees as they left the village behind. Alright everyone, this is an air rank mission. We have to neutralize Odo before they contact Iwa. If by chance we do encounter Iwa, then we try to fight their forces and destroy the contents they seek. This is my first mission as a Takebetsu Jonin, so if I make any mistakes or if you feel you have a better option than what I have, then don't be afraid to tell me. Now let's go, Naruto told them. Everyone gasped at his maturity, especially Kakashi, Anko, and Kurenai. They all smiled and nodded as they followed Naruto to their objective. A few hours later, 2 a.m., Naruto and his team continued to run through the trees towards their destination before taking a small break. Naruto jumped down to the ground and looked around for any sign of enemies, but didn't see anything. Alright, we will rest for 30 minutes, then we will continue. At our current pace we should reach the point in 2 days. So let's rest while we can, Naruto told everyone. No one had any complaints with his orders and started the fire, got water, and picked up some food. After everything was taken care of, Naruto brought everyone together for a small-time strategy meeting. Alright, Jiji told us that around 3 Odo shinobi were going to meet with 5 Iwa shinobi. That's 8 to our 6. The odds aren't totally stacked against us, but Kakashi and Kurenai-chan, if you were an Odo shinobi, who would you take with you to deliver an important document? Naruto asked them. Both adopted thinking poses for a few minutes and thought over Naruto's question. If I was Odo, the first would send 1 and 2. And for Iwa 3 and 2, Kakashi answered. Naruto nodded and looked back at the layout of a map they had acquired from their Hokage. I would probably do the same, but reversed from Kakashi. 2 and 1 for Odo and 3 and 2 for Iwa, Kurenai answered. Naruto nodded and pointed to a single point on the map. Naruto thanked Kami that Kyuubi taught him leadership skills while he was younger, or he would be a staggering mess right now. That wasn't to say that he wasn't nervous, but not as much as he could have been. Think nothing of it, Naruto-kun, I'm glad I could make you into a good leader. Had to really drill those skills into your thick skull though, Kyuubi said with a chuckle. Naruto's eyebrow twitched, but he ignored it and only smiled and continued. Alright, so we can all assume that these are at least level people. Alright then. Haku-chan, you're an all-round type person, you work well with long range, mid-range, and close range. Alright, I want Haku-chan and Kuranai-chan to stay long range. Hopefully we can get the drop on them and take them out. Anko-chan, Kakashi, Kiba, and I can deal with them, but once we have dealt with them, I want Kuranai-chan to stay back in case they have more than we thought. Haku-chan will then assist Kiba with the tone of the other. Then I will have Kasumi-chan with me and my fox summons. So how is everyone's plan? Naruto asked. Haku nodded along with Kiba in agreement. Anko seemed slightly skeptical, but she went with it since she had nothing to add or take out. Kuranai felt it was a little risky, but it had its benefits and its flaws, but the benefits were better for them, so she agreed. Kakashi nodded that he didn't find anything worth mentioning and went with it. Naruto rolled up the map and smiled. Alright, that's the plan. Now let's rest. By morning we should be halfway there and the next day we will be there by nightfall, Naruto ordered. Everyone nodded and began to relax while going over some other things. Kakashi came up to Naruto who was eating a fish and sat down. Naruto turned to him and smiled. What's wrong with Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked the copy ninja. Kakashi looked at the fire and smiled. You, Kiba, and Haku have grown. It feels like only a month ago we were just students and teachers, Kakashi said while Naruto's sweat dropped. Kakashi-sensei, it was a month ago, but I get what you're saying. A 13-year-old is leading people more than twice his age into battle. It feels amazing yet frightening at the same time, Naruto said with a sigh. Kakashi chuckled before turning back to the fire. Don't worry Naruto, you have all of us here. Our comrades aren't going to die. You'll do great. I know you will, that is why I want to teach you my technique. It's the only one I haven't copied from anyone else. It's called Chidori. I want to teach it to you, Naruto. I have in mind Kiba and Haku. However, I want you to learn my move to protect the bonds that you've made with everyone, Kakashi said to him. Naruto widened his eyes at the revelation, but suddenly smiled. Thank you Kakashi. I promise to work hard at it. If it's used to protect bonds, then I will protect my bonds with it, Naruto told him. Kakashi nodded, and before long the two simply made idle chit-chat until the time was up. Alright everyone. Time's up, let's go, Naruto ordered. Everyone nodded and picked up their stuff. They all went back into the trees and started to run towards their destination. Naruto was proving to be very capable, but his skills still had to be tested. 2 days later, Naruto and the others finally made it to the meeting point. Naruto had given them all a 15-minute break to go over the plan of attack and rest up. The sun was going down and the stage was set. Naruto and the others waited calmly in the trees and watched as 5 Iwa shinobi came out into the plain and 3 Odo shinobi came out also. Naruto narrowed his eyes, seeing that Kuranai's assumption seemed to be the most right. There were 2 and 1 from Odo and 2 and 3 from Iwa. They began from Odo and Iwa began to meet while Naruto turned to Kuranai and Haku. The blonde gave each the signal to begin as Haku readied her. Kuranai started to go through various hand signs while Naruto activated his to scoop out the range. They were more than back then so it was almost perfect. Dude Haku-chan, Naruto mouthed without speaking. Haku nodded in 3 at the as the needles whistled through the air. No one heard the sound as the 2 from Iwa and 2 from Odo got struck in the neck, making them fall over dead. The enemy gasped and readied their kunai as they raised their senses. Come out, we know you're here, one of the Iwa yelled. Naruto smirked as he, Kiba, Anko, and Kakashi exited the trees, making all the enemy's forces gasp. Inoha's come huh? Here to stop the alliance of Odo and Iwa of your destruction huh? Another Iwa said while Naruto stood at the front. Well whether you like it or not, you are all going to get hurt so just hand over the document and we won't have to kill you, Naruto ordered. One of them laughed and charged at the blonde. If you want it then try and take it you little brat, and Odo said to him. Naruto nodded and charged at the man with his fire sword. Naruto and the Odo clashed which initiated all the conflict as Anko, Kakashi, and Kiba engaged their targets. Haku finished her job and went to join Kiba with his problem. Kuranai also smirked as she gave the last Odo an invigorating nightmare before she silenced him. Kuranai then followed her orders and stayed back in case of reinforcements by the enemy. But Naruto in the meantime was dealing with his own problem as he and the Odo had a power struggle. They were surprised that Naruto was so skilled for a genin. Wow kid, you are actually quite good. Killing you might bring me into a good mood, the man said to Naruto. Naruto smirked and managed to push the man back while keeping said smirk on his face. I'd like to see you try. You'll find I don't die so easily. Now then let's have some fun, Naruto charged at the man looking for a weak spot as he and the man engage in a taijutsu fight. This was quite good as every punch Naruto gave the man either blocked or dodged. It was reaching a stalemate and Naruto wondered if this would become a fight. Naruto backflips away as the man smirks. Achigaki, they said going through some hand signs. Naruto saw the tiger seal at the end and smirked as he began to spin. Pain. Gakakyu no Jutsu, the man yelled as he sent a giant fireball at Naruto. Naruto smirked as he made the best defense he could think of. Peyton, Naruto yelled as the blue chakra swirled around him and blocked the giant fireball, causing a small explosion. They smirked, but it didn't last long when he saw that Naruto had survived. Well, I'm facing a Hyuga. I should be honored. I got to kill a member of the prestigious clan of Konoha, the man said while Naruto grinned. Naruto sheathed his fire sword and decided to humor the man as he dropped into the Hyuga's gentle fist stance. Alright then, show me how insignificant you are compared to the Hyuga's family's main branch, Naruto said, adopting a Hyuga persona. Naruto rushed at the man as the two fought it out. But Anko wasn't having much trouble in her fight, but her opponent was quite good. They weren't level, but they knew what they were doing. Damn bitch, stop moving around and fight, the woman said to her. Anko smirked as she evaded another punch, which was the basics of her Hibita Jutsu stance, which involves being swift and flexible to dodge enemies and strike at the right time. Anko soon planted her foot on the woman's stomach and groaned. I don't know what the promotion way for Odo is, but it's obvious that you aren't at my level. Right now, you're just a level jonin, Anko said, knocking the woman out with the blunt of her kunai. Anko decided to take her back for some interrogation, which was her way of relaxing. Anko soon went to assist Kakashi in his fight, but backed up seeing that he didn't need it. But Kakashi threw a kunai only to have it deflected by the Iwa. Both went into a strict Dojutsu fight, with both appearing evenly matched. Not bad, Sharingan Kakashi. I might actually have to work hard, the Iwa said as he moved back and went through his hand signs nice and swift. With Kakashi going through his own. Peyton. Kiryu and no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled as he sent the intense fire at the Iwa. He slammed his hands on the ground and yelled, Oten. Dorykheki, earth release. Mud wall, the man said as a giant wall came up and blocked the fire, keeping the man behind it safe. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the man until the wall started to grow spikes as the copy ninja backflipped away from the wall. Oten. Chikikdan, earth release. Earth decapitation, he yelled as he sent the spikes towards Kakashi. Kakashi backed up into a tree and gasped as the spikes hit dead on, causing a loud crash. Iwa smirked and walked away. Take that Konoha scum, he said, but suddenly heard lightning cackling as he turned his head to see Kakashi charging at him. It's not over till it's over, but for you it's definitely over, Kakashi said as he impaled the man. Rikiri, Kakashi yelled as the lightning flared from the man's chest. They coughed up blood as Kakashi withdrew his hand from the man's chest. It doesn't matter if you defeat me. Konoha will fall. No one can save you, the man said as he laid in a pool of his own blood. Kakashi looked down at the man and sighed until Anko appeared next to him. You okay, Kakashi? Anko asked. Kakashi gave a small smile and nodded. I'm fine, Anko. Let's go. Head back to Kuranai and wait if they have reinforcements. I'll go find Haku and Kiba, Kakashi told her. Anko nodded as the two went to separate routes. But Haku and Kiba cursed their luck at facing one tough jonin. His techniques were quite powerful and tough to break. Haku managed to hold her ground, but she had to admit that it was tough to fight anyone other than Kakashi or Zabuza. Alright, you little kids. It's time to die, the man said as Kiba rose to his feet and did a familiar hand sign. Yeah right, I would trash. I'm not dying like this, Kiba yelled while Haku rose to her feet. Age Bunshin no Jutsu, Kiba yelled as 6 clones came into existence. They raised an eyebrow, then smiled as Kiba and Akamaru charged him. Haku, I'll buy you some time. Try to compete to win, Kiba said as Haku nodded. Haku started gathering traces of water found in the ground while gathering her chakra. He smirked and went through his hand signs. You think I'll let you finish? Well, you're sorely mistaken, he said as the earth started to shake. Oten. Doryuiden no Jutsu earth release. Earth dragon bombs, the man yelled as a giant earth dragon started shooting bombs at Kiba. Kiba steeled himself through and smirked. Brendan no Gatsu barrage of the fangs piercing fangs, Kiba yelled as he drilled through all of the bombs that were aimed at him. Kiba managed to spiral into the man, sending him into a tree, while Kiba smirked with a tired expression. Looks like she can't keep up without help, Kiba said as Haku smirked as she finished her hand signs. That's what teammates are for, Kiba-san, Haku said as ice mirrors started to form. Hyoten. Makam Hyoso, Haku simply said as she stepped into the ice mirrors. Iwa got up and played while Haku gave him a cold glare. Let me ask you. Can you keep up with me? Haku asked as she started to slash the Iwa left and right as the blood from them began to fall until he made a hand sign. Oten. Chikik no Boei earth release. Earth shield, the man said as he encased his form with an earth dome protecting him from Haku's strikes. The man smirked inside his armor thinking he was safe. Let's see you try something now. Nothing can penetrate this armor, he said triumphantly. Haku grinned and made a new sequence of hand signs. Then show me how sturdy that armor is, Haku said as she stepped out of the mirrors. Each mirror began to harden then on the inside produced ice spikes as the mirrors drew closer to the eye with Mirai Haka Tanken no WANA ice release. Ice grave spikes trap, Haku yelled as the ice mirrors closed in on the man leaving no escape as they impaled through the earth armor, making the man scream out in agony. Haku let it stay for a minute before dropping it to see the man impaled in so many parts of his body. Kiba walked up to Haku and sighed. "We do what we have to do," Kiba told her. Haku nodded and sighed along with Kiba. "But that doesn't mean we have to like it," Haku said as Kakashi joined them to make sure they were okay. With Naruto wiped some blood from his mouth after the kick he received from the Odo. Naruto smirked since the Odo took the same amount of damage, not more. "Well, I pretty much have your form down. There is no way you can hit me," the man said as Naruto narrowed his eyes, then suddenly smirked which confused the Odo. "Well then that's not good. I guess I'll go with something else," Naruto said, deactivating them. Naruto smirked as he flashed his Sharingan, making the man gasp. "Why, you're not a Hyuga," the man said to the blonde. Naruto smirked as he took out his fire sword and lightning sword, making both flare violently as they magnified the intensity of red in his eyes. "That's right, I am the last person you will ever see. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, believe it," Naruto said with a grin before he charged the Odo looking to end the fight between them. Chapter 23. I am the last person you will ever see. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, believe it. Naruto spoke with a large amount of power in his voice when he attacked the Odo. The man widened his eyes at the son of the Yondaime and took out a kunai to block Naruto's strike. The blades clashed with white sparks falling all around the area. Naruto gritted his teeth against the man's strength but stood fast as he twirled his lightning sword in his right hand and aimed it at Odo Jonin's neck. Seeing the incoming blade, the man did a quick maneuver and ducked only to see Naruto smiling when he kicked the man across the face, sending him through the plains of grass. "I won't allow you to bring harm to Konoha. Surrender right now," Naruto practically ordered. The man coughed up some blood but scoffed and shifted back into his stance while his gaze clashed with Naruto's. "Life's not that simple, brat. I'll give you the honor of seeing something amazing," the said as strange markings appeared on his face. Naruto narrowed his eyes while what seemed to be dark purplish chakra swirled around him. Kakashi and the others were silently watching Naruto's fight since they didn't want to give away their location and offer Naruto some backup only if he needed it. Naruto kept his gaze on the man but widened his eyes when he suddenly disappeared. The blonde turned his head fast only to barely block a strike aimed at his skull. "What's the matter with Gaki? Am I too fast for you?" the man asked as he disappeared again. Anko subconsciously rubbed her curse seal, trying to think of how the man was fighting against Naruto. Everyone tensed when they saw Naruto get slammed into a tree before slumping to the ground. Naruto tried to get up and counter, but the man was too fast as he seemed to dance around Naruto at a blinding speed, further injuring the blonde. Kiba seethed along with Haku while they readied their weapons to stop the man from hurting Naruto, but were stopped by Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, I can't watch my best friend get killed. Move." Kiba said raising his kai, but Kakashi didn't flinch. Kakashi wanted to see it. The underlying potential that Naruto possessed. The thing that made him stand out from everyone else. "Kiba, let's trust Naruto here. We won't always be there to help him. This is his first mission as a team leader. Naruto knows the plan and we did our parts. Now we must let him do his," Kakashi told the Inuzuka. Kiba gritted his teeth and balled his fist but complied then withdrew his kunai while he continued to watch. "Well, I didn't see this coming at all," Naruto thought while his body seemed to be shaking from the damage. Kyuubi seemed to be working almost overtime to heal his injuries but he was getting too many so she had to focus on the more lethal ones. "Naruto-kun, you can't give up here. I don't want to lose you to anyone. Someone else really doesn't want to lose you either," Kyuubi spoke, causing Naruto to slowly stir. He forced himself to look up and a sight shocked him. It seemed that to prevent him from getting to Naruto, Kasumi decided to do her own fight and take the Odo on, all for the sake of protecting her blonde. Naruto felt the guilt wash over him as he saw Kasumi fight. "I won't let you hurt Naruto-sama." Kasumi yelled and sent a kick to the face, but it was futile as he countered with a fast punch and sent her into a tree. Naruto's anger rose while the man advanced on him. He suddenly gasped when he saw Kasumi struggle to her feet despite the pain she was feeling. "Kasumi-chan, stay down. Don't fight." Naruto yelled mentally as she charged back at the man. The man cursed as Kasumi slammed her head into his chest with its ska blasting him into a tree as the dog girl huffed. She wasn't used to fighting in such a form and simple taijutsu was becoming exhausting, but she would be damned if Naruto would get hurt simply because she couldn't do human taijutsu. Kasumi turned her head to Naruto's battered form and smiled before she walked over to him to help. "Naruto-sama. Are you okay?" Kasumi asked as she ran over to him, but she didn't make it when the same came out and lunged at her throat. Kasumi gritted her teeth as she felt her windpipe get crushed. Naruto rose to his feet, but it didn't last long before the man turned to him. This curse seal is amazing. You said you were an amicus. Pathetic, and to think I actually feared you for a split second. Don't make me laugh. He said as he snapped his fingers. Naruto suddenly screamed out in a futile attempt to cover his ears. You like my Kekkei Genkagaki? It allows me to turn any fast movement into a high-pitched noise. I bet you must be suffering, but not as much as her, the man said, seeing Kasumi desperately trying not to scream out from the high-pitched noise on her sensitive ears. Naruto reached out his hand and grabbed the man's boots while he huffed. Don't you touch her with your filthy ha. Naruto didn't finish until he was kicked across the fields again, while the man gave a maniacal laugh as he squeezed Kasumi's throat harder, causing her to choke. Naruto's Sharingan blazed in anger while Kiba turned to Kakashi. Damn it, Kakashi-sensei. How much longer? I got to help. Kiba said, dashing past everyone and ran at them. Naruto widened his eyes at Kiba and watched as his best friend neared the man. Ska! Kiba yelled as he ran and spun violently towards the man, however his attack missed when the Odo jumped into the air. Kiba gritted his teeth but gasped when he appeared in front of him and snapped his fingers, making Kiba give a loud yell from the pain until he was slammed into the ground by the "It's all too easy, Gaki. So much for the leader. I'm sure your other friends abandoned you when they saw this. That's all I can think of when I don't see anyone helping you other than this mutt and this bitch in my hand," he said while Naruto's hair covered his eyes. Kakashi, Anko, Kurenai and Haku all narrowed their eyes in anger at the man's insult to Naruto's leadership of their mission, but still didn't move. Come on, Naruto. Show him, he's wrong. Make him regret everything, Kakashi mentally said while the man picked up Kiba by the throat and walked over to Naruto. You know, I happened to glance at your team and you had a good-looking woman with purple hair. She'd fetch a hefty sum in the slave trades. Maybe I'll look for her and sell her off after some fun, the man said while Naruto widened his eyes in anger. Kyuubi gasped when she heard that. She knew Naruto valued all people. He saw everyone equally, and to hear a man say that was downright sickening. Heck, I might even sell this dog girl right here. There are some guys who are into that sort of thing, he said while Naruto gritted his teeth. Kasumi slowly stopped struggling and her arms began to fall to her sides while Naruto's Sharingan began to twist and turn in an odd shape. It makes me wonder how you even lasted this long. Oh well, it was fun, but I have things to do. I guess I'll have some fun before I kill you, the man said, bringing his mouth closer to Kasumi's. Naruto suddenly raged as red chakra leaked from his body. Naruto snapped. Kyuubi couldn't pull him back, he was going to kill that guy if it was the last thing he ever did. Naruto stood to his feet in front of the surprised man while his eyes seemed to be bleeding. Kakashi gasped along with Anko and Kurenai, but Haku was confused by the new set of eyes that Naruto had. Kakashi, what is with those eyes? They seem so different from the Sharingan, Haku said while Kakashi looked speechless for a few seconds. Anko and Kurenai turned to him as Kakashi explained, though he was still shocked. It's the next level of the Sharingan. The thing that nearly stands above the rest. It's called the Manjikyu Sharingan. It allows the wielder control over time and space, bending it to his will with one eye and the other. Judgment of black flames that people claim are from heaven. Only 2 people I know of unlocked it. There was Itachi Uchiha and Madara Uchiha. To think Naruto achieved such a form. He surpassed me, Kakashi said before Haku turned back to the field with so much interest in her eyes that she saw Naruto in a different light. But Kakashi, don't you have to kill your best friend to attain that level? Anko asked while Kurenai nodded. Kakashi did indeed nod that you had to, but Naruto seemed to be different. I don't know if it's the mental trauma of seeing all of us threatened by his words, but Naruto's attained the Manjikyu Sharingan. One thing I'll say is. That man will die, no doubt, Kakashi spoke, drawing everyone's attention back to Naruto. Naruto walked up to the man, all evidence of fury in his eyes, while his newly achieved Manjikyu Sharingan flared. Naruto's gaze was intimidating, so much so that the man had to drop a coughing Kasumi and Kiba as both squinted their eyes and watched Naruto pass them before stopping and staring at Kasumi. Kasumi slightly flinched under his gaze, but widened her eyes when Naruto knelt down to kiss her forehead and smiled. I won't let anyone hurt you anymore, Kasumi-chan. Stay there and rest, Naruto said to her. Kasumi nodded as Naruto slowly placed her head on the grass. He then turned to Kiba and smiled. Thank you, Kiba. I'll make this asshole pay, Naruto declared. Kiba gave a painful chuckle and nodded while Naruto turned his cold, hard stare back at the man. You threatened my loved ones. Planned to rape them and sell them off. I won't forgive you. I'll make you pay, Naruto declared in a strangely calm voice before the man laughed. Alright then, brat, show me what you've got. I'll end your pathetic existence now, he retorted before charging at Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes as the blood slowly seeped out. Naruto yelled, opening his eyes which seemed to be straining on the Jonin's form before he was slowly covered in black flames. Everyone gasped while the man screamed from the pain. Naruto didn't let up as Kasumi and Kiba watched in fascination with Naruto's new ability. HHHH. Get them off. What is this? The man screamed as he was burned alive. However, he didn't get an answer as he was burning to ashes and his scream silenced. Naruto suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right eye and immediately closed it, then placed his hand over it. The black flame slowly dissipated with Naruto falling to the ground while he gripped his eyes. Everyone in the bushes dashed towards him, Kiba and Kasumi. "Naruto, are you alright?" Kakashi asked. Naruto breathed heavily, not really wanting to reply, but decided to anyway. "Not really, Kakashi-sensei. My eyes are killing me, not to mention I think I put too much chakra into that technique," Naruto said between heavy breaths. Kakashi chuckled and slowly picked Naruto up and helped the blind to a tree while Naruto slumped to the ground. He didn't open his eyes, or rather he couldn't. He tried, but something demanded that he keep them closed. "Kyuubi-chan, why can't I open my eyes?" Naruto whispered to his vixen. Kyuubi finally put up the mental link to talk to her blonde with only a few words. "You. Seal. Now." Kyuubi ordered before cutting the connection. Naruto gulped but complied as he focused on his mindscape. Naruto appeared in the beautiful plains and looked around for Kyuubi before he could react in time. Kyuubi gave Naruto a hard slap across his face, which made the blonde shift his stance so he didn't fall to the ground. Naruto turned to see Kyuubi crying while he widened his eyes. "Kyuubi-chan?" Naruto asked while Kyuubi turned around, showing her back to Naruto. The blonde rubbed the side of his cheek and looked at the ground while facing Kyuubi. He knew she was pissed. He let his emotions control his actions again, and it was easy to get killed that way. He survived though, right? He simply wanted to protect his comrades. "I'm sorry, Kyu-chan. I don't have an excuse for what I did, but I had to make him pay. I couldn't live with the thought of him doing that to the ones I loved. I'm sorry if I used your chakra, but I was angry at the time. And I'm just sorry," Naruto said, bowing to her. Kyuubi shifted her gaze to him and muttered something in her head before standing in front of him and grabbing his face to slam her lips into his. Naruto was effectively taken back by the action, but he quickly recovered and easily dominated Kyuubi's mouth. Both their tongues wrestled together for dominance, but Naruto easily won it out while he guided Kyuubi slowly into the grass. Much to Kyuubi's annoyance, Naruto stopped for a second and locked his blue eyes to her red-slitted ones. "Kyuubi-chan, do you forgive me?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi closed her eyes before poking Naruto in the head with a small smile. "Aka, of course I do," Kyuubi said while the two continued their makeout session, which caused a lot of rolling around on the soft mindscape grass. After around 20 minutes in an intense makeout, Naruto and Kyuubi leaned up to a tree and sighed. "I really am sorry though, Kyuubi-chan," Naruto admitted to his vixen. Kyuubi chuckled and ruffled his hair slightly before giving a kiss on the cheek. "It's alright, Naruto-kun. I understand your reasoning. I just don't like how you handled it. Well, it got better down to the end anyway," Kyuubi answered, blushing with embarrassment. Naruto chuckled before coming back to a problem he encountered. "So Kyuubi-chan, why can't I open my eyes right now?" Naruto asked her. Kyuubi sighed while watching some of the kids around her play with each other. "It seems that you achieved the next level of the Sharingan, Naruto-kun. It's called the Manjuku Sharingan. What you did was one of its techniques. It's called Amaterasu. You casted black flames on them and burned him alive. Those flames are like flames from purgatory. They can't be quenched or die, they are eternal flames unless you have direct control over it. There is also a technique called the Tsukiyomi. It grants you the control over time and space for as long as you wish. It's considered one of the best in the world. It's virtually unbreakable except for people with a Sharingan. The last technique, I won't say simply because you love it when you use it. However, all this power has a price. You will go blind from overuse of it, but it can be rectified by attaining the eternal Manjuku Sharingan. Though for right now you don't have to worry about it. I'll heal your eyes and can slow the process of blindness down," Kyuubi explained. Naruto nodded before feeling his friends calling him. "Alright then. Thanks, Kyuubi-chan. I'll see you later," Naruto said before leaving and seeing Kyuubi wave goodbye to him. Outside the mindscape, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, though it hurt to do so for a while before they could fully be opened. Naruto could only see blurry forms of what he hoped were his friends, but hearing their voices he calmed down. "Hey guys. Are we done?" Naruto asked them. Though he couldn't see it, everyone nodded and after a few minutes they all came into view of Naruto's eyes as the blind sided. "Alright, we should get some rest. We did good here and there doesn't seem to be any more people. Let's go before we have more to deal with," Naruto said, walking over to a sleeping Kasumi and taking her in his arms as everyone rushed to the nearest town, which was only about 15 minutes away. Town street, everyone trudged into the town while feeling more than a little tired, but they all persisted to a random hotel, not really caring where they slept right now. "Alright. I'll put us up for the night and get us a good meal to eat. So let's go register," Naruto told them. Everyone nearly drooled at the idea of getting something to eat as they entered the hotel. Naruto went to the front desk to register while the others dropped their things and sat in some chairs. "Hello, can we have some rooms please?" Naruto asked, struggling to keep his mind open from the pain. A woman nodded and told him about the rooms, but Naruto didn't really care and got 6 keys. "Alright everyone. We'll stay here and return to Konoha tomorrow." "Let's go," Naruto said as gave everyone their key. Anko and Kurenai were in one room, Kiba, Naruto and Kasumi were in another, then Haku and Kakashi took the last one. Naruto settled with Kiba in their room, while Naruto easily placed Kasumi on the bed. Naruto saw Kasumi breathing slowly, which indicated that she was having a good dream. It brought a smile to Naruto's face that she was peacefully sleeping despite the mission. Naruto suddenly groaned, getting his attention from Kiba. "What's up Naruto?" Kiba asked his friend. Naruto sat on the bed and calmly shifted his hand through Kasumi's hair. "Nothing really Kiba. It's just that I should have been able to beat that guy. I know in the end I did, but you and Kasumi-chan had to get hurt in the process. It just shows I'm not ready to lead," Naruto remarked. Kiba raised an eyebrow Naruto before grinning. "Well anything can happen on a mission I guess. I certainly didn't expect that guy to have so much power, but you won in the end." "I think that's all that matters," Kiba said while Naruto gave a mock expression of shock. "What?" Kiba asked not seeing what the problem was. Naruto looked at the ground with his mouth hanging. "You think?" "I never would have guessed," Naruto said before chuckling. Kiba's eyebrow twitched before he retorted by throwing a pillow in Naruto's face as the blonde laughed. Kiba shook his head at his friend and his games before giving a smile. "Whatever man, I'm going to bed. Good night." "What are you going to do?" Kiba asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and headed for the door. "I won't be gone long, I'll just get something to drink, then I'll follow you to bed also," Naruto said, turning out the light and watching Kiba go to sleep and Kasumi continue to rest. He then slowly turned his head to see Anko and Kurenai room light out, along with Haku and Kakashi room light. "Looks like my wallet is safe and no one wants to eat. Oh well, I'll go get a drink then," Naruto said leaving the hotel and walking around the town. He saw the various lights up over the town before stopping in front of a random bar. It really wasn't his custom to drink. Well anything that was alcoholic, but then he wondered if most leaders did this when they got through a rough mission. He didn't really know or care and simply shrugged his shoulders before going inside. Naruto saw various people around the room that ranged from shinobi of other villages to lowly bandits who were looking for a quick buck. "Yup, I really don't know why the hell I'm in here. I succeeded in my mission, and yet why the hell am I here? Sigh, is this one of the being lost on the road of life things?" Naruto wondered before he took a seat on the bar counter. While he was looking around, Naruto saw some bandits crowd around a woman who had red hair, but he assumed it was a woman looking to earn some quick cash to spend, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Suddenly Naruto turned his head to meet a man in front of him with the biggest smile across his face. "Hey kid, aren't you a little young to be here?" the guy said while Naruto scoffed and pointed to his headband. "Hey, old enough to kill, old enough to take a few shots of liquor. Besides, you need the money don't you?" Naruto asked. The man's eyebrow twitched until he patted Naruto on the shoulder. "That's true kid. I like your style. What'll you have?" he asked. Naruto didn't know the first thing about strong drinks, but Kyuubi did teach him about using some drinks for medical purposes. "Since I don't know my limit here, I'll play it safe and just give me a bottle of some not so strong liquor and a saucer," Naruto said to him. The man nodded and disappeared, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. It still amazed him how many times he told himself he wouldn't be like those people who showed up in these types of places, yet here he was. After about 10 minutes, the bottle and saucer were brought to him and Naruto poured some of the liquor into the saucer, then took a drink. It wasn't strong so it didn't dry his throat or his tongue, so he complied with it until he heard Kyuubi chuckle at him. "I never pegged you for a drinker Naruto-kun," Kyuubi said while Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It felt nice to have someone to talk to even if they weren't there physically to talk to, so no one would think you were insane. "Hey, you can let me out you know. Then you can talk to me and no one will think you're insane," Kyuubi added. Naruto grinned with a nod and told the man he would be right back and left. After about 3 minutes, Naruto returned with Kyuubi around his arm and he already regretted it. Too many guys were freaking eye-humping her with their eyes and it pissed him off. Kyuubi found it nice to see her blonde's jealous face. "Holy cow kid, where did you get a babe like that?" the guy asked him. Naruto rolled his eyes, yet found it funny when he heard lots of guys grumbling about him and his luck. Kyuubi took a seat next to Naruto while Naruto decided to reply. "She's been with me for a long time. And she's all mine," Naruto spoke with a clear amount of possession that made Kyuubi blush. The man paled and slowly backed away from the blonde. "Hey kid, it's all good. You can have her." "I'm not that kind of guy," he said while Naruto snickered. It was all too easy to keep people from Kyuubi, not that she really cared. Kyuubi really didn't want such shady-looking people staring at her body like that. She only needed Naruto for that. Kyuubi took a sip of the liquor Naruto had, and it only made her smile that he got it so weak since he didn't want to get drunk like most people. "How's it, Natsuki-chan?" Naruto asked her. Kyuubi slowly smiled at the masked name and licked her lips. "It's alright I guess. I've had stronger liquor before, but I don't feel like getting drunk either," Kyuubi muttered lowly while Naruto smiled. Soon the red-haired woman, who was getting hit on by some of the guys, came over and took the empty seat next to Naruto, but she had her head covered. The only reason you could tell she had red hair was because the cover didn't go all the way and simply left some of her vibrant hair out. Turning a gaze to Naruto, she seemed to be inspecting him for something. "Aren't you a little too young to be here?" she suddenly asked. Naruto could have done two things right then. He could have ignored her and gone about his business, or he could have talked. He didn't like to be rude, so he chose the latter. Even if it was with a complete stranger. "Technically no. I have my headband, so I'm an adult. Still, I have enough sense not to drink what most of you adults drink and get wasted," Naruto said while the woman laughed. "I suppose you have a point. Some people never know how to take no for an answer," she simply stated while Naruto turned his head to see most of the guys knocked out. Naruto's sweat dropped before turning to the woman. "I didn't know you were the violent type," the blonde said while the woman shifted in her seat slightly. "I'm not violent right now, am I?" she asked. Naruto shook his head before in a negative way that she wasn't, though she didn't seem like the type of person you generally mess with without a very good reason. The woman then turned her gaze to his sword and raised an eyebrow at the exquisite design they were sheathed in. "I see you have two swords. Do you study any kind?" she asked him. Naruto turned a side glance to her before taking another sip of his sake. He noticed she had a sword also. It was relatively the same size as his swords, but it probably wasn't like them at all. "Yeah, I do. I'm not want you to be considered a master, but I could give anyone a run for their money," Naruto said while the woman smiled. She decided to order a bottle also since they were actually having a conversation. Kyuubi simply watched the conversation unfold, but she felt something big was going to happen sooner or later, and she for one was gonna see it happen. Naruto and the woman continued to talk for a while longer, about an hour, and they were doing well so far. She told him how she was originally from Konoha and she left because of some problems. Naruto in turn told her about the earlier years of his life and rejection by most people. The vibrant Redeed was slightly pissed at the thought of a young man not having anyone to look after him. It calmed his heart that she thought that, but he told her that he already had people he cared about in the village, and that made it alright. The woman wanted to retort, but decided against it all for the sake of keeping a pleasant conversation. "Are you sure you should be up this late?" she seemingly asked. Naruto scoffed and looked at his half-empty bottle, then turned to Kyuubi. Kyuubi was still as wide awake as ever. She claimed she didn't need as much sleep as most people. Naruto narrowed his eyes and wondered why she had to sleep so many times then. Kyuubi sheepishly grinned while she rubbed the back of her head, saying she was simply lazy and didn't really want to do anything. Naruto rolled his eyes before placing his elbow on the table and turning back to the woman. "I'm fine. I'm used to staying up past this. Besides, my team and I finished our mission, so I'm gonna head back to Konoha tomorrow, then get permission from Jiji to go look for my mother. My father left a note that she was alive and I'm going to find her, then bring her home with me," Naruto said as his eyes gleamed with confidence while Kyuubi, the bartender, and the woman glared playfully at him. Naruto raised an eyebrow before slightly blushing in embarrassment. "Wow, listen to me, tell my ambitions to two strangers," Naruto said while both cackled at him. "Hey kid, sometimes it's good to unload your troubles and just talk to someone." "I at least doubt we're all strangers now," the bartender said as he washed a glass. Kyuubi nodded with a smile, as did the woman sitting next to Naruto. Naruto nodded before the woman asked him another question. "So who is your mother?" "Maybe someone here has seen her," she said to him. Naruto took out a note and glanced it over from Minato before putting it back. "Her name is Kushina Uzumaki. My father said she's alive," and Naruto responded. The woman faltered completely backwards and was about to hit the floor when Naruto grabbed her and steadied her back onto her seat. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked. The woman seemed to have trouble breathing, and it worried Naruto, Kyuubi and the bartender slightly. She turned to the blonde and placed her arm on his shoulder, like she was trying to comprehend those words that he just told her. "What is your name?" she asked. Kyuubi eyed the woman suspiciously along with the bartender, while Naruto looked at her impassively. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." "Why?" he asked her. The woman widened her eyes and suddenly started to cry. Naruto panicked and placed his hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? Did I say something wrong?" Naruto asked her. The woman shook her head fast, then out of nowhere simply hugged Naruto like she was trying to squeeze him to death. "Why, you're alive? How? Why? When?" She asked so many questions that Naruto couldn't answer simply because they were too fast to respond and due to the lack of oxygen that should have been going into his lungs. "Air lady. Air. I need air," Naruto exclaimed. The woman blushed and nodded before letting go, allowing Naruto to fully use his lungs again. Alright now then. What happened? Naruto asked her. The woman quickly took off her cover and showed her vibrant red hair to Naruto, Kyuubi, and the bartender. "You're my Naruto-kun. My Sachi-kun," she yelled. Naruto widened his eyes before they both went crashing to the floor due to another hug, making Kyuubi gasp along with the bartender. "Ow, that hurt like hell," Naruto said, causing the woman to smile and hug him even more. "Yep, no doubt. You're my Sachi-kun," she said to him. Naruto turned to her and saw tears flowing down her face. Naruto hesitantly wrapped his arms in what he hoped wasn't a dream. He softly touched her red hair while her fingers traced his blonde hair. "Why you're my Kasan?" Naruto asked, tears beginning to flow from his eyes. The woman just shook her head constantly like she was telling herself and him to believe it all. "Yes, I'm Kushina Uzumaki. You're my Naruto-kun. You're my Sachi-kun," Kushina said while Kyuubi gave a small smile and turned to the bartender. "So how much for the small liquor?" "I don't think those two are going to leave each other anytime soon," Kyuubi said while the man laughed. He then waved it off and said it was on the house since this was a special occasion. It's not every day a mother and son reunite. Kyuubi simply nodded and turned to see the two on the floor still hugging the mess out of each other. Only the small yet distinguishable cough that came from her caused the two to stop and blush from the embarrassment. Both quickly returned to their seats while Kushina looked Naruto over. "Isachi has become a shinobi. I can't believe you're alive. They told me you died after the extraction," Kushina said while Naruto raised an eyebrow along with Kyuubi. "Who said the Kasan?" "I've always been alive," Naruto asked her. Kushina scanned her memories for the individuals before narrowing her eyes. "It was Koharu, Himura, and Danzo on the civilian council. They said you and Minato died along with Kyuubi. I was so grief-stricken and left," Kushina responded. Naruto's eyes nearly went red from that information. If not for his mother's presence he most certainly would have exploded right there. "Ought to have a talk with certain people and keep secrets from me," Naruto thought with a devious smile, which made Kushina wonder what he was thinking, but ignored it. She could care less about anything else right now. "So Naruto-kun, how's Konoha? What's been going on? Do you have a girlfriend? What rank are you in the shinobi system? How's Woka-san, one at a time. You're talking too fast here," Naruto snickered while Kushina blushed but still gave him another hug. Naruto returned the hug before Kushina gazed on the liquor and squeezed Naruto a little harder. "The first question is why are you drinking alcohol in a bar this late?" Kushina asked with a tick mark. Naruto gulped and decided to retort, which probably was a bad idea, but there was that whole try and be the alpha male thing he had going on. "What about you? You shouldn't be out this late either, Kasan. Especially since such shady people can come up on you out of nowhere and you would be down for Count Kasan," Naruto said, turning his gaze to the still passed out bandits. Kushina turned her head and scratched her cheek. "Good point, Sachi-kun," Kushina said as she paid for her drink. Naruto did the same as Kyuubi followed them out of the bar. Naruto followed Kushina around for a while, with both simply enjoying the late night air. "So Ka-san, where have you been staying since you left?" Naruto asked her. Kushina pointed to a small building to her left and smiled. "Right there in Sachi. It's kinda small, but it suited me perfectly. However, I'm gonna pack it all up. I might not be as good a sealer as your father, but I can get this done in a few hours. Sachi-kun, I'm sorry that I left you to survive on your own. I can only imagine the loneliness and hurt you must have gone through," Kushina said while Naruto gave her a simple hug and smiled. "It's alright, Ka-san. I didn't like that you left, but I can forgive you. I'll put it in the past and I want you to do the same. We'll simply start here as mother and son," Naruto added. Kushina calmly nodded and gave a soft cry. Unknown to either, Kyuubi simply smiled and vanished into the sea, deciding not to cause a fuss for right now. "You should see it now, Ka-san. Everyone in the village doesn't call me demon now," Naruto told her. Kushina slightly flinched at that name and mentally cursed, then dared for anyone to call him that in front of her. She would send them on a one-way trip to hell with no chance of coming back. "Oh, and what do they call you, Sachi-kun?" Kushina asked with the kai rolling off her body. Naruto gulped and tried to slightly scoot away, but Kushina didn't let him go while inching closer with a too innocent smile to be real. They call me Namikaze-sama now," Naruto said, causing Kushina to back up and gently giggle at the name. Naruto sweat dropped and watched Kushina's hand slightly tremble while veins began to show, allowing him to see how hard of a fist she was making. Mothers are totally scary, Naruto thought. After a while, Kushina calmed down and the two had a long talk while Naruto helped Kushina pack the stuff in her house. It really helped to have Kage Bunchins to help with all the work. What would have taken Naruto and Kushina around 4 hours to do was only done in about an hour or two. All the scrolls were sealed with Kushina's things, while Naruto learned some interesting things about his mother. "So you're a legend?" Naruto asked her. Kushina nodded that she was one at the time, but she hadn't been active for a while, so it must have died down. That's right, Sachi. All the people who came at me. I cut them all down without a hint of hesitation. I was called the Red Death. All people saw was a red blur from my hair before they fell to the ground, Kushina said with that all too innocent smile that made Naruto sweat. Suddenly the blonde got an idea and gave a foxy grin while turning to his mother. Hey Ka-san, would you teach me? I'm good, but I'd like to know my mother's techniques if I can, Naruto pleaded to his mother. Kushina gave a small smile at the thought of Naruto defeating enemies with her techniques, and the idea wasn't so bad. Alright Sachi-kun. I don't mind, but be ready for me. I won't hold back just because you're my son, Kushina answered, making sure Naruto understood what she was saying. Naruto cracked his knuckles before pumping his fist in the air. Bring it on Ka-san. I can take whatever you dish out and then some, Naruto replied. Kushina nodded as she looked at the clean and totally empty house. It amazed her why she didn't learn the Kage Bunshin before she left. It would have made life much easier for her. Well Ka-san, I have to go. I was supposed to be back hours ago, but something interesting happened so I'll come get you tomorrow morning, Naruto affirmed to her. Kushina nodded and gave a small yawn before going to bed, but not without giving Naruto one more hug as the blonde left. Naruto grinned all the way back to the hotel. He had never been so happy in his life, except for Tsume, Kasumi, Hana, and Kyuubi. "Good save Naruto-kun," Kyuubi spoke, shocking Naruto. Naruto chuckled, but nodded as he entered the hotel and walked up to his room. He wasn't sure how late it was, but he had to guess that it was around 2 in the morning if not later. Naruto put his key in the lock and opened the door to see Kiba and Akamaru sleeping, but Kasumi was quite up and smiled at the sight of her blonde coming into the room. "Naruto-sama, you're back. I was worried when I didn't see you anywhere so I simply waited." "Where did you go?" Kasumi asked him with her tail swaying back and forth. Naruto gave a wide as hell smile on his face while he took off his clothes and stayed in nothing but his t-shirt and his boxers, which all made Kasumi blush. "Sorry Kasumi-chan, went out for a longer than intended stroll and came back with a lot more than I bargained for," Naruto mysteriously started talking to her. Kasumi raised an eyebrow at what he found that was so intriguing. Naruto slipped into the bed and Kasumi followed as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's body and brought him close. Naruto shifted in the bed so that he was face to face with Kasumi and softly sent his hand through her raven black hair. "Thank you Kasumi-chan. You fought so hard for my sake. I'll train harder so that doesn't happen to you again," Naruto calmly declared to her. Kasumi smiled and touched her forehead. "It's okay Naruto-sama. I'd gladly fight if it meant that you would live." "I love you Naruto-sama," Kasumi confessed to him. Naruto smiled and gave her a soft kiss which she gratefully accepted. Both soon went to sleep ready to go home and meet an interesting guest. Next morning, it was quite early in the morning. The sky was also quite foggy, but not too much for travel back to Konoha. Ironically, Naruto woke up first and sent a Kage Bunshin to get his mother while he got dressed. Kiba and Akamaru stirred after him along with Kasumi as everyone grabbed their things and opened the door to see the others up and about also. "So did everyone have a good sleep?" Naruto asked them. Everyone nodded and followed Naruto downstairs into the lobby while Naruto paid for the stay. After all was said and done they went to the front gates of the town until Naruto stopped them from leaving. "What's up Naruto? Did you forget something?" Kiba asked. Everyone suddenly became curious about Naruto and narrowed their eyes on the mysterious smile he had across his face. "Not something Kiba. I forgot someone," Naruto encoded. Everyone was now more curious than before and waited for a few minutes to leave until they all saw a lone figure in the fog. Kakashi strained his eyes to see, but the fog was too thick. Everyone wondered who it was until a red-haired woman came out with a sword strapped to her back and backpack with her. Kakashi, Anko, and Kuranai widened their eyes as their jaws hit the ground. How Kakashi's mask stayed on his face is anyone's guess, but the three were definitely surprised. Kiba, Haku, and Kasumi still wondered who the woman was before she made her presence known to Naruto. "Hey Sachi-kun, sorry I'm late. Had to unseal something special for Sarutobi," Kushina said to him. Kiba and Haku stood dumbfounded as they heard those words. "Sachi-kun?" Then that's Naruto's. Both paused since Naruto was about to complete their train of thought. "It's alright Ka-san. We were just about to go anyway," Naruto said before turning to everyone else. Kakashi was blasted by Naruto so fast, the blonde could swear Kakashi learned Hurration. "Hey Kushina-san, you're alright. Where have you been? Are you returning to the village?" Kakashi asked her. Naruto nearly felt jilted but didn't really care too much about it. Kushina chuckled and patted Kakashi on the shoulder before glancing at his left pocket and tightened her grip, which was causing the copy ninja to wince from the pain. "I thought I told you not to read those books Kakashi," Kushina said while Kakashi paled. Naruto snickered at Kakashi's expense until Kasumi brought his attention to her. "Naruto-sama, that's your mother?" Kasumi asked. Naruto nodded with a sincere smile while Kasumi looked her over. Based on the red hair you couldn't think that the two were related, but there was something that linked her to Naruto. For Kasumi maybe it was that they smelled the same. Well Sachi-kun, we can give introductions on the way back. Now tell me about Konoha and Sarutobi so that I can give both a proper welcome, Kushina said while cleaning her sword and keeping up her smile. Naruto paled as did Anko, Kurenai, Kakashi and Kiba. She's pissed at someone. I sure as hell hope it's not me, they all thought before Naruto brought everyone's attention to him. Alright everyone. It's time to go so let's hurry up, Naruto said to them. Everyone agreed and quickly rushed into the trees with Kushina looking back at the town, then gave a small smile as they all dashed into the fog, disappearing without a trace. Somewhere hidden in the plains, where the fierce battle between Konoha, Iwa and Oto took place, there was an intense burn mark on the ground, while a shadow was hidden in the forest that had stayed there all night remembering that incident. What did I just see? That. It can't be. I have to tell Tsuchikage-sama about this at once. That damned Namikaze family has come back to haunt us. Tsuchikage will be pleased with this result, the shadowed person said before disappearing completely. In another part of the forest was another shadow, but it wore the Kumo headband having seen the fight also. I can't believe I got to witness one of the most powerful in existence. Not even you can beat that, the person said. Hey, I resent that. I might not be as good as that, but I still pack one hell of a punch. And speaking of packing a punch, that blonde was too damn hot. I'd love to have a go at him any day, another shadowed figure said as they licked their lips. Stop being a pervert. We might as well report this to Reikage-sama. That was one interesting match, the figure said to its partner. Yeah, doesn't his body just make you want to go at it all week long without stopping? That's not what I meant, the figure retorted. No, but that's what I meant. If we see him again, you better bag him kitten, Reikage's orders or not. You can't let a cute kami like that get away from you. Why are you such a pervert? I find it fun to mess with you. It adds fulfillment to my dull life here. As soon as you get some action, I'll try to stop being a pervert. Emphasis on the word try. Ugh, what am I going to do with you? The figure said before disappearing completely from view. Chapter 24. Naruto and his team could be seen running through the trees back to Konoha along with an extra person. That person was Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mother and legend. Over the course of the trip everyone had been asking her questions and she didn't mind answering them, but she barely got to ask her own or have a talk with her Sachi. She was, however, happy that he had a smile on his face whenever he looked at her. It filled her heart with a sudden warmth that she had long missed. The Redeed soon turned back to finishing her current story of dealing with an assignment she had taken up from a local town a few weeks ago. And that's when I burned the entire building to the ground and still managed to kick that guy's ass, Kushina said, nearly shocking everyone with her story. Anko and Kurenai slightly winced while Kakashi and Kiba widened their eyes at Kushina. Haku showed some slight expression but wasn't into the conversation too much. Kushina then turned back to her son who was still leading the ground and decided to ask her questions. So Sachi, has anything exciting happened in your life lately? Kushina asked, making Naruto blush. Nearly the whole group gave him a sly grin as Naruto tried to hide his face from their view. And not, really Kasan. Just the usual stuff, Naruto said, making Kiba and Haku chuckle. Kakashi and Kurenai smiled, but Anko was loving Kushina's blank expression to Naruto's answer. Oh come on Naruto. Surely something has happened to you in your life that was exciting right? Kiba asked. Naruto's blush deepened and it only further edged Kushina into wondering what everyone was hiding from her. She felt so in the dark. Based on everyone's expression it was either something really good or something really embarrassing. The thought of not knowing was killing the red-haired woman. Why not tell her Naruto-kun? She's gonna find out eventually. Right now this can go two ways. You tell her and she kills you or you wait, she finds out and then she kills you, Kyuubi explained making Naruto sweat drop. So either way she kills me? Naruto asked his Redeed vixen. Kyuubi smiled and nodded, making Naruto sigh and turn to everyone. It was nice knowing everyone, Naruto said mentally really cursing the situation right now. Yeah, Kasan. I'm going out with someone, Naruto stated, causing Kushina to widen her eyes at her son. Naruto gave a sheepish grin, while Kiba and Haku decided to mess with him a little more. Tell her who it is, Naruto. I'm sure Kushina would want to know who the lucky woman is, they both said at the same time. Naruto turned a deadly glare to them, but it just couldn't stop them from laughing, and then Kushina nodded. That's great Sachi. Tell me who the lucky girl is, Kushina said. Naruto gulped and turned his head to see Kakashi snickering along with Anko and Kurenai, making Naruto narrow his eyes at them. Damn traitors, Naruto grumbled in thought and wondered how much of his life was going to be gone when this was over. I'm dating Tsum-chan of the Inyazuka compound, Naruto said, and everyone immediately turned to look at Kushina's reaction and what they saw completely stunned them. Kushina was smiling. It wasn't an overly large smile. It was gentle and calming. However, everyone tensed when they saw her hand that seemed to be choking her sword handle into a dented shape. "I'm so happy for you, Sachi," Kushina said, making the air very tense. Naruto, not wanting to see his mother's gaze anymore, turned his head to the front and shivered in fear. "Tsum-chan. Run away." Naruto yelled. Back in Konoha, Tsum shuddered while she cooked some lunch and wondered what brought it on. "Why do I feel like I'm going to die today?" Tsum wondered, but then went back to cooking. Meanwhile, the entire trip was done in silence, and that silence unnerved everyone slightly, but they didn't have to put up with it anymore as they all made it back to Konoha. They all saw the giant gates, and Kushina felt a sense of slight remorse, but it didn't last long when she saw Naruto's smile. The group arrived in front of the gates and came up to see Izumo and Kotetsu doing the usual work of guard duty until they saw Naruto's team come in. "Hey Naruto. Haven't seen you for a few days. It's been pretty boring here without you and your pranks. Did the mission go well?" Kotetsu asked the blonde. Naruto gave a hidden smirk on his face at their question, but nodded with a positive. "Yeah, it went well. A few problems here and there, but it went alright. We even found someone to come back here," Naruto said, pointing to Kushina. Both eyed the beautiful redeed in front of them, while Naruto and the others showed their identification papers. "So pretty lady, what's your name?" Izumo asked. Naruto twitched his eyebrow at that question, and everyone knew it too. Sure, it wasn't Izumo's fault since he didn't know her, but something about seeing your mother get hit on didn't feel right to him. It was then that Naruto wondered how Kiba really thought about Naruto and his mother. He made it a note to talk with Kiba later. After the incident at the gates, Naruto and his team made it back to the Hokage mansion to report their mission to the Hokage. While they headed to their destination, Kushina could see the glare some people gave her son, while others held respect, admiration, and strangely, regret. The people who did glare at him really did piss her off. Though she wasn't going to start something simply because some people glared at him, if anyone tried anything on him there would be hell to pay. Naruto sighed as he did see his mother's reaction to the people that glared at him, and it made him happy that she would glare back at them. He also saw some people eye his mother up and down her body like some stupid pervs, but the blonde simply gritted his teeth and ignored it all. Hokage mansion. Naruto and the others made it past the receptionist's desk and up the flight of stairs before coming up to the door. Naruto slowly breathed like it was his first time doing a mission report, which it wasn't, but still. Kakashi, Kuranai, and Anko seemed to notice and could only smile at their blonde leader's anxiety. "It's alright Naruto. We did the job. Now all we have to do is confirm it with Hokage-sama. Then we get paid for our work. It's simple," Kuranai told him. Naruto nodded before Anko patted him on the back. "And if worse comes to Gaki-kun, we'll bail you out. Me, Kakashi, and I-chan have all done this before," Anko added, making Naruto feel a little better. The blonde huff then knocked on the door waiting for a reply. "Come in," Sarutobi said, allowing Naruto and his team to enter the room. Naruto raised an eyebrow when he saw Genma and Sasuke in the room, with the latter having a deep scowl on his face, like he just heard the most hated news of his life. "Ah Naruto-kun, how did the mission go?" Sarutobi asked, making Naruto grin with a thumbs up. "Mission accomplished Jiji. We all completed our mission. Here's the scroll that Oda wanted to hand to Iwa," Naruto said, placing the scroll on the desk. Sarutobi nodded with a grand smile and took the scroll, then placed it into the drawer under him. "Congratulations, Naruto-kun. I want you and your team to give me a written report of what transpired in 3 days. You will receive your A-rank missions pay within the week," Sarutobi ordered. Naruto nodded that it was fair before turning to see Sasuke and Genma. "So what's wrong with the theme Jiji? He looks like someone who just found out that his whole life was brought to an end," Naruto asked, making Sasuke seethe some more. Sarutobi sighed and cast a glance at the scowling Uchiha. "It was recently decided by the council that just like you Naruto-kun, Sasuke Uchiha will have the Kra enacted on him also. Apparently he said he's not ready to revive his clan until he kills his brother, but we didn't really give him a choice, and he's not taking it well," Sarutobi said while Sasuke huffed. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Sasuke along with Kiba before a smirk graced Kiba's face and he leaned towards Naruto's ear. "Maybe he doesn't like the fact that he's getting women. Maybe he would prefer guys to girls," Kiba said, making Naruto chuckle at his words. After the laugh, Naruto turned his head back to Sarutobi and gave a foxy grin. "Well Jiji, I have a surprise for you today," Naruto mentioned. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow before Naruto could give his reply. Sasuke and Genma seemed interested also, but not as much as the Hokage. "Oh you do huh Naruto-kun? Well show me what it is," Sarutobi pleaded. Naruto kept up his grin before chuckling when he turned his head to the door. "Ah-san please put the sword down. I don't want you to get in trouble already," Naruto said, making Sarutobi pale while Sasuke and Genma raised an eyebrow. "Oh Sachi, you ruin all my fun," Kushina said entering the room. Genma widened his eyes and dropped his jaw slightly at the redeeded woman since he wondered how it was possible. "Hey Sarutobi. You've been well, Kushina admitted, making Sarutobi stand to his feet. Genma walked up to Kushina and pointed his finger at her. Why you're Kushina Uzumaki? You were Yondaime-sama's wife? Genma asked. Kushina nodded at the question with a small smile on her face. Kushina turned back to Sarutobi and placed her hand on his shoulder. Sarutobi wondered what she was doing before the grip got tighter and tighter, making the old Hokage wince. Please summon your council right now. I have a few choice words for everyone. And if I don't get what I want, I'll find an alternate method, Kushina declared, making everyone back away from her. Sarutobi gulped and immediately nodded while Kushina turned to everyone else. Sachi, you and your friends can go do what you want. Ka-san has an appointment with some people, Kushina encrypted. The room suddenly felt cold and tense, but then Naruto decided to just comply with his mother's wishes and filed out of the room with Kiba, Haku, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Anko, who only had one thing on all their minds. I'm so damn happy I'm not a council member, they all thought before Naruto gasped and turned back to his mother with a hint of depression in his voice. Hey Ka-san. I was given a council seat on the Shinobi Council, though I don't think it was finalized. Jiji, do I have to attend this meeting? Naruto asked. Sarutobi shook his head at the blonde, making Naruto nearly thank Kami for that. No Naruto-kun, you're exempt from it for now, but you might have to be in the next one. Unless Kushina does it, Sarutobi hinted towards Naruto and Kushina. Naruto turned his gaze to his mother and was surprised when she shook her head. Sorry Sarutobi, but I can't. Minato and I were never officially married. We planned for it after Naruto's birth, but it didn't happen, so I'm still in Uzumaki, and the Uzumaki were never really a part of Konoha. Looks like Naruto-kun is on the council in my place, Kushina explained. Naruto smiled at that, but still wondered something else which made him groan. So does that mean that the team is on the council? Naruto asked, eyeing Sasuke, who had an arrogant smirk on his face, confirming Naruto's suspicions. Sarutobi rolled his eyes and sighed with a nod, making Naruto dread and pale at his question. Yes, Naruto-kun. Sasuke has a seat also. Granted, both of you should have had them long ago, since you're both adults within your rights to have secured your seats. I'd advise you both to study up on the rules for the council in the Konoha library, Sarutobi replied. Naruto sighed and nodded, then made a Kage Bunshin to go to the library and read up on the conducts and rules for the council. Alright Jiji, take care and try to stay alive while in that room, Naruto said, having his team and himself leave the room along with Sasuke and Genma, while Kushina and Sarutobi had a talk about certain things that involved Kushina giving a lot of cursing to Sarutobi. But Naruto and the others, Kurenai and Anko, had parted from the rest of the group, saying their goodbyes as they each went to their homes for some long-deserved rest, with the latter giving Naruto a small wink before leaving, making the blonde blush. Haku decided to go home and work on improving her sword techniques. All that was left was Kakashi, Naruto, Kiba and Kasumi. Hey Kakashi-sensei, do you mind if we train right now? Naruto asked him. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the blonde and wanted an explanation. Well, I have nothing to do for right now other than train and some other things. I'd at least like to know the basics for the Chidori so I can get an idea, Naruto commented. Kakashi gave an eye smile before nodding while Kiba walked in a different direction, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Kiba, aren't you going to train with us? Naruto asked. Kiba grinned with a nod before scratching the side of his cheek. Yeah, I'm coming. I just thought I'd bring Ka-san for some training also. I need to catch up on it now anyway, Kiba said, dashing off towards the compound. Naruto giggled and shook his head at his best friend before Kasumi and draped an arm over Naruto's shoulder. So Naruto-sama, what should I do while you train? Kasumi asked in a sultry voice that made Naruto's throat dry. Kakashi chuckled at the act but went back to his book while Naruto talked with Kasumi. Well Kasumi-chan, why don't you take this scroll? It consists of one of the many taijutsu forms that I learned. You can get a better feel for your hands and legs. Not to mention seeing you glisten in the forest makes for a good addiction, Naruto said, making Kasumi blush and Kakashi widen his eyes at the two as the three walked towards the training grounds. Council room. It took a bit of time, but every council member was organized and in their assigned seats while they waited for Sarutobi to arrive. Any idea why we're here right now? Shikaku asked as he gave a tired yawn. I think Hokage-sama said that this was some kind of urgent meeting that needed to take place. Though apparently the Uchiha and Namikaze aren't showing up until the next one, Chauza said, making a certain pink-haired woman stand to her feet. Would you stop calling that demon brat Namikaze? He is not the child of our precious Yondaime. I refuse to acknowledge that. That thing is an important person, Sakuno yelled out, making everyone wince, especially Tsume, who had sensitive ears. The shinobi side rolled their eyes at her before Tsume decided to speak. You refuse to acknowledge it or refuse to see that fact that you were wrong and that Naruto-kun, the son of our Yondaime, was beaten, tortured, poisoned and any other number of things simply because people like you were too damn blind to see it. Tsume asked with a little snarl while trying to suppress the urge to rip the Haruno Banshee's throat out, but that would create more problems than it solved, though it made Tsume think about it a little. I refuse to accept it either. Unless there is some undeniable proof then that demon is not a part of the Namikaze clan. It's an insult to our yondaime that people call him Namikaze-sama. Giving that demon any respect is sick, a merchant man stated before Hiashi stood to his feet fast and his gaze falling on the man who slightly cowered. Hiashi was friends with Minato along with his Ashi before his death. Hiashi and Minato were on the same squad as kids and Minato was actually the last in the class while Hiashi was the first and yet the man became one of the most powerful people in shinobi history. When he learned that Naruto was his son, Hiashi instantly felt bad for all the hard times he gave Naruto. Naruto-san, whether you and Hiroshi-san like it or not, Naruto is a Namikaze and I suggest you stop calling him that demon and give him the respect we have all denied him for 13 years, Hiashi calmly said, but there was a strong sense of authority in his voice, along with a hint of regret. Sukuna gritted her teeth and simply huffed her annoyance of the issue and sat down while muttering. Whatever, I know I'm right. There is no way that demon holds Yondaime's name, Sukuna muttered while everyone waited for Sarutobi. After about 15 more minutes of tensed waiting, Sarutobi came into the room and sat in his seat before glancing over the civilian council and the shinobi council, though he gave a sour look to Kaharu, Hamura, and Danzo which all three noticed but didn't know why. They didn't have much time to think though since Sarutobi started the meeting. I'm sorry for assembling everyone here on such short notice, but I have received new information that is crucial for people to hear, Sarutobi stated. Everyone murmured among themselves about what the old Hokage could bring before them. Hokage-sama, what is this meeting about? What new information have you acquired that warrants our attention? Shibi asked him. Sarutobi gave a small smile at how this meeting was going to go, and it only served to add to the wonderment of what would happen to Kaharu, Hamura, and Danzo. I'm glad you asked Aburame-san. One of our top kunoichi has returned to Konoha as of today, but she felt that she should make her opinion known to some of us since she recently found out a new truth, the Sandaime smirked and told one of them to open the doors. However, Kushina had another plan and kicked the doors open, startling everyone in the room. Though the fact that the door was kicked down wasn't the issue, it's the person who kicked the door down that nearly everyone in the room gasped, especially Hamura, Kaharu, and Danzo. A kai flooded the room enough to make members of the shinobi council sweat. Everyone gazed upon Kushina's face and even those who didn't know her could tell one thing. She was pissed off and pissed off badly. Shikaku dropped his jaw slightly, along with Tsume, Hiashi, Chaozu and Inoichi. Shibi was the only one who seemed to be emotionless, but even he had a confused look on his face, though his jacket hid it well. Hey Kushina Uzumaki, Hamura said with some slight fear in his voice. Tsume gasped at the name Uzumaki. She figured it was Naruto's mother and she was even more tense than usual. However, Kushina spared a glance at Tsume and it shocked her that the mother of Naruto gave her a sincere smile and an unnoticeable wink of her eye. Tsume seemed to calm down from the act before Kushina's gaze fell on everyone else. Hello everyone. It's good to see some familiar faces, Kushina said with a too innocent smile to be real. Danzo quickly turned to Sarutobi looking for a complete explanation to the entire matter of the woman in front of everyone. Sarutobi, what is the meaning of this? Is that who we think it is? Danzo asked, but before Sarutobi could answer Kushina decided to make a retort. Oh, don't you remember me, you lying snake, Kushina spat, making everyone turn to Danzo who was mentally sweating. Who the hell are you ladies? You can't just barge in here like that and apologize to Danzo-sama this instant, Sukuna screamed. Kushina narrowed her eyes at the pink-haired woman and for some reason it pissed her off even more. Shut up and stay over there. I've got a little matter to settle with 3 lying bastards about my son and I'm going to get my answers right now, Kushina declared. Everyone widened their eyes at her. Some people paled while others wondered who her son was. And who is your son? Sukuna asked, being a little dense since Kushina's last name was already said earlier. My son is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I want to know why the hell I wasn't informed that he lived through the procedure, but was instead told that he died along with my husband, Kushina said, trying to contain some of her anger at everyone in the room. You're the mother of the demon. Someone yelled and before anyone saw it happen, Kushina was already at the side of the room with her sword impaled through the man's chest, killing him instantly. Kushina hardened her gaze on anyone else who dared to call her Sachi that damn name. Even they were slightly scared and while they could have intervened most of them rather like Naruto. He always kept them on their toes with his pranks. For them, he had great training in endurance and tactics. Anyone else want to call my Sachi a demon? Kushina asked them effectively, making everyone keep quiet. Well, almost everyone. Hokage-sama do something. She just killed a council member. Having her tried and executed, Sukuna yelled, causing Kushina's gaze to fall on her. Kushina-san is perfectly within her rights to do this. I did make a law that if people called Naruto-kun a demon they would instantly be killed, but I was too lenient. Remember that Kushina-sen isn't anywhere near as merciful about this as I am, Sarutobi mentioned. Everyone gulped before talking and decided to choose their words carefully. After about 2 minutes, no one said anything until Kushina turned her gaze to Danzo. I remember those words, Danzo. The same words that you, Himura and Kaharu told me the day after the extraction process, Kushina raged while keeping her glare cold. Flashback, Kushina was in the hospital in aching pain from the extraction process. Minato told her about his plan and she instantly didn't like it. She didn't remember much, but she saw that Naruto, her bundle of joy, was gone from her arms while she looked at the ceiling. Minato is actually going to do it. Please Naruto. Live. I couldn't bear it if you died. Minato, don't let our son die, Kushina said before laying back on the bed. She was tired. Childbirth was no joke in the feeling of having the Kyuubi. However, it was weird, when the Kyuubi was released it simply ran somewhere like it didn't want anything to do with anyone, but before long it came back and was terrorizing Konoha. It baffled Kushina slightly, but she was brought out of her stupor when the door opened to reveal Danzo, Himura and Kaharu. Kushina Uzumaki, we have some news regarding the extraction. It seems that Minato died and Naruto went with him. We're sorry Kushina, but both are gone. Kyuubi was killed along with them. We were told by Sarutobi to tell you this. We are sorry for your loss, all three said then immediately left. Kushina widened her eyes at the news and suddenly tears flowed from her eyes as her screams filled the hospital in mourning for Minato and Naruto. Flashback end. You all know what I went through for 13 years. All the loneliness, the tears, the frustration of knowing that my son and future husband were dead when it turns out that the former is alive. Why? Tell me why. Why did you lie to me? Kushina yelled. The entire shinobi council turned their gazes toward Kaharu, Himura and Danzo for an explanation, also with slight rage in their eyes, but more evident in Hiashi and Tsume. Even the civilian council wanted to know this one. Sure, most of them hated Naruto for what he carried, but others admired him for going through it all and still keeping his sanity. It was for the village, Kushina. Try to understand that we were looking out for the village's best interests. That boy doesn't need a mother. He needs training and discipline. He needs to be ruthless in what he should be doing best, Danzo said, resting his arms on the table in front of him. And? What? Is? That? Kushina asked, visibly shaking from the rage she was feeling. Danzo narrowed his eyes on the woman, but Kaharu spoke in his face. It's to be our weapon. He has no need for emotions. All he needs is to destroy the enemies that oppose us. Nothing more and nothing less, Kaharu said, making Sarutobi's anger flare. Hiashi's flared and Tsume was currently clawing at the desk, itching to beat all three members into the ground, but the worst was Kushina. Use her son as a weapon. He doesn't need a mother. He is nothing more, nothing less. It's all bullshit. Kushina softly. So soft that not even Tsume could hear her. What did you say to Kushina-san? Himura asked. Kushina's chakra flared, she gripped her sword tightly and lunged at Kaharu. Die. Kushina yelled, impaling Kaharu with her sword. The members of the council gasped in fear when Kaharu coughed up some blood. Kushina turned her gaze to Himura and did the same to him, not leaving the elder with any chance to defend himself before he too met the wrath of Kushina's blade. And then there was Danzo. Sarutobi winced at the deaths, but he knew he couldn't stop Kushina. Hell, not even the hidden in the room could do anything, but watch. Danzo. Kushina yelled and almost had her sword run through his head, but was stopped by two strangers who blocked Kushina's sword with their kunai. Danzo suddenly tensed that a huge problem had suddenly come out. Danzo, who are these? I know they're not mine, Sarutobi said, sending out his surrounding the two unknown ones. Danzo narrowed his eyes while Kushina smirked. So Danzo's got a secret, huh? Well, it doesn't matter. Your little shinobi won't stop me, Kushina said, moving so fast that the two only saw a red blur until they hit the ground dead. One managed to place a chakra seal on Danzo the Kushina and they turned their blades to him. Danzo, for keeping unknown military power without my authorization, I hereby placed you under arrest without a trial. Punishment. Execution. Time. Right now, Sarutobi said as Kushina and impaled the elder while making him scream. The civilian council literally puked at the events that happened in front of them. The shinobi council were more tolerant, but it still left an impression on them. All three elders of the council were dead on the ground, while Sarutobi sighed and waved his hand for him to take the three bodies away. Kushina, I am sorry for all of this. I can only imagine the sorrow that you felt. I'm also sorry that I couldn't protect your son as much as I could have. Please forgive us for what we have done, Sarutobi nearly begged. Kushina's rage lowered, but it was still there before she sheathed her sword before walking to the door of the council room. Sarutobi. Right now, I am just happy that my son is alive and well. I won't take revenge on Konoha, but anyone who tries to hurt my son will die. Right now the only person I feel I can trust are you and Tsume and Yuzuka, Kushina said, surprising everyone. Why me? Tsume asked, wondering if she did something to make Kushina give the Inuzuka head her trust. Kushina gave a sincere smile and opened the door to leave. You stole my Sachi's heart, Tsume. I don't know how long he's been alone, but stay with him. If he's anything like me and Minato, he'll definitely make you happy, so stay by his side, Kushina said, confusing Tsume slightly. It sounds like you're leaving Kushina, Tsume said, nearly shocking everyone. Kushina giggled, then laughed loudly before wiping a tear from her eyes. No, I'm not leaving. My Sachi would be sad if I did and I don't want that. I'm just saying that I trust you to make Naruto-kun happy, Kushina said, leaving while everyone stared at a blushing Tsume, which seemed to be a bit more evident in the world. Well, I guess that's the end of this meeting. This meeting is adjourned, Sarutobi said to everyone. The Shinobi Council sighed before being followed out one after the other, and in a few minutes the weak-stomached Civilian Council moved also and left with Sarutobi groaning about additional paperwork due to the meeting. With Naruto, Kakashi and Kasumi. While the events in the council room transpired, Naruto, Kakashi and Kasumi made it to the training field for some practice, and Naruto immediately summoned a scroll for Kasumi that ranged from Genin to Taijutsu. Naruto wondered if Kasumi even needed to learn Taijutsu since she was already his Inuzuka companion and his girlfriend. Though, if she was going to be half-human then she couldn't rely on the Inuzuka style with him, could she? Here, Kasumi-chan. There are the stances for Genin to high-level Taijutsu. I'll make a Kage Bunshin to watch you and help you out, Naruto told her, handing the dog girl a scroll. Kasumi nodded and took the scroll in her hands, while Naruto made a Kage Bunshin and the two disappeared into the woods. Alright, Kakashi-sensei. I'm in your hands, Naruto told him. Kakashi gave a grin and closed his book before facing Naruto. Alright Naruto, watch me first, Kakashi said, holding out his hand. Kakashi focused his chakra into his right hand and concentrated hard. Naruto narrowed his eyes, but they suddenly went wide when he saw lightning beginning to cackle in Kakashi's hand. Kakashi concentrated the chakra into his palm while the lightning flared around his body. Naruto backed up a few inches while Kakashi charged at a tree and ran right through it, bringing it to the ground. Naruto was astounded by the way it worked. That's Chidori Naruto. It takes precise chakra control and a strong lightning affinity. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. First, you must charge chakra into your hand. Second, you must turn that chakra into lightning, and third, you must concentrate the shape manipulation into your dominant hand. However Naruto, you must be careful. If you use too little it won't have much impact on the target and too much it will burn your hand and could ultimately cripple it, Kakashi explained. Naruto nodded in understanding while Kakashi watched him. Normally I'd say to watch out for chakra exhaustion or it could kill you, but I think you'll be fine. I can only use it 4 times before I'm drained. I think if you master it you could use it 8 times and still end up fine. So just practice, though take it easy if you use the Kage Bunshin technique to train. It's for a reason, Kakashi instructed. Naruto nodded and began to practice. He held out his right hand and tried to concentrate his chakra into it. Luckily for him, Kyuubi had taught him many, so it was quite easy since she did teach him to direct chakra into certain places. He had also been practicing the Gyuukin, which utilized high chakra control and putting it into specific places. So far this was simply like his version of Hakirakijuionshu, except a bit more lightning-based and shape manipulation-based. It took Naruto about an hour to throw the first step of directing his chakra to the palm of his hand. It took a bit longer to convert it into chakra and make that chakra strong enough to become visible. He was happy that he found the time to do it, but that didn't mean it was easy for him. Hey Naruto-kun, Naruto looked up from his work and wiped the sweat from his brow to see Kiba, Tsume, and Hana walking into the field. Naruto gave a small smile before giving Hana a kiss on the cheek and Tsume a chaste kiss on the lips. Hey Tsume-chan, Hana-chan. Are you two gonna train with Kiba? Naruto asked. Tsume nodded along with Hana, and before long Kiba was fighting off Tsume's attacks and Hana's attack with Akamaru, while Naruto continued on the next step. The blonde had stopped several times to ask Kakashi for a bit more detail into the step before Kakashi narrowed it down a little more. It also helped that Kyuubi could help him contain the chakra into his hand. Also Naruto decided to work on his new Manjikyu Sharingan, which he found out that after overuse could really hurt like hell. It did help him achieve the second step in about 4 hours. At that time, Kiba was nearly covered in bruises while Tsume and Hana chuckled at him. Kiba grumbled at them both, but didn't say anything since he did feel himself getting stronger. Everyone noticed that the sun was going down and decided to stop. Naruto was almost done with the second step and by this time tomorrow, he would be done with the third step. He hoped. Alright. I'm exhausted. I think I'm gonna drop, Naruto said immediately, slumping to his shoulders only to be caught by Kakashi, who smiled. To master the first 2 steps in only a few hours. Naruto, you're gonna go far when you get older. You might even surpass your father one day, Kakashi thought while Naruto peacefully snored away. Kakashi turned his head to see Kiba being supported by Hana and smiled at them also. Both Kiba and Naruto took it too far at times, but that made it all the more amazing between the two boys. Looks like we did a lot today. I guess we should go home now, Tsunade pointed out to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded before they turned their heads to see a Naruto clone walk out of the woods, holding Kasumi in his arms bridal style as the girl snuggled into his chest. She trained so hard. You should have seen it. She got into the mid-chunin stances by the time she was done. She was so wobbly at first, but she really came a long way, the Naruto clone said, giving Kasumi a small kiss on the cheek, making her slightly stir. Everyone chuckled, then left the training ground with feelings of progress overwhelming them. Meanwhile, there was a shadow out of the trees. It smirked and its eyes were red with two. Well, thank you Kakashi for teaching that loser. Don't worry, I'll use you better than that loser ever could. Now to go train and perfect it, the figure said before disappearing from view. Namika's compound. It seemed that Naruto and Kiba weren't the only ones training, as Haku had gotten some instruction from Kushina on, and she could honestly say that Naruto's mother was the real demon. Haku never had so many bruises over her body. She wondered if this pain would keep up until she became Kushina's daughter-in-law. Wait. What? I'm married to Naruto-kun? I've never thought of that. I would like to join the Namikaze clan though. I'll have to talk with Naruto-kun about if he hasn't exhausted himself, Haku thought as she rested on the couch in the living room. Kushina was currently in the kitchen making dinner. Suddenly there was a knock at the door and Haku opened it to see Kakashi give a sheepish chuckle while on his back was a passed-out Naruto. Haku giggled slightly and motioned for Kushina. Kushina-san, I don't think Naruto-kun can have dinner right now, Haku yelled, bringing Kushina to the door. Kushina gave a small smile at Naruto's gentle, sleeping face. Just lay him on the couch, Kakashi. I'm sure the smell of my food will wake him up soon enough, Kushina said to him. Kakashi nodded and placed Naruto on the couch before leaving via Shunshin. Haku sat on the couch and smiled as she rubbed her hand through Naruto's blonde hair while simply marveling at his toned body that had developed through training. Kushina smiled at the action and resumed cooking, and Haku gave the sleeping Naruto a quick kiss on the lips before getting up. However, she underestimated the strain of her training with Kushina and her legs gave out, making her fall on top of Naruto's chest. Haku blushed at the situation, but the soft beating of Naruto's heart silenced her while she closed her eyes and simply slept on Naruto's chest. Kushina continued to cook, but the door rang again and this time she was surprised to see Naruto carrying a girl in his arms. Naruto gave her a silent signal that they would talk about everything tomorrow and slowly maneuvered the real Naruto to sleep while leaning up on the couch with Haku on one side of his shoulder and Kasumi on the other. Kushina smiled at the two girls sleeping on Naruto's shoulders while the clone poofed away. He's just like his father. A real chick magnet. I remember when I had to threaten most of the girls to stop going after him when he was taken, Kushina thought before leaving back to the kitchen. Outside the village, two figures were coming into the distance of Konoha wearing black coats with red clouds on them and straw hats covering their faces. They both appeared on top of the wall before one of them spoke. I heard Orochimaru failed in his attempt to take down this village. So Itachi, how does it feel to be back? A blue-face-colored man asked. His partner revealed the Sharingan in his eyes and huffed. I feel nothing for this place. Let's just complete our objective and get out of here. We must capture the Kyuubi at all cost, Itachi said before the two disappeared. Naruto's mindscape. Kyuubi was currently looking through all of Naruto's memories and smiled as she saw his training progress. He truly was a natural at what he did. He was also a very hard worker. When Kyuubi saw him unlock the Manjikyu Sharingan, she suddenly smiled. Alright Naruto-kun, it's time for you to start the real training. You're going to love this. Chapter 25. 2 days later, Naruto had continued his training in the Chidori, and it only made Kakashi proud that the blonde managed to get the technique down in little to no time at all. With the help of the Kage Bunshin technique, Naruto managed to fully make the Chidori his own. Meanwhile, Naruto also supervised Kasumi's Taijutsu training, and he loved the fact that she was so hardworking. She wasn't one for ninjutsu or like Naruto thought, but her Taijutsu was incredible, and having it integrated into their Inuzuka Taijutsu that the dog girl and the blonde work hard on with Kiba, Tsunade, and Hana, it made them a fierce team. Naruto remembered when he had to hold his mother back from mauling Tsunade about taking her son. It took Naruto and Kiba to hold the woman down, while Kushina ranted about Tsunade and finding people her own age, but Naruto managed to convince Kushina that he would always be there for Tsunade, and Tsunade was really kind to him when he was younger, and that what made him love her. Tsunade basically said the same thing while talking about Naruto's drive to get stronger for her and others, and that made her love him. It took Kushina a while, but the Redeed relented and left them alone. Naruto was currently with Kiba and Haku while they were walking to the Hokage mansion. Sarutobi wanted to see them for some reason, maybe it was another mission. So what do you guys think we have to do now? Kiba asked as the trio walked towards their destination. Naruto shrugged his shoulders while opening his black jacket, allowing Kasumi to poke her head out. Surprisingly, Kasumi could at least change back to her original dog form, so it was a better trip for everyone on the team. Kiba kept Akamaru on his head like always, since the white dog seemed to really like it up there. Maybe it's another C-rank mission. You'd think we'd get a break with all the shinobi forces that Konoha has. Haku started, making the two guys laugh. Though what she said was true, Konoha did have a lot of shinobi, and the fact that Team 7 was called out rather quickly and frequently made them slightly irritated. Naruto barely got the time to spend with Tsume and Hana anymore, and that irked him a bit. Well, let's just get this done so we can have a better rest when we come back, Naruto told them. Both nodded and quickly ran for the Hokage mansion. Hokage mansion. Sarutobi was still at his desk cursing his greatest enemy. It was worse than Orochimaru. It was worse than the council, it was paperwork. He was however more relaxed and knew that Naruto and his team would be coming in a few minutes for their mission. Right beside the aged Hokage was Jiraiya, who was leaning up on the side of the wall. So you think Gaki and his team are that good? Jiraiya asked. Sarutobi nodded before stamping another document with a rejection for a proposed marriage to Naruto. Ever since Naruto's true heritage was mentioned, Sarutobi got so many marriage proposals from families to marry Naruto that it was ridiculous. No one wanted anything to do with him when he was thought to be the Kyuubi, but now it's all about the Namikaze bloodline. It slightly made Sarutobi sick at how fast people can change their minds. Well, Naruto-kun is while Kiba and Haku are. I really believe they can handle themselves. They might even make you sweat if they attacked you together, Sarutobi proclaimed, making the old pervert scoff. That'll be the day, old man. A day I hope to never see, Jiraiya returned while Sarutobi snickered. After about 10 more minutes, Naruto, Kiba and Haku came through the door and saw Jiraiya along with Sarutobi. Naruto instantly scowled at his target but didn't do anything since wasn't so into it for today. Alright Jiji, we're all here. What's our mission? Naruto asked with Kiba and Haku nodding, mentally asking the same question. Ah, you're here, Naruto-kun. Alright, as you know I have aged and I can't take up the Hokage title anymore, so I think it's best to give it to another person. Right next to me is Jiraiya. He is one of my old students, and you three will help him track down my replacement, Sarutobi said, making all three raise their eyebrows. They wondered who the third person was, but they figured it was A. Naruto had heard from Kakashi about Jiraiya and his spy network, so him being the Hokage was out. No way in hell was Orochimaru going to do it, so that left one person. So you want to look for the woman called Tsunade Senju? Naruto asked. Sarutobi widened his eyes along with Jiraiya so that Naruto knew who they were looking for, but nodded. That's right, Naruto-kun. How did you know? Sarutobi asked, causing Naruto to chuckle and sheepishly rub the back of his head. Well Jiji, I narrowed it down. Not to mention they talked about the three Sannin during the academy, so I know a little about her, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. Sarutobi nodded with Naruto's assessment before Jiraiya walked up. But then this is a higher mission and will be an A rank assignment. Failure isn't an option, Gaki. We four head out right now in 10 minutes. Grab your things and meet me at the gates, Jiraiya said before leaving, but Naruto stopped him. And before you go to Iro Sennin. Mind telling me how you knew my father, Naruto said, effectively making the man pale. Jiraiya walked back up to Naruto and sighed. I suppose that's fair. Man, Naruto, you look more and more like Minato. I was relatively shocked when I first saw you. You really surprised me. I was Minato's sensei when he was younger. He and Hiashi were always the funniest of people. However, I was told by Minato not to mention him to you until you were ready, but it seems like you're more than ready for me, Jiraiya said, giving a small grin. Naruto couldn't help but give a small chuckle at that and nodded while turning back to Sarutobi. And Jiji, there is something I need to show you. Promising not to have every single shinobi in here or this will cause problems, Naruto pleaded, making Jiraiya and Sarutobi pay much more attention. Alright Naruto-kun, what do you want to show me? Sarutobi asked. Kiba and Haku backed up while Naruto made a kaibunshin. His hands glowed with white seals on their fingertips, for he slammed the blood clone in the stomach. Sarutobi and Jiraiya wondered what he was doing before another poof of smoke came out covering the clone. Naruto grinned as the smoke dissipated, showing Kyuubi with her red hair flowing along with her black kimono and strapless sandals. Sarutobi and Jiraiya gasped and paled when they saw the red, slitted eyes that they just couldn't forget. Naruto-kun, what have you done? You released Kyuubi. Sarutobi nearly yelled. Jiraiya got ready to make a suppression seal, but Naruto moved between him and Kyuubi, making the white-haired man raise his eyebrows at him. Wait a minute, Jiji. It's not what you think. Let Kyuubi-chan explain. Just listen to her for a few minutes, and I promise she will make everything clear, Naruto told them, making Jiraiya cautiously fall back and Sarutobi to slightly relax. Kyuubi smiled at Naruto's concern over her, and it touched her heart greatly that he moved between her and Jiraiya. Naruto stepped to the side and Kyuubi walked up to the table and gave her best friendly smile. Hello Sarutobi, Jiraiya. I'm not here to cause trouble for anyone, mainly Naruto-kun. I'm simply here to explain some things to you. Naruto-kun thinks I should trust you too and I trust him, so I'll start with an explanation, Kyuubi said, making Jiraiya and Sarutobi wonder if this was the same beast that threatened to destroy Konoha many years ago. First, I want to explain that I had no intention of attacking Konoha. You both remember that I was Kushina Uzumaki's. I want to tell you that I was controlled and was forced to attack you. Kyuubi started, making both men widen their eyes. There's not that many humans out there that can control their power, but apparently someone can. Now I want to say that who controlled me was someone in your village. I don't remember his face since he had a red mask, but I can say that while Kushina was giving birth to Naruto, the seal on her body loosened and I got away. I was happy to be out and not wanting any more trouble with you humans. I simply ran off back to my den and just wanted to get on with my life, but that wasn't the case, since after I just made it, the guy with the orange mask used his red eye to force me back to Konoha and attack it. Listen, I personally didn't have anything against you, so I want to tell you that the attack wasn't my fault. Granted, I should have been prepared for anything. I am sorry for the trouble I caused your village, Kyuubi said, shocking Sarutobi and Jiraiya. Both turned to each other and before long turned back to Kyuubi and narrowed their eyes like they were in thought. So this wasn't deliberate on your part. I suppose I understand that much, but who other than Hashirama has the power to control you? Sarutobi asked. Jiraiya took out a book and glanced through it before narrowing his eyes. Madara uchiha. His Sharingan was unmatched by anyone and he could control them just as well as Hashirama-sama. He was from one of the founding clans also. It is claimed that the Senju and Uchiha were direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. No wonder it is sort of plausible, Jiraiya said, bringing Sarutobi's attention back to the red-eyed vixen. So now that you're free, what are you going to do? Sarutobi asked. Kyuubi grinned and leaned to the side, giving Naruto a kiss on the cheek, making the blonde blush. I'm going to stay with Naruto-kun. He's precious to me and I love him. That's all. Of course if your civilians hurt him, not that they can, I will hunt them down and kill them. No exceptions, Kyuubi said before disappearing back into the seal with a wave goodbye to Naruto. Jiraiya and Sarutobi breathed easily and turned to Naruto. Naruto-kun, how long has she been able to leave the seal? Sarutobi asked. Naruto adopted a thinking pose for a second before giving a simple grin. A month and a few weeks I think. I had her out during the month of the Chunin exams, Naruto answered. Sarutobi nodded and rubbed his temples from the new information. Alright. This is the most top secret thing right now. No one knows about this except for us. Naruto-kun, who else knows? Sarutobi asked. Naruto adopted a thinking pose before smiling. Well, it's rather small. Only you, Iro-senin, Tsun-chan, Haku-chan, Kiba, Kasumi-chan, Akamaru, Hana and Kuramaru, Naruto responded. Sarutobi nodded and rubbed his temples some more. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was contemplating how Kyuubi was female, but even more on her body, while he wrote some things down on a notepad while giggling. Naruto eyed him for a bit, but didn't do anything since people like that could be found everywhere, no matter how much Naruto wanted to Amaterasu them all into the ground. So when do we leave? Naruto asked. Sarutobi looked at the time and sweat dropped slightly before turning to Jiraiya, who was still giggling. You should have been gone already actually. So pack your things and go. I don't know how long this will take, so you should pack for maybe 3 weeks, Sarutobi said. The trio nodded, then excused themselves from the room to go pack. Never thought Kyuubi could be good, Jiraiya said, putting his notepad away. Sarutobi chuckled with a nod before going back to his paperwork. Never thought Kyuubi would fall in love with Naruto-kun either, the aged Hokage added. Jiraiya nodded before exiting through the window, thus blowing all the papers on the floor of the office. Sarutobi gave a heavy sigh and looked up at the ceiling. Yep. Definitely too old for all this shit, Sarutobi said before slumping his head on the table. But Naruto and the others, Naruto, Kiba and Haku all went back to Naruto's house, but Kiba said he had to go pack and would meet up with them later. Naruto and Haku, having made it to the Namikaze compound, entered to see Kushina sitting on the couch while reading a book. Hey Sachi, Haku-san. What did Sarutobi want with you? Kushina asked. We have a mission called Kasan. We're going to go and retrieve our next Hokage for Konoha, Naruto replied, earning a nod from Kushina before she turned back to her book. Alright then. Welcome back Naruto-kun. I just met my son. I don't want to lose him just yet, Kushina started making Naruto and Haku sweat. Really Kasan? Cause you didn't seem to mind when you were swinging that sword around like a madwoman after Tsun-chan, Naruto said as Kushina blushed and put her face deeper into her book. Flashback, 1 day ago. Soon. Kushina yelled as she marched towards the Inuzuka compound. She did mean what she said in the council room, but damn it, who the hell in their right mind at her age goes out with her son? Tsume gulped and cautiously backed away while Hana and Kiba watched. Now Kushina, let's not be violent. Besides it's not so bad once you get used to. Tsume paused and dodged a blade slash while looking at Kushina's stare. Tsume, you will die for corrupting my Sachi. Kushina yelled as she chased Tsume around the compound with her sword. Kushina, it's all a misunderstanding. Why can't you let me explain? Tsume asked before dodging another slash. No explanations. Just pay with your body, Kushina yelled as she brought her sword over her head. Tsume gulped again and closed her eyes, but she then heard a clash and saw Naruto between her and Kushina. Now Ka-san, we can talk about this, but I won't let you hurt Tsume-chan. Ever. As the alpha male of the Namikaze clan and the Inuzuka clan, I won't let you hurt my alpha female, Naruto said, going a bit feral to prove his point. Kushina widened her eyes along with Tsume, but the latter chuckled when she heard him call himself the alpha of the Inuzuka clan. Which in some truth he was, but it just wasn't finalized yet. He had to be at least 15 to be granted the alpha of the Inuzuka. Either that or be seasoned. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, do you really think you can stand up to your mother? Kushina asked, and even though no one knew it, she was slightly happy. If it means protecting Tsume-chan then. Naruto flashed his shinsei making Kushina gasp at his eyes and their seriousness. I'll fight you Ka-san, Naruto told her. Kushina raised an eyebrow, but then smiled and then laughed, making everyone wonder what was so funny. Well you're the first to talk back to me like that. Not even Minato could do it. Alright Sachi, I'll talk it out. However, you try to fight me again with that sword and I will hurt you, Kushina said, making Naruto sweat and the blonde quickly took note of it. Flashback end. Hey, it was on the spur of the moment. When are you going to let that go Sachi? Kushina asked while Naruto took a thinking pose with a smile. Well if you offer me a lifetime's worth of ramen, Kushina paled at the thought of it all. She, herself, was a big ramen eater and her son was just like her. No way in hell would she take that bet. Not even if it killed her. Well it wouldn't, but it would kill her wallet. No way. Kushina yelled. Naruto sighed and shrugged his shoulders. Well then we keep bringing it up Ka-san, Naruto said, making Kushina sigh with a playful huff. Haku chuckled at the interaction between the mother and son duo, but then realized something important. Oh Naruto-kun, let's go pack, but before we leave I have to do something so wait for me, Haku said running up the stairs. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her, but didn't say anything and went to pack his things. But Sasuke smirked as he saw the shattered remains of a boulder he had been targeting. His left hand cackled with lightning, and it only made the gaze of his Sharingan intensify by the blue light. As Chidori, I will use it to kill Itachi. Well done, it appears that you aren't as useless as I thought. I might not be able to keep you from stealing my clan's sacredness, but you will never have an Uchiha's pride to use it. I am the sole heir to the Sharingan, the emo proclaimed not knowing that he would be able to try and prove his point soon. Emphasis on the word try. In Inuzuka compound, Kiba was seen packing his clothes and his bag full of kunai, shuriken and other various shinobi items. His sister and mother were gone on a long-term mission and wouldn't be back for the month, so the Inuzuka was alone. He contemplated staying with Naruto and Haku at the Namikaze compound, but he didn't in the end since someone had to look after the clan. Even if there were better clan members than him. Kiba looked down to see Akamaru whimpering and then smiled. Hey Akamaru, what's the matter boy? Kiba asked. Akamaru still whimpered and slightly licked Kiba's cheek. It's lonely around her. Yeah, I know what you mean boy. Don't worry, they'll be back soon. And besides we have a mission also. We get to search for A. Now then, no more moping, let's go, Kiba said, picking up his stuff. Akamaru nodded and climbed on top of Kiba's head before Inuzuka left. However, somewhere in the compound was a rather unhappy person. Tsume Inuzuka is weak. She's become the mate of a lowly-ass brat. Tsume is a prize worthy of only the top male. I will have her and I will show that brat not to muscle in on what is rightfully mine. How dare he come in here and claim to be the Inuzuka head. That honor is mine and mine alone. I'll fight Naruto Uzumaki to the death to make it happen, one of the males said before giving an ominous smile across his face. Back at the Namikaze compound, Naruto was sitting on his couch waiting for Haku to appear and Kushina was in the garden practicing her katas for her sword. She promised to train Naruto in her skills when he returned from his mission with Haku and Kiba. Naruto appreciated her waiting, but the waiting for Haku was taking longer than he thought. Man, where is she? Haku-chan you need to hurry up, Naruto muttered to himself before he heard the stairs creaking. The blonde turned his head and watched Haku come down in some different clothes than her usual. She was wearing a Kunoichi's battle kimono made for fluid movements that suited her style. It was black with a dark blue pattern of icicles on the top shoulders. It ran down to her knees so it wasn't really revealing anything. Her hair was simply let down to her shoulders and her sword was strapped to her back. Lastly, were her dark blue, strapless shinobi sandals. All in all, she was quite breathtaking and rather deadly, looking in Naruto's honest opinion. Nice look Haku-chan. You look amazing, Naruto complimented. Haku gave a small blush and smiled before standing in front of Naruto. Naruto wondered what she was going to do, but he received his answer when Haku got on her knees and bowed to Naruto while keeping her head low to the ground. Naruto raised an eyebrow and wondered what Haku was doing before Kyuubi explained. It's a plea to Naruto-kun. Haku is making a customary plea to join your clan. You are the clan head, so it's only appropriate that she does this. It's not necessary, but to her it might be. Congrats Naruto-kun, you have your first clan member, Kyuubi announced with a bit of fake crying. Naruto widened his eyes, but they softened and he formed a small smile across his face as Haku continued. Unknown to them, Kushina was watching with interest. She knew what Haku was doing, but simply went back to practice with a smile on her face. Rule the clan well Sachi, Kushina said in thought before continuing her practice. Naruto Uzumaki Namika's Haku Mamachi, would like to make a plea to join the Uzumaki Namika's clan. Normally one has to bring gifts to show appreciation, but I couldn't buy any, so I made these, Haku said, holding out a box for Naruto. Naruto had a curious look on his face and opened it to see an impressive collection of 25 needles inside. Haku said she didn't buy a gift, so she made one. They were really impressive. They were heavier than the normal and were decorated in a silver metal with a white fox design on them. Naruto glanced over in wonder. A shinobi couldn't get this type of thing in the stores. It was so amazing and beautifully made. Naruto gave a small smile and closed the lid on the box. You made these for me? Naruto asked. Haku immediately nodded while keeping her head low to the ground. Yes, Uzumaki Namikaze-sama. I also can give you my services and abilities in the clan. I hope you accept my plea to Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Haku said while lifting her head up. Kasumi managed to poke her head out, but having heard everything she smiled. Haku Mamachi. I love the gift you gave me and I know of your talents and abilities. I would love for you to join the Uzumaki Namikaze clan, Naruto said, making Haku widen her eyes, but not at the revelation, but what followed it. Naruto had planted a soft kiss to Haku's lips and it made the ice user happy that he did. She was now the first official member of the newest clan in Konoha. Well, considering it that way, since she figured making two families into one made it new anyway. Thank you Naruto-kun. I promised to do my best in the clan. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be welcomed into the clan, Haku said with a smile. Naruto nodded and looked at the time before paling. Okay Haku-chan, I'm glad, but we got to go. Let's hurry up. I'll tell Gigi about it when we return, Naruto said as the two ran out the door and headed towards the gates. Meanwhile, Kushina had disappeared from her spot and went off without a trace. Gates of Konoha. Naruto and Haku appeared at the gates and saw Jiraiya along with Kiba waiting for them, but by the looks on their faces, they hadn't been waiting long. Alright, so everyone is here. Let's begin our search. My latest news told me that she was near some of the gambling halls around Fire Country. There are only a handful of those, so it narrows down the places. We should hurry before we lose her, Jiraiya told them. Kiba, Haku, and Naruto nodded as the group of four ran out of the gates and towards the next town. Somewhere else in Konoha, the two Akatsuki members, Itachi and Kisame, had searched the remainder of Konoha looking for Naruto, but they came up empty each time. It frustrated Itachi's partner the most since Kisame was more of the let's go and destroy everything type. Damn it Itachi, where is this brat? Our intel said he's in Konoha, and yet we can't find him, Kisame grumbled, making the uchiha sigh. Kisame, our intel is never wrong. Kyuubi is here and we just have to find him, Itachi said before two figures came from behind the trees. And what are you going to do to my Sachi when you do find him? Kushina asked the two men. If Itachi was shocked, then he really hit it, but he was slightly panicked mentally. Well, it seems that we have a rat in the trap, Kakashi said with his book in his hand. Kisame scowled that they got caught, but he then formed a smile. So Itachi, who are these people? I know the gray-haired one. The famous Kakashi of the Sharingan, but who is the woman? Kisame asked, clutching his sword deviously. Kisame, we're leaving, Itachi simply said. Kisame widened his eyes before turning to his partner. For what Itachi? We can take these two no problem, Kisame said, but was met with a cold glare from Itachi. We could handle Kakashi, but not that woman. Kisame, she could kill you and still hold a lot back. We're leaving right now before one of us dies, Itachi ordered while keeping his glare. Kisame seemed to struggle with the order, but complied. Man, I didn't get to have any fun, Kisame said, but before they could run, Kushina charged at Kisame with a simple smile on her face. Well, who am I not to allow the fishman some fun, Kushina said, swinging her sword at Kisame. Kisame quickly dodged the sword, but he wasn't fast enough as the blade grazed his chest area. Itachi mentally cursed before turning to see Kakashi in front of him. Sorry Itachi, but we can't just let you go. You're both S-ranked criminals in Konoha, Kakashi said while Itachi sighed. I guess it can't be avoided, Itachi said while taking out a kunai. Kakashi flinched, but widened his eyes and backed up just in time to avoid two massive drills of water slamming into him. The make without hand signs. He truly is a genius, Kakashi said mentally as Itachi brushed a hand through his hair. Nice job Kakashi, however it's over. You have fallen into my Kakashi. You will never wield the Sharingan like a true Uchiha, no matter how much you train, Itachi said to him. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Itachi, and before he knew it the world seemed to be in reverse for him. Kushina on the other hand was having the time of her life fighting Kisame. She took pride that her skills didn't rust in the least and were still quite top-notch for a legend, and she loved the frustrated look she gave Kisame. Kushina sent multiple slashes at Kisame, while the swordsman barely countered them. Kushina astounded Kisame as he had never been this driven before. He felt Kushina would end his life in one shot if he didn't care. Both clashed again with their swords sending sparks off each other. Just what I'd expect of one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Kushina replied, getting a smirk from Kisame. Soon the power struggle tipped in Kisame's favor due to him having bigger muscles than Kushina, but the red-haired woman wouldn't let it end like this. Her sword slowly gained a green aura and Kisame narrowed his eyes into a grin. Better think of something else lady. My sword eats chakra like a shark to its food, Kisame told her. However, he got the opposite reaction and instead of a gasp it was a smile. Then it's good that this isn't chakra then, Kushina said before the sword's aura intensified, nearly blinding Kisame. Tatsukaminari Iron Thunder, Kushina yelled, making the aura lash out like a green lightning strike at Kisame. Kisame backflipped from the lightning, but he wasn't safe yet as Kushina drew her sword back and with it the lightning went back like a whip until she sent it back at Kisame. Kisame jumped back then left then right trying to dodge the lightning, well due to the heat of the attack, the water was gaining fog and fast. Alright I have an advantage, Kisame said while doing some hand signs. Sukundan no Jutsu water release. Water shark bullet, Kisame yelled, sending the 5 shark bombs at Kushina through the mist. As the mist cleared, Kisame saw Kushina's form come into view and smiled, but it was instantly replaced with a gasp when Kushina jumped into the air and brought her sword behind her back. Dobutsubam shu gathering of the flying swallows, Kushina said, making a quick slash through the air, sending 5 bird-looking fires at each of the sharks coming for her. The field exploded as Kushina landed back on the water. The mist thickened again, and it was Kushina's turn to smile. Alright time to have some fun, Kushina said while doing some hand signs. Meanwhile, Kisame wasn't having the best luck as he could only stay hidden from her. She's good. Samahada will enjoy cutting her to pieces, Kisame said, but he suddenly dodged when a chain came up out of the water. Kisame shouted, and before he knew it, there were 5 different sets of chains all aimed at him, and the swordsman had no choice but to dodge them all, while using the mist for cover. One chain charged at him, but he immediately countered it with his sword and deflected it, but the other 4 wrapped around him and had him caught. Gotcha, Kushina yelled charging at Kisame looking to end the fight, but a kunai stopped her, and the mist dissipated. That's enough Kushina-san. Unless you want Kakashi to die, Itachi said, pointing to an unconscious Kakashi. Kushina narrowed her eyes at Itachi before smiling. You know Itachi, Mikoto would be ashamed of you, but I won't reminisce. Simply because we are fast approaching due to our fight and I take it that's not what you want is it? Kushina asked. Itachi mentally cursed that she was right and turned to the trapped Kisame. Drop him and we'll leave, Itachi bargained. Kushina narrowed her eyes before bringing her blade to Kisame's throat and Itachi bringing a kunai to Kakashi's head. It seems we're serious, but me more than you anyway, Kushina said, and before Itachi could know what she meant he jumped out of the way to avoid 2 more chakra chains which grabbed Kakashi and pulled him to Kushina. Now then. How do you like these odds Itachi? Kushina asked. Itachi narrowed his eyes and turned to Kisame and sighed before disappearing since he didn't want to get caught. And after 5 minutes, the Anbu appeared and stared in wonder of Kushina holding Kisame with her chains and the passed out Kakashi. Tell Saratobi about this one. Also take Kakashi to the hospital. I don't know what Itachi did, but it probably isn't good, Kushina exclaimed. They nodded and vanished, but a particular one stayed. One with a cat mask to be more exact. You're the legend Kushina Uzumaki right? The person asked. Kushina gave a small smile and shrugged her shoulders. Guilty as charged I guess, Kushina said before disappearing. They disappeared also, and the events of the battle were lost. But Itachi raced through the trees to get to a safe spot and stopped at a lake near the outreaches of Konoha. He then deactivated his Sharingan and sighed. Now do you see why I said we can't win? Itachi asked as the water shot up to reveal his partner. Kisame scowled and sat on the edge of the bank. Damn bitch cut my chest. If I didn't use that Mizu Bunshin I might have been caught right then, Kisame added. Itachi nodded and the 2 left since they figured that Naruto wasn't in the village. But Naruto was on the outskirts of a nearby town and the sun was still out shining, so for him, it was a good day to be training while they searched. Kiba and Haku spent about an hour searching and then decided to go get something to eat which left Naruto all alone, not that he minded. Alright let's try this again. Naruto said taking out a kunai. He remembered the seals exactly and this was his 5th time trying it out. Naruto threw the kunai at a tree and channeled his chakra to it before disappearing, only to slam into the tree itself. Damn it, I have the seals down, why can't I do the Hiraishin? Naruto yelled out in frustration before falling to the grass. Maybe if I tried a different route. No, Tusen's library said that this was the best way to master Hiraishin, but damn this is insane, Naruto said as he laid down. Naruto had been going over his father's notes for the Hiraishin and the Rasengan. With the Kage Bunshin technique, Naruto managed to get it down in a day since he found it similar to the Chidori, except the Rasengan was more chakra involved and hand sign less. Kasumi popped her head out of his jacket, then jumped to the ground. Come on Naruto-sama. Don't give up. I know you'll get it down, Kasumi said, making Naruto chuckle with a nod. Naruto gave Kasumi a chaste kiss on the lips which made Kasumi wrap her arms around Naruto, thus deepening the connection. There are other people here you know, Naruto and Kasumi turned to see Haku and Kiba smiling at them and both blushed before turning away. No Naruto, don't mind us, just keep up the training, Kiba said, making Naruto sigh before the blonde smiled. So when were you going to tell me and Haku-chan that you were going out with Tenten? Naruto asked Kiba to drop his jaw. Haku widened her eyes while Kiba stuttered. I have no idea what you're talking about man, Kiba countered. Naruto's grin widened as he wrapped an arm around Kiba's shoulder. Oh you know what I'm talking about Kiba. You think I didn't see it? The vacant stares, the new smiles, and the smell of someone's perfume. You caught Kiba, Naruto said, making Kiba sigh before slumping to the ground. How long have you known? Kiba asked. About 2 to 3 weeks. I don't think Haku-chan knew though, Naruto said, and Haku confirmed his theory by shaking her head. It was a bit after the Chunin exams. It was the week we were off. Tenten was shopping and got stood up by Niji, so I just walked with her and we talked for a bit. Then over the week, we chose to date and things took off from there. It's not much to talk about, Kiba said. Naruto chuckled and nudged Kiba's shoulder. The blushing act kept up on Kiba for a bit before everyone was back to seriousness. So now that we're all out here, what should we do? Kiba asked. Naruto sighed and didn't know what to say, but then they all saw that it was getting cloudy, not to mention the weather seemed to be getting worse for everyone. I suggest we find our old pervert and get inside the house now, Naruto said to them. Haku and Kiba nodded and went back to the town, then went to their hotel. Jiraiya came not a moment too soon and shivered. Man it's cold out there, what's with this weather? He wondered. The trio shrugged their shoulders before looking at a map that Jiraiya placed out. Alright, we are here so we'll have to check these areas for the day. Remember we are here to find Tsunade not drive her away, but she was never one to run away. Much so I don't think it matters much, Jiraiya said, making them nod. The wind howled outside, but everyone ignored it and focused on the map. So Naruto, how's it going learning your father's techniques? Kiba asked. Jiraiya's ears perked up when he heard that until Naruto sighed. It's hard, Kiba. I get them, but Hiraishin is difficult. I can't get it without slamming my head into a tree, Naruto said, making Jiraiya snicker at him. Naruto sighed and got up, then left the room to get something to drink. Naruto walked down the staircase and came into the lobby of the hotel, but saw a massive wind blowing outside. He wondered what kind of storm it was, but suddenly his sword started to shake. Naruto wondered what the hell was going on before he walked towards the door. Hey kid, that's dangerous, you should get back inside now, a man said. Naruto ignored the warning and walked outside. He saw the storm raging and the winds picking up rapidly. What's with this wind? It's insane, Naruto said as he applied chakra to his feet to keep from leaving the ground. Naruto-kun shouldn't you go back inside? I mean, this storm is bad and it could get worse, Kyuubi told him. Naruto nodded and was about to go back until he heard a small ping sound. It was weird, it was storming, and yet the sound was clear. Naruto threw some of his caution to the wind and walked further outside. His swords were shaking even more and it puzzled him. The blonde looked up and saw something flying overhead and wondered what it was. The rain became heavy and Naruto was really feeling cold now. Hey Kyuubi-chan, what is that thing? Naruto asked, squinting his eyes at the flying thing in the sky. Kyuubi wasn't sure what it was either, but it seemed to be attracted to Naruto's swords for some reason. Well then let's find out, Naruto simply said and crossed his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled and made 15 clones. Each clone grabbed the other's legs and began to twirl Naruto around until they let go and launched the blonde high into the sky. Naruto reached for the item, but it repelled him back and made him crash into the ground with a loud bang. Damn it. What the hell is that? Naruto wondered and stood to his feet again. Naruto did the same thing again and launched himself at the thing in the air, except with a difference. Naruto did a few hand signs. His right hand cackled with lightning as Naruto lunged for the item in the sky. Didori, Naruto yelled, sending his right arm into the fierce wind. The resistance from the wind was great and it pushed Naruto back slightly, but the blonde didn't give up and continued to lunge for the item, and surprisingly, his effort started to pay off when the lightning parted the winds for him. Naruto grabbed what seemed like a handle and tried to pull, but the damn thing wouldn't budge at all. What is this thing? It is so hard to get out of this shell of wind, Naruto said, struggling to pull whatever he had out. After about 10 minutes, he managed to get the handle out and it appeared to be a sword handle. It was a whitish color for a handle and had a dragon symbol on it, so the blonde pulled some more. Almost. Got. Naruto said, finally pulling out the sword, but not before falling to the ground with a hard thud. Alright, that hurt. Now then, what's this? Naruto wondered, looking at the sword. Naruto widened his eyes at the sword and felt like he held it before even if he hadn't. It felt so familiar for some reason yet he wasn't sure why. It suddenly hit Naruto, his sword reacting to this one. Kyuubi-chan, I think I found another elemental sword, Naruto said, giving the sword a good swing which caused the winds around it to swirl around him. Wow, Naruto-kun, I think you found the sword that embodies wind. You know you have 3 swords, Kyuubi said, making Naruto glance over the blade. He placed it on the ground, then took out his fire sword and lightning sword. They aligned the 3 swords together and touched the fire sword. The sword slightly flared. Then the lightning sword. The sword cackled loudly and then the wind sword which gave a small howl of wind. It. Coming. Gather. Together. Or. The. End, a small voice said, startling Naruto. Naruto looked around and wondered who said that, but saw nothing. He turned back to the swords and shrugged while picking up his fire sword and lightning sword, along with his new wind sword. Kyuubi-chan, I'm not sure, but I think things are going to get interesting, Naruto said with a grin. Chapter 26. Naruto returned to the hotel his team was staying at while holding his new sword. Naruto could only smile that he got the swords that matched his affinities first. He knew he found a good weapon, and it only added to the fact that the blonde might as well collect the other 2 swords themselves. He wondered if he should become a weapons collector or try to become a great swordsman in the near future. However, he wasn't going to learn right now, since he had to get back to his team, but he had a feeling that he sure as hell would learn to use the sword later. Alright, it seems that the storm is over, and it's late. I better get to bed, Naruto said to himself and headed to his room, but not before hearing the sweet melody of his vixen. Not to mention, getting some new clothes for Naruto-kun. You look like you went through a tornado, which you probably did. So I suggested some new clothes, Kyuubi suggested, making the blonde smile. Naruto nodded and opened the door to his room and he instantly felt the gazes of Jiraiya and his friends on him. Haku and Kiba stared at his attire wondering what the hell happened to him. Jiraiya wondered the same thing, but his gaze left Naruto's clothes and went to the weapon that the blonde was holding in his hand. Naruto, where have you been? Why are your clothes wrecked? What's with the sword? Kiba asked all these questions and Naruto went to his bed. He placed the wind sword near his bed and took off his fire sword and lightning sword before placing them next to it. Naruto sat on his bed and turned to the others who were still waiting for his answer. The blonde sheepishly grinned, but not before sighing slightly. Well guys. In that order, I went to get a drink and saw the storm raging outside. The reason my clothes are wrecked is because I went outside in that dangerous storm and looked around, Naruto answered, making everyone gawk at him. They all saw the storm outside, and it would have been stupid to go out in that, but then it settled so easily. Naruto decided to continue his explanation. When I left the hotel I saw something in the air flying around and I struggled to get it. It took a bit of time, but I managed to get the sword. It was the cause of the storm. This sword is the embodiment of the element wind, Naruto told them. Everyone turned to the sword in awe and shock. Only Naruto would have the guts to brave a storm and stop it by taking a sword from the sky. Kiba got up and walked over to the sword and inspected it a bit while looking at the other 2 Naruto owned. It looks just like your lightning sword and fire sword, except for the fact that it has a different color handle and different color of metal. So now you've got 3 out of 5. Gonna become a sword collector, Naruto? Kiba asked with a grin. Naruto took a pose before shrugging his shoulders. Not sure about Kiba, but we'll think about it later. Right now it's late and according to Iro-sen and right here we have to leave early tomorrow, Naruto said, making everyone nod. Jiraiya did in fact say that, so everyone let the topic rest for right now. Jiraiya and Kiba left to go to their room and Haku went to her own. Naruto's room had only one bed, but he wasn't alone. Naruto made a Kaibunshin and released Kyuubi from her cage, allowing the vixen to stretch her legs. Kasumi had already been asleep in the bed, but her tail was swaying slightly while she slept. Naruto chuckled before watching Kyuubi take a seat on the bed. So Naruto-kun, what are you going to do? Swords like these don't show up normally, and you already have 3. Maybe Kiba's right and you should just get the other 2, Kyuubi reasoned, making Naruto turn to the 3 swords he had near his bed. You think, Kyuubi-chan? I'll admit that since I learned I've gotten a strong appreciation for swords, and these 3 are more than top of the line swords. You remember Raymond from the mission a few months ago. He said that these are even better than the 10 swords of Kiri, and Naruto remembered his fight with Raymond. It was one of the closest fights he ever had with anyone. It also made him a better ninja in a way. Well, let's go to bed, Kyuubi-chan. I'm sure I can figure this out tomorrow, Naruto said with a tired yawn. Kyuubi nodded and got into the bed, making Kasumi stir slightly. Kasumi opened her eyes slightly to see Naruto in the middle and Kyuubi on the far right. She smiled slightly and grabbed Naruto's left arm, pulling it close to her body, and Kyuubi mimicked her action, grabbing Naruto's right hand, and the three fell asleep. But Tsume and Hana, the two Inyazuka women, just got back to the compound and were about to go to bed. They had a long day and a tiring mission and just wanted to relax for the rest of the night. "Sen, I think I'm just gonna plop on the couch," Hana said as she immediately hit the couch and gave a comfortable smile. Tsume chuckled and walked into the kitchen to grab a drink of water from the refrigerator. "Hello Tsume-sama," someone said, making Tsume turn around to see who was in her house. Tsume raised an eyebrow at the man, but she knew who he was. He was Akira Inyazuka. He had black hair that was brought into a ponytail. He was wearing a black shirt with a black jacket which hid his mesh shirt underneath. His companion was beside him also. The dog had brownish hair and seemed to be the same size as Hana's companions also. Out of all her clan members, Tsume had to watch Akira the most. He was always a shady person when it came to doing things. He was currently the strongest male in the compound and yet he could never beat Tsume, which irritated him. Now normally in the compound, the strongest male would be with the strongest female, and since that was Tsume, the woman could guess what he wanted. "Akira, what do you want?" "I'm tired from my mission," Tsume said, already getting slightly irritated. Akira grinned and stood up from the chair he was sitting on. He slowly advanced for Tsume, but a growl from Kuramaru and Tsume stopped him and he slightly backed up. "Come on Tsume-sama, you know why I'm here." "Tell me why," Akira said, making Tsume narrow her eyes. Soon Hana came into the room when she heard talking going on and immediately glared when she saw who was in their part of the compound. No one except Kiba, herself, and Tsume lived in the master part of the compound, and Naruto was the only one who ever stayed overnight besides their father, Kobayashi. Hana never liked Akira. He was always a prideful jerk and totally inconsiderate at times. He always held some sort of resentment towards those who tried to go out with Tsume. Hana could understand the whole male pride thing, but it still unnerved the Inyazuka daughter. "Akira, what do you want with Kasan?" Hana asked, keeping up her glare at the man. Akira smirked and leaned on the wall of the kitchen. "Come on Hana, you should know that Tsume can't lead the clan by herself. Especially since she's got a brat with her after all," Akira said, making Hana and Tsume narrow their eyes at him. Both could tell he was talking about Naruto. Tsume gripped her glass lightly before showing her canines in her teeth. "Who I'm with shouldn't be of any concern to you, Akira. You may be the strongest male in this compound, but you've never beaten me and I don't take kindly to those who try to overpower me," Tsume said, effectively making her point come across. Akira narrowed his eyes before slamming his hand on the table, making Hana widen her eyes, and Tsume slowly reached for a kunai in her back pocket. "And you're telling me that Naruto Uzumaki makes a better mate for you than I do? I refuse to accept that. There is no way a brat like that could be worth your time, Tsume. I also find it traitorous to our clan that you taught the brat our techniques as a clan. How could you betray us like that?" Akira yelled. Tsume had half a nerve to maul Akira right now, and Kami knew she sure as hell could do it too. Tsume brushed her hand through her spiky hair as she gave Akira one of the most intense glares she could ever give. "Listen Akira, I don't know what your deal is, but as the clan head I can teach our techniques to whomever I deem worthy to learn them. I know Naruto-kun is more than worthy of them and me. And unlike you, the entire clan accepts Naruto. No one has had a problem with him before and they don't have one now. Akira, even if you are the strongest male, you would never rule the clan. Kiba is my rightful heir and it's going to stay that way. Now Akira is out. I've had a long day and I don't want to repeat myself," Tsume said, trying to exit the kitchen. Akira growled his protest along with his companion before slamming the table again, nearly breaking it into pieces. "Alright Tsume, I'm game. Then I'll just show you how much of a loser Naruto Uzumaki is. He might be an amicus, but he is far from Minato's level." "Then Tsume will make a deal," Akira said to the Inyazuka clan head. Hana gritted her teeth at Akira's disrespect to her mother and was about to charge him and make him apologize, but Tsume stopped her daughter, making Hana turn to her. "Hasan, how can you let him talk to you like this? You don't have to listen to him," Hana said to her. Tsume knew that. Of course she didn't have to listen to him, but she knew he wouldn't stop with his talk and it might become something of a problem in the future, so Tsume decided to nip this in the bud right now. "What is Akira?" Tsume asked. Kuramaru really wasn't liking the turn this was going on. He had been quite interested in Naruto since the blonde took his daughter for a mate. It was very weird to Kuramaru, but he knew his daughter well and she couldn't have been with anyone better. He also didn't like anyone talking down to Naruto or Tsume for any reason. Simple Tsume, I get to show you how worthless that Uzumaki brat is. Him and me and our companions. 2 on 2 Tsume. If I lose then I will back down and even leave the clan, but if the blonde loses then you become mine and you never see Naruto Uzumaki ever again, Akira declared. That was the last straw for Tsume. She gripped her glass too much and effectively broke it into pieces. Hana gritted her teeth at such a deal. No way in hell would her mother take such a bet. Akira, you know I could simply kick you out now and save us all the headache, right? Tsume asked, wondering if he understood. Akira merely nodded and Tsume nodded back. Fine then Akira, when Naruto-kun gets back you can have your fight, but it will be done in the Chunin exam stadium, with the Hokage present to account for the match, Tsume said, walking off with Hana, giving Akira a glare as she disappeared also. Akira smirked and left the main building of the compound. All according to plan, Akira said as he disappeared from view. But Hana and Tsume was walking up the stairs to her room but was stopped by Hana and the elder in Izuka's side. She knew her daughter really cared for Naruto and she was pissed off. Ah-san, how could you accept that bet? You and Naruto-kun have nothing to prove to him, Hana shouted. Tsume knew her daughter was right, but it was a bit more complicated than that and she knew Hana didn't know about it. Actually Hana, I know I didn't have to, but I needed to. In a clan like ours, hierarchy is a key element and you know that. Tell me Hana, in your honest opinion, where do you think you stand in this hierarchy? Tsume asked. Hana stopped her angry glare and took a small thinking pose, but wasn't sure so she turned to Tsume for her answer. It's below me Hana. You and Kiba as my kids are right below me and so you're more liable than most, Tsume said. Hana nearly widened her eyes, but before she could say anything Tsume continued with another question. And even if he's not in the clan, where do you think Naruto-kun stands? Tsume asked. She was really making Hana think and the veterinarian really wasn't sure how to answer. She remembered that her mother had told her about the system of things in the Inizuka clan, but she wondered where this was going. It is right next to Hana. When Naruto-kun became the mate that I wanted, he became my equal in status. You could even say that Naruto-kun has just as much a say in what the clan does as I do. Now normally he wouldn't since he's not an Inizuka, nor is he a part of the clan, but he's been around us since he became friends with Kiba and that, unknowingly, made him a member. Also the fact that the entire clan, except for Akira, accepts him, then when he's with me we are treated as equals, Tsume explained. Hana began to understand and was in shock that Naruto could have that much power over the clan just from dating her mother. However, Hana was still confused about the whole thing. She really didn't understand what this had to do with Tsume accepting the bet with Akira. Ah-san, but why? You're the clan head, you should be able to tell him off. He can't talk to you or Naruto-kun like that at all, Hana countered, and it made Tsume smile at her daughter before a frown came across her face. Hana, if I declined, would tell Akira that I was keeping Naruto's abilities hidden from him and that would have played off as a weakness to him and Akira would have made the assumption that I wasn't good enough to lead the clan. And besides. Tsume walked up the stairs and came up to the door of her room and smiled. Naruto-kun isn't going to lose. I don't date weak men, Hana, and Naruto-kun is about as far from weak as Akira is from competent, Tsume said, laughing and closing her door. Hana chuckled before walking back downstairs and going to her room. That's right, Naruto-kun won't lose. He became 13. Not to mention he was trained by Kyuubi. Naruto-kun isn't going to lose, Hana nodded with her assessment and quietly drifted off to sleep while Tsume did the same. Back with Naruto, morning 10 a.m. Naruto woke up to a knock on the door and groggily opened his eyes to see Kasumi sleeping soundly. He then turned his head to the left and saw Kyuubi apparently up awake, but her face wasn't cheerful like he would have liked. It was actually ominous and more alert. Kyuubi-chan, what's… Kyuubi placed her hand over Naruto's mouth and shushed him. Kyuubi pressed her forehead to Naruto's and the two had a telepathic conversation. Naruto-kun, there are 2 people at the door. It's not Haku, Kiba, or Jiraiya. This chakra level is high. One is around Kakashi's level and the other. It rivals mine. Naruto-kun, I want you to answer the door, but use extreme caution when you do. You're a good Naruto-kun, no doubt, but you're not ready to fight S-rank shinobi yet. It might be good to scout first before you open the door though. Naruto took Kyuubi's words to heart and he agreed with her assessment. Got Kyuubi-chan. I'll be careful. Just in case, you wake up Kasumi-chan and I want you both to hide behind the door, Naruto said mentally. Kyuubi nodded and both opened their eyes and heard more knocking at the door. Naruto sighed and activated to scout the 2 people outside. When he did that, Naruto gasped and narrowed his eyes. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. What do they want with me? Naruto wondered, but didn't dwell on it long before closing the and showing his. He didn't really have a reason for it, but he had no idea on what to expect. Naruto quickly got dressed and placed a fire sword and lightning sword on his back in a cross shape. He glanced at his new wind sword and wondered what to do with it. He didn't have a sheath for it since he got it yesterday, but he suddenly got an idea. Naruto took a scroll from his pouch and unfurled it. He applied chakra to it and instantly a sheath around the size of his sword came out. "Good thing I bought this sheath when I had to go kunai shopping that one time," Naruto said, but before he could sheath his sword a small light came over it and instantly it was placed in a white sheath that covered the sword. Naruto raised an eyebrow and sighed. "You should have done that earlier," Naruto said to the sword before leaving the extra sheath on the floor. Kasumi was up and about, but Kyuubi moved her to the side of the door and nodded okay to Naruto. Naruto nodded and opened the door to greet the two shinobi. "Hello, who are, oh hello Itachi Uchiha," Naruto said with his eyes closed. Itachi wondered why Naruto didn't have his eyes open, but didn't have the thought up long before Naruto opened his eyes, and it nearly shocked Itachi. Sharingan met Shinsenagan, and Itachi simply stared at the eyes, wondering what type of eyes they were, but he didn't dwell on that long. "Hello, Naruto-kun. I'm going to need you to come with us," Itachi said, making Naruto narrowed his eyes. Kyuubi and Kasumi listened from behind the door and wondered what 2S rank shinobi could want with Naruto, but Kyuubi was able to fathom an idea, even if it was just that, an idea. "And why would I want to go with 2S rank criminals?" Naruto asked Kisame to be irate as the shark man grabbed his sword. "Itachi-san, why is this really the Kyuubi Jinchuriki?" "He's so puny," Kisame said, making Naruto glare at him slightly. "Don't make me turn you into a fish cake Kisame," Naruto said, effectively causing Kisame to grow a tick mark across his face. Kisame quickly reached for his sword and Naruto did the same. However, Itachi stopped Kisame and Naruto stopped seeing the act. "Kisame, we are here to get the Kyuubi, not kill its host," Itachi said to him. Kisame scowled but nodded and Naruto narrowed his eyes before turning to the door. "So he's after Kyuubi-chan. I wonder why," Naruto thought and closed his eyes. Itachi turned back to Naruto and moved slightly to the left. "Naruto-kun, please come out of the doorway. We won't hurt you if you cooperate with us," Itachi promised. Naruto walked out of the doorway and now he stood between Kisame and Itachi. Itachi was about to move, but both Akatsuki members felt Naruto's chakra flare and the blonde sighed. "Itachi-san, tell me what made you betray the Uchiha clan?" Naruto asked. Itachi raised an eyebrow at the question and wondered what the blonde was implying, but didn't reply. Kisame wondered about the question also, but Naruto didn't give them the chance to think anymore since he opened his eyes, making Kisame gasp and Itachi to narrow his own eyes. Naruto showed a full Tomo Sharingan and turned to Itachi. "Sorry, but I'm not going anywhere and I'll make you regret coming for me," Naruto said, taking out his fire sword, but before he could strike, the three in the hallway heard a yell. "Itachi!" Someone yelled. Kisame, Naruto, and Itachi looked to see Sasuke behind Itachi's side of the hallway with his Sharingan flaring, then Naruto sighed. "Oh, that's just fucking great. I don't need an emo right now." Naruto yelled out mentally while Kisame had a small smile. "Itachi, who is this brat? He looks just like you," Kisame observed, almost seemingly pointing out the obvious. Itachi sighed, but kept the impassive face, not even bothering to look at Sasuke's form. "He's my younger brother," Itachi acknowledged, making Naruto roll his eyes since he knew that already. Kisame gave a small grin showing his shark teeth while Sasuke's left arm cackled. Naruto widened his eyes and gritted his teeth in sheer anger. "Itachi, I've done what you wanted. I have hated you, despised you, and thought of nothing but killing you. Now I will take my revenge and kill you here and now." Sasuke yelled, charging at Itachi with the Chidori in his hand. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to seethe in anger. "As far as I know, Kakashi-sensei only taught me Chidori. Sasuke isn't his student, so he's got no reason to teach him, so Sasuke must have." Naruto widened his eyes and suddenly an explosion brought the blonde out of his stupor to see Sasuke with his hand slightly burned and Itachi holding his wrist. The two Uchiha brothers locked eyes with each other. "HMPH pathetic," Itachi said, breaking Sasuke's wrist. Sasuke screamed out in pain, but he was suddenly kicked across the hallway and into a wall where he slumped to the ground. Naruto sighed and took out his fire sword, making it flare. The blonde charged at Kisame and the shark man brought his sword against Naruto's and the two dueled it out. Naturally, Kisame was stronger than Naruto and could almost immediately push the back. Naruto gritted his teeth at the strength but then got an idea. "Not bad, but you're wasting your time channeling your affinity through your sword. My sword absorbs chakra all the time. Your sword is useless," Kisame said to him. Naruto smirked and made his sword flare even more. Kisame widened his eyes when he realized Samehada was getting burned and quickly backed away. He stared at Naruto's red eyes, which only seemed to be intensified by the fire sword. "If it eats chakra, then I'll give your sword some indigestion," Naruto said, and before long the two clashed again, but Naruto looked past Kisame to see Sasuke getting the shit beat out of him by Itachi. Sasuke looked worse for wear before Itachi grabbed him by his throat and held him tight to the wall before whispering in his ear. "You're still too weak. You don't have enough hate," Itachi said as Sasuke struggled to open his eyes. Naruto cursed and made a quick movement sending Kisame back. The blonde then sidestepped the swordsman and ran for Itachi. Kisame was about to go after him, but the door to Naruto's room was kicked open and Kasumi came out of the room in a high Taijutsu stance. "From here on I'll be your opponent," Kasumi said, engaging Kisame into their own fight. Naruto had to thank Kasumi for the time she bought him and he finally made it to Itachi just as the Uchiha opened his eyes to reveal the Mangekyou Sharingan to give Sasuke a terrifying nightmare. Falling into despair, Itachi, focused his eyes on Sasuke, but Naruto intervened, shocking Itachi and Sasuke as Naruto's Mangekyou Sharingan met with Itachi's. Itachi was now beyond shocked. Both stared at each other and before long time slowed down and Itachi brought Naruto into the Tsukiyomi. Naruto felt the air around him tense up and he had to calm down. "Naruto-kun, I don't know how you have the Sharingan let alone the Mangekyou Sharingan, but I'm going to get some answers right now," Itachi said and Naruto found himself burning alive from the base of his feet. Naruto felt like his very existence was fleeting from his body, but the blonde held on. "Sorry Itachi, you have your secrets and I have mine," Naruto said, straining his Mangekyou a little making it slightly bleed, but as a result the Tsukiyomi began to crack and then shattered completely, shocking Itachi. Naruto felt his eyes twitch and immediately closed them while wiping the running blood from them. Itachi was certainly shocked. There was so much he didn't know. Naruto had the Sharingan, he had the Mangekyou Sharingan, he shattered the Tsukiyomi, one of the shinobi world's best. It took some time, but Naruto then opened his eyes and they were back to the regular Sharingan before Naruto turned to Sasuke incredibly pissed. "Sasuke, you're going to tell me how you know Kakashi-sensei's when we're done," Naruto affirmed making the emo scowl at him. Naruto turned his attention back to Itachi, but then a puff of smoke came and everyone gasped. "Say hello to the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku." "I'm Jiraiya," the perverted sage said, making Naruto sweat drop. Everyone stopped their fighting as Jiraiya scanned the room. He saw Kasumi huffing from her small scuffle with Kisame and Naruto, with Sasuke breathing heavily along with Itachi. "Alright, time to get to work." Naruto grabbed Sasuke and got over here, Jiraiya ordered. Naruto nodded and grabbed Sasuke's collar and sunshine to Jiraiya's position. Kasumi also jumped back next to Jiraiya while the Toad Sage went through some hand signs. "Guchius. Gamaguchi Shibari summoning." "Toad mouth trap," Jiraiya yelled and the walls of the hotel transformed into a toad's stomach. Itachi and Kisame looked at their options and as far as Itachi knew it, they weren't good at all. "Kisame, we're leaving," Itachi said to him. Kisame scowled at everyone but ultimately nodded and the two ran out while Jiraiya sent a spiraling fire at the two Akatsuki members. However, it was too late as both escaped through a burned part of the toad's stomach. Naruto walked up to the hole in the wall and looked over the black flames. "Don't touch it, Naruto. Those are Amaterasu flames," Jiraiya said, making Naruto chuckle. Naruto turned to Jiraiya and gave him a small grin. "I know they are Iro-senin, so calm down," Naruto said, forming the Mangekyou Sharingan. Naruto's eyes focused on the black flames and after a while, the flames died down and disappeared. Naruto returned his eyes back to normal and looked at Jiraiya's surprised face. "You can stand there and gawk, but we have to go to Iro-senin. I suggest we drop the theme off back to Konoha." "I'll have a clone do that, so let's get going," Naruto said, sending Sasuke an intense glare of hate for the Uchiha. Sasuke naturally huffed and turned his gaze from Naruto's stare. Naruto made a Kai Bunshin and it grabbed Sasuke, sending the Uchiha and the Bunshin back to Konoha. Naruto turned to see Jiraiya glaring at him and sighed. "I take it Jiji didn't tell you? Oh well. I'll answer your questions later. For right now let's go," Naruto said as he walked off. Kasumi followed Naruto and the blonde looked in his room to see Kyuubi sitting on the bed. "They're quite loud, you know." "Well, I can't wait to know more about this Akatsuki organization," Kyuubi said, but then she disappeared and turned into a small red fox, surprising Naruto. "I'd return to the seal, but it takes too much time and this is more convenient," Kyuubi reasoned and jumped on top of Naruto's head. Kasumi naturally huffed her playful annoyance but changed back to her dog form and jumped into Naruto's jacket. Naruto looked at the destroyed hallway and sighed. "I'm not paying for this," Naruto said as he jumped out of the destroyed wall and into the public area of the town. Naruto was soon bombarded by Kiba and Haku who were severely worried. "Naruto, are you alright? Kyuubi managed to get us here in time." "Sorry we left, we all saw you sleeping and we went to get something to eat." "Did they do anything?" Kiba asked. Naruto chuckled at his best friend's concern over him but shook his head in a negative way. "No way Kiba. I'm fine. We dealt with them quite easily. Or rather not as hell, but I'll keep that to myself," Naruto thought before hearing Kyuubi snickering, obviously knowing his thoughts. Naruto went through all the details that happened from the fight earlier. It surprised Kiba and Haku that Sasuke was there, but they snickered when Naruto told them how the emo got his ass kicked. "So that's how you escaped." "Naruto-kun, you shouldn't worry people like that," Haku stated, giving the blonde a slight hug. Naruto chuckled and returned the hug before Jiraiya came up to the group. Alright, we had an encounter with Akatsuki and Naruto. You need to be careful from now on. It's amazing you held your own with that dog chick of yours against Itachi, but don't get a big head. Had they wanted to, they could have killed you where you stood. They only underestimated your skills, that's all. Next time you won't be so lucky, Jiraiya warned. Naruto nodded and the group continued their trek to find Tsunade, while Jiraiya explained what the Akatsuki was and its purpose. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he heard they wanted to collect all the for some ultimate weapon. He wouldn't allow it. No way in hell would they take Kyuubi from him. Kyuubi's heart lifted at his words, and she felt all the more safe. Naruto in turn told Jiraiya about his and how he got it, which involved telling Jiraiya about his life and meeting Kiba and Tsume. The result was Jiraiya apologizing to Naruto for that portion of his life, but Naruto wrote it off. It was simply best not to dwell on things. So do you have any idea where she is? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded and took out the map and showed everyone. I heard she's in Tanzaku town. We'll go there. It's only a few hours away so let's hurry and not lose her again, Jiraiya told them. Everyone nodded and quickly ran off in the direction of Tanzaku town. 6 hours later, Naruto and the others had been walking and truth be told, they were dead tired from trying to get to Tanzaku town. It pained the two that they had only just made it to the town and now they would have to begin the long search for the Tsunade woman. Alright you guys, we're here and it seems so things have gone down, Jiraiya said, narrowing his eyes at the place where the Tanzaku castle should have stood, but it crumbled to the ground. Naruto and the others had no real will to walk, so they each took a soldier pill and shot off with Jiraiya into the town. Since they were a tracker's team, they were able to be united like one. Jiraiya said he was better off by himself and went to search while Naruto, Haku, and Kiba went off in the opposite direction. Haku searched the rooftops while Naruto and Kiba were on the ground. Kiba allowed Akamaru to roam around and Naruto did the same with Kasumi. Having a half-dog girl sniff the ground for clues who are weird, so the fact that Kasumi was hanged worked out perfectly. Naruto asked Kyuubi to give him some chakra and she did just that. Naruto directed the chakra to his nose and started to sniff the air. Kiba did the same, but they had no idea what Tsunade's scent was like, so that trail ended up cold. However, both did smell some snakes in the area and came up to a secluded place. There appeared to be a shattered wall, and on the opposite wall were 3 in the walls. Naruto sniffed a certain spot and growled slowly before turning to Kiba. Hey Kiba, I think Orochimaru was here, Naruto said, making Kiba narrow his eyes. Kiba never doubted Naruto, since Naruto's sense of smell was just as good as any in Izuku's. What do you think he was doing here? Kiba asked. Naruto really didn't know. He hadn't seen the fight between Orochimaru and Sarutobi, so he could only fathom a guess. I think he's looking for Tsunade just like we are. You never know what that pedo is up to. For now we should meet up with Haku-chan and share the information we learned, Naruto told him. Kiba nodded and Akamaru recollected it to his partner with Kasumi doing the same. Naruto and Kiba left the destroyed site behind and walked around for a little more to find Haku. After about 30 minutes, Haku appeared with them and told them what she found. She had investigated the destroyed castle. She told them she had found evidence of snakeskin along with some venomous snake spit. That seemed to back up Naruto's theory of Orochimaru being involved. So if Orochimaru is involved then this mission is more dangerous than it looks, isn't it? Haku asked, making the others nod. After a bit more sharing of intel, Haku and Kiba waited for Naruto's orders, and the blonde sighed. This Tsunade lady better be worth it cause I swear if she isn't then I'm gonna lose it, Naruto thought before turning back to Haku and Kiba. Alright, I'll send a Kage Bunshin to Jiraiya and tell him what we found. Right now we should continue searching. He told us that this Tsunade lady is a gambler and an alcoholic. Haku-chan, you search the casinos around here while Kiba and we'll search the local bars. We'll meet back here in 1 hour. Let's go, Naruto told them. Haku and Kiba nodded before vanishing from view and Naruto did the same. Like Naruto wanted, Haku went through the casinos trying to find any hint of what the Tsunade woman could look like. She was Jiraiya's teammate, so she had to at least have some distinct characteristics. The town had at least 30 different casinos and it would be impossible to cover them all in an hour. Haku sighed, but continued her search nonetheless. Naruto and Kiba weren't having much luck either. The bars reeked of sweaty men and alcohol which masked whatever scent they wanted to find. It had been like that in every bar they went to, but they couldn't really blame the places. They were in Tanzaku, the place for great gambling and drinking, so that was understandable. Naruto and Kiba had checked 8 bars. Each and still came up short. The hour was up and the 3 rendezvoused back to their original spot. Any luck you guys? Naruto asked. Haku and Kiba shook their heads and Naruto sighed. They were all tired and they knew it. Naruto then decided to get them their rooms and went to a motel. The blonde cursed the fact that they didn't have much money, but the receptionist asked them if they knew a man called Jiraiya. All 3 wondered how she knew him, but nodded. It turned out that Jiraiya had paid for the rooms everyone would be sleeping in, and they were more than a little relieved. Once their rooms were picked, the trio decided to get in a quick nap and head out again for a later time. A few hours later, Naruto and the others woke up in their respective rooms and yawned. Naruto looked outside to see that it was close to nighttime outside, and they decided to put in one last search attempt before calling it a day. Naruto had slept in his clothes so he was ready to go. Kiba quickly changed clothes, and Haku starred in her battle kimono. All three exited their rooms and walked down the stairs and saw Jiraiya waiting for them. "So I take it you three had a good sleep?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded as did Haku and Kiba, but then Kiba's stomach grumbled, and after his was Naruto's. Haku chuckled at them, but then her own stomach growled which made her blush. Jiraiya chuckled at all three and looked at his wallet. "Alright, I'll treat you guys today, so let's go eat," Jiraiya suggested. All their eyes gleamed at that news, and the trio instantly nodded. All four left the hotel and quickly walked into the nearest restaurant that they could find. Jiraiya appeared in the door first and was soon followed by Naruto, Haku and Kiba. As they walked, everyone glanced over the restaurant and saw it was sort of nice. It was rather quaint for eating and didn't have too many drunk people. Suddenly Jiraiya turned his gaze a little to the left and slowly he widened his eyes. He then pointed in the direction of a blonde woman sitting with a raven-haired woman, while Haku, Kiba, and Naruto wondered what he was pointing at. "Oh my god!" Jiraiya yelled, making everyone look at him. The blonde woman turned around and stared at Jiraiya. Naruto and the others got a glance at her and widened their eyes. "Tsunade!" "Jiraiya!" Both teammates yelled, and Jiraiya immediately walked over bringing his group over with him. The noise then settled down and everyone took their seats. Tsunade, Haku and Tsunade's assistant were on one side, while Jiraiya, Naruto and Kiba were on the other. Naruto turned to the raven-haired woman and smiled. "Who are you?" Naruto asked her. The woman pointed to herself and gave a warm smile in return to Naruto's. "I'm Shizune Kato. I'm Tsunade-sama's assistant." "I never expected to see Jiraiya-sama here," Shizune said, making everyone nod. After a few eats and drinks, Tsunade placed one of her elbows on the table and glared at Jiraiya. "So you old perv. What do you want? I doubt you tracked me down for a simple hello of old friends." Tsunade scolded Jiraiya for chuckling before he took a sip of some strong alcohol. "You're right, Tsunade. Konoha was invaded by Odo and Suna. We were attacked by Orochimaru, who had his hands damaged in the fight." Tsunade stiffened at that, and Naruto was able to take quick notice of it. He wanted to say something, but decided not to this time. "Anyway, Sarutobi-sensei is now too old to be the Hokage, and everyone in Konoha wants you to have the honor of being our Goddamn Hokage," Jiraiya said, making Tsunade arch an eyebrow. Shizune turned to her master and wondered what she would say. Kiba, Naruto, and Haku waited also for her answer. Kyuubi and Kasumi could literally feel some tension in the air and hoped someone would talk soon. "Not thanks. That stupid job is for fools. The Hokages died and wasted their lives protecting that place. They were nothing but old fools," Tsunade answered. Haku widened her eyes and Kiba gasped, but Naruto shook with anger. That was his father she was freaking talking about. Jiraiya sighed and twirled his empty saucer. "Think of the Hokage that came. The only reason this village stands is because of them. My group found bits and pieces of your little scuffle with Orochimaru, and I'll say this. Don't do it. Whatever he has promised you is not worth it," Jiraiya countered. However, Tsunade wasn't moved and took a small sip of sake. "Whatever, Jiraiya, I'm still not going back and that's that." "Let's go, Shizune," Tsunade said and was about to get up but stopped when she heard snickering. Everyone turned to see Naruto chuckling and she didn't know why, but that snickering pissed Tsunade off and she answered his snicker with a glare. "And what are you laughing at?" Tsunade asked. Naruto stopped laughing and turned to Tsunade, still smirking. "I just find it ironic how many rumors go about with you. People say Tsunade's the best, she doesn't back down, she's the greatest woman in the world. It makes me wonder if such a woman ever existed if this is how low you've become to insult the protectors of the village," Naruto said, making Tsunade grit her teeth. Kiba and Haku widened their eyes, while Shizune and Jiraiya wondered about the outcome of this talk. "And what would a mere genin know about the cage position?" Tsunade asked. "A lot more than an old drunk bachan would in this case," Naruto said as Tsunade then slammed the table making it shake. "You wanna go, I'll kick your ass, get it?" Tsunade said, but Naruto wasn't fazed and placed his elbow on the table also. "Bring it on, bachan. I walked for 3 days in the heat to find your ass. I've got no problem putting you in line," Naruto said as he followed Tsunade outside. Everyone else sighed and walked out with him. Shizune was concerned for Naruto. It was like he signed his ticket to the grave, but she saw Kiba and Haku smirking and was confused. "Why are you smiling? Shouldn't you stop this before Naruto-san gets hurt?" Shizune asked. "He's fine, Shizune-san. Naruto-kun wouldn't be our leader if he didn't know what he was doing," Haku stated, making Shizune raise her eyebrows. "He's not a genin?" Shizune asked. Kiba and Haku shook their heads, and Shizune was now more confused than ever before. "So what rank is he?" she asked. Kiba smirked as did Jiraiya and Haku, but Inuzuka answered. "Naruto is a while me and Haku are. Trust me, he won't lose to her, and on the off chance that he does, then it's just that he can't match up to her yet," Kiba said, making Shizune gasp. Naruto and Tsunade stood in the street and the older blonde had to sigh. She challenged a genin to a fight in the streets. She felt like a bully to the kid. Naruto unzipped his jacket and Kasumi hopped down. Kyuubi climbed off Naruto's head and the two walked off to the side to watch the fight. "Kiba holds onto these for me," Naruto said, throwing his wind, fire, and lightning swords to Kiba. Kiba caught them and Naruto turned back to Tsunade. "You know we could stop this now Gaki and save you the humiliation," Tsunade said, but Naruto simply smiled. "No thank you. I'm good. I'll make you take back those words about the cage, especially my father," Naruto said, making Tsunade raise an eyebrow. "What's your name so I can remember the face I was pummeling?" Tsunade asked. Naruto grinned and showed him. This was the right chance to get a close-up of some intense superhuman taijutsu. No chance like this would ever come again. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and after today it's gonna be known that I took down one of them," Naruto exclaimed as he took a low taijutsu stance. Tsunade tightened her fists and smirked. "Yeah right Gaki. I'm gonna mop the floor with you. So he's Kushina and Minato's kid. No wonder he hates me for what I said, but he needs to grow up," Tsunade thought. The night air felt nice for both, and Naruto showed this. "You're going down Tsunade Bachan," Naruto yelled as he charged at her. Chapter 27. "You're going down Tsunade Bachan," Naruto yelled as he charged her. The blonde was pissed that she could insult the Hokage like she did, and the woman needed to be taught a lesson, and he would be more than willing to give it to her. Naruto naked Tsunade even more before he saw her smirk. Tsunade lifted up a finger and slammed it into the ground, causing the streets to shatter. Naruto managed a sidestep of the impact which surprised Tsunade before Naruto reached her in no time. Naruto let out a punch, but Tsunade caught it only for her to see Naruto grin and shift his with his foot coming under her left leg, making Tsunade trip. The blonde nearly fell back, but with a small change in her stance, she tossed Naruto over her arm, sending the Kyuubi into the rooftops. "Well you're not as bad as I thought, but you still have a long way to go brat," Tsunade said. Naruto smirked and did a backflip before landing on the roof of one of the buildings. "I don't want to hear that from a half-drunk half-sober," Naruto yelled out making Tsunade grow a tick mark on her head. Tsunade cracked her knuckles and Naruto had the feeling that things were going to get even more interesting. Tsunade applied chakra to her fist and Naruto knew what she was about to do. Naruto jumped off the building and into the air before he spun wildly towards Tsunade. "Ska!" Naruto yelled, making Tsunade narrow her eyes at him. She didn't stay in the same stop and backed up before seeing Naruto drill into the ground. Does he know the Inuzuka technique? Tsunade wondered, but Naruto didn't give her the time of day to think anymore and quickly went through some hand signs and his right hand began to cackle loudly. "I'm gonna make you take it back Bachan," Naruto said with the Sharingan flaring. Jiraiya, Shizune, and Tsunade were all surprised by the change in his eyes and all three really wanted an explanation. "He even has the Sharingan. He's not an uchiha, he said he was Minato's son. Does he have it?" Tsunade thought until the sound of multiple birds chirping brought her out of her stupor. She widened her eyes when she saw Naruto charging at her and she had to act fast. Tsunade quickly pumped her right fist with chakra and slammed the ground making a large impact of gravel shoot at Naruto. Naruto cursed as the Chidori required straight movement for power, but he was already too far into it and suddenly got an idea. Naruto held up a single hand sign with his left hand and before long he touched the ground and yelled. "Hyotin. Daihyoshi, ice release." Great ice death, suddenly large ice spikes came from the ground and blocked the stone slabs that were aimed at Naruto, but that's not all they did. If one looked closely, they formed a sort of ramp that gave Naruto the edge he needed. The blonde ran up the stairs and jumped in the air above Tsunade. They gasped at Naruto's mastery over certain techniques that he shouldn't have had and Naruto shot at her with his right hand. "Chidori," Naruto yelled, but he saw Tsunade smirk at the last moment and sidestepped the attack. Tsunade cocked her fist back and slammed it into Naruto's stomach. Naruto gasped when he felt the chakra-enforced push which sent the blonde flying into a building with a giant crash. "Don't underestimate your Gaki. You're 30 years too early to beat me," Tsunade said with a confident smirk. Jiraiya and Shizune wondered how Naruto was doing, but one look at Kiba and Haku's smiles and they knew it wasn't over yet. "No Tsunade Bachan, you're 50 years too old to think that this could take me down," Naruto said coming from the rubble with some of his clothes in a battered form. Tsunade narrowed her eyes on Naruto, but the blonde was more or less shocked that Naruto had survived a punch from her. Sure she held back a lot so as not to kill him, but it should have at least put the blonde out for at least 2 days. "Well Gaki, mind telling me how you're so good?" I noticed you had the Sharingan, the Inyazuka techniques and even some skills from Kiri's Yuki clan, Tsunade said, not feeling drunk anymore. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled. It was always funny to see someone's shocked face, and he loved the sight of it. Only if you tell me what the hell your problem is, Naruto countered, making Tsunade arch an eyebrow at him. Everyone heard the conversation going on and wondered where Naruto was going with it all. What do you mean? Tsunade asked with a confused expression. Naruto sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose in slight frustration. Why did you insult the cage? What did they ever do to you? Naruto asked, shocking Tsunade. The blonde remembered her painful memories of her love and her brother before sucking her teeth at Naruto. You wouldn't understand. You're so happy-go-lucky. I've got nothing to say about it. It's my business, Tsunade barked, making Naruto grit his teeth at her. He'd only had a little practice with it, but Naruto had enough. Then I've got nothing to say to you, Bachan, Naruto returned, causing Tsunade to huff her annoyance. Suddenly the dust around Naruto began to swirl, and it was then that Haku backed up slightly. Jiraiya and Tsunade noticed them back up and unconsciously did it themselves. Naruto raised his hand and lunged it out and suddenly shot at Tsunade, taking her by surprise, but she ultimately dodged it with some of her hair getting cut off while looking at Naruto, and the sight shocked her. She met the coldest blue eyes she had ever seen and saw Naruto weaving his hand around, and the sand followed his movements trying to capture Tsunade. The blonde woman dodged left and right, then backflipped, but Naruto didn't let up and drew his right hand back. Tsunade turned her head and saw the sand at the back of her coming for her, and she almost dodged, but the sand grabbed her right leg and another shot of sand grabbed her right arm. The sand continued to overwhelm the sand until her entire body was covered. Naruto raised his hand and with it was the sand that was in the middle of the air. Tsunade tried to move, but she noticed that the sand grew tighter around her and winced. I wouldn't move. Every major movement makes the sand constrict you even more. I've won this fight, Bachan. Had you not been drinking you might have beaten me, but it is what it is, Naruto said, making his sand drop and softly placing Tsunade on the ground. The blonde relinquished his control of the sand and watched it regress into the ground. Naruto walked up to Tsunade, who was downright pissed at the result, and watched Naruto come up to her. Now then, Bachan, let's go. I'm tired from this day, and whether you like it or not, you will come back with me, even if I have to drag you back, and you now know damn well that I can, Naruto said to her. Tsunade tried to get a punch at Naruto, but everyone was shocked when he disappeared in a flash of yellow lightning and appeared behind her. Harassment, they all thought. Tsunade was so shocked that she forgot her rage and turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, have you been teaching him harassment? Why the hell would you do that? It was an amazing act that even Minato made. How could you fill up his hopes of ever using it? Tsunade yelled out. Jiraiya sighed and said that he didn't teach Naruto the harassment. It's not finished, but I have most of it down. And besides I beat you without it so you shouldn't really say anything about it, Naruto told her. Tsunade stood to her feet and huffed her annoyance at the blonde and his words. It took Minato most of his life to do the harassment. A genin like you could never make it happen, Tsunade said to him. Naruto narrowed his eyes on her and smirked, feeling a bit of a challenge coming on from Tsunade. Please Bachan, give me 3 days and I'll have the harassment down like it was a memory, Naruto said to her. Tsunade grinned at that bet and nodded. Alright, I'll give you a week. If you can master the harassment in that time, then I'll take back what I said about the cage and I'll return to the village and I'll also give you this, Tsunade said, holding up her necklace. Naruto raised an eyebrow at it but grinned and nodded. Fine, you got yourself a bet, Bachan, but regardless if I win or not you will come back to Konoha, Naruto told her. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched at Naruto's cheekiness in the matter, but she relented and nodded. Shizune widened her eyes and quickly intervened. Tsunade-sama, you've never betted that necklace. This is a foolish thing to do, Shizune told Tsunade, but then waved it off and then stormed off to go and get a desperately needed drink. Naruto turned to Kiba and thanked his friend for holding his swords. Kyuubi and Kasumi came up to Naruto with the former resting on his head and the latter taking up residence in his jacket. So Naruto-kun, are you going to train? Haku asked him. Naruto nodded and walked off towards a private place to train. Jiraiya decided to go after Tsunade, while Kiba and Haku talked with Shizune for a bit. So has he always been like that? I mean, how did he get so powerful? Shizune asked. Kiba and Haku looked at each other for a minute and smiled. You might want to sit down with Shizune-san. It's a long story, they both said to her. Shizune absently nodded and the two went on with their story about Naruto and his power. With Naruto, the blonde finally made it out of the town and into an endless plain of grass with only a single tree in the middle of it. Naruto smirked and allowed Kyuubi to jump off his head and Kasumi jumped out of his jacket. Kyuubi changed to her illustrious form and so did Kasumi and both women sat on the grass feeling the cold breeze. So Naruto-kun, you made a bet with A. You really are reckless, but I can see how you would. Judging from your trial and errors with the Hiraishin before, I think you bit off more than you can chew, Naruto-kun, Kyuubi said, making Naruto slump to the floor. Don't I know Kyuubi-chan, but I'll make her take it back. I'll show her that she's wrong, Naruto returned, making Kyuubi smile. Kasumi smiled also before rubbing her soft hands on Naruto's shoulder. Then what are you waiting for, Naruto-sama? You should be training then, Kasumi told him. Naruto chuckled with a nod and stood to his feet. Naruto took out one of his father's kunai and threw it at the tree. Naruto pinpointed his chakra to the kunai and disappeared until he slammed into the tree and cursed. Kyuubi and Kasumi sweat dropped at the action and sighed. He's gonna be at this for a while, isn't he? Kasumi asked. Kyuubi nodded and both girls watched the blonde train his heart away. But Tsunade was currently inside a stand drinking some sake while slumping her shoulders to the small table in front of her. Drinking always helped her escape from problems, but this time she just couldn't get drunk, no matter how much she drank. Drowning your problems in alcohol again? Jiraiya asked her, coming out of nowhere. Tsunade sighed and gave a tired glare at him. What do you want, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked, twirling her saucer around. Jiraiya sat on the stool next to her and ordered some of the same drink and took a sip of the strong drink. Jiraiya leaned up off the chair and slightly chuckled. He won't be able to do it in a week. And you know that, don't you? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade just stared at her cup, which seemed to answer his question, and she turned to him. What's his deal? I can understand that he wants to defend his father, but the brat really needs to grow up. He's just a damn genin. What does he know anyway? Tsunade grumbled while gulping down some more sake. Jiraiya grinned and knew he was the one who would have to tell Tsunade the news and knew it was going to surprise her. Come on, Tsunade, you know from how he fights and how he beat you that he's not a genin, Jiraiya said, making Tsunade stiffen at his claim. He's not a genin? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya sighed and rubbed the back of his head at the sudden tension in the air before he asked her a question. Do you think a genin could beat it even if they were drunk? Jiraiya asked her. Tsunade shook her head with a hell no for a response and Jiraiya nodded. Naruto's a. He really impressed everyone and you should know why he earned that position, Jiraiya told her. Tsunade widened her eyes at Jiraiya and turned back to her saucer. I just screwed myself, didn't I? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya nodded and drank from his saucer again. Yeah, you did, but at least you've got me, Jiraiya told her. Tsunade chuckled and glared softly at him. Are you trying to get me on a date again? Not after the last one, Tsunade said, and Jiraiya grumbled in protest of her words. It was one time, Tsunade. Man, you women never let anything go, do you? Jiraiya asked her. Tsunade sighed and rubbed her temples over the conversation they were having. Today was definitely not a day. Back in Konoha, the Naruto Kaibunshin had just made it back to Konoha and it was exhausted, but since it had a mission to do from the real Naruto, it intended to keep it. Naruto grabbed Sasuke and the two passed Konoha's gates. I can't believe you did that, Sasuke. Why did you copy Kakashi-sensei's technique? Naruto asked him. Sasuke simply fed and turned his gaze from Naruto. You could never understand, Naruto. You've been alone just like me, but you have a family. You get the training and all the other things that should rightfully be mine. I'm a fucking uchiha and you're just a stupid Uzumaki brat. You may be fourth son, but he must have hated you to put Kyuubi in you, Sasuke stated, and suddenly Naruto stopped and grabbed Sasuke's collar and steadily lifted the emo off the ground with his eyes turning to slits. How the hell do you know that? Naruto asked him. Sasuke gave an arrogant grin and rolled his eyes at the blonde. Please dope, those idiots on the council would bend over backwards for me and my clan. It's not hard to extract information from them. They're all worthless people anyway, Sasuke said and was only met by a punch in the gut that made him gasp. Listen here, emo, you may have most of Konoha worshipping the dirty ground you walk on, but me and my family aren't most of Konoha and don't think I won't kick your ass for insulting my parents, Naruto said, making damn sure that Sasuke understood. Sasuke gave a snort for a response and before long came to see what the fuss was about. Naruto? Sasuke? Naruto, aren't you supposed to be with Jiraiya and the others looking for Lady Tsunade? Kakashi asked, showing his face. Naruto grinned with a nod before he explained. Well, Kakashi-sensei, I'm just a Kaibunshin from the boss. He had me drag Sasuke team back here. Also, Kakashi-sensei, I learned something from Sasuke that you should know about. The blood clones started making Kakashi slightly glare at Sasuke for an unknown reason. Oh? And what should I know about Sasuke? Kakashi asked while still reading his book. Naruto glared at Sasuke, who still had a defiant look on his face, and suddenly smiled. Sasuke team thought that it would be good to watch you and me train and copy the Chidori that you taught me, Naruto said, making Kakashi widen his eyes and turn to Sasuke. He copied it? Kakashi asks, trying to wrap his mind around that idea. Naruto nodded and before long he dissolved into a small pool of blood on the ground. Sasuke and Kakashi were a little freaked out by that, but it didn't last long before Kakashi grabbed Sasuke's shoulder and gave a nice smile. "Sasuke Uchiha, may I have a word with you right now?" Kakashi asked, and before Sasuke could respond they both disappeared in a leaf shunshin. Somewhere in the middle of nowhere, 7 figures appeared on top of the fingers of a weird statue and began to converse with each other. "Itachi, Kisame report. Have you captured Kyuubi?" the leader asked. Itachi closed his eyes while Kisame grumbled something incoherent. "I guess that's a no then." One of the others said while grinning. Kisame grew a tick mark on his head but didn't really say anything, and neither did Itachi for the moment until someone else spoke. "How hard could it be to capture a little brat?" Another asked, but it was muffled since his Akatsuki coat covered his mouth. Kisame simply couldn't take it anymore and decided to let some of his pent-up aggression out. "HMPH, it's not like you've had any luck with the Nanabi. Sure, she ran off from her village, but I didn't think you'd have so much trouble," Kisame retorted, making the man sneer at him. "I have contacts, Kisame, it won't be long before Haiden and I take care of the Nanabi. Just don't slow me down, Kakuzu." "You always have your stupid side trips for money," Haiden said, and then hell broke loose between the two teammates, who argued about the importance of their individual time-spending activities until the leader stopped them. "Enough. Itachi, what can you tell us about Kyuubi?" the leader asked. Itachi nodded and turned to him. "Well, Pain, he's very mysterious at the moment. I'm not sure of all the details, but he has the Sharingan and even managed to break my Tsukiyomi," Itachi said, nearly shocking everyone in the room. "Naruto Uzumaki has the Sharingan. Do you leave another family member alive, Itachi?" The man asked, causing Itachi to glare at him before he kept quiet. "It matters not to Dara. Zetsu keeps a close watch on Kyuubi. He may turn out to be more of a problem later on," Pain said, the Venus flytrap-looking man. He seemed to be divided by two sides, one black and the other white. "Yes, Pain-sama. I wonder if he's any strong," the black and white said before vanishing. Soon the other members started to vanish, leaving only 2 members on 2 different fingers. "So Nagato, what do we do with the Kyuubi?" a female asked. Pain narrowed his eyes before answering. "At the moment nothing is Conan. We will merely observe him. However, one day he will die and his death will become the bridge to peace," Pain said as he disappeared. Conan merely gave an inaudible sigh and left, leaving the conversation of the Akatsuki members in the past. With Naruto, late afternoon, 4 days later, Kyuubi and Kasumi opened their eyes to see Naruto on the plain grass sleeping, and both chuckled at him. The blonde had spent nearly the entire night each day practicing harassment, and he was still at the same level he was before. The tree had dent marks on it from the multiple impacts it sustained. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and got to his feet. "Naruto-sama, how are you doing?" Kasumi asked. Naruto struggled to his feet, but with the help of Kyuubi and Kasumi, he managed to keep his balance pretty easily. "I feel like I took 100 of Tsunade Bachan's punches and then some," Naruto said, smiling. Kasumi chuckled at her blonde, and before long everyone's stomach grumbled and they all laughed while blushing. "I guess we should get something to eat," Naruto told them. Kasumi and Kyuubi nodded, and before long, the 3 walked off back to the town to get something to eat. It didn't take them long to enter the town, and all 3 saw Kiba and Haku looking around some stores. They appeared to be window shopping for some items, but it didn't seem like anything. "Hey guys," Naruto called, making the 2 turn around. Kiba smirked and Haku waved as Naruto, Kyuubi, and Kasumi walked over to them. "Hey Naruto-kun, you didn't come back to the hotel for 5 nights in a row," Haku said with some slight worry in her voice. Naruto smiled and rubbed the back of his head. "Yeah, sorry about that, Haku-chan, I've been practicing all those nights and I exhausted all my chakra before passing out in the fields," the blonde explained. Haku and Kiba sweat dropped at that and sighed before letting it go. "So what are you guys doing?" Naruto asked them. "I'm training with Akamaru in another part of the forest. Kasen gave me a new clan technique to master before I got back and I intend to do it," Kiba said with a feral grin. Haku held her sword in her hand and shrugged her shoulders. "I'm gonna look for a blacksmith. I wanted Zabuza-sama's sword to have an upgrade, so I'm going to look around and hopefully get some new things." "What about you, Naruto-kun?" Haku returned. Naruto smirked and pointed to a small restaurant. "I'm gonna get something to eat, then it's back to training for me. I'll probably be at the hotel this time, I think," Naruto told them. "And here I was just getting used to the comfortable grass out in the field. It's actually quite relaxing," Kyuubi assessed, making everyone raise an eyebrow at her. "So has anyone seen Shizune-san, Tsunade Bachan or Iro-senin?" Naruto asked. Haku and Kiba shook their heads in a negative way that they didn't. Naruto sighed since he remembered his conversation with Shizune 3 days ago. It motivated him even more to get through with the harassment, not to mention learning a little more about Tsunade. Flashback, Naruto huffed and fell to the ground as he saw the kunai stuck in the tree. He still couldn't get the trajectory for the harassment down. He had to be able to judge distances for a long time, but he still hit his head on the tree. It was rather embarrassing and chakra taxing, but he didn't complain. He always enjoyed a challenge, and it spurred him on even more. He, however, wasn't neglecting his other training as he made cage bunshin to get some done. He also made two other cage bunshin spar with each other. One had the Sharingan and the other had the. Naruto was about to get up and start again, but he felt a presence behind him, and he sighed. "Can I help you, Shizune-san?" Naruto asked for the brunette to appear from where she was hiding. Shizune came up and smiled at the blonde before coming over to his position. She saw his clone training along with a red-haired woman who was teaching a dog summon she presumed. Shizune ignored it and walked up to Naruto. "Hello Naruto-san, do you mind if we talk?" "It's about Tsunade-sama," Shizune said to him. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her, but nodded and the two of them got to talking. "What is Shizune-san?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi and Kasumi with their hearing were able to listen to the conversation, but kept up their talk about Kasumi's training. Shizune looked at the ground for a few minutes and mulled over how to best choose her words before staring at Naruto with a sudden look of conviction. "Don't do it Naruto-san. Don't keep the bet with Tsunade-sama. That necklace has a history. It's only safe with her and no one else. Anyone else who wears it will eventually die," Shizune said, making Naruto narrowed his eyes on her. Shizune went on to explain how Tsunade first gave the necklace to her little brother, Nawaki, and how he would be the Hokage, but he died when he was a genin and it caused Tsunade a lot of grief. She then went to explain that Tsunade gave her necklace to her lover, Dan, and how he would also be Hokage, but he died on a mission and Tsunade couldn't save him. She was traumatized by the sight of blood from that point on. Naruto could only feel some of Tsunade's pain. It made him wonder what he would do if Tsume, Haku, Kiba, Kyuubi, or Kasumi died. He shuddered at the thought, but he turned back to Shizune. "Thank you Shizune-san for sharing that story with me, but I can't let go of this bet," Naruto told her. Shizune looked at him wide-eyed and wanted him to explain, and Naruto was more than glad to. "I'm sorry that she has had a lot of grief in her life, Shizune-san, but that's no excuse for insulting the cage of Konoha. When I win this bet I'll show her that her necklace isn't a curse, but it will be my gift," Naruto told her. Shizune widened her eyes at Naruto, and the blonde smirked. "Besides, what kind of cage would I be if I couldn't do this much?" Naruto asked her before turning back to the tree in front of him. "Tell Tsunade Bachin that I'll make her regret making a bet with me," Naruto said walking from the tree. He came to about quite a few feet from the tree and stared at it. Then he disappeared in yellow lightning and hit his head on the tree again. "Damn it this is hard," Naruto said, falling to his knees. Shizune watched him for a bit before smiling and leaving Naruto to his own training. Flashback end. "Well that being the case, I'll see you guys later," Naruto told them. Haku and Kiba nodded before taking off into the restaurant. Naruto, Kyuubi and Kasumi had a nice meal in the restaurant and it helped that Naruto still had money left over from his wallet to pay for the three of them. The three had a really good time, but before long they left and went back to training in the plains. Naruto trained until the sun went down and he was making progress, but not as much as he wanted. He could go quite far now, but it was also a matter of keeping it going. He wanted to be able to do a continuous Hiraishin, but it was harder than he thought. "Hey Kyuubi-chan, do you have any idea on how I'm supposed to do this?" Naruto asked his sexy vixen. Kyuubi shook her head in a negative way. The Hiraishin was one that she had the pleasure of seeing when she fought Minato, but she didn't have the time to analyze it due to circumstances. "Sorry Naruto-kun, you'll just have to keep at it for a bit longer," Kyuubi told him. Naruto sighed with a nod and continued to train unaware that someone was watching him from a distance. "Wow he's training rather hard. I wonder if he could help me out," a girl with green hair said to herself. She had orange eyes and wore a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with her fishnet armor underneath, long wide armlets and fishnet shorts with a soft white apron over top. She was also wearing a red wrapping on her back which was probably for some purpose. "Girls go over there." "I see Kyuubi. Man, it's been so long since I've seen her. I wonder how she got out of her seal," a giant beetle-like creature said to her container. The girl's name was Fu and she was of the Nanabi, however she had run away from her home which was to Kigakur in order to escape the abuse she felt from the place. She'd only just escaped a few weeks ago so everything was relatively new to her. Fu was generally surprised to find another, but it kept her at ease slightly. "How do I know he won't attack me?" Fu asked. Nanabi sighed and decided to humor her container a little. "You don't and if worse comes to worse, I'll help you out so get a move on now," Nanabi ordered. Fu reluctantly left the place she was hiding from and walked closer. Naruto had already sensed her, but didn't say anything since she wasn't causing him any trouble that he knew about. He had formed a mental link to Kyuubi and she told him it was the Nanabi. Naruto was surprised at the revelation, but he certainly didn't mind it at all. He knew Fu was coming closer to him, but he felt she was cautious in doing so, and it made him chuckle. "You know, I don't bite," the blonde said, shocking Nanabi. Naruto turned his gaze to meet hers, and he had to admit that Fu looked rather cute. Fu also had to admit that Naruto was good looking in a sense. He really knew how to bring out the color of black and orange on his jacket. "Sorry, I'm just not used to being so close to people without having them hurt me," Fu said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at her. Fu did her best to smile at him, but it felt somewhat strained, and Naruto knew that it was. "Well, is there something that Nanabe wants with me?" Naruto asked her. Fu was shocked that Naruto knew she was A, but she immediately chalked that up to his telling him about her. Well, can I at least know your name?" "I didn't mean to interrupt your training, but I felt the need to ask," Fu said, making Naruto smile. The blonde dusted his clothes off and gave a foxy grin. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." "Nice to meet you," Naruto told her. Fu widened her eyes at the revelation and immediately shot up to Naruto and had stars in her eyes. "Naruto Uzumaki? The same Naruto Uzumaki that fought Zabuza Mamachi in Wave and the same who stopped the Ichibi from going wild?" Fu asked, and Naruto had to blush slightly at her actions, along with Kyuubi and Kasumi. The three found it cute in a way. "That's right. How did you know that?" Naruto asked her. Fu nearly scoffed and searched her clothes and her bag and then took out a book and flipped through the pages. "Right here, you're in the bingo book," Fu said, sounding even more excited. Naruto chuckled with a nod and decided to rest his body and talk to Fu for a bit. He was on guard for an attack just for precautionary measures, but he didn't have to worry about it too much since there was little that did catch him off guard anymore. He learned that from Raymond's experience. "So Fu-chan, what are you doing out here?" Naruto wondered, making fun slight blush at the affectionate use of her name. Fu then looked at the ground and gave a depressive sigh. "I ran away from Taki. I hated it there. They always treated me like dirt and would never give me the time of day for anything. The only reason I'm even alive is because of Nanabe," Fu said, and she smiled knowing that Nanabe was getting a sense of pride from the statement. Naruto nodded since he knew what that was like. Fu soon turned her eyes and saw Kyuubi correcting Kasumi on a mid-jonin Taijutsu stance. Suddenly she heard Nanabe yelling her head off and Fu got to a main issue. "Naruto-san, can I ask you a question?" Fu asked him. Naruto grinned and adopted a thinking pose. "Well, you just did, but sure, what's up?" Naruto asked. Fu chuckled at the small joke that Naruto played before getting serious again. How did you get Kyuubi to be free? Did you release your seal?" Fu asked and Naruto scratched the back of his head in slight embarrassment. "Well, it took a bit of thinking, but I got her out with a way of bypassing the seal. I could teach the method to you, but that would require some expert knowledge on the mechanics of Fuinjutsu, and I don't think you know about it, do you?" Naruto asked her. Fu held her head down and shook it in a negative fashion. Naruto sighed and looked at the sky for a few minutes. "Well, for now, Fu-chan, I'll give you this book. It's relatively short and explains the basics to Fuinjutsu. Try reading this and you'll be fine until you understand it," Naruto told her. Fu's face lit up in appreciation, but then she looked at the damaged tree and raised an eyebrow. "So Naruto-san, what are you doing?" Fu asked. Naruto turned to the tree and made a hand sign. He dispelled his clones and suddenly gripped his head from getting a major headache. "Oh, it's nothing too serious. Konoha is just looking for our new cage, and right now our candidate is being difficult," Naruto replied, rolling his eyes. This piqued Fu's interest, and Naruto told her about most of the things that happened. He wasn't sure why he was telling mission secrets to someone he just met, but it seemed alright to him. Soon it was getting late, and Naruto told Fu about Konoha, such as the good things and the bad things, but mainly the good things. The more Fu listened, the more she got interested in Konoha. It sounded like a great place. She was sort of scared that people harmed Naruto in his past, but he told her that it wasn't nearly as bad and most of the bigotry had really gone down for him. He told her about a certain stand that made the best ramen in the world and told her about his clan. It all got Fu interested and her admiration for Naruto grew by the passing hours. Naruto told her about Tsume, Hana, Kiba, Haku, Kushina and all the other people he had the pleasure of knowing. "Wow, Naruto-san, your life sounds so fun and exciting. It makes me wish I could be in Konoha." "It doesn't sound like a bad place at all," Fu uttered with a giggle. "So why don't you come back with me?" Naruto asked her. Fu paused and a small blush grew from her face at those words. But I just met you," Fu told him, but Naruto waved it off and grinned. "We also told our life stories to each other despite it all. You're probably a missing nin right now, Fu-chan, and I can tell that you don't like to be chased, so why not come back with me?" Naruto insisted. Fu blushed and looked at the ground trying to find some reason to refuse Naruto's offer, but for the life of her and Nanabe she couldn't. "Well, Naruto-san, if you don't mind then I guess that's okay with me," Fu said and was about to leave, but Naruto stopped her. "You don't have a place to stay, do you?" Naruto asked her. Fu's face lit up in embarrassment. "I do. Not," Fu ultimately said in a depressive tone. Naruto chuckled at her, and it made her even cuter when she pouted at him. Naruto motioned for Kyuubi and Kasumi to come with him, and Fu took the time to inspect the girl with Kyuubi. "Naruto-san, who's that?" Fu asked, pointing at Kasumi. Kasumi smiled and did a slight bow. "Hello, I'm Kasumi. I'm Naruto-sama's friend and one of his loves," Kasumi said, shocking Fu with those words. Her heart for some reason sank from those, but Kasumi also pointed to Kyuubi. "And this is Kyuubi-sama, she is also one of Naruto-sama's loves," Kasumi said, and Naruto had to smack himself in the head for not teaching Kasumi the term punctuality. Fu by this time had her eyebrow twitching, and it only made it worse when Nanabe joked about not judging someone on how you saw them. "Well anyway Fu-chan, let's go, you look hungry," Naruto told her. Fu giggled at that, but she shook her head in a negative way. "No thank you Naruto-san, I ate a few hours ago, so I just want to go to bed," Fu told him. Naruto nodded and the group of four walked away from the plains, leaving the results of Naruto's training behind. Back at the hotel, Naruto and Fu had just arrived at the hotel, and Naruto fished for his keys into his pocket. He opened the door to his room and it was still empty like always, but he didn't really care. He looked at the size of the bed and looked at everyone else. "Alright, 4 people aren't going to fit into this thing," Naruto said, and he noticed Fu's blush when she looked at the single bed. Naruto quickly shook his and blushed along with her. "And no Fu-chan, I didn't mean it like that. Why you don't have to sleep in the same bed as me. We just met and all." "I wasn't suggesting anything," Naruto said, trying to defend any honor he had left. Fu gave a soft laugh in Naruto's nervousness and sighed. It's alright Naruto-san, I don't mind too much," Fu said to him. Naruto nodded and before he did the covers Kyuubi disappeared into the sea and smiled. "I'll just stay here tonight. It's not so bad when you get used to it," Kyuubi said hopping in her bed and going to sleep. Kasumi got into her dog form and waited for Naruto and Fu to lay down. Naruto allowed Fu to change into some clothes, but she said she didn't have much, so she slept in what she had. Naruto decided to do the same and only took off his jacket and pants, which left him in his sleeveless black t-shirt and some shorts. Fu blushed when she saw Naruto's toned arms and his toned chest that seemed to stretch the fabric of the shirt some. "Damn it, I'm blushing." "Calm down Fu, just calm down," Fu told herself and climbed in the bed. Naruto followed and pulled the covers over them. Kasumi took her spot on Naruto's stomach and Naruto turned out the light as both went to sleep. Next morning, Naruto and Fu were still sleeping the day away, but suddenly the door bursts open waking up the duo when they turned their gazes to see Haku and Kiba in the room. "Naruto, we have a problem. Are we interrupting something?" Kiba asked while keeping up a feral grin and Haku chuckled along with him. Naruto and Fu glanced at each other and blushed madly before Naruto spoke in his defense. "I'll explain later, what's the problem?" Naruto asked them. Haku dragged in an injured and unconscious Shizune and narrowed her eyes. "Tsunade has gone to Orochimaru," Haku told him. Naruto felt the heaviest weight slam into his head when he heard that. "She did what?" Chapter 28. She did what? Naruto roared and quickly got out of the bed. Haku and Kiba could tell Naruto was pissed and the blonde quickly went to get his clothes. Fu simply stayed in the bed for a bit longer before stepping out and grabbing her clothes also. Suddenly Shizune stirred herself awake to see herself in Naruto's room and saw the blonde himself and a girl she didn't know in the room. "Shizune-san, can you tell me what happened?" Naruto asked her. Shizune gave a depressed look and told Naruto and the others how she stood up to Tsunade and told her master that Dan and Nawaki wouldn't approve of what she was doing. They then had a heated fight ultimately with Tsunade knocking Shizune out. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the information and then strapped his fire sword and lightning sword to his back while his wind sword stayed on the side of his hip. No sooner than that did Jiraiya come through the window startling the hell out of Fu, but she saw he was a little weak at the moment and helped him to the bed. Jiraiya thanked the mysterious girl for her help and rubbed his temples. "Tsunade has really done it this time. Damn, to make an elixir that even I couldn't detect. No wonder she's Jiraiya said and Naruto mentally cursed. He then made a Kaibunshin and with a slow process, Kyuubi came out of the seal and stretched herself awake. "Looks like we all have a problem. Tsunade is not a pushover even if Naruto-kun did take her down. We should hurry up and meet them," Kyuubi insisted. Everyone nodded, but Jiraiya turned to the girl with green hair. "I feel like I know you from somewhere. Mind telling me your name?" Jiraiya asked her. Fu seemed to hesitate in answering him and turned to Naruto who gave her a small grin and nodded that she could trust everyone in this room. Fu gained some confidence from the silent conversation and nodded back. "I'm Fu or better yet than Nanabe Jinchuriki. I'm from Taki, but I escaped and became a rogue kunoichi." Fu started making Haku and Kiba gasp. Shizune was busy healing Jiraiya of the effects of Tsunade's drug. "Well that's interesting," Jiraiya said before getting back to the matter at hand. Soon the clashing of metal brought everyone's attention to Naruto who was twirling one of his kunai in his hand with a strong glare that only intensified during the show. "If you think you're getting out of this bet that easily Bachan then you've got another thing coming," Naruto said and everyone nodded. Kasumi had changed to her human form and opened the door. "So what are we waiting for Naruto-sama?" Kasumi said, running out of the room. Naruto chuckled and followed after her along with Kyuubi, and after them was Fu, Haku, and Kiba. Shizune and Jiraiya were a little behind since Jiraiya was still slightly weak from the drug. "You go, I'll catch up if I can." "Right now they need you more than I do," Jiraiya told her. Shizune hesitated but nodded eventually and followed after the group. But Naruto and the others, Asumi had managed to pick up on the scent of Tsunade and it took them to the outskirts of Tenzaku town. They all saw Tsunade on the ground shivering while Orochimaru and Kabuto were smirking. They then looked up and locked eyes with Naruto's group who came to Tsunade aid. Naruto-kun and the members of Team 7. Also the Nanabe Jinchuriki was quaint, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Kabuto chuckled while Naruto gritted his teeth at them. "Tsunade-bachan, you really are hopeless, you know that," Naruto told her. Tsunade seemed to calm down, but some slight shivering was still there while she saw Kiba and Haku next to him, along with a red-haired woman and a girl with wolf ears. "Then Naruto, what are you and the others doing here?" Tsunade asked. Naruto grinned and cracked his knuckles. "I'm here to keep you from making the biggest mistake of your life, Bachan. Now then, until you actually become a person who isn't afraid of blood, watch us kick their asses." Naruto yelled as his fist glowed with chakra and he slammed it into the ground, making it shake violently. Tsunade widened her eyes at Naruto's use of superhuman strength and for that second she stopped shivering. Orochimaru and Kabuto narrowed their eyes at Naruto and found him to be a little more troublesome. "Well, this certainly raises the stakes, right, Kabuto?" Orochimaru asked and Kabuto smirked while adjusting his glasses before making his left hand glow with chakra. "Alright then, Kasumi-chan, Kyuubi-chan, you go handle the pedo. Haku, Kiba and I will handle Kabuto. Can you take care of Bachan?" Naruto asked. Fu nodded and everyone went to their respective assignments. Orochimaru thought he heard wrong when he heard Naruto say Kyuubi-chan, but he ignored it. He then took out Kusanagi from his throat and chuckled while staring at Kyuubi and Kasumi. "He's always so creepy, Kyuubi-sama?" Kasumi asked with a grin. Kyuubi smirked with a nod and she took it to jutsu stance. "This is gonna be so fun. I haven't fought in so long. I hope he doesn't disappoint me," Kyuubi said as she and Kasumi engaged Orochimaru. Meanwhile Naruto, Haku and Kiba dealt with Kabuto and they knew the man was skilled. He was able to perfectly dodge Haku's sword strikes and he blocked Kiba hits and countered them with his own. Naruto gritted his teeth at Kabuto and pulled out his fire sword to strike Kabuto, but the medic was just as slippery as his master. Naruto slashed at Kabuto, however, the medic dodged out of Naruto's way and backflipped. Naruto, Haku and Kiba regrouped until they heard Kabuto snicker. "Is this the best Team 7 can do? Pathetic. And you call yourself shinobi. You aren't even worthy of being in Orochimaru-sama's services," Kabuto barked. Naruto narrowed his eyes and so did Haku and Kiba while Akamaru growled at him. Naruto closed his eyes and walked forward making Kabuto's grin lessen. "Alright Kabuto, then we won't hold back anymore. Haku, Kiba, let's try it out now," Naruto told them. Haku and Kiba grinned while Naruto opened his eyes and his Sharingan blazed. Kabuto widened his eyes at the blonde, having the uchiha that Orochimaru wanted so much. He then heard cackling and saw Naruto grip his right hand. Lightning crackled in Naruto's hand and it intensified his Sharingan's glare. "Oh!" Naruto yelled. Immediately Kiba ran forward and crossed his fingers while his chakra linked with Akamaru's. "Age Bunshin no Justu," Kiba yelled as 6 Bunshins came into existence along with 6 Akamarus. Kabuto gasped and stepped back, but Kiba and his Bunshins began to spin violently with Akamaru's clones and they launched at Kabuto. "Hajuu Gatsuuga," Kiba yelled and spiraled at Kabuto. Kabuto countered by jumping in the air and smoothly dodged all the Kibas and Akamarus who were spinning at him. He kept this up for a long time and his clothes were getting torn from the friction of the spinning. Suddenly Kiba stopped and grinned. "Kiba got back," Naruto called and Kiba did just that. Kabuto turned to see Naruto running at him while his Chidori was in full blaze. Kabuto chuckled and figured it was easy to dodge Naruto since the Chidori could only work in a straight line and it was rather easy to dodge, but when he was about to dodge, ice spikes came from the ground and held him in place. Kabuto cursed when he saw Haku with a gentle grin and he gasped when Naruto was in front of him. "Chidori," Naruto yelled out, slamming the Chidori into Kabuto's chest. Kabuto screamed out and Naruto added more chakra to make the Chidori expand even more, dealing more damage. The ice spikes began to break and Kabuto fell to the ground. Naruto's right hand held the remnants of the Chidori through a small lightning current, but it stopped soon enough. "Well, I can't say we were entirely serious, but I think that got the job done," Naruto told them. Haku and Kiba nodded and walked away, but Kabuto wasn't done as he slowly stood to his feet. "Not bad, but it's not over yet," Kabuto told them. Naruto and the others growled and watched the amazing healing abilities that Kabuto possessed as the damage that was dealt to him faded until he looked perfectly fine. "I'm not Orochimaru-sama's assistant for nothing. I'm able to heal my body no matter how damaged it is," Kabuto told them. Naruto growled slowly and saw Kabuto take out a soldier pill as his chakra replenished quickly. Kabuto grinned and Naruto narrowed his eyes at the medic. Both shinobi charged at each other and Naruto brought a kick to Kabuto's face, but the medic saw it coming and quickly countered it with a block. Naruto's Sharingan flared as he anticipated Kabuto's block and brought his other foot around to hit Kabuto on the side. Kabuto winced at the pain but steeled himself as he grabbed Naruto's right foot and with a jerk, he made the blonde lose his center of balance. It was all Kabuto needed before he pressed his arm to Naruto's chest and the blonde gritted his teeth in pain before being kicked across the plains by Kabuto. "Damn it," Naruto said as Haku and Kiba ran to his aid. However, Naruto wasn't the only one feeling the effects as Kyuubi gripped her chest in pain while Kasumi kicked Orochimaru across the field only to see her friend on the ground. "Kyuubi-sama, are you alright?" Kasumi asked. Kyuubi nodded and started to breathe heavily. She definitely wasn't alright. What's this pain? Is Naruto-kun in danger? Kyuubi thought to herself while Orochimaru smirked. He swallowed his blade into his throat while sending Kyuubi and Kasumi a glare, but Kyuubi had seen worse so it didn't do much, but for Kasumi, she slightly cowered under the gaze. "Well, you two are most interesting, especially you with the red hair. You exude power like it was second nature. How would you like to join me in my quest for power?" Orochimaru told them. Kyuubi gave him a painful chuckle while Kasumi growled at him. "Humans like you are a dime a dozen. You're no different from the humans of the past, and I doubt the humans in the future will be different from you, but to answer your question, I'd rather not join those who give hikis to children," Kyuubi told him. Orochimaru's eyebrow twitched at that last remark before shrugging his shoulders and smirking. "Very well, then you can both experience hell together," Orochimaru said running at them. However, his sword was blocked by a kunai, and that sight made Orochimaru slightly scowl. "Well, looks like I just made it in time," Jiraiya said with a small grin. Orochimaru backed up and cursed his luck of seeing Jiraiya also, but then he got a good idea. It made him smile. "Well, Jiraiya, still a perv as usual and still a loser," Orochimaru started making Jiraiya chuckle. "Still the same pedo as always, huh, Orochimaru?" Jiraiya said to him. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth before slowly lifting his hands to his mouth and he tore off the wrappings of his arm to show a seal. "Now then, Kabuto came to me," Orochimaru yelled out. Kabuto obeyed and stayed near his master. "Do it," Orochimaru ordered. Kabuto nodded and bit his thumb before tracing it over Orochimaru's seal. Meanwhile, Naruto carefully stood to his feet with the help of Kiba and Haku. He coughed up some blood slightly before his hazy vision pointed him to see Kabuto about to slam his hands on the ground. "Tsunade-bachan, be prepared to hand over that necklace right now," Naruto said, gripping his kunai. Tsunade watched as Naruto wobbled a bit but he then stood perfectly still and breathed slowly. "Alright, it's now or never," Naruto said as he threw the kunai at Kabuto. Tsunade and Shizune watched, and so did Kiba and Haku, as the kunai flew towards the medic nin. Connect your chakra to the seals of the kunai. Let the distance between them and you make the difference in your chakra and just go. As the kunai neared Kabuto, Naruto vanished in yellow lightning, shocking everyone who saw him, and quickly turned to Kabuto's location which shocked the snake and the medic nin. Naruto grinned and held out his right hand. Soon a blue sphere started to form and Naruto slammed it into Kabuto's back. "Rasengan," Naruto yelled, sending Kabuto across the fields and into a tree. Everyone was surprised at him, and Naruto smirked. "I want Tsunade-bachan. Fork over that necklace right now." Naruto yelled out to her, but Tsunade couldn't reply. She just lost. Naruto had performed a perfect oration. Tsunade seemed to choke slightly while she looked at the ground. She then gave a small smile and stood to her feet. Jiraiya gasped at the sight and so did Orochimaru, who conveniently forgot that Naruto was right next to him. Naruto turned back to Orochimaru and his eyes showed a deep hatred for the man in front of him. "Now it's your turn," Naruto said to him. Orochimaru looked at Naruto, then he saw Haku, Kiba, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, Kyuubi and Kasumi. He was severely outmatched, outclassed and as of this moment, out of luck. Orochimaru seethed and turned to Tsunade. "There are plenty of other uses besides you, Tsunade," Orochimaru said as he disappeared in a snake shunshin. Naruto narrowed his eyes, then turned to where Kabuto should have been, but he was gone, and Naruto sighed. "Well, that's just perfect. He runs off like a snake. Oh well, at least we're what are you guys looking at?" Naruto asked, noticing the stares everyone had on him. The blonde blushed from the extensive gazes until he was bombarded by everyone in the excitement. "Naruto-sama, you did it. You did the oration perfectly," Kasumi said, hugging the hell out of Naruto. Naruto chuckled and Kiba ruffled his blonde hair slightly. Kyuubi, Haku and Shizune smiled at Naruto and his accomplishment while Jiraiya seemed to be looking at the sky and he was smiling. "Minato, you would be proud of your son if you could see him today. He mastered your most difficult technique. He really is amazing," Jiraiya said mentally. And last was Tsunade, she walked up to Naruto and proceeded to bonk him on the head. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her before seeing one of her calming smiles. You really are a stubborn brat, but a deal's a deal. I'll bet on this bet one more time, Tsunade said, taking off her necklace, and she gently wrapped it around Naruto's neck. Everyone watched the green jewel gleam in the sun, and Tsunade sighed. Well, I guess I'll be the goddamn Hokage then. I'll hold the seat as long as I can until you get to it, Gaki, Tsunade said, and everyone grinned at that. Well, that's all nice and good. I'm glad Bachan, Naruto told her, and Tsunade's eyebrow twitched at his remark. You keep calling me Bachan, and you'll never meet another mission above C rank again, Tsunade stated, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. He wasn't sure if she was gonna make good on that threat of hers, but he would be damned if she got a one-up him after everything they just did. So, but it ain't happening, Bachan, Naruto said with a grin, and Tsunade sighed at him and his cheekiness. Jiraiya then placed a hand on her shoulder and gave her a sorrowful expression. Tsunade, he called Sarutobi-sensei Jiji, he called me Iro Senin. You're not getting out of this if we can't get him to stop, so just accept it, Jiraiya told her. Tsunade arched an eyebrow and then slumped. What have I gotten myself into? Tsunade wondered and the group began to walk back, but not before Tsunade turned to see Kyuubi walking with them. It just crossed my mind, but who are those two? Tsunade asked, pointing to Fu and Kyuubi. Both women grinned and Naruto decided to introduce the two to Tsunade, since she didn't know them. Well, first, this is Fu-chan. She's from Tokigaku. I want her to come to Konoha with us, Naruto said, shocking Fu and the others in his statement. Fu suddenly blushed at Naruto's words, and she looked at the ground. Everyone noticed and smiled at her act before she said something. I never said I'd go to Konoha with you, Naruto-san, Fu said, and Naruto turned to her with a grin. Well, if you don't, then I could just capture you as a missing nin and turn you into a taxi for the reward, Naruto said, and everyone dropped their jaws. Fu immediately had a look of horror on her face and clutched Naruto's clothes. Please don't do that. I couldn't stand it if I went back. Please don't send me back, Fu said, and Naruto chuckled. Everyone knew he would never really do such a thing, and he was just kidding. Naruto lightly touched Fu's green hair and just smiled. Sorry, Fu-chan. I didn't mean it. Just a joke. Besides, you really should join Konoha. If you're worried about Taki, then don't be. From this day forward, you're under my protection as the head of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan, Naruto said, and instantly Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune all gasped. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's shoulders and immediately shook the blonde violently. When did you become the head of a clan? I never heard about this. Jiraiya yelled out with Tsunade and Shizune nodding in agreement. Naruto laughed at them and began to explain the detailed things about his mother and the council. Well, Naruto found his compound and he was named as the youngest clan head along with Sasuke. As they walked, Naruto also told them how Haku became his first member besides himself, and it made the girl blush slightly at remembering her plea. Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya were all shocked at Naruto for what he had done, and all three couldn't wait to return to Konoha to see the compound. So who is this? Tsunade asked, pointing to Kyuubi. Kyuubi grinned and Naruto rubbed the back of his head. This wasn't going to go well on multiple levels. Before I tell you, I'd like you to wear this chakra restriction seal, Naruto told her to hold up the seal. Tsunade was confused as to why she would have to wear one, but didn't complain and put on the seal. Naruto sighed and began his introduction. Meanwhile, Kiba and Haku took a step back out of fear for the revelation. Jiraiya did the same and so did Kasumi. This is Kyuubi-chan, or rather Miss Kyuubi no Yoko. She's my tailed beast, Naruto said, making Tsunade and Shizune go wide-eyed. Both were about to interfere, but Naruto stopped them. Please, let's talk and I'll explain. Just don't do something I know you will regret, Naruto told them. Tsunade and Shizune looked at Naruto like he was insane, but nodded and awaited Naruto's explanation. Naruto told them how he met Kyuubi when he was younger and she helped him become how he is today. He had mentioned that the attack on Konoha wasn't her fault and he forgave her. He even told them that she was one of his mates. Tsunade and Shizune turned to Jiraiya, who nodded and looked at Kyuubi from head to toe. If Naruto-san thinks she's okay, then I've got no real complaints, Tsunade-sama. It sounds like it was all a misunderstanding, Shizune said, and Tsunade had to nod. Both were still cautious, but trusted Naruto's judgment in the matter, and then everyone went back to go pack. Back in Konoha, Sarutobi was sighing as he just heard the news from Tsume and Hana. There was an issue in the clan with status being the main issue. The old Hokage sighed and looked at Tsume and Hana. He knew that the two were dead serious, and it made the Sandaime cringe slightly. And there is no other way out of this? Sarutobi asked. Tsume and Hana shook their heads, and Sarutobi sighed for what seemed like the 100th time today. He knew it was a clan issue, but to have Naruto involved in it was so frustrating. Alright Tsume, have this issue resolved as quickly as possible. Man Tsume, could you date someone who didn't attract so much attention to himself? Sarutobi asked and Tsume cackled at his question. Hana gave a small grin, but Tsume began to reply. Now Hokage-sama, you know that's no fun. Naruto-kun is my mate and I'll stand by him. Hana will also. Thank you for accepting this spar Hokage-sama, Tsume said as she and Hana bowed. Sarutobi nodded and he allowed them to leave. Sandaime sighed as he knew Naruto was gonna be mad when he learned of this. Apparently Akira really didn't like Naruto taking what he thought was his. Naruto-kun, hurry up and bring Tsunade back so I can retire. I'm too old for this shit, Sarutobi said while laying his head softly on the desk. He just wanted to drop this work and spend the rest of his days in peace that seemed to evade his grasp with each passing day. Suddenly he came through the door with a scroll in his hand. Hokage-sama, urgent news. It's probably important, he said, to make Sarutobi groan. It was just one thing after another, wasn't it? Alright, good work. Let me see it, Sarutobi said and then gave him the scroll then left. Hiruzen glanced through the contents of the scroll and narrowed his eyes. Immediately after that they widened and Sarutobi dropped the pipe from his lips. Is he for real? What's the Raikage thinking? Sarutobi wondered before he sighed. It was going to be a long talk when Naruto was finished with his business with the Inyazuka compound. Everything seemed to revolve around the blonde now. It was so troublesome to think about. Back with Naruto and the others, everyone had been packed up and ready to leave. It felt so weird to Tsunade that she would be leaving and going back to the place that she said she would never return to. Naruto and the group were happy that they completed their mission and they even got a new friend from it all. Alright, let's get back to Konoha. I can't wait to relax and spend some time in my bed, Kiba said and everyone nodded in agreement with him. Kyuubi and Kasumi into their animal forms and took their respective positions on Naruto's head and in his jacket. Everyone began their trek towards Konoha and simply talked about some things for a majority of the trip. It generally took about 3 days worth of traveling for everyone to make it to Konoha and luckily there were no problems. When they all saw the gates come into view, everyone gave a sigh of relief. Naruto made it a point to place the seal around his compound and at specific places in the village. When the entire group came into view, Izumo and Kotetsu looked up from the gate stand and watched as everyone came over to them. Naruto, Haku, Kiba and Tititsu Tsunade-sama, Izumo said as he widened his eyes at the female. Tsunade gave a warm smile and gave the two a quick hello before looking at the village. This place hasn't changed at all. It really takes me back, Tsunade said and everyone walked through, well almost everyone anyway. Who is this? She's not from our village, Kotetsu said, almost taking out a kunai aimed at Fu. The Nanabe tensed up but Naruto quickly came to her aid. Easy guys. She's with me. She had protection under the Uzumaki Namikaze clan, Naruto declared to them. Kotetsu and Izumo shot Naruto a blank look before putting their kunai back in their pouches. Oh well, alright then Naruto. As long as she's in your protection she's alright, but you might want to run it by Hokage-sama just in case, Izumo mentioned and Naruto took note of that. Fu walked past the gates and immediately thanked Naruto for getting her out of that jam. Naruto told her that it wasn't a problem at all and the group continued to walk through the village and towards the Hokage mansion with Tsunade and Shizune taking in the sights of their old home. Hokage mansion. Naruto and the entire group had finally made it to the Hokage mansion and after some time they walked into the office and everyone filed in while Sarutobi saw a new face but he was going to deal with that later since he was his 2 students in the room with him. You're back, Sarutobi said and Tsunade gave a sheepish grin. It's good to see you too Sarutobi-sensei, Tsunade replied, making the old Hokage smile and nod at her. After a detailed description of the mission by everyone in the room, Sarutobi was shocked to learn that Orochimaru had gone to Tsunade to fix his arms but was happy that he never got the chance. He was even more shocked to learn that Naruto had mastered the Hiraishin. It was probably a milestone for the young. That's amazing Naruto-kun. I can't believe you were able to complete it. Minato would be proud of you, Sarutobi told him. Naruto gave an embarrassed blush but he nodded and thanked Sandaime for the compliment. Hiruzen looked over the report one more time and gave a small smile. Well, it's obvious that this was an A borderline S rank mission. Naruto, Haku, Kiba. I'll have your appropriate mission sent to your accounts in a few days, Sarutobi told them. Everyone nodded and then the Hokage glanced at Fu who seemed to be trying to hide behind Naruto's shoulder. It was slightly cute to everyone but knowing how Fu was raised and treated back in Taki, it was no surprise that she would be wary of powerful figures in the villages. And who is this? Hiruzen asked them all. Naruto smirked and grabbed Fu, then placed her right next to him but she then at least grabbed one of his jacket folds, keeping him close to her. Naruto figured it was the little sense of insecurity that she had experienced but he didn't really mind and neither did anyone else. This is Fu-chan Jiji. She's a rogue who ran from Taxi for their abusive nature towards her. We found her while we were looking for Tsunade Bachan. She's also from Nanabe, Naruto told Sarutobi. The Sandaime widened his eyes and looked at Fu for a second which seemed to be an inspection of some sort. Naruto, you know we would have to return her to Taki unless she has something that can keep her here in Konoha, Sarutobi revealed, and Fu tightened her small grip on Naruto's clothes a little more and turned to Naruto for help, but when she saw the blonde smile, she suddenly felt at ease. Well, she does have something that will keep her here. She's under my protection as the clan head of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan, and if I remember from the laws and rules I read about, then it states in one of the books that in any time a person from outside the village comes under the protection of someone in the clan, namely the clan head, that person is entitled to stay in the village so long as they keep the village laws and the clan takes responsibility for their actions, Naruto stated, and it amazed nearly everyone that he had read up on that. Well, that is correct, Naruto-kun, but are you sure you can trust her? Sarutobi asked, not wanting Naruto to make a mistake as a clan head so young and one that he might regret in the future. Naruto narrowed his eyes, then turned to Fu who gave him a pleading look and smiled. I'm sure Hokage Jiji, Naruto asserted. Sarutobi sighed with a nod and allowed Fu to stay, but not before telling her to read up on Konoha's laws and other things. Fu thanked the man for his kindness, but not everything was finished yet. Naruto-kun, there is one more thing I need to talk to you about, Sarutobi told him in a warning tone that made Naruto know this was probably bad news. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune picked up on it while Kiba and Haku, knowing Naruto could tell it was probably a problem. What is Jiji? Naruto asked with a small glare. It has to do with the Inuzuka clan, Sarutobi mentioned, and immediately Naruto wanted to know what was up, and so did Kiba. Usually nothing in the clan warrants the Hokage's attention, since it's relatively peaceful and everyone gets along. Granted, fights spring up every now and then, but something about this news disturbed Naruto slightly. Alright then Jiji, Haku-chan, take Fu-chan to the compound and tell Ka-san that she's with us. I'll inform you about the situation when I get back, Naruto said with a small air of authority in his voice. Haku wanted to retort, but she could see the look in Naruto's eyes that just told her to go, and she complied. Hi Naruto-kun, Haku said as she and Fu walked out of the room, although a bit reluctantly. Kiba decided to stay since this involved his clan and he wanted to know what was going on. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune stayed since it was either out of concern for Naruto and the Inuzuka clan or since Tsunade was about to be Hokage, the need to know what the details were. Alright Jiji, what is it? Is something wrong with Tsume-chan or Hana-chan? Naruto asked immediately and Kiba slightly tensed at his tone. No Naruto-kun, nothing is wrong with them, but it's a matter that involves the clan. You see, 3 days ago Tsume and Hana came to me and they told me that there was an internal clan issue. It seems that someone in the clan didn't like you courting Tsume and he wants to fight you for the right to mate with her and rule the clan. His name is Akira Inuzuka and he's considered the strongest male in the compound, Sarutobi told Naruto. The blonde narrowed his eyes and then gritted his teeth at the information. This sounded like Akira was treating Tsume as a damn prize or possession. He would gladly fight anything to stay with her, but the way this happened didn't sit right with Naruto. It also didn't sit right with Kiba either. The Inuzuka knew about Akira also. He knew Akira was the strongest male, only being topped by his mother as the strongest member. However, while he was strong, he was all the most arrogant and conceited jerk some of the compound knew about. Some members had told Tsume to kick him out of the compound, but she always said that the Inuzuka take care of one of their own, unless it was something inexcusable. He wants to fight me over Tsume-chan? Naruto asked and Sarutobi nodded. Since it was a clan issue, he couldn't really dispute it himself even if he was the Hokage, he could do it if it would cause harm to the village, but this was over some trivial thing so he couldn't. And if I didn't fight him, what would happen? Naruto asked, bringing everyone's attention to him. Kiba was probably the most worried that Naruto wouldn't fight for the right to be with Tsume, but after knowing Naruto for years, Kiba came to expect the most unexpected things. Well, he would win by default, and Tsume would be his. Granted, I think she would fight him to remain single, but he would be named as the head of the compound anyway, Hiruzen replied. Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at the ground with his hair shadowing his eyes. Everyone was silent as they waited for Naruto's reply to the situation, but suddenly Naruto's chakra flared as he balled his fists. I'll kick his ass. Tsume-chan is no object, but she's mine and I refuse to let anyone take her or Hana-chan from me. Jiji, when do I have to fight him? Naruto asked and everyone smiled. Kiba grinned as did Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Sarutobi. I'm not sure about Naruto-kun. You'll have to ask either Tsume or Hana, but I know it might be next week or a few days later, just to give you some time to rest from your mission, Sarutobi told him. Naruto nodded and walked out the door with Kiba following him. Ironic that he's very protective of Tsume and Hana. I hope I can watch that fight, Jiraiya said with a grin. Tsunade and Shizune nodded before Tsunade raised up her hand. 1,000 yen when Gaki kicked his ass to the ground, Tsunade yelled. There was a silence in the room for a bit and Tsunade gave an embarrassed chuckle before everyone smiled. I got 2,000 yen on Naruto-kun, Shizune yelled out. Normally she wouldn't bet, but you never get a chance to bet on a sure thing such as this. Sarutobi and Jiraiya chuckled, but then they decided to bet also since they knew how strong Naruto was. It also helped that he never would give up even if it killed him. But Naruto and Kiba, the two boys walked back to the Inuzuka compound and Naruto was pissed off. He knew from Kyuubi and Tsume about being the alpha male in certain cases and that there would be challenges, but he was still pissed that someone tried to take Tsume from him. He'd be damned if ever lost Tsume to someone else. When the two came up to the compound, Naruto grabbed the door and slid it open. Both he and Kiba took off their shoes and came into the compound. Naruto looked around the place for Tsume or Hana, but then there was yelling out in the back, which was drawing quite a number of Inuzuka to the fight, so Naruto and Kiba followed the noise until they saw Hana arguing with Akira. Akira, you're acting like a spoiled brat. Kasen isn't yours to take. Hana yelled out and Akira gritted his teeth at Hana, which increased his ferocity slightly. And that brat has the right to take her, Hana. I'm much stronger than him, sure he's but he hardly lacks the experience of one. Face Hana, both you and Tsume-sama know I'm better to lead the clan than he is. He already has his own clan to lead, so why is he with us? Akira asked and Hana faltered for a second, but luckily for her she was saved. I'm here because I love Tsume-chan and Hana-chan. I care for them as my loved ones. I don't see them as objects like you do, Naruto said, making everyone turn to face him. Some murmured and others seemed rather happy to see the blonde. Akira, however, gritted his teeth and his feral features became more evident. Naruto wasn't backing down either. His eyes were slit and his whiskers were more defined thanks to Kyuubi. Akira's chakra flared and so did Naruto's. You're just a brat kid. Tsume-sama deserves better than you and that's just what I am, Akira said with a grin. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Akira and he could say this much already. Kiba was right, he's no joke, but he's definitely cocky and arrogant. I'd never lose to someone like this, Naruto thought and suddenly Kyuubi smirked from on top of his head. Damn right you won't, Naruto-kun. I didn't train you for all those years just for you to lose to someone like that, Kyuubi remarked and Naruto chuckled with a nod. What's going on out here? Tsume suddenly yelled out and saw Naruto locking eyes with Akira. Well, she walked to the two, some of the members told Tsume what happened and the Inuzuka head instantly scowled at Akira. Naruto broke his gaze from Akira and looked to see his girlfriend walking over to them. Akira broke his gaze too, but he huffed his annoyance and walked off with a sour look on his face with his companion growling at them before walking off. Naruto sighed and most of the clan dispersed when the fighting had stopped. Tsume sighed along with Naruto, but she then gave him a small smile. Well, not what you expected, was it, Naruto-kun? Tsume asked. Naruto shook his head and rubbed the back of his head. Kiba had asked how this all happened and Hana explained the situation to him while they were gone. He always was a stubborn one, but now he's gone overboard, Tsume said to them. Everyone nodded in agreement with her and for some reason they knew Akira didn't really love Tsume. He might have professed it out in the open and to her privately, but for some reason they could feel his heart wasn't in it. So Tsume-chan, when do we fight? Naruto asked. Tsume raised an eyebrow as did Hana and Naruto smiled while he walked past them and gave Tsume's ass a firm smack and felt Hana's ass, causing the girl to yelp out and blush at his actions. Kiba's eyebrow twitched at that and the tree turned to Naruto. What? Tsume-chan and Hana-chan are mine. I'm not giving them to anyone, Naruto said, which made Tsume laugh. Hana blushed at his words and Kiba rolled his eyes while a grin came across his face. You really like the ass, don't you, Naruto-kun? Tsume asked. Naruto blushed but didn't reply, however that blush was all Tsume and Hana needed to know. Kiba then stretched with a groan and began to walk into the house. Well, I'm gonna change. Tenten and I have a date in about an hour, Kiba said walking off leaving a snickering Naruto and two smiling Inuzuka women. That reminds me. Hana-chan, before I left I was able to book a new restaurant that just came out last week, Naruto told her. Hana raised an eyebrow before remembering the place's name and she suddenly gasped at him. You booked the Red Dragon? Hana asked and Naruto had to nod. Hana knew that the place was probably crazy expensive, but with Naruto assets as they were, it wasn't impossible for him to get a spot on the list for the restaurant. Yeah, I wanted to take you on a date with me, so I booked it and was going to tell you about it, but then the mission came up and everything. So I waited till now to tell you, Naruto told her. Hana smiled at that and Tsume chuckled while patting Hana's shoulder. Well, Hana, it seems you have a busy night scheduled. Wish I could go, but I've got some mission reports to fill out. You two have fun, Tsume said walking in the house while leaving the two behind. Hana blushed and so did Naruto. So when do we go out now that I have a date? Hana asked. Naruto grinned and thought of an appropriate time for the two to go out. It's tomorrow and I'll pick you up at 7, Naruto replied to her. Hana nodded and gave Naruto a small kiss on the cheek, making the blonde blush. Well, I'll go find something to wear then. Oh Naruto, in Inuzuka tradition, the fight is next week in the back of the compound where all fights are held, Hana told him. Naruto took that information to heart and stored it in his memory. Alright then, thanks for the information, Hana-chan. I promise I'm not gonna lose you or Tsum-chan to anyone, Naruto said with a thumbs up. Hana gently giggled and nodded before walking back to the house, but then came out for one more piece of information. Oh Naruto-kun, I forgot to tell you, but Anko and Kurenai wanted to see you about something when you got back, Hana told him. Naruto nodded and left the compound to do his own thing. Right now, Naruto was happy he placed the seals around his house as he closed his eyes and locked his chakra onto one of the 3 seals he had placed around the compound and instantly vanished in the hurricane towards his compound. Namika's compound. While Naruto was busy at the Inyazuka compound, Haku had taken Fu to the compound and allowed her to look around. Fu was quite amazed at it as the compound was rather peaceful looking and it had an air of tranquility that she loved. We have lots of rooms so pick one Fu, Haku told her. Fu nodded absently and walked around the house. When Fu selected a room, she quickly placed her things down, but she didn't unpack as Haku wanted to show the Nanabi around more and she then introduced Fu to Kushina. Kushina had smiled at the girl and invited her to stay as long as she liked. Fu nodded and she went to work on reading what Naruto gave her. It seemed relatively simple and Nanabi helped explain some things that she didn't know, so that made it better for her. Suddenly, Naruto appeared in the living room of the house and nearly startled Fu from her reading. Oh sorry Fu-chan. I didn't mean to disturb your reading. I'll leave you alone, Naruto told her and was about to leave, but Fu immediately stopped him and blushed slightly while looking at the ground. Thank you Naruto for this. You're putting yourself and your clan on the line for me. I've never had anyone protect me this much before, so I just wanted to thank you, Fu said and waited for Naruto to reply. However, he didn't give one and Fu was surprised when she felt his chiseled body over hers. She gave an immense blush across her face, but she calmed down when she heard Naruto speak. No need to thank Fu-chan. I'd do it again if I had the chance to. You're always welcome here, Naruto told her. Fu gave a small nod and nodded with a few tears rolling down her face. Unknown to the two, Kushina and Haku were smiling at them both, along with Kyuubi and Kasumi. It amazed all the women that Naruto would never let any of them feel alone. Kasumi never liked to be with anyone in the Inyazuka clan before she met Naruto. Haku was simply with Zabuza and was never able to fully laugh or smile like she was. Kyuubi never had one and she was feared until she found her blonde hair. They all saw he was the one who could make any girl happy if given the chance. Naruto then let go of Fu and he suddenly gasped. Oh that's right I have to go and see what Anko-chan and Kurenai-chan want, Naruto said to himself. Everyone then chuckled at Naruto's innocence in certain situations and Fu slowly let him go. I'll be back later Fu, then I'll help you with yours, Naruto told her. Fu nodded and Naruto took off. Kyuubi and Kasumi were still with him when he ran out the door, but they didn't have anything to do so they decided to hang around Naruto a little longer. After a bit of searching, Naruto found Anko and Kurenai in a training field and the blonde jumped to the field to see them talking. Anko-chan, Kurenai-chan, how have you been? Naruto called out. The two turned to see their equal in rank walking over to them and gave him a small smile. Hey Gaki, I take it Hana told you to meet us? Anko asked and Naruto nodded. That's right, Anko-chan. So what did you two need me for? Naruto asked them. Anko and Kurenai grinned at each other and for a second Naruto wondered if he asked the right question. Well Naruto, you have the Sharingan right? Kurenai asked. Naruto nodded not knowing where they were going with this, but he heard them out. That's right. What do you need? Naruto asked and Kurenai grinned along with Anko again. I want us to have a fight. I heard about the Sharingan and its power and we'd like you to train us to overcome it, Kurenai said and Naruto raised an eyebrow. They wanted to be trained by him. That was almost like a dream if he ever had one like it. Well Gaki, will you teach us how to match up to the Sharingan? Anko asked. Naruto was about to reply, but then he snickered by accident, making the two women look at him with confused expressions. So basically I'm your guinea pig? Naruto asked. Anko gave a mocked expression and Kurenai narrowed her eyes at him. Anko moved fast and rested her arm on Naruto's shoulder. Oh don't be like that Gaki. You are always training so why not help us out? We'd really appreciate it. What can we do to make you say yes? Anko asked and Kurenai instantly stuttered. Anko? Naruto-san is dating Tsum. I don't think she would like you hitting on Naruto-san like this, Kurenai retorted and Anko simply gave a grin. Naruto closed his eyes for a second and smirked. Alright, he said and the two women turned to him. I'll help Kurenai-san and Anko-san out. I don't mind, but I've got one request, Naruto told them. Both arched their eyebrows at him and simply shrugged their shoulders. They figured it was to treat him to some ramen, but Naruto gave a mysterious grin that made their hair stand on end. It's simple and we'll make this interesting. If you win, I'll train you for free, but if I win I get one date with each of you for the training, Naruto said with a foxy grin. Kurenai widened her eyes and so did Anko, but the latter gave a smirk and nodded. Fine by me. What do you call Nai-chan? Anko asked. Kurenai turned from Naruto to Anko and back before sighing. Alright I guess. What is Naruto-san? Kurenai asked. Naruto's grin got bigger and he crossed his fingers. Age Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled, and 6 clones came into existence, with 3 wielding a 3-tomo Sharingan and the other 3 wielding the. If you two come and take these 6 down, then I'll train you and I lose, but if you lose to 1 then I win, Naruto told them. Anko got an even bigger grin, while Kurenai seemed to be interested. Good for me. Ready Nai-chan? Anko asked as she readied a kunai. Kurenai did a simple stretch before taking a kunai from her pouch also. Ready? Be prepared Naruto-san, you just made the worst bet of your life, Kurenai said. Anko nodded and the real Naruto leaned up on a tree with a smile as both charged his clones. Well I would have helped them anyway, but this is more interesting right Kyuubi-chan? Naruto asked. Kyuubi chuckled and jumped off Naruto's shoulder, she then turned to her human form and allowed her red vibrant hair to flow down. You're such a natural prankster Naruto-kun, Kyuubi told him. Well I try, Naruto replied seeing Anko get kicked in the stomach. Oh that's gotta hurt, the two thought as they continued to watch the spar with the clones. Chapter 29. Naruto and Kyuubi chuckled when they saw Kurenai and Anko on the ground panting. It was getting late in the day and there were still 2 clones left. Anko had to curse the fact that Naruto was skilled enough to earn the position. The blonde was such a pain in the butt and his clones were an even bigger pain in the butt. Apparently, Naruto had been able to master an exercise where his clones could take more damage and not dispel. It was considered a tough chakra control exercise, but Naruto managed it and Anko sighed. I'm out, Anko said, admitting her defeat. Kurenai nodded in agreement with her best friend. The clones just wouldn't give her the time of day to cast a, and even if she did, it was already dispelled by either the Sharingan or seen through by the. Kurenai sighed in frustration. Both realized they still had a lot to learn. One thing was for sure, they could really improve if it was with Naruto. The blonde always had that type of spark in him and they knew they might benefit from his training. Even if it pissed them off that they lost. Naruto-san, I give up too, Kurenai said, and the real Naruto chuckled before dispelling the clones and walked over to the 2 tired. Both saw his mischievous grin and they knew their fates were sealed with that bet, but they learned an important lesson. Don't bet against Naruto. Well looks like I win ladies. Since it's late we'll start your training tomorrow morning at one of the usual training grounds. For now, you both can rest and enjoy the evening air, Naruto told them. Anko simply nodded and felt the cool breeze blow past her hair along with Kurenai. So when are you going to take us out on a date like you want? Anko asked and both were graced with another grin from Naruto. I'll hold on to that part of the bet. Just rest assured that you will like it, Naruto said, grabbing Kyuubi and vanishing out of sight. Anko sighed and so did Kurenai as the 2 stayed on the ground in the field. We never speak of this to anyone, Kurenai said, making Anko give a painful chuckle while she rubbed her sides. Oh what's the matter Nai-chan? I'm not afraid of going out with Naru-kun. Tsume said he's like a beast in the bed, so why shouldn't we jump at the chance? Anko asked and Kurenai instantly blushed from her friend's words. Because he's so much younger than we are. Aren't you worried about what people will think? Kurenai asked and Anko scoffed. If she was going to worry about what people thought then she wouldn't be herself. Sure she wanted to be accepted by people and not just as the so-called snake bitch, but it's better to be accepted for yourself than be accepted for something else. Please Nai-chan, who is an adult in the eyes of the shinobi world. Tsume's already gotten with him and no one seems to give a damn, so why should you or I? Anko asked and Kurenai had to give that point to Anko. She hated it when Anko made sense. It was always so unlike her friend to be like that. Kurenai huffed in annoyance and settled for looking at the setting sun over the sky. I hate it when you make sense, Kurenai said and Anko bursted out laughing with a nod. I like to believe that I can get one every once in a while, Anko countered and Kurenai simply closed her eyes. Well if you have no problems then why don't you date him first? Kurenai asked. I'd like to, but it's Gaki's decision. So I guess we'll just be on edge for the next few days, Anko said to the Genjutsu mistress. Kurenai sighed and then gave a chuckle. We just fought 6 Naruto Bunshins for 4 hours and even with this pleasant breeze I'm still tense, Kurenai admitted and Anko nodded. Wanna hit the hot springs when the feeling in our arms and legs return? Anko suggested and Kurenai immediately smiled. I could think of nothing better, she said and the 2 stayed in the plains for a bit longer to rest from their fight. But Naruto had appeared in front of his compound and immediately came inside to see Fu, Haku and Kushina practicing outside. The blonde chuckled when he saw them working and he was about to go upstairs before Haku stopped him. Naruto-kun, I have something to give you, Haku said and Naruto turned to see what she wanted. Haku left the fields and went into the house and before long she came back with a large stack of papers that made Naruto sweat drop at the sheer amount. Haku-chan, what's that? Naruto asked and Haku placed them on a table in the living room next to the couch and Haku smiled. An Anbu came and gave me these papers. Since I'm your vassal and first clan member, they gave it to me. It's your clan regulations, responsibilities, along with some fealty papers about those who will join your clan in the future and the land around it, Haku said, and Naruto mentally shuddered. So this was the dreaded paperwork all the Kage feared. Naruto felt his situation go in a complete reverse. He now understood how Sarutobi felt, and he had the feeling Tsunade was going through hell also. Alright. Thank you Haku-chan, I'll get right on it, Naruto said, and the blonde sat down on the couch. He took a paper and glanced over it. He could have used his Kage buncheons for this, but sometimes it was best to look things over for yourself. So the blonde reluctantly looked them over. The first sheet was about his responsibilities as a clan leader and some finalizations. Naruto signed his signature at the bottom of the paper and wrote some added things before placing it adjacent to the stack in front of him and got to work on the second. He then found solace in the fact that Sasuke must have been going through this also. He could imagine the emo king burning the entire stack of papers with a "Man, this is so boring," Naruto whined, but he still did it anyway as he heard the laughs of Fu, Haku, and Kushina at him, making Naruto glare at them. "Kyuubi-chan, are any of the foxes good at managing Kyuubi-chan?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi nodded that there were a few, and Naruto thanked Kami for that information. The blonde bit his thumb and went through the hand signs for a summoning. "Uchiha no jutsu," Naruto yelled, and a puff of smoke came blocking his view, but it soon dissipated to show a fox with crimson fur and one tail. It looked around its surroundings as before turning to Naruto and bowed. "Hello, Naruto-sama. How may I help you?" the fox asked. Naruto grinned and placed the fox on the couch. "Think you can help me with some paperwork?" Naruto asked. The fox looked at the large stack of papers and nodded. "Of course, Naruto-sama. It shouldn't be too hard to do," the fox said, and Naruto grinned with a nod. The two got to work over Naruto's paperwork and they always appreciated the extra help. But Tsume, Hana, and Kiba, the three Inyazukas, were currently in their home relaxing on the couch from the day. Akira was really being an ass about everything. Tsume had already decided that if Naruto won the fight, then Akira would be out of the clan. This was all starting to become too much for Tsume to handle, and Akira had a shady enough reputation with the clan as it already stood. Kiba rubbed Akamaru's head as the dog slept on his friend's lap, and Hana was doing the same thing with one of the Himeru brothers. "So Kasan, this definitely sets the mood of a drama, doesn't it?" Hana asked, and Tsume gave a tired groan. She wanted to laugh at that comment, but she just couldn't at the moment. She was just too tired at the moment, but that didn't stop her from replying. "I was never one for much romance after your father left, but since Naruto-kun came I can see your point, Hana, even if this entire situation pisses me off," Tsume said with a growl. "Well, it's Akira's own fault. I acknowledge only Naruto as your mate Kasan and no one else," Kiba replied, making Tsume blush and Hana nod in agreement with Kiba's assessment. "You two have become quite taken to Naruto-kun. Hana, if I remember correctly, you said that if any guy tried to get with me, you would maul them." "Well, Kiba ripped the guy's eyes out before I could do anything," Tsume said, remembering her kid's words. It was then that Hana and Kiba gave an embarrassed chuckle while averting their eyes from Tsume's gaze. "Ahaha, I have no idea what you're talking about, Kasan," Hana replied. Kiba just stayed in silence for the remainder, making Tsume laugh. It was strange, she really didn't feel like laughing, and yet her kids managed one out of her. "Alright you two, I'm going to bed." "Hana, don't you have to prepare for your date?" Tsume asked, making Hana blush. Kiba laughed at Hana's expense, which earned him a pillow to the face. "I'm gonna go to bed too." "See you later, little brother," Hana said, leaving only Kiba in the room. "I guess I'll go to bed too. Tenten-chan said she wanted some practice tomorrow, so I guess I'll get going," Kiba said, walking up the stairs with a sleeping Akamaru in his arms. But Naruto, 3 hours later. "Come on, Naruto-sama. Only 120 more papers and then you're done," the fox said, and Naruto's eyebrow twitched at said fox's easygoing nature when it came to paperwork. The blonde's hand was already starting to cramp up and he almost stopped signing the papers altogether. He had already eaten the dinner that Haku made for him and the girls were all currently in their separate rooms doing who knows what, but the blonde couldn't dwell on that right now. "Only 120 more papers. I've signed 100 of these damn things already and you have the gall to say only 120 more." Naruto screamed out mentally, and the blonde heard Kyuubi laughing in the background of his mind. Between laughing and signing papers, Naruto finally broke down and he crossed his fingers. "Age Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto yelled out, and 5 clones came into existence. It was then that Naruto ordered the clones to help him with his paperwork, and pretty soon, they were all working with Naruto and signing the papers. It took roughly another hour, but they all got it done, and the large stack of papers was put to rest on the top of the table. "Finally finished. My hands are killing me," Naruto said, and the fox smiled at him. "Yes, Naruto-sama, for those who aren't used to paperwork, it is quite taxing, but you got it all done," the fox said, and Naruto rubbed his ears, making the fox groan before laying on Naruto's lap. "So what's your name?" Naruto asked the fox. The fox growled slowly before responding, and Naruto realized he just found a weakness with all of his summons. They all love to have their ears scratched by their summoner. My name is Furin Naruto-sama. I'm one of the foxes whose job is to regulate the financial parts of Mount Makai, or you humans call it the Fox Realm, Furin said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto felt Kasumi snuggling up inside his jacket making the blonde slightly ticklish. Well Furin, I'm gonna put Kasumi to bed. I'll summon you and the others if I need anything else, Naruto told him. The fox nodded and jumped to the ground, and with a quick bow he left. Naruto sighed and unzipped his jacket and pulled Kasumi out, then held her in his arms, hoping not to wake her up. When the blonde walked up the stairs he started to turn off the lights to the downstairs living room. When Naruto came upstairs, he saw most of the lights out and the blonde walked into a vacant room. He knew Kasumi would want to sleep with him like always, but she was so peaceful at the moment that he didn't want to wake her up. Naruto placed Kasumi on the bed and made a cage bunchen to stay with her for the night. It made Naruto smile when Kasumi curled into the clone's clothes and went into a deeper sleep. Sleep well Kasumi-chan, Naruto said, giving her a small kiss. He then left the room and went into the master bedroom. The blonde sighed and fell to the bed with his hands throbbing. Hands hurt badly. Don't wanna move them, Naruto said, and Kyuubi chuckled. She had been slightly healing Naruto's sore muscles, but she then had a better idea for him. Naruto-kun, let me out. I know how I can help you, Kyuubi said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at what she could want. Naruto made a kai bunshin, and with the same process as before he allowed his vixen to roam free. Kyuubi stretched slightly and sat on the bed with Naruto. Give me your hands Naruto-kun, Kyuubi said, and Naruto did just that. Kyuubi traced his hands a bit before slightly pressing them, making the blonde wince, but then he sighed. It was a massage. A very wonderful hand massage. Kyuubi went over Naruto's pressure points in his hands and easily relaxed them with her silky fingers. Wow Kyuubi-chan, you give a great massage, Naruto told her. Kyuubi smiled at his compliment and continued her soft touches over Naruto's hands, and the blonde felt all the pain go away from the wonderful massage. Kyuubi then stopped and Naruto slightly pouted, but then his blue ocean eyes stared into Kyuubi's red, fire eyes, and both were speechless for a few seconds before Naruto said something as he cupped Kyuubi's cheeks. Kyuubi-chan, thank you for everything. I really don't know where I'd be without you, Naruto told her. Kyuubi blushed from those kind words, and she gently placed one of her hands over Naruto's right hand. I love you, Naruto-kun. Why shouldn't I do this for the man I love? Kyuubi asked and Naruto nodded. He knew she meant every word of what she said. She was the one who had been with him the longest. He even dared to say that he trusted Kyuubi the most out of anyone he had ever met. And on that note, Naruto instantly startled Kyuubi when he kissed her. Kyuubi widened her eyes at the instant and affectionate contact. She then closed her eyes and simply enjoyed the taste of Naruto's lips for the duration of the kiss. When the need for air became too great, Naruto separated from Kyuubi and the two panted for a bit with their cheeks bright red. Naruto-kun, Kyuubi wanted to say, but Naruto stopped her and gave her his warmest smile that he could muster. Don't worry about anything Kyuubi-chan. Let me make you happy for once. You've done more than enough for me. Now it's my turn, Naruto said, and that made Kyuubi's blush increase as she widened her eyes, but she gave a small smile and simply nodded. She could never say no when Naruto said something as sweet as that to her. Naruto brought Kyuubi's lips back to his own, and the blonde savored their taste in his mouth. It was such a vibrant feeling as the blonde deepened the connection he had with his vixen. Kyuubi gave a small moan from the feeling of Naruto's lips and his hot breath around her own lips. Her hands traced the form of his waist and steady rose to where she brought her hands around his soft blonde hair. Naruto found Kyuubi's advances enticing and he wasn't one to ignore them. Alright Kyuubi-chan, time to make you feel good, Naruto said in thought as his tongue slowly forced its way into Kyuubi's mouth. Kyuubi was generally shocked by the initiative Naruto took with her and it made her blush that she, the queen of the demons, would be so vulnerable looking right now. Kyuubi then opened her mouth and allowed Naruto access to her insides, where his tongue met hers and the two danced for a while and both were feeling their bodies heat up considerably. When the need for air became taxing, both broke the kiss, but a small trail of saliva connected their tongues together. Kyuubi painted and so did Naruto. Both their cheeks were blushing furiously, but neither wanted to stop. Kyuubi brought her hand up to Naruto's cheek and gave it a soft rub. Naruto-kun, I love you, Kyuubi said, and Naruto widened his eyes before smiling. The blonde grabbed Kyuubi into a fierce hug and Kyuubi wrapped her own arms around Naruto. They stayed like that for a while and Kyuubi suddenly grinned. She broke the hug with Naruto and grabbing Naruto's hand, she guided it to her left breast, making Naruto blush. Go on Naruto-kun. I want to be with my handsome blonde, Kyuubi implored, and Naruto's breathing hitched for a second and he gave the breast a soft squeeze. Kyuubi moaned slightly and Naruto continued his ministrations. Naruto rubbed his hands over Kyuubi's kimono-covered breast and softly rubbed it again, getting an even better moan from her lips. The blonde kneaded Kyuubi's breasts in his hands in a circular motion as he enjoyed the supple weight of them. "Kyuubi-chan, your breasts are amazing," Naruto said, making Kyuubi blush and get even more stimulated. Kyuubi breathed heavily and her hands continued to hold onto Naruto's body for balance while the blonde continued to play with her soft mounds. After that, Naruto traced his right hand to Kyuubi's black kimono and slowly removed the clothing from her shoulders while his left hand cupped her chin and brought both back to the full contact of each other's lips. While they kissed, Naruto took the kimono off and it startled him that Kyuubi wasn't wearing a bra under it, but he didn't care about that at the moment. Kyuubi felt the soft clothing leave her body and she nearly gasped when Naruto's hands made their way to her exposed D-cup breasts. Naruto played with them even more than before with his hands, while his tongue took full advantage of Kyuubi's stunned surprise. When the two parted from their quick kiss, Naruto immediately kissed her neck making Kyuubi nearly moan out. The blonde grinned at the sight of his beloved vixen in such an amount of pleasure, and he wanted to continue seeing more and more of that. "Oh Naruto-kun, more, give me more pleasure," Kyuubi pleaded, and Naruto wasn't going to let her down. The blonde shifted his weight and he slowly pushed Kyuubi to the bed, making him be on top of her. Kyuubi's head rested on the pillow of the master bed and Naruto moved one of his hands downwards to Kyuubi's thighs. He went underneath the bottom half of her kimono and laced her thighs with the warm movements of his hands while his mouth was busy on her left breast and his other hand played with her right breast. Kyuubi bit her lower lip at the excitement she was feeling. She also felt Naruto's member stroking the side of her thighs and Kyuubi wanted to take Naruto right then and there, but this was a good moment for the two and she didn't want to ruin it. "Yes, Naruto-kun. Play with my breasts. Give me more Naruto-kun." Kyuubi yelled out and Naruto increased his motions. He licked, sucked and teased Kyuubi's breasts until the vixen was nearly sweating from the heat between them. It was then that Naruto took Kyuubi's breast from his mouth and he traced his lips downwards while planting small kisses along the way for Kyuubi to simply enjoy. Naruto came down to her soaking wet spot and he marveled at how pink it looked. Kyuubi had never felt so embarrassed in her life. Naruto stared at it for a bit longer before he attacked it and gave it plenty of aggressive licks. His tongue penetrated the walls of her honeycomb as he felt the small traces of sweet juice fill his mouth. Kyuubi gritted her teeth and clenched her claws at the bed sheets, almost ripping them at the seams as Naruto attacked her vulnerable spot. "Yes, Naruto-kun. Use that amazing tongue of yours. Make me cum." Kyuubi yelled out and Naruto thanked Kami that those in the house were heavy sleepers. Boy, would this be the type of situation that he wouldn't be able to explain. Naruto removed his mouth from Kyuubi's wet slit and he gave her clit a small bite making Kyuubi arch back and widen her eyes as she released her high. "Naruto-kun, I'm coming." Kyuubi yelled out sending the liquids into Naruto's mouth. Naruto fervently drank the entire thing and watched Kyuubi slump to the floor. The blonde had to smirk and leaned up while licking the traces of it found on Kyuubi's thighs. "Did you enjoy the Kyuubi-hime?" Naruto asked and Kyuubi huffed with a nod. It was then that Kyuubi felt Naruto's raging member and smiled. "Now it's my turn Naruto-kun," Kyuubi said in a sultry voice making Naruto gulp. Kyuubi gently kissed Naruto's neck and her mouth traced his chest not missing any details. She unzipped the black jacket the blonde was wearing and placed it on the floor next to her black kimono. She then went on to his black sleeveless shirt which revealed his defined arm muscles from the extensive training in his youth. After the shirt was the mesh shirt the blonde was wearing and his entire chest was fully exposed to Kyuubi. The red-eyed vixen licked her lips when she saw Naruto's toned chest muscles and she traced a finger between the ripped stomach the blonde had. "Hey Kyuubi-chan, your hands are so soft," Naruto said, making Kyuubi giggle. With her other hand, Kyuubi grabbed Naruto's shaft and started to pump it up and down, making Naruto grit his teeth from the feelings of Kyuubi's hands over his rock-hard member. "Is this a good message for Naruto-kun?" Kyuubi asked and Naruto could only nod that it was. While she stroked him off, Kyuubi was planting kisses all over Naruto's body and before the blonde even knew it, he was in his boxers with his pants on the floor next to the bed. The tent in his pants looked like it was about to rip out and Kyuubi grinned. She quickly disposed of the boxers and Naruto's cock was in full bloom. Kyuubi blushed at the sight but quickly regained her bearings and licked her lips. She pumped him a little longer and gave Naruto's cock a small kiss at the top, sending Naruto over the edge in pleasure. After a few more kisses, Kyuubi started to lick Naruto's dick even more with her right hand, keeping the large meat steady and the other played with his balls. "Hey Kyuubi-chan, if you keep that up I think I'm gonna." Naruto didn't finish and Kyuubi moved her mouth over Naruto's cock and slowly took his entire length in her mouth. Naruto gritted his teeth when he felt the slippery, wet throat that Kyuubi had and before long he realized that he was feeling the back of Kyuubi's throat. Naruto's eyes suddenly gleamed as he slowly rocked his hips while Kyuubi kept his thick meat in her mouth. It almost made Kyuubi gag, and she was sure that's what Naruto wanted to see and popped it out of her mouth for a second. "Naru-kun, you naughty boy," Kyuubi said before swallowing Naruto's cock again, and this time she moved up and down at a faster pace, making Naruto brace himself multiple times for a sudden deep throat which Kyuubi had tried multiple times. She could literally feel the drops of precum flowing into her mouth, and the scent of Naruto inside her mouth only made her suck him off faster. "Hey Kyuubi-chan, I'm at my limit. I'm gonna cum," Naruto yelled, sending his semen rushing into Kyuubi's mouth. The vixen widened her eyes at the sudden intake of the white fluids, but she gulped it all down and didn't let a single drop escape her lips. When Naruto relaxed, Kyuubi kept her mouth over his cock a little more before letting go. "Naru-kun was great. Your semen has a delicious saltiness to it. Now then, are you ready to continue, my blonde mate?" Kyuubi asked and Naruto smirked with a nod, feeling his member getting ready for the final round. Kyuubi slowly crawled backwards to the top of the bed and Naruto followed her. When Kyuubi was comfortable enough, Naruto captured her lips in a quick but passionate kiss that Kyuubi loved so much. When both parted, Kyuubi looked into Naruto's deep blue eyes. "Naruto-kun, do you love me?" Kyuubi asked. Naruto gave Kyuubi a blank stare for a minute, but then he gave her his best smile while he rubbed the back of her head, bringing her close to his body. "I love you Kyuubi-chan. I don't know where I'd be without you. Everything you've ever given me, I want to give back to you. When I kiss you and hold you, I feel a deeper connection to you than anything I can think of. Kyuubi-chan, without a doubt you are mine and always will be," Naruto told her. Kyuubi chuckled at Naruto's words, and the blonde was going to ask what was so funny before he saw tears coming from Kyuubi's eyes while she was laughing. "Kyuubi-chan?" Naruto asked and he was instantly met with a hug. Kyuubi kept her arms around Naruto in a tight fashion like he was a dream that she would never see again if she were to let go. Naruto wrapped his arms around Kyuubi also, and she leaned up to whisper in his ear with a soft, melodious voice. "Naruto-kun, take me. Right here, right now. Let me feel you inside me. Make me think of nothing else but you. Naruto-kun, make me completely yours," Kyuubi told him, and Naruto didn't have to be told twice. The blonde rubbed his cock across the folds of Kyuubi's pussy lips, stimulating the woman a little more before Naruto grabbed her hips and pushed his cock into Kyuubi's sweet spot. Kyuubi widened her eyes when she felt herself get filled by Naruto's dick and the blonde plunged deep inside her. Kyuubi was now connected to Naruto and they both stopped for a few minutes to realize that fact. Kyuubi's breath hitched and so did Naruto's. After those few minutes, Naruto began to rock his hips back and forward giving Kyuubi the stimulation she was craving from the blonde. Kyuubi moved her hips to match Naruto's small thrusts, but by then the blonde started to move faster as he moved his shaft through Kyuubi's tunnels. Kyuubi moaned out loud from the feeling of having Naruto inside her, and it was really good for her. "Oh Naruto-kun, right there. Your cock feels good," Kyuubi said, and Naruto grinned. He picked up the pace and started to fuck Kyuubi a lot faster than the last time, making Kyuubi brace herself on the bed while her eyes rolled back from the pleasure. "Yes, Naruto-kun. Faster. Harder. Fuck me." Kyuubi yelled out and Naruto didn't disappoint. The blonde grabbed Kyuubi and leaned up, placing him in a sitting position and her on his lap. Naruto hugged Kyuubi's waist while he pumped his long meat through her folds, making Kyuubi widen her eyes and moan like there was no tomorrow. "Kyuubi-chan, you're so tight. It's amazing," Naruto told her. Kyuubi just moaned even more as Naruto pounded her in and out. A few times, Naruto felt like he hit something inside Kyuubi, but each time he did it she would scream out even more and it made the blonde do it even more. "He's hitting my womb. He's so big." Kyuubi thought and she felt Naruto's dick tighten while her walls were getting wetter and wetter. "Hey Kyuubi-chan, I'm coming." Naruto yelled out and Kyuubi arched backwards when her high came. "Naruto-kun, I'm coming." Kyuubi shouted and the semen rushed into Kyuubi's vagina walls while Kyuubi doused Naruto's cock with her juices. The two fell to the bed with beads of sweat coming down their faces and Naruto turned to Kyuubi with a smile. "That was great Kyuubi-chan," Naruto told her. Kyuubi smiled with a nod and she found Naruto unconsciously looking at her breasts and his cock slowly stood to attention making Kyuubi giggle. Naruto blushed in embarrassment but Kyuubi just smiled and traced a finger over Naruto's face. "Haven't had enough of me Naru-kun?" "Well that's good, because I haven't had nearly enough of you," Kyuubi said, making Naruto blush. The vixen then stood on all fours and waved her ass at Naruto, making the blonde lick his lips in anticipation. Naruto quickly recovered his lasting stamina and while grabbing Kyuubi's waist, he slammed his cock back into her pussy, making the woman scream her pleasure. "Yes. Harder Naruto-kun. Fuck me harder. Oh Kami. You're amazing." Kyuubi screamed out and continued to pound his vixen well into the night. "Kyuubi-chan you're so hot. I can't believe I'm doing this with you right now, Naruto said, and he moved his hands from her hips to her breast while the sweat from their bodies stained the bed sheets. Kyuubi had never felt so good in her life. Naruto was everything she could ever want in anyone. She truly loved the blonde, and Naruto felt the same way about her. Both were still moving at a fast pace until Naruto made one final thrust. Kyuubi-chan, I'm coming. Naruto yelled out, sending his cum splashing into Kyuubi's soaking wet pussy. Kyuubi arched back and she screamed out her orgasm along with Naruto. Naruto-kun. Kyuubi yelled out, and the two slumped to the bed with Naruto on top of Kyuubi. Both were sweating and panting profusely on the bed, and after a few minutes the two finally caught their breath and laid on the bed. Kyuubi-chan, that was amazing, Naruto said, and Kyuubi wrapped her slender arms around Naruto's naked form. She gave him a soft kiss on the lips and leaned back with a smile, but that smile unnerved Naruto slightly before Kyuubi started to kiss him more fervently. The night's still young, Naruto-kun, and you're not getting away from me, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nervously chuckled. He could only hope that Anko and Kurenai wouldn't be pissed off when he looked tired tomorrow. It was then that the sounds of pleasure moans filled the room, and luckily Naruto placed a privacy seal so they could be as loud as they wanted, or in Kyuubi's case, even louder. Next morning, Anko and Kurenai were already at one of the training grounds that Naruto said he would meet them, and they simply waited for the blonde to arrive and begin their training. Now Anko wasn't a morning person most of the time, so she was a little irritable, but Kurenai had given her some tea for a sort of pick-me-up, so Anko was generally alright. It was 9 in the morning and Naruto still wasn't around. Where is he? Anko wondered, and Kurenai simply leaned on one of the gates, wondering the same thing as her friend. Both knew Naruto was one of Kakashi's students, and they seriously hoped that he didn't have the habit of being late like his sensei. Maybe he's running a little late, Anko. You know how busy clan heads are, and with Naruto-san being a recent one, I'd say he's got a lot of catching up to do, Kurenai said, and Anko had to reluctantly agree, even if she didn't know the first thing about running a clan. I suppose you're right. Still, it's rude to keep us waiting like this, Anko said, and the three decided to wait a little longer for the blonde to arrive at their training spot. After about 10 to 20 minutes, Naruto finally showed up to see Kurenai and Anko waiting for him. The blonde yawned and walked over to them. It took hours to fully satisfy Kyuubi, and boy did she need to be satisfied. Naruto guessed that being in a cage for 13 years would do that to some people. The blonde hardly got any sleep at all, and he was deadbeat tired. He knew Haku and the others were still sleeping, so it was only him. Even Kyuubi was sleeping when he left with a certain glow to her face, and Naruto simply sighed. It was tough being the man and keeping promises, but he'd be damned if he did break them. So while they were all asleep, Naruto made some tea for himself, and he was basically fine after that, even if he was still tired. Hey Kurenai-chan, Anko-chan. Sorry I'm late, Naruto said with a grin. Anko and Kurenai were happy that the blonde finally made it, and the three went into the training ground. It was a usual open space like some of the others, but it had a large pool and bigger trees surrounding it. When the three grouped into the middle of the training field, the two immediately waited for Naruto's instruction, which was weird that they would need help from someone younger than them, but they weren't about to complain. It's not every day you get taught, willingly, how to counter a complete Sharingan or at least fight against it. Naruto rubbed his eyes for a bit and then took out a notepad that he had been carrying with him. Kurenai and Anko arched an eyebrow at him, but didn't say anything when Naruto was about to speak. Alright ladies, let's begin, but before we do start that, well, I hate to be blunt, but you're both not going to be able to fight against a Sharingan user as you are right now, Naruto said, shocking the two. Anko wanted to grind Naruto's skull into the ground, and Kurenai narrowed her eyes. Somewhere inside they knew Naruto was telling the truth, and the blonde continued. Don't get me wrong. I know you're both strong, well you wouldn't be if you weren't, but anyway. I had a reason for that bet, and I was able to take a few notes of both your abilities, Naruto told them. Kurenai and Anko widened their eyes at Naruto's claim and eagerly awaited what he thought. Naruto flipped through the notepad and turned to Kurenai first. Kurenai-chan, during the fight you mostly kept your distance from my clones. You also knew you were in trouble when none of you was going to work on my Sharingan clones or my clones. Kurenai-chan, you rely too much on. I know that you're the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, but you need to diversify more. Right now the area that you need to work on the most is your Taijutsu. It has good delivery when someone is too close to you, but you lack some of the necessary strength to execute your Taijutsu fully, so I'm going to drill that into you for the training, Naruto declared, making Kurenai nod. She was slightly depressed to hear that her most preferred art was holding her back, but she decided to just deal with it. Alright Naruto-san, I'm in your hands then, Kurenai said with a small smile. Naruto nodded and turned to Anko while flipping through his notepad. Anko-chan, you were really direct when it came to fighting my clones. You don't have a lot of strength in your techniques, so you used agility to make up for that. Your ninjutsu was good and well balanced, but you were putting too much chakra into it, so you got tired rather fast. You should lay off the dango for a bit, Naruto said, making Anko's eyebrow twitch, and Kurenai stifled a laugh, and before long Anko bonked Naruto on the head, making Naruto grow a small lump. It was just a suggestion, Naruto said with some anime tears rolling down his eyes. Anko huffed and Kurenai consoled Naruto slightly. When all was said and done, the three were back to talking, and Naruto coughed. So all in all, you two need to work on your endurance and taijutsu. That's one of the keys to fighting a Sharingan user. I'm sure Guy also has a lot of experience with fighting the Sharingan since he deals with Kakashi a lot. Also, I'm going to teach you to really focus on more than just sight, Naruto told them. Anko and Kurenai wondered about that one. They knew how to heighten their senses to good levels, and while they might not have been as good as others, they were still really okay nonetheless. What do you mean by fight with our other senses? We already use chakra to enhance our senses to above human levels, so why are you training us in that? Anko asked, and Naruto was glad she did. As far as Kyuubi taught him, Naruto had an extensive history of knowing the Sharingan and its drawbacks. She still never told him what the third ability to the Sharingan was besides the Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi, but he figured he'd merely wait and not rush the process, but he was regressing. What I mean is that I'm going to have you fight with your eyes closed. When we spar, you will always have your eyes closed and you will be relying on your other senses. The Sharingan's truly deadly when it encounters your eyes, so I'm going to instill the fact that you don't need your eyes to beat your opponents. So are the two of you ready now? Naruto asked them. Anko nodded, and so did Kurenai. Naruto nodded with them, and he took out a scroll and unsealed 2 light leg weights from them. Alright then, Kurenai-chan, I want you to do some standard stretches, and then you can run around the training grounds pond for a half an hour, and then you can work on about 5 sets of push-ups and sit-ups. We'll get into the heavy stuff later, Naruto said, and Kurenai sweat dropped. That's not the heavy stuff. She wondered, but by then Naruto turned to Anko and relayed his instructions to her also. Alright Anko-chan, you'll be doing the same thing as Kurenai-chan, however, you'll be wearing some stronger leg weights since your taijutsu is naturally better than Kurenai-chan's. I set up this schedule for the both of you to do for the day and I'll adjust it accordingly, Naruto told them. Kurenai took her training regime and so did Anko. For Kurenai it was 30 minutes of running around the lake to build stamina, 100 push-ups and sit-ups for 5 sets, a 30-minute break, and then a spar against 2 Naruto clones to end the training for the day. Kurenai looked at the list and she nearly paled. When Naruto said he'd train them, he was ready to train them. Naruto loved the small shocked look Kurenai had on her face at the list, but he knew it would be beneficial to her in the future. He wondered if this was how Kakashi felt when he trained them. Anko grabbed her list and looked it over also. For Anko, it was 1 hour of running, 150 push-ups and sit-ups for 3 sets, a 30-minute break, and then a spar with 2 Naruto clones also. Anko wondered why her list was more than Kurenai's, and Naruto explained that Anko was slightly stronger than Kurenai in the field of strength. In terms of taijutsu, the two were basically tied with each other, with Kurenai only being a bit higher since she'd been longer than Anko. After looking the lists over for a bit longer, both girls nodded and walked off to start their training. They decided to start on their running at the same time, and the two ran off leaving Naruto to start his own exercises. The blonde had an idea of a good way he could use Gaara-san to an even better degree, and it wasn't something he had tried out before. He still wasn't sure how he could pull it off, but he knew better than to give up without trying. The blonde made a Kaibunshin, and he started to go through a light spar with a blood clone. He always wanted to spend at least a quarter of his day training or at least have his body moving. His blood clone activated its Sharingan, and Naruto took on the. He decided to brush up on some Hyuga stances and work with the still problematic sand control he had. While they ran, Anko and Kurenai saw Naruto training, and they eyed his form for a bit. They saw the blonde Jonin's face glisten in the sun as he trained, and it gave the two the faintest of blushes across their faces. "Ashura's built a Nai-chan?" Anko asked, but Kurenai didn't respond and simply settled for running further ahead. Anko chuckled and ran after Kurenai to get the answer to her question. The sun was high in the sky by the time Anko and Kurenai finished their run, and both were sweating a considerable amount. They saw Naruto still sparring with his clone. They recognized the Hyuga stances the clone was doing. Kurenai also recognized the sand that Naruto was using from the time that Gaara Kid used it in the Chunin exam prelims. The two watched the blonde spar a bit before getting into their push-ups and sit-ups. Hokage Mansion. "Lady Tsunade, please take me as your student," Sakura said to the 5th Hokage lady. Tsunade raised an eyebrow while doing some paperwork. Haku was also there in the room as the two had come to Tsunade at the same time looking for training. "And why should I do that? You both have teachers so you should use them," Tsunade said, and Shizune sighed. Her master was always like this with everyone, but she figured it was for their own good. "Well, Kurenai-sensei's busy with her own training, so I didn't want to interrupt her, and besides that, Shino and Hinata are so far ahead of me. I mean he's just a creepy bug boy and she does nothing but stutter, so how are they stronger than me? At this rate I won't be able to get Sasuke-kun's attention, Sakura said, making Haku, Tsunade, and Shizune narrow their eyes at her. There were girls like this everywhere and it really pissed Tsunade off. Back in her day, people trained seriously and a genin could even do B-rank missions, but they had become so lax in the times of peace. Tsunade then turned to Haku and wondered about her answer. I want to train for myself and Naruto-kun. I want to get stronger all for the sake of restoring Naruto-kun's clan. I see it as a duty, but it's also something I want to do. I think that I can get stronger for our clan also. Naruto-kun is precious to me, and I'll do anything to help him achieve his dream and mine, Haku said, and Tsunade had to actually look up from her work and stare at the resolve in Haku's eyes. Sakura raised an eyebrow, and Shizune widened her eyes. To Tsunade and Shizune, it was rare to see a woman want to give so much to make someone else happy, but someone else was different. Why do you want to get stronger for Naruto Baka? He's nothing like Sasuke-kun. Didn't you know that Sasuke-kun officially became the head of the Uchiha clan, the greatest clan in all of Konoha? Sakura asked and Tsunade rolled her eyes and massaged her temples. She had only been Hokage for about a day, and this happened. She could tolerate Haku, but Sakura was a different matter altogether. I'm glad Sasuke-san is the head of his clan, even if he's the only member. Besides, Naruto-kun is the head of our clan and I'm its first member. That's why I want to get stronger, Tsunade-sama. To prove my worth as a clan member of the Uzumaki and as a kunoichi, Haku said with a bow. Tsunade smirked and placed her hands lightly on the table. Alright then. Haku, you have shown me your determination with your words, and tomorrow you will show me with your actions. I will take you as my student, Tsunade proclaimed, and Haku immediately bowed her head in respect to her master and teacher. Tsunade then turned to Sakura. Sakura, you still have yet to show me the determination in your words. So until I see that, I can't train you, Tsunade said while leaving to go somewhere. She mentally cursed that Sarutobi got to enjoy the start to his retirement today, so this just sucked, but she figured it couldn't all be bad. Shizune left after Tsunade and congratulated Haku, but when the two walked out, Sakura made her discomfort known. Why'd she pick you and not me? Sakura asked and Haku rolled her eyes at the pink-haired banshee. It's because you don't know you have the purpose for getting strong, Haku said walking off from the Hokage mansion, while Sakura seethed and stomped off in the distance. Back with Naruto, Anko and Kurenai. Anko and Kurenai were enjoying the last remaining amounts of their break, and Naruto was taking a sip of water from a bottle he brought with him. Both of them were almost relatively exhausted from the warm-up, but they didn't relent. They really should have been used to this kind of thing, but the feeling of having extra weights on really made things difficult. Alright ladies, that's it. Time to start the spar, Naruto told them. Kurenai and Anko nodded before wiping off some sweat and stood in the middle of the field. Generally about 2 hours had passed from their warm-up alone. The three walked to the middle of the fields, and Kurenai was first. Naruto handed Kurenai a blindfold and he waited for her to put it on. Kurenai looked at it for a while and sighed. Here goes, Kurenai said, placing the blindfold on. When it was tight enough, Naruto inspected it a bit and nodded. Alright Kurenai-chan, we'll begin, but remember, we are here to improve your taijutsu, endurance, and strength. So I'm placing this restriction, no until I say so, Naruto said, and Kurenai nearly gasped. Anko widened her eyes when she heard that condition. Naruto just virtually took away everything that Kurenai was about and Anko learned one thing. If he wanted to or when he wanted to, Naruto could be a sadist. And no, I only know a few bits of ninjutsu and we're working on my taijutsu. This can't be good, Kurenai thought, and Naruto made 2 shadow clones. Since it was taijutsu, Naruto didn't or wasn't going to use weapons. Each clone wielded the Sharingan and Naruto stepped back. Alright Kurenai-chan, 1 hour. Last as long as you can using nothing but taijutsu, Naruto told her. Kurenai nodded and she went into the taijutsu stance that she knew. She'd never done training blindfolded so this was an entirely new experience for her. Naruto placed a timer on the grass and pressed it. The bell rang and Kurenai was already on the edge. She had no idea what either clone was doing, but that was the point. Alright, let's see if I can do this, Kurenai thought and channeled chakra to her ears. She heard the silent steps of the Naruto clones and it still made her tense. When one got too close, Kurenai turned her head and charged in the direction of the noise and let out a punch, but she didn't hit anything since the Naruto clone ducked underneath it and countered with a kick to Kurenai's side. Kurenai gripped the side of her waist and she sighed. This wasn't going to be easy. Soon the Naruto clones charged at Kurenai and thanks to their footsteps, she could hear them coming. One clone let out a kick and sent it at Kurenai's face, but the Genjutsu mistress managed to narrowly evade the hit and let out a kick, and to her surprise, she made contact sending the clone into a tree, but it didn't dispel. Naruto had learned how to make his clones more durable, and it was paying off. Over the course of the hour, Kurenai was really tired as she had multiple bruises and scrapes from her spar with the clones. Not to mention with the other warm-up exercises, she was slightly tired. When she kept her distance to long-range fighting, she didn't have to worry about moving too much, so this was all new to her. Kurenai dropped to the ground and panted while the beads of sweat came across her face. She could sense that the clones were still there and they were still ready to go. "Naruto-san, I give," Kurenai said, and Naruto stopped the timer. When Kurenai went to her feet, she reached for the blindfold and undid it. Naruto took the blindfold into his hand and saw Kurenai's intense stare on him. "Who fights like this?" Kurenai asked. Naruto grinned and turned around. "I-san, Kakashi-sensei, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and even Tenten. I've dabbled in it so I have sort of an edge on it," Naruto told her. Kurenai looked at the time and saw that the hour wasn't even over yet. She'd only been going for at least 40 minutes. Well, that was good for a first try. "Don't worry, Kurenai-chan, it will come naturally to you and Anko-chan once I'm done with you," Naruto told her, and Kurenai nodded with a thank you and a smile. "So Gaki-kun, it's my turn, right?" Anko asked, putting on the blindfold. Naruto chuckled at her eagerness to get started and nodded, but he still had to set the conditions, and he knew she wouldn't like them. "That's right, Anko-chan, now then. You won't be using any ninjutsu. I know yours is good, well, not as good as Kurenai-chan's, but still alright, so limit that if you can help it." "Well, get started," Naruto said, making 2 more clones. Kurenai leaned up on one of the trees to watch Anko fight, and the purple-haired smirked while she licked her lips. "Now this is what I call training. I'll show the Gaki not to mess with me," Anko said in thought, and Naruto set the timer again. 1 hour, Anko-chan. Go. Naruto yelled. Chapter 30. Alright, Anko-chan, 1 hour, go. Naruto yelled. Anko quickly jumped into the field and instantly felt excited. She had never fought anyone blindfolded before, so this was an entirely new experience for her. Anko stood unmoving so she could feel for her targets. She heard the rapid movement of something and quickly turned her gaze to the impending noise and shot forward. "I got a clone already." Anko yelled and sent out a kick, but she didn't hit anything, and she cursed. So this wasn't going to be easy. It was like trying to freaking fight in the dark. It was then that Anko gasped when she was slammed in the stomach, making her fall back. The snake mistress rebounded with a backflip and tried to land on the grass, but her leg was grabbed and she was suddenly being spun around in a twirl. "Damn it, I can't see anything," Anko thought, and all of a sudden, she was sent flying and slammed into a tree. Anko gasped from the hit and rubbed the back of her head. She suddenly grinned and licked her lips. This was starting to get good. Looks like the Gaki delivered on his promise. "I wanted training and I got training, but I'm not gonna let myself get smacked around like this," Anko said to herself in thought and took out a kunai. At least she could use weapons. Anko threw the kunai at the nearest sound of the clones that she heard and hopped for at least some sort of reaction. She was graced with a clanging sound and she charged at the noise. From her training as a kunoichi, Anko could identify the sound as her kunai being blocked with another one, and that let her know where the clone was. The clone cursed itself for falling for such an obvious trick, but that was Anko. Clever and tricky. Just like a snake. The clone ducked underneath a punch that Anko let out, but due to it being so close, Anko could practically smell him. She grinned as she pivoted her foot, and her luck paid off as she slammed the clone in the face. Naruto and Kurenai widened their eyes when they saw Anko getting the hang of it already. Both had to figure that practically being a resident in the Forest of Death allowed Anko to hone her sense a little better than Kurenai. The clone was sent flying back a few feet, but Anko would be damned if she lost him. Trying to judge the amount of distance she made from her contact with the clone, she tried to calculate other things. It was all making her head hurt. She had to judge the skill of Naruto's clones, which was very good. She had to calculate distance, power, speed and other things. This just wasn't her forte, but then it hit Anko. Naruto's face gleamed when he saw that she figured it out. This exercise had 2 purposes. It was to teach both Anko and Kurenai to fight without relying on their favorite styles in case things didn't work out for them in battle, and it was to try and get them to begin better strategizing. If Anko didn't know better, she would swear that Naruto was a Nara, but being taught by Kyuubi might have had something to do with this. Anko, however, couldn't celebrate her accomplishment yet as she felt the wind pick up. She could only fathom that one of the clones was going through with A, but the direction of the wind was hard for her to discern. It was only thanks to a yell that Anko could dodge. "Itapa," the blonde clone yelled, sending the wind at Anko. Anko knew that a like that was normally directional, and she felt it still coming at her. She could only block and hold her stance, but the wind was tough and knocked Anko to the ground. She was about to get up, but then she felt a kunai to her throat. Anko widened her eyes through the blindfold, but sighed and grinned. "Alright, Naruto, I give 2, Anko said, and the clones withdrew their weapons. She was then helped to her feet by Naruto, who took off her blindfold. Anko opened her eyes and rubbed them to get them used to the sunlight. Naruto clapped and so did Kurenai. "Nice job, Anko-chan, you lasted for 50 minutes. I really thought one of my clones was gonna lose for a second," Naruto told her. Anko grinned and after a congratulation from Kurenai, the three sat on the ground while Naruto assessed their abilities. Alright ladies, you both did great. You actually lasted longer than I thought you would. You're not amazing, Naruto admitted. Kurenai and Anko blushed from his praise and then Naruto got back down to it. Alright, you did great, now then, it seems you both have some problems in discerning distance and timing between attacks. That's why I have another exercise for you, but this one is more long-term than anything else, Naruto told them. Anko and Kurenai raised their eyebrows at him and Naruto took the two blindfolds and placed them on the ground. He then began to write on them with an ink pen and started to write some seals over the headbands. Naruto had been practicing and he was happy when Kyuubi said he was at a moderate level. Granted he was all that good by Uzumaki or Minato's level, but he was good. There was no disputing that, but he had the time to learn to be just as good as any of them. Anko and Kurenai watched as Naruto drew the seals on the blindfolds and they wondered what he had planned for them. Alright, Naruto said, holding up the blindfolds. Anko and Kurenai raised their eyebrows at the blindfolds and were about to ask what they were for, but luckily Naruto was about to answer their unanswered question. Okay, I slightly enhanced these blindfolds. Now I wouldn't do this unless I knew you couldn't handle it, but I know you can. For the rest of this week, the two of you are going to wear those blindfolds wherever you go, Naruto explained. Anko and Kurenai widened their eyes and thought Naruto's training idea was ridiculous. Why you expect us to walk around the village and live out our lives wearing a blindfold for a week? Anko asked, hoping she heard wrong. That's right. Keep in mind that you will still be training here with them on. I want to get you two accustomed to living in the dark. Kyuubi-chan taught me that always relying on one's eyes can get them killed. In truth, the only reason my other senses are as good as an Inuzuka's is because Kyuubi-chan taught me using this method. I tell you it was tough, but I learned it well. This is also the best way I can think of for you two to combat a Sharingan user like either me or Itachi. I think Sasuke might one day become a jackass with it later if he unlocks the Sharingan's powers, Naruto said to them. Anko and Kurenai seemed to understand Naruto's reasoning as the blonde handed them the blindfolds. Depending on your experience with the blindfolds, they will change color. I have the colors for the blindfold selected already. All you have to do is just get adjusted to them. If you keep them on the entire week then they should change from black to dark blue. I know it's weird, but I know my snake mistress and Genjutsu mistress can do it, Naruto said, making the two blush. Since when were we yours? Kurenai asked and Naruto simply smiled. I'll let you figure that out, he replied slyly to her as Kurenai took the blindfold into her hands. She then cited how she was going to explain this to her team. She could already imagine at least Sakura laughing at her. Oh well, she could always put the girl in a place where Sasuke died. That would definitely make her shut up. Anko and Naruto backed away when they saw Kurenai give a small twisted smile and wondered what she was thinking. The blonde then gave Anko the blindfold and she took it in her hands. She could see Ibiki, Hana and Yuga laughing at her. Naruto had better pray to Kami that this works or Anko would give him the new meaning to the word terror. When all was said and done, Anko and Kurenai stared at their blindfolds and turned their gazes to Naruto. The blonde gave a cheeky smile and nodded to them. Both sighed and decided to put on their blindfolds. When they did, the two were completely blind and it was a new experience for them. Anko couldn't even see the front of her hands, while Kurenai tried to check her surroundings, though that was hard to do. And just to make sure of some things, I'm going to have these two cage bunchins shadow you. Wouldn't want my two students to be in any trouble would I? Naruto asked and the two women heard a poof. Anko was startled when someone grabbed her shoulder, but she relaxed when Naruto told her it was his clone. Same thing happened with Kurenai and Naruto dismissed the training session. Well, I gotta go see Kyuubi-chan about something. See you two later, Naruto said, vanishing in some yellow lightning laughing as he left the two blind women and their Naruto bunchin escorts behind. I'm gonna kill him when I take this blindfold off, Anko said, and Kurenai nodded. It was then that they walked off trying to remember Konoha as they had seen it so many times. The Naruto clones followed behind them so they wouldn't get lost. But Naruto, having left his session with Anko and Kurenai behind, Naruto utilized the Hiraishin technique and appeared in front of his house. He sighed as he stepped inside his house and looked to see Kushina walking down the stairs in her night clothes, making Naruto's eyebrow twitch. Good morning Naruto-kun, Kushina said with a smile and Naruto's sweat dropped. And it's the middle of the afternoon, Naruto declared, and Kushina widened her eyes. The redeeded habanero then chuckled and rubbed the back of her head. Oh, is it? I guess I slept longer than I thought, Kushina said, and then Naruto looked around the house. He saw Kasumi and Fu in the yard doing sparring practice. By the way son, who is this? Kushina asked, pointing at Kyuubi who was drinking some water. Naruto cursed under his breath that he hadn't told his mother about Kyuubi yet. It probably slipped his mind, but then he wondered why Kushina didn't see Kyuubi all those other times, but he chalked that up to her training and simply not noticing. Oh well that's. Naruto felt his breathing hitch while his mother sent him a small glare. Naruto's mind was working in overdrive of the situation and how to explain it to his mother who was still waiting. Kyuubi smiled at Naruto's desperation and wanted to know how Naruto would get out of this jam. Suddenly Naruto's eyes gleamed and he gave his mother a warm smile. "This is Natsuki. She's someone I met on one of my missions," Naruto replied. Kyuubi raised an eyebrow and Kushina gave a blank look. Naruto nearly sweated when he felt Kushina's gaze on him. "Oh, is that right? Okay then. Nice to meet you, Natsuki-san," Kushina said, holding out her hand. Kyuubi had to snicker at this and saw Naruto breathing a sigh of relief. Kyuubi grabbed Kushina's hand and gave it a firm shake. "Nice to meet you, Kushina-san," Kyuubi said to her. Kushina nodded and continued to walk around the house. Naruto slumped to the floor and sighed as Kyuubi walked up to him. "I just felt a bit of my life slip away from that," Naruto said, making Kyuubi giggle at him. "Well, you can breathe now, Naruto-kun. Granted, I'm surprised you're up. I thought I left you in a coma last night," Kyuubi said with a smile. Naruto blushed when he was reminded of last night. Granted, he and Kyuubi didn't go all day like him and Kasumi, but Kyuubi more than made up for it with vigor. Kyuubi really was a demoness. Naruto had never been so tired in his life, and he sort of still was. "Though I outlasted you, which is something I'm actually proud of. Man, if not for those privacy seals that I placed around the room, you might have made all of Konoha wake up from those screams," Naruto said, and it was Kyuubi's turn to blush. While they talked, Kasumi and Fu came into the room and the do-girl draped her arms around Naruto's form. "So Naruto-sama, where were you? I was so lonely. You should have taken me with you," Kasumi said huskily in Naruto's ear. The blonde stuttered, making Kyuubi and Fu chuckle at him. "Hey Kasumi-chan, don't you have some taijutsu stances to learn?" Naruto asked. Kasumi smirked and leaned herself more on Naruto's body, pushing her breasts against his form. "I already learned all the Chunin stances and most of the stances. Now is there any other excuse you would like to try, Naruto-sama?" Kasumi asked. Naruto chuckled at her, and it seemed that as soon as she said that Haku appeared from the front door with a large stack of papers. "Naruto-kun, Tsunade-sama said that there are some more documents for you to sign. She said that you had to do these and bring some of them back to her in 2 days," Haku said, and Naruto paled. "Oh come on," Naruto yelled, making Kyuubi, Fu, Haku, Kasumi and Kushina laugh at him. Naruto sighed and headed to the table. He pulled out an ink pen and resigned to his fate. "Alright, put them down and just hand me the papers," Naruto said with anime tears going down his face. Everyone chuckled, but then Haku placed them on the table and sat next to Naruto. "I'll help you with Naruto-kun. I am a member of your clan. I'm also your vassal," Haku told him. Naruto's eyes gleamed and he grabbed Haku's soft hands, making the girl blush. "Thank you, Haku-chan," Naruto said, and the ice user gave him a warm smile. It was then that Kyuubi and Kushina took some of the work also. "I've never signed documents before, but there's always a first," Kyuubi answered. "I can't let my Sachi suffer, so I'll help out also," Kushina said to him. "We'll make snacks for everyone. You can do paperwork if you're hungry," Fu said and pulled Kasumi into the kitchen. Recently Kasumi had been eager to learn how to cook and she had fumbled a few times, but she managed. She claimed that something inside her wanted to learn how to cook and Kyuubi told her it was probably the female insider wanting to show Naruto something else good about her. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were signing paperwork like mad and wrote the blonde signature on everything. Sometimes they stopped to ask for Naruto's opinion on a specific subject, but other than that they could get everything else done. With Kuranai sighed as she felt the stairs and heard people whispering. She had never been so nervous in her life. She sure as hell didn't know where she was going. She had a meeting with her team soon and she'd preferred not to get lost already. She then stopped walking and looked at the ground. "Where am I going?" "This training is tough," Kuranai said, but then she smelled something good. She smelled barbecue. She smelled grilling meat. She was near the BBQ joint that most of the teams went to, especially Asuma's team. Kuranai suddenly grinned and her nose followed the smell of the meat for a bit until she was directly in front of the restaurant. She still had her blindfold on so it was easier for her to concentrate on her nose. "Okay, I'm in front of the BBQ restaurant that Asuma said he likes to eat at. So then the training grounds are an hour to the east," Kuranai said and changed her direction, then walked off. Not far behind her was Naruto's Bunshin who smiled. She actually got it. Man, Kuranai-chan really learns things fast, the clone thought before running after her. Just like Kuranai thought, she was beginning to recognize the smell of trees and the smell of the fresh water that was in the lake. She was definitely in a training ground. She knew that much. Kuranai could feel the sort of rocky terrain as it differed from the plain and more walkable streets of Konoha. "Okay, let's see, the first training ground to show up is usually guarded by a gate. Well, all of them have gates, but that's beside the point," Kuranai continued to ponder her conundrum, but then she was brought out of her stupor by a voice. Kuranai-sensei, you're really. By the deep voice, not to mention the slightly creepy way it sounded. It could only be one person that Kuranai knew and it made her smile. Ah, Shino, you're here too. That's good, Kuranai said with a smile. Shino walked up to her with his hands in his pocket and he then raised an eyebrow to blindfold. Why are you blindfolded? Shino asked and Kuranai's reply was a sigh while she brushed her hand through her hair. Training. Kuranai said with a shrug of her shoulders. Shino continued to look at his sensei for a little longer and watched her walk towards the center of the field. Well Shino, why don't you have a small spar with me while we wait for Hinata and Sakura? It seems I've learned of my weak points and I need to change those. You should too. You might learn some things, Kuranai said, adjusting her blindfold slightly. She didn't take it off, just moved it to give some of her hair a bit of relief. Well sensei, if you think it will help, but are you going to fight with that blindfold on? Shino asked. Kuranai sighed again with a nod. Yes, I believe I will. Trust me, this isn't an underestimation, rather it's training for me, Kuranai said as she took a low stance. Shino's bugs swarmed out of him and the sounds of all the insects buzzing hit Kuranai's ears. I've never felt so weirded out in my life. That buzzing is creepy, Kuranai thought, and soon the student and the teacher began to spar for a short while. With Anko was walking cautiously to the Hokage mansion. She heard from Anbu that the Hokage wanted to see her. Anko decided to go and she could hear the snickers of Anbu behind her mask, making Anko narrow her eyes. Yep, totally gonna kill the Gaki when this is over, Anko thought and continued to walk in the direction of the Hokage mansion. She heard people whispering about her and she sighed. This wasn't in her schedule of things to do. Anko had been walking from her house to the Hokage mansion and it was relatively easy since she had done that many times before. It only pissed her off that she couldn't jump on the rooftops of the buildings to get there faster. Anko? Someone called in a soft tone. Anko's ears looked in on the person who called her and turned in the direction of the voice. Who is it? Anko asked. She was never one for discerning voices, so this was still new to her. Why not take off the blindfold and find out? The person asked and Anko gave another sigh. Sorry, but I can't do that. Now can you stop wasting my time and tell me who it is? Anko asked, making the person snicker before they burst out laughing, making Anko grit her teeth. I'm gonna kill Naruto for this, Anko said, and the person fell to the floor. So it was Naruto-kun. Oh that's rich, the person laughed and all of a sudden Anko lunged at the person and grabbed their shirt collar. Alright, enough laughing. Who are you? Anko asked and the person finally stopped laughing. She leaned forward a little more and Anko suddenly smelled something. She smelled the scent of dogs on the person and Anko only knew 2 female dog users. Hana. Anko yelled and Hana patted the snake mistress's shoulder. Anko breathed a sigh of relief when she guessed right. So why is Naruto-kun making you wear a blindfold? Hana asked. Anko huffed and told Hana about her training up until that point and by the end of it, Hana really tried to fight back the increasing urge to laugh her head off. I'm definitely bringing this up on the date tonight, Hana thought with a grin and noticed Anko heading to the Hokage mansion. It was then that Hana snickered and patted Anko's shoulder. Anko, if you're going to the Hokage mansion, it's the other way, Hana said stifling a laugh. Anko stopped in her tracks and turned around. Oh is it? Thanks Hana, Anko said and Hana could only snicker some more. This was just too fun to not try. Hana knew she shouldn't be that mean, but this was fun as hell. Not wait it's that way, you were right, Hana giggled and Anko narrowed her eyes behind the blindfold. No Anko it's that way or maybe that way. I'm sure it was this way, I forget, Hana continued chuckling at Anko's expense. It was then that Anko stopped running and, using her ears, locked in on Hana's laughing and lunged herself at the Inuzuka female. Enough. Now I don't know which way it is. Anko said and Hana stopped her laughing and nodded. Alright sorry Anko. It's this way. I hope your meeting goes well, Hana said walking off. Anko huffed her annoyance at one of her friends and walked in said direction. The Naruto clone grinned as it saw a natural prankster in Hana. Man, why didn't I think of that? Hana-chan you're a genius, the clone said in thought before following Anko to the mansion. Back at the Namika's compound, nighttime, Naruto sighed as he put down his ink pen and slammed into the couch of his compound. Finally done, the blonde said, and with him was Haku, Kushina, and Kyuubi. It was then that the Queen of Demons began to fear paperwork. It was a dreaded monstrosity. She really wanted to vaporize the damn thing, leaving no trace behind. I'm not making fun of anyone who has to do paperwork. My fingers are killing me, Haku said, using her ice release to relax her fingers. Kushina got up from the couch and walked into the kitchen. I'm gonna make us some dinner. Anyone want anything? She asked. Nothing for me Ka-san, I'm going out today. In fact, I've got to get ready. I'll see you all a little later Naruto said, getting up and walking upstairs. What's Naruto-sama got to do? Kasumi wondered as did everyone else, but Kyuubi knew and she could only smile. Naruto walked into his room and took off his clothes. He laid them on the bed and quickly took out a suit he bought. He was never one for suits, but Kyuubi told him that women like men in suits, so the blonde figured what the hell. Naruto wore a black suit and white shirt with a red tie. He had on black shoes and then he checked himself in the mirror. He thought he looked alright and walked out of his room. He didn't have much time before he had to pick up Hana, so he quickly rushed downstairs. All the women in the room looked at him and blushed. "Wow Sachi, do you look sharp?" Kushina complimented and Naruto grinned. Fu gave a Hinata-style blush while Kasumi and Kyuubi licked their lips. Haku seemed all too stunned by Naruto's appearance and nearly passed out. "Thank you ladies." "Well I'll be back later," Naruto told them. Everyone nodded as they watched Naruto leave. The girls stayed in the room for a bit before Kasumi jumped to her feet and appeared in front of Kyuubi. Natsuki-sama, do you think you could train me? I've learned nearly all the forms of Taijutsu in the scrolls, but I don't think I'm strong enough yet. So can you teach me some new things?" Kasumi asked. Kyuubi raised an eyebrow, but then smiled with a nod. "Alright, we'll start tomorrow then," Kyuubi replied, and Kasumi grinned with a nod. Meanwhile, Fu took up her book and was almost done. She knew there were other books, so she wanted to get through the first one. It was all relatively simple to her thanks to Nanabi. Haku was checking over some things as Tsunade told her that her training would start tomorrow. All the girls had something to do and they knew that their night wouldn't be boring. But Naruto was jumping across the rooftops and he saw the village lights around Konoha give it a lovely glow that seemed to just make the blonde smile. It would be just him and Hana tonight. He had even planned to take Haku and Kasumi somewhere, but those were a secret for now. He hoped they would be happy with where he was going to take them, but he wasn't going to think about that tonight. No, tonight was about Hana. After 3 minutes of running, Naruto appeared in front of the Inyazuka compound and opened the slide in the door. The blonde saw Tsume sitting on the couch reading a book about until she saw Naruto in the doorway. "Why hello Naruto-kun. You look great." "Sigh, I wish I could go, but I have work to do," Tsume said with a grin. Naruto gave a grin also and sat on the couch next to Tsume and gave her a peck on the cheek and then leaned to her ear. "So why aren't you doing it now?" Naruto asked. Tsume looked into her book and sighed. "I'm lazy," Tsume said with a shrug of her shoulders. Naruto chuckled at that and simply nodded in agreement with her. It was then that Naruto heard footsteps on the stairs and turned to see Kiba wearing some casual clothes. "Hey Kiba, where are you going?" Naruto asked. Kiba turned to see his best friend sitting next to his mother. Kiba grinned at Naruto's question and patted him on the shoulder. "Well Tenten and I have another date, so I'm taking her to the BBQ joint, so I'm gonna go pick her up." "Oh, she told me to tell you that she'll be watching you kick Akira's ass so you'd better not lose," Kiba told him. Naruto smirked with a nod and before long he turned to Tsume. "By the way, where is Tsume-chan?" Naruto asked and Tsume's smile turned into a slight glare. "He said he was going to stay in the woods for training. I think he's coming back today." "Remember Naruto-kun, you have to fight him in a week," Tsume told him. Naruto nodded and simply rubbed Tsume's shoulders, making the Inyazuka head raise an eyebrow before giving a groan from the softness of Naruto's hands. "Don't worry Tsume-chan. I'll be damned if I lose you and Hana-chan. You're both mine after all," Naruto said standing at his feet. Tsume blushed at his smooth talk and all of a sudden everyone heard the sound of footsteps again. Everyone watched Hana come down the stairs and Naruto widened his eyes. "Kami-sama, I can die now," Naruto thought as Hana came down the room. She was wearing a red dress with strings that held it on her shoulders. It went down to her ankles where she was wearing red shoes. Her hair wasn't in the usual ponytail that she had it in. No, this time she allowed all of her hair to flow down past her shoulders. She was in own words. Stunning. "Hello Naruto-kun, how do I look?" Hana asked and Naruto's only response was to stare and admire the perfection in front of him. Tsume laughed at his reaction and Hana giggled. Kiba placed his hand in front of his friend's face and waved it slightly. "I think you broke him Ni-chan," Kiba replied and then Naruto broke from his stupor. "Hana-chan you look amazing. Did you pick that dress for me?" Naruto asked slyly, making Hana blush with a slight nod. The blonde smiled and grabbed Hana's arm around his own. "Well then shall I take you on our date then?" Naruto asked. Hana giggled again and nodded. Naruto escorted her to the door and the two left, leaving Kiba and Tsume in the room. "Well Ka-san, I'm gonna be with Ten-chan. I'll be back later," Kiba said walking towards the door. "See you later pup," Tsume said and suddenly the place was quiet. "Looks like I can relax now," Tsume said, adjusting her position and decided to take a short nap on the couch. With Naruto and Hana having left the Inyazuka compound, Naruto brought Hana into the streets of Konoha. Both walked through the people-filled streets and could feel some of the stars they started to give the couple. Hana blushed as she walked with Naruto, but the blonde didn't seem to mind. "So Naruto-kun, how do you plan on beating Akira?" "He is the toughest out of our clan besides Ka-san," Hana mentioned, though she wasn't sure why. This was about her and Naruto, so why was she bringing something like this? Hana was about to apologize for talking about something like that during their date, but Naruto only gave her a mysterious grin across his face. Don't worry about that, Hana-chan. I haven't been slacking either. I've been working on a way to use my sand, so watch out and I'll shock you all, but you don't have to worry. I won't lose you to anyone. Now enough of that, you come with me, Naruto said, dragging her along. Hana's face calmed and she simply walked with Naruto. She wasn't going to bring that up tonight. It was just her and Naruto, so the night shouldn't be filled with unpleasant things. Both walked for a little longer until they came up to the new place that Naruto had reserved for Hana. The Red Dragon was an exquisite place that any man would want to take his woman for a date. Granted, the food was expensive, it was so good that it completely made up for the cost. Naruto and Hana saw quite a few people in front of the door, and Hana sighed. I don't think we're getting in with that crowd, Naruto-kun, Hana said to him. Naruto grinned and gently patted Hana's shoulder. Don't you remember what I told you about Hana-chan? Naruto asked her. Hana raised an eyebrow and before she could ask, Naruto pulled her towards the front, not minding the people. They were stopped by one of the guards of the place with a notepad. Name? He said to them. Hana looked at Naruto, and the blonde grinned. He knew this would attract some attention, but right now he didn't give a damn. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I made a reservation, Naruto told the man. Hana soon heard people start muttering to others about Naruto and his name. She giggled when she realized that the name Namikaze was basically a celebrity name. She also got some jealous looks from the female population, but Hana only grinned that she was the one on a date with Naruto. The man went down the list as he repeated the same words. Namikaze. Ah, here you are. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, top floor room. Right this way, sir, the man said, opening the door for the blonde. Naruto grabbed Hana's hand and guided her inside, leaving the other people behind. After walking inside, Hana stared in awe at the place. It was amazing. There were multiple tables lined up perfectly next to the windows. There were 3 upper rooms, each being more expensive and better looking than the last. Naruto guided Hana up the stairs and they stopped on the 2nd floor. This floor was covered in red wallpaper with a golden dragon symbol. Hana marveled at the interior and suddenly they were brought up to a door. Naruto opened the door and Hana walked inside. She then widened her eyes again. Then Naruto-kun, this is, Hana stared at a private room for 2 with a great view of Konoha. You'd be surprised what I can buy with the missions I do, Hana-chan. Granted, having some of my father's inheritance to spend isn't bad either, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Hana simply threw caution to the wind and grabbed Naruto's head and brought his lips to hers. Naruto widened his eyes as he didn't expect a kiss from Hana so early on, but he wasn't complaining. Hana's lips were so soft on his, but before the blonde could enjoy them anymore, Hana pulled away and blushed, leaving Naruto to long for the softness again. Well, it's amazing, Naruto-kun. The view is wonderful here, Hana said, staring outside. Naruto chuckled at Hana's interest in the place and he then allowed her to sit at the table. Naruto followed suit and sat across from it. As they waited for their food, Naruto and Hana talked about their relationship over the years. Naruto told Hana about his clan and the tons of paperwork that came with it. Hana laughed at Naruto's expense and the blonde had given a cute pout. Hana talked about Naruto's training with Anko and Kurenai and how she totally messed with the snake mistress. Naruto chuckled and congratulated Hana on a good prank, but then told her not to do it again since he really wanted Anko and Kurenai to train. Hana had agreed to it, but not before telling the blonde that Anko said what she would do to him and Naruto actually paled. Yep, this wasn't going to be good for him at all. It was then that their food was served. Because Naruto got a private room, the food was already a predetermined meal, but the blonde got the choice when he made the reservation. He was sure Hana would like it. Naruto got some beef steak with rice and steamed vegetables. Hana had some grilled chicken and steamed vegetables. Hana had complimented the food and said that it smelled amazing, to which Naruto agreed with her. Both dug into their food and Hana's eyes gleamed. The food was good. Amazingly good. Not to mention the view around them seemed to enhance the mood of the room. Both ate their food in silence. They did make casual conversation, but that was about it. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up from his food to see Hana tossing some of her vegetables left and right on the plate. She seemed to be going over her words and it made the blonde slightly nervous. What is Hana-chan? Naruto asked her. Hana sighed and looked out the window, but then she turned back to Naruto and gently touched his hand. I want to buy a Naruto-kun. Please tell me how you can win against Akira. It's not that I doubt you. I don't, but I am scared. After you scan left, Ka-san pretty much shut herself off from the world. She did have me and Kiba, but I could tell she was sad for those reasons. I knew that indestructible strength was a show in front of us. Naruto-kun, you're the only person that Ka-san has entrusted her heart to again. I don't want something stupid like Akira's selfishness to take that away. So Naruto, if you have a technique or style that can beat Akira, then please tell me, Hana said to him. Naruto stopped eating and looked at the plate for a second. Hana watched his reactions, and the blonde sighed. Hana lowered her gaze in sadness. She just ruined her date and she could belittle herself for it. She was about to apologize, but then Naruto tightly grabbed Hana's hand making her look at him. Alright Hana-chan. I'll tell you the thing I'm trying to do with my sand control. It's a new technique I'm trying to do. It's called flame sand control, Naruto told her. Hana raised an eyebrow at the name and Naruto decided to explain. It involves coating my sand in oil and then using chakra to ignite it. It's like burning sand to its limit. I'm freely able to control the movement of the sand and the fire that surrounds it, Naruto replied. Hana was confused by Naruto's words. Light sand on fire? It sounded weird. Naruto-kun, I don't understand. Mind explaining? Hana asked. Naruto chuckled and decided to explain his technique to her. Granted, he didn't know that many things and it wasn't fully tested, but he figured he had me down. After the explanation, Hana seemed to understand it a little better, so she seemed to calm down some. I haven't told this to anyone yet, so keep it a secret, Naruto said to her. Hana nodded and simply formed a grin and continued to eat her food. Naruto did the same, and the two easily enjoyed their date in peace. It was a little later that Naruto took Hana from the Red Dragon and was walking her home. Hana had a wonderful time. Granted, this brought up some unwanted talk, but it was alright. Naruto got to spend some time with them, and that was all they wanted. As they walked, Naruto and Hana suddenly heard a yell that made them turn. Hey brat. Naruto turned his head along with Hana to see who it was. Both growled as Akira appeared just a few feet from them. Naruto moved in front of Hana and sent Akira a glare. What do you want? Naruto asked with a bit of venom in his voice. Akira approached him and Naruto was prepared for anything. He just hoped that Akira wouldn't be stupid enough to try and attack him in public. Calm down brat. I'll kick your ass when this week is over. Enjoy your time with Tsume and Hana. It's the last time you'll ever be with them again, Akira said walking past Naruto, bumping the blonde's shoulder a bit. Hana narrowed her eyes and watched Akira go off into the distance. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, Hana apologized. Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. It's alright Hana-chan, Naruto said to her. Hana gave a small smile and the two walked off, but as they walked off, Naruto narrowed his eyes while looking at the moon. Just you wait, Akira, I'll give you the new meaning to the word play dead, Naruto said in thought. The week that Naruto would fight Akira was underway and the blonde would win, count on it. 1 week later, 1 week has passed since Naruto's date with Hana. The blonde had stepped up his training for that week and he didn't let it up either. Naruto had asked Kushina to help him with his training, to which his mother was more than happy to oblige. Naruto really got the stuffing pounded into him by Kushina, but he didn't use his swords. He was told it would strictly be him and Kasumi against Akira and his companion. It took a bit of convincing for people that Kasumi was Naruto's original companion, but they all agreed when Kuramaru had smelled that she was his daughter. So Naruto and Kasumi were working on their teamwork. Meanwhile, Kyuubi trained Kasumi in some of the more advanced styles of Dojutsu, but Kasumi decided to use the Inuzuka-style Dojutsu that she remembered, since it would be her and Naruto together. Naruto also wasn't breaking his promises. He still remembered his training with Kuranai and Anko. It still made him laugh when they tried to catch him for all the awkward moments that they had with their blindfolds, but the results were starting to show. Kuranai was moving a lot faster thanks to Naruto's training regime, and Anko was gaining more power in her attacks. The two sensory capabilities were improving also. Anko could make it to the Chunin exam stadium to her house and then to the Hokage mansion without any trouble. Kuranai could now make it from her house to the Hokage mansion to the training grounds with little difficulty. Not to mention that they got better at fighting, their skills were still hindered because of Naruto's restrictions and their blindfolds, but they were doing much better. Just like Naruto had said though, their blindfolds had changed from black to dark blue, and the two realized they did improve. Granted, that didn't stop Anko from chazzing Naruto, telling him how embarrassing it was to be wearing a blindfold all day. In the week, many things happened. Haku had told Naruto that she would be having her training with Naruto. The blonde was more than happy for her too. Fu had finished her book and Naruto then had her practice on making simple seals to start, and then he would have her read an advanced book. Fu seemed to go really well with. Why Naruto didn't know, but he wasn't about to complain. He also got closer to Nanabe as she told him about her life, and he told her about his. Fu seemed comforted by the fact that Naruto had been through what she had and came to respect the blonde a lot more. Naruto was currently walking with Haku, Fu, Kyuubi, Kasumi and Kushina towards the Inuzuka compound. They could all hear people muttering about the fight he would have with Akira, and it almost pissed the blonde off. He still couldn't believe that things happened like this, but he wasn't about to complain or back down. He'd show Akira what happened to people when they tried to muscle in on what Naruto had earned. He wouldn't let some selfish bastard take what was his. It didn't take long for the blonde and his clan members to make it to the Inuzuka compound. Naruto opened the slide in the door and quickly walked into the yard. They saw nearly everyone there. It was Kiba, Hana and Tsume like he thought, but he also saw Kakashi, Genma, Tsunade, Shizune, Anko and Kurenai. He even saw most of the Konoha 13 there. This was a clan affair, so why were they there? Hey Naruto, Kiba-kun told us about your fight and he allowed us to attend, Tenten said leaning on Kiba's shoulder. Kiba gave a sheepish chuckle when Naruto glared playfully at him. Alright Naruto-san. Let your youth explode as you fight your youthful opponent. Lee yelled, making the blonde sweat drop. He even saw Ino and Sakura arguing over Sasuke. Said Imo looked at Naruto and the two had a staring match. HMPH, try not to lose too badly, idiot, Sasuke said to him. Naruto glared at him and sighed. I'm not your team, Naruto said to him making Sasuke seethe. Kushina, Kyuubi and Fu took their places among the crowd of people who were gonna watch. Haku stood with the other genin and Naruto made his way through the people and came to what looked like until he and Kasumi came up to a large area of the field. It had multiple claw marks and slashes. It really showed the history of how many Inyazuka had fought there. And in the middle of that area was none other than Akira along with his companion. It looked about half the size of Kuramaru. Its fur was black with a red stripe pattern. Kasumi-chan, just to ask, but do you know him? Naruto asked, pointing at the dog. Kasumi sighed with a nod. Yeah, he's Katamaru. When we were pups he always tried to follow me around everywhere. It was creepy to me, but he was so pushy at times. He's one of the main reasons why I came to hate being close to anyone, Kasumi replied, and Naruto nodded. Akira patted Katamaru's head and then turned to Naruto. Well at least you're not a chicken like I thought you were, Akira said to the blonde. Naruto rolled his eyes and then Tsunade stood in between them. Alright, this fight is for control of the Inyazuka compound. No matter who wins, there will be no complaints after this is over. Understood? Tsunade asked. Akira and Katamaru nodded. She then turned to Naruto and Kasumi who nodded also. Tsunade looked at both of them again and sighed. Fight. She yelled and quickly backed up. Akira and Katamaru grinned and they immediately charged at Naruto and Kasumi. Alright brat, now is the time that you disappeared from Tsume's life forever. Akira yelled out. Naruto and Kasumi nodded to each other and ran at Akira. The blonde threw kunai at Akira only for it to be blocked by one of Akira's own kunai. Kasumi dropped to all four and quickly got into a fight with Katamaru as the two companions of their respective masters snarled at each other. Everyone watched the fight get started and kept their eyes glued to the matchup. Naruto let out a punch only for it to be blocked by Akira, but the blonde wasn't done as he was able to maneuver his body and placed his hand on the ground. Using his arm strength, Naruto managed to kick Akira under the chin, sending the man into the sky. While Akira was in the sky, Naruto quickly went through some hand signs and gripped his right hand. Lightning cackled in his hand and everyone widened their eyes at Naruto's power. Alright, I've just thought of something interesting, Naruto said as he ran at Akira. Said Inyazuka member was able to backflip in the air and saw Naruto running at him. Please kid. That little won't stop me, Akira said and with a twist of his body, began to spin violently towards Naruto. Ska! Akira yelled, spiraling at Naruto. Everyone watching widened their eyes and wondered what Naruto was going to do, but luckily the blonde was able to smile. Naruto jumped into the air and even with the Chidori in his hand, he managed to spin in the air also as he decided to unleash his variation of the Inyazuka technique. RAITSKGA lightning piercing fang, Naruto yelled and everyone was shocked when the lightning from Naruto's Chidori began to spread throughout the technique, turning the Inyazuka technique into one completely Raiden chakra charged. Tsume, Hana and Kiba gasped as Akira and Naruto collided in a clash. Kasumi and Katamaru looked at the two colliding, but Katamaru didn't stare long and used Kasumi's moment of distraction and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kasumi turned back to the dog, but Katamaru's place was a guy around Kasumi's age and height. He had black hair with slight red stripes and Kasumi narrowed her eyes. So Katamaru, that's your form when you use the beast clone, Kasumi asked. Katamaru gave a feral grin and ran at Kasumi. Kasumi in turn ran at Katamaru also. The two gripped each other's hands and started struggling against each other. That's still the same old arrogant mud, Katamaru, Kasumi asked with a small grin. Katamaru narrowed his eyes on her. Please, it's not like you've changed either. You actually disgraced your own kind for being with a human. Oh yeah, the others don't mind, but I find you sick. Your love for that blonde idiot over there is disgusting, Katamaru replied and used one of his legs to strike Kasumi in her stomach. Kasumi gasped and fell to the floor in pain as she grabbed her stomach. She then growled at Katamaru like she was about to maul him for bad-mouthing Naruto. What's that look for? Katamaru said and Kasumi's hair grew wilder. Her claws scratched at the ground and she stood to her feet. She really hated that only she, Kyuubi and Naruto could understand what Katamaru was saying. She really wanted everyone to hear those words, but she heard the growls of dogs at Katamaru and she grinned before giving a chuckle which confused Katamaru. That's right, Katamaru. It might be sick. My unnatural love for Naruto-sama, but there is something that will never change. Naruto-sama loves me. He cares about me. You wouldn't understand, Kasumi yelled out, and using her speed, she slammed Katamaru in the jaw, shocking the beast as he was sent flying into a tree. Kasumi grinned and turned to see Naruto and Akira still fighting. "Thank you Naruto-sama," Kasumi said with a smile. Meanwhile, Naruto and Akira were in a heated combat. It was to Naruto's advantage that he and Kasumi were good at Dojutsu. Having learned from the Inuzuka, Naruto knew that their Dojutsu comes from their partners and collaboration, so he and Kasumi used their own teamwork to destroy it, but he had to admit that Akira was good. Naruto had been managing since he was using the Sharingan to follow Akira's movements, but even then they seemed kind of blurry at times. "Come on brat. Tsume's tougher than this," Akira said, and Naruto was still on defense. The blonde cursed slightly and turned one glare to see Kasumi and Katamaru still going through some fast movements. Naruto raised an eyebrow and grinned. The blonde was able to maneuver his foot and sidestep Akira and backflipped away from her. "Oh don't worry. I'm just getting started," Naruto said to Akira. The blonde closed his eyes and they returned back to their ocean blue color. Akira saw the perfect chance when Naruto went through some more hand signs and charged at the blonde. "I'll wipe that damn smirk off your face brat," Akira yelled. Naruto finished and slammed the ground. "Hyoten. Hyoheki ice. Release. Ice wall," Naruto yelled, and then a massive ice wall came from the ground and stood between him and Akira. Akira slashed at the wall, but it didn't make one scratch mark, and Inuzuka gritted his teeth. "I didn't know Tsume's mate was a coward. Why don't you fight me Uzumaki?" Akira yelled out. Naruto narrowed his eyes and softly pressed his hand to the ice wall. "Why don't you go back to the Ice Age?" Naruto asked and slammed his hand on the ice wall. The wall threw out 3 large ice spikes, and Akira had to dodge them all. They were then on their way to Kasumi and Katamaru. Both dodged the attacks, and Kasumi backflipped away from her opponent. When Akira landed on the ground, he realized that without his noticing the ice trapped on one of his legs was restricting his movement. "What the hell?" Akira said and heard Naruto yell. In the blonde's hand was a blue sphere that made everyone gasp. Naruto slammed into Akira and with a loud noise, sent the man spiraling into the trees. Katamaru widened his eyes and ran after his master, while Naruto grinned. "Looks like that distraction worked," Naruto said, and he then heard some people clap. "Naruto-kun is amazing. Look at his youth explode," Lee yelled, making the others sweat. "Uzumaki-san is really impressive, but this fight isn't over." "You could tell that both of them aren't trying yet," Neji responded. Hinata activated her and looked at Naruto's chakra points. "He's not exhausted and he seems fine internally, but Neji-kun is right. And Naruto-kun's fight isn't over," Hinata responded. "Yeah, as much as I hate to admit it, Akira is more than tough enough to handle that. In actuality, he's level material, but he says that being just means less work for him, so we know how tough he is." "Naruto's got his hands full," Kiba said, making everyone sweat. Tsume was unsettled, and so was Hana. Both just wanted this fight to be over. Naruto and Kasumi waited for them to appear, but then they felt an evil chakra. It was familiar, Naruto could recognize it if only he remembered. It was vile and had a choking feeling. Akira and Katamaru appeared out of the woods, and the sight startled everyone. Akira's face and arms were covered in black markings, while his grin deepened. It was then that it hit Naruto. Sasuke and Anko widened their eyes and immediately traced their fingers over their curse marks. "Kid, you just made me start to have my fun. I'm gonna rip out your heart and feed it back to you," Akira said, making his chakra surge. Naruto cursed and clutched his knuckles. "Are you an idiot? That power will kill you. What's Tsume-chan going to do if you act like this with the clan?" Naruto yelled out and Akira laughed. "It won't matter what Tsume wants. I'll be the head of the clan and you'll be gone. Never to appear in the Inuzuka clan's life again," Akira cackled and Naruto balled his fists. Everyone turned to Naruto and were amazed when they saw the sand and dirt of the ground swirl around him. Kasumi backed up slightly while the sand hovered above Naruto's head. That's Gaara-san's sand attack," Lee said, but Neji raised an eyebrow. "No, it's different. Look, is that steam?" Neji asked. Everyone looked at the same and saw steam was really coming out of it. The sand lost some of its brownish color and immediately became a more crimson color like the autumn leaves of fall. "I'll make you pay Akira right now. I'll be damned if you lead the clan. I'll make you regret going up against me and Kasumi-chan," Naruto said as the steamed sand swirled around him in a violent motion. Chapter 31. "Alright Akira, you've pissed me off and you're going to regret it now," Naruto said with his new sand swirling around. The steam coming off it was enough to make everyone sweat from the heat of it. "What kind of sand is that? It's so different from Gaara-san's sand," Lee said while Neji and Kakashi activated their Sharingan and they looked into Naruto's chakra network and nearly widened their eyes. "So that's what he's doing," Neji said, bringing everyone's attention to him. Kakashi chuckled at Naruto's ingenuity while Tenten wanted to know. "What's Naruto doing with Neji?" Tenten asked. Everyone grouped around him and even some of them leaned in close to hear. Neji gave a small grin and looked at Naruto. Naruto-san is manipulating his chakra network into the Kaiten affinity. It's leaking from his body and he pours that chakra into his sand which heats the sand up to an incredible degree. That accounts for the sand's crimsonish color and the steam. It's amazing that Naruto can do that. The chakra control it takes to do that must be insane, Neji uttered, and everyone stared at Naruto. The blonde's eyes were burning from the Shinsenagon. Naruto always wanted to save his own for last resort. Can't let the enemy know all his tricks, not to mention that having the Sharingan were kind of cool, since he could piss off some people who were mean to him in the past. It's why Naruto stuck mainly to their Sharingan, but this situation demanded the and Naruto wasn't one to ignore that calling at all. Meanwhile, Akira's body was glowing with purplish chakra. The markings became evident all over his body. It really did suck that in this match the officials couldn't interfere since this was a clan issue and Akira hadn't directly done anything to Konoha, so they couldn't stop him from using the curse mark either. "Well brat, let's go. I'll mop the floor with your ass right now." Akira yelled and in a blur of speed that made Naruto almost gasp, he punched at the blonde, but to Naruto's surprise, the sand quickly came to his defense and blocked it. Akira quickly removed his fist from the burning sand and Naruto watched the sand retreat back to his form. "I don't remember telling it to block. How'd it move?" Naruto wondered in thought, but he couldn't dwell on it long before Katamaru charged at him. Naruto was about to attack, but Kasumi came from behind him and pushed Katamaru to the side and out of Naruto's way. "Sorry, but you fight with me Katamaru," Kasumi said with a growl. She dropped low to her stance in front of Naruto and to Akira and Katamaru, she seemed to be protecting Naruto while the blonde was her support. Naruto had just turned into a long-range fighter and Kasumi would be his protector as the close combat fighter. "Ready Kasumi-chan?" Naruto asked. Kasumi grinned while her nails grinned the grass and the ground, leaving some claw marks. "Let's go Naruto-sama," Kasumi said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto shot out his hand and on that command, the sand shot at Akira and Katamaru which made the two dodge. Kasumi ran at Katamaru and quickly kicked him across the face, but Akira grinned when he managed to catch Kasumi's kick in time and hurled her at the ground. Kasumi gasped and was about to cushion the blow to the ground, but she landed in something soft and turned to see Naruto-san softly holding her. The blonde allowed some of his sand to return to normal so he wouldn't burn Kasumi. Setting her on the ground, the blonde shifted his gaze back to Akira and Katamaru. With a quick flash of hand signs Naruto's burning sand seeped into the ground and before long the blonde slammed his hand to that ground and yelled. "Moru Sabaku. Teju Suna Yari burning sand. Multi-Suna spears," Naruto shouted sending dozens of sand-like spears at Akira. Said Inyazuka cursed and with Katamaru, the two maneuvered through the barrage of spears and successfully made it to the ground. "Not bad brat," Akira said and made his own hand signs. Naruto's eyes locked in on the hand signs and while he wasn't sure if he should copy this or not, now wasn't the time to be second-guessing himself. Pain. Kami, no Hanketsu fire release. Divine judgment, Akira yelled out and sent the fire at Naruto. Kasumi jumped behind Naruto while Katamaru did its ska in the fire, increasing the fire's intensity. Naruto cursed and added chakra to his fist. He shocked everyone who was watching when he slammed the ground making it crack underneath the pressure. "Moru Suna no Tate burning sand shield," Naruto yelled and his sand immediately shot up to block the fire. The flames collided with the sand and Naruto could feel the heat on the other side of the wall of sand. "How are you hanging Naruto-kun?" Kyuubi asked in thought. Naruto kept pouring chakra into his sand to keep it up and grinned. "This might be tough for Kyuubi-chan. His curse mark is making him move faster than before. Also this sand is draining my chakra, thanks to my reserves and your chakra I'm fine, but if I continue to use this sand then I might fall soon," Naruto answered and turned back to his problem. The flame subsided and Naruto let the sand down. It was amazing how his sand was able to block that fire, but he knew that this was far from over. Naruto could just win with Amaterasu, but he doubted Akira would give him the chance for the blonde to focus on his body. "Alright Naruto-kun, do you remember that other feature I told you about a few months back?" Kyuubi asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow and thought back to his successful mission from Wave Country. Flashback, "So I don't have to close my eyes each time I switch between bloodlines?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi shook her head while she roamed her cage. "No, you don't, Naruto-kun. Granted it helps, but it isn't required. Plus there is another feature to you that you will just love, but I can't tell you no. It will be a surprise," Kyuubi replied. Naruto widened his eyes and decided to voice his complaints. "What? Come on Kyuubi-chan. I thought we had a no-secrets relationship going on here," Naruto said, and Kyuubi giggled playfully in her serene environment. "Sorry Naruto-kun can't tell you, but trust me when I say you will love it." Flashback end. Naruto widened his eyes to remember that. It felt so long ago that he did hear her say that and it slipped his mind. However, it must be important now and Naruto really wanted to know before he dropped his sand. So what is Kyuubi-chan? Naruto asked Kyuubi, grinning at Naruto's enthusiasm, and she knew the risks, but Naruto would be fine. She knew that much for her blonde. Keep in mind that it takes a large amount of chakra to do, but you'll be fine. Now then, do you know what bloodlines you've copied so far? She asked in thought. Naruto raised an eyebrow and tried to remember. He had Haku's eyes, Kakashi's Sharingan, Niji's, Gaara's sand and the Inuzuka Taijutsu, if that could be considered a bloodline, but he figured it was. Yeah, I know, so what's the importance here? Naruto asked again and Kyuubi grinned. She was such a genius that it almost scared her at times. Naruto-kun, focus on 2 particular bloodlines you want. You have to be active to use this feature, but regardless of that, your sand is out now, try using something else, Kyuubi said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. He looked at his sand crumbling and looked at his other hand. He held it out and it made him gasp when he formed an ice. His eyes gleamed and he turned to Kyuubi. You mean if I am active, I can use 2 bloodlines at once? Naruto asked. Kyuubi nodded with her same foxy grin. That's right. It will take a lot out of you the first time, but as you use this feature over and over, your body will become accustomed to the rapid changes of bloodlines. Now go and get Naruto-kun, Kyuubi said, cutting the connection to her. Naruto grinned with a nod and turned to Kasumi. Kasumi-chan, until I say so, I want you to stay out of the fight for a bit, Naruto told her. Kasumi widened her eyes and immediately shook her head. No, Naruto-sama. I can fight just fine, Kasumi countered, but Naruto smiled and rubbed her head, making Kasumi blush. I know you can, Kasumi-chan, but trust me on this. My control might be shot, so I don't want you getting hurt while I test this out, Naruto told her. Kasumi looked into Naruto's blue eyes and bit her lower lip. She hated that she was so vulnerable to his eyes when he looked at her like that. Kasumi stood to her feet and nodded. 30 minutes of Naruto-sama. I'm coming back after that. I couldn't live with myself if I lose you, Kasumi stated, walking to a vacant spot. Naruto thanked her and watched his sand fall. He saw Akira and Katamaru grinning at him. Akira looked to see Kasumi walking off and turned to Naruto with a scowl on his face. Are you trying to prove something, brat? Akira asked and Naruto narrowed his eyes. He tried to focus his chakra on the 2 bloodlines that he would use at the moment. No, I just don't want Kasumi-chan getting hurt over something that has to do with you and me alone, Naruto retorted, and Akira raised an eyebrow. He saw Naruto's mysterious smile and for some reason it pissed him off so much, but he had to admit that Naruto was right. Katamaru gets back. I'll take care of this myself, Akira said to his companion. Katamaru wanted to retort, but Akira sent him a glare that made the dog whimper and walk back. He then turned back to Naruto, and the marks on his body grew more evident. Alright, brat. It's just you and me now, brat. I'll make sure you know your place, Akira boasted, and everyone gulped when the chakra around him grew a bit more malignant. Bring it on, Akira. I'll show you how serious I am about keeping Tsunade-chan, Hana-chan and the Inuzuka clan from your clutches, Naruto said to him. Akira growled and seethed. Naruto always had such a mouth and it was pushing Akira to the limits of his patience. In a flash, Akira raced a distance between him and Naruto as he let out a punch. Then try it. He yelled and his fist collided with Naruto's sand, but unlike the last time, Akira didn't withdraw his fist. He persisted through and pumped chakra into his hand. Naruto widened his eyes when he saw Akira's nails coming through his sand. The blonde looked at his left hand and sighed while he flared. Time to see if this works like I want, Naruto said, and using that one hand, he did his one-handed hand signs and, finding all the small traces of water in the ground, he stomped the dirt. Haku smiled with a sense of pride and watched Naruto use her clan's bloodline. Hyoten. Sensetsu Suishm ice release. 1,000 water needles of death, Naruto yelled out, and the countless barrages of needles charged at Akira. Said Inuzuka gasped and in a blur of speed, evaded the water needles. He backflipped then skidded to the right, dodging all the strikes. Naruto narrowed his eyes and quickly maneuvered his body to the right when he saw Akira throw a kunai at him. It was easily blocked by the sand, so Naruto didn't have too much trouble with it. Alright, it works now, then I'll make you pay. Naruto said, going through some other set of hand signs. Akira widened his eyes when he saw the sand swirling around his foot and slowly creeping up his body. Inuzuka cursed while Naruto wrapped Akira's entire body in sand and hoisted him into the air with a glare that made Akira nearly shake from looking into his eyes. More Uzubaku KYK burning sand coffin, Naruto yelled out as he remembered what Gaara tried to do one time when he, Kiba and Haku fought him in the exams. Everyone watching gasped at the captured Akira, but the most surprised were Tsume and Hana. Naruto-kun's doing it. He's beating Akira. Kasan, I think Naruto-kun could win. Hana said and Tsume chuckled. You doubted Naruto-kun. Hana, you need more faith in him, Tsume said, and Hana narrowed her eyes on her mother. "Ah-san, weren't you sweating slightly when Akira sent that giant at Naruto-kun?" Hana asked, and Tsume turned her gaze from her daughter who chuckled at her. Meanwhile, Sasuke was watching the match, but he clenched his teeth tighter and tighter when he was being reminded of the distance between him and Naruto. The blonde had surpassed him in nearly all aspects, and Sasuke was getting sick of it. First it was the council telling him he needed women to revive his clan. Second, Genma wouldn't send him on higher missions to test his power. Lastly, he was forbidden from using the one source of power he felt he had. They all wanted to stop him. To keep him as the village's prize. He wanted revenge. He didn't have the time for girls. When Sasuke saw Akira fight with a curse mark, he suddenly realized the power that Konoha wanted to hide from him. The speed that makes Naruto actually focus to see. The power and chakra that was poured into the techniques and the strength. There didn't seem to be any downside to this. Orochimaru was right. I've got to get out of here. If he can give me power then I'll take it from his slithery hands. He might actually be useful to me, Sasuke thought with a grin that made Sakura and Ino look at him with worry in their eyes. Naruto used his sand to tighten Akira, making the Inuzuka wince at the pressure of the burning sand. It also added that he was starting to get burn marks across his body from Naruto's sand. Naruto made another one-handed hand sign and he calmly placed his hand on the ground. Ioten Hirik, no Haka ice release. Grave of the Ice Dragon, Naruto yelled as the ground began to open up. Inside was a hole filled with ice spikes, and everyone had to wonder where Naruto was getting all this water from. Maybe he's using his own chakra. With his reserves as large as they are it wouldn't surprise me, Kurenai started making some people nod. It was still a strange sight, but Naruto was finished. Alright, give up Akira. I can drop you in this ice grave right now if I want to. It's over, Naruto told him. Akira narrowed his eyes at Naruto and then smirked. His body was shaking and suddenly he bursted out laughing. Kasumi suddenly got a chill up her spine, and so did Hana and Tsume. You think you've won, kid? You haven't even scratched the surface of what I can do. My fun time with you is over and I'll get serious. Akira's curse marks wrapped around his entire body. His hair grew longer and his teeth sharpened. So try, his skin grew dark and his eyes turned into perfect slits. Not to die. Akira screamed out and Naruto felt his sand crumble. The blonde widened his eyes at the new Akira who looked more like an animal than a human being. Kasumi stood to her feet fast, but Naruto shook his head and told her to stay where she was. Kasumi gritted her teeth but complied with Naruto's orders. The sand around Akira dropped and Naruto narrowed his eyes. He was probably in some trouble right now. Great, out of one problem and into another. His chakra increased drastically. What did Orochimaru give him anyway? Wait, was it that hickey he tried to give me that one time? Naruto wondered and suddenly paled. Well Brad, are you ready to fight? Akira asked. Naruto looked at Akira and held up his hand. Just one question, Naruto said, and Akira gritted his teeth. Was now really the time for questions? What? Akira asked in a pissed-off tone. Where did you get that hickey? Naruto asked. Everyone got a blank look on their face then sweat dropped. Leave it to Naruto to make a situation less serious by asking a question like that. He. Ha 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 ha. Everyone turned their heads to see Kiba laughing along with Haku. Both laughed and after them was Kyuubi, then Hana, and even Tsume. It seemed everyone just forgot the mood and started laughing. Akira gritted his teeth and growled at Naruto. What does it matter where I got this? You'll be gone soon enough anyway, Akira said, and in a blur of speed, he quickly appeared in front of Naruto. The blonde gasped and was sent flying into a tree. Everyone stopped laughing and saw Akira in a foul mood. Naruto got up slowly, but fell to his feet. Damn that hurt, Naruto said holding his stomach. Akira quickly appeared in front of him and kicked him across the field before the blonde could react. His speed increased to an amazing degree and in that speed he appeared behind Naruto. The blonde cursed and twisted his body to avoid the strike. Naruto barely dodged a hit and with a flip of his foot he managed to hit Akira over the head, but Inuzuka blocked that hit and grabbed Naruto's jacket. The blonde gasped when Akira wrapped his arms around Naruto's body and the two were sent spiraling into the ground. I've been working on this technique for a bit. If you survive, you won't tell me what you think, Akira said as they spiraled into the ground. DYAKTSKG air reverse passing fang, Akira yelled as he slammed Naruto into the ground head first. It was simply a variation of the primary lotus, but it probably wasn't as powerful, but with Akira's curse mark, the destruction behind it was devastating. Everyone gasped when they saw the dirt and dust pick up from the explosion. Naruto-kun. Hana yelled. Tsume narrowed her eyes and gritted teeth through it. She wanted to move, but she couldn't. The dust settled and Akira, still in his new form, smirked when he saw Naruto on the ground. The blonde was motionless while Akira walked up to him. That's the difference between you and me, Akira said with Katamaru barking in agreement with his statement. Kasumi widened her eyes and quickly ran to Naruto's aid. The blonde's clothes were in tears and he wasn't looking good at all. Naruto-sama. Naruto-sama. Are you alright? Kasumi asked. Naruto squinted his eyes on Kasumi's form and then turned to Akira. Akira, you bastard. I'm not done with you. Naruto said and Akira turned around and scowled at the blonde. Hana and Tsume smiled while Kiba cheered for his buddy. Naruto struggled to his feet but with Kasumi's help he stood up just fine. Still trying to act tough, huh? Akira said and with his quick speed he grabbed Naruto by his throat and kicked Kasumi away from the blonde and into a tree. Pathetic. A real pup knows when to walk with its tail between its legs, Akira said and Naruto glared dangerously at the Inyazuka with his active. Akira narrowed his eyes at Naruto's and brought the blonde closer to him. What's that look for? Akira asked. Naruto coughed slightly from the last attack. Even if he used his sand to cushion that blow it still hurt like hell. Not to mention that the use of two bloodlines at once was taxing on his chakra. He only had one shot, it was all he had going for him right now. Kyuubi-chan, I need your chakra right now. Not a lot, but enough, Naruto thought and Kyuubi looked at the ground for a second. If it's only a little then Naruto-kun will be fine, Kyuubi said to him. Naruto nodded and he knew he would have to put it all into what he had planned. He was sure Akira was tired also. That curse mark must have been taking up his chakra. It just had to be. Plus. That form was getting tougher to look at. Naruto suddenly felt his chakra reserves fill and he could feel it go through him. Naruto grinned and reached into his pouch. For what he had planned he would need to do it faster, but this was alright for now. Naruto took out a seal and slammed it on Akira's chest. Inyazuka looked down at it and while he was distracted, Naruto sent a chakra enforced punch to his face, making Akira fly into a tree. Hadamaru whimpered at the sight of his master getting her and Kasumi was the same, but both followed their master's wishes and stayed back. Akira coughed and looked at the blonde who put some real distance between them and grinned. So the pup still has some fight left, huh? Akira said with a smirk. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Akira wanted for the blonde and Naruto breathed deeply. He would only have one shot at this and he hoped it worked. Naruto charged at Akira at an extreme speed that made Akira whistle at his speed, but he could keep up and ran at Naruto. The crowd looked on as the two were about to collide. Some of them closed their eyes for fear of what would happen to either of the two fighters. It's over now, brat. Akira yelled and swung his fist, and Naruto grinned which wasn't lost to Akira and, making everyone gasp, he disappeared in the Hiraishin and appeared behind Akira. Naruto quickly went through his hand signs and gripped his right arm. It cackled in lightning loudly and the blonde wanted to be quick. Chidori, Naruto yelled and slammed Akira into the air. Akira gasped at the hit, but Naruto wasn't finished. He was going to make Kyuubi's chakra boost count. Akira screamed as he was launched into the air and Naruto grinned. He really had to thank his father for making the Hiraishin, no matter how chakra draining it was. The blonde disappeared again and appeared behind Akira, then held out his left arm. A blue ball appeared in his hand and Naruto could only grin that Kyuubi's chakra was being used and his plan was working. Not done yet. Rasengan, Naruto yelled and slammed the spiraling sphere into Akira's back. Akira yelled out his pain as he was sent flying into the ground. Naruto still didn't want it to end. He wanted Akira down and he was going to make sure as hell that Akira stayed down. Said Inyazuka slammed into the ground with a gasp and Naruto vanished again. He appeared above Akira with both his hands stretched out. Rasengan, Naruto yelled and smashed the duel into Akira again making them both grind against his back and make the field explode. The wind, dust and dirt picked, making everyone close their eyes from the impact. So that's what he wanted my chakra for. Naruto-kun, you're so reckless, Kyuubi thought with a smile. That's my Sachi. He's just like his father, Kushina said mentally. It took a while, but the dust finally settled and everyone saw a panting Naruto standing over an unconscious Akira. His curse marks had receded and the Inyazuka was back to normal. Naruto gave out heavy breaths and turned to all the others watching. I think I overdid it, Naruto said as he hit the floor and passed out also. Everyone seemed generally shocked by the outcome, but nonetheless people were happy. Tsunade grinned and walked up to the two unconscious fighters. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He wins the fight. Tsunade declared. Naruto-kun won. Hana yelled and suddenly Kiba stood to his feet. He ran over to Naruto and grabbed the blonde. Nice going, man. You really showed him, Kiba said to the unconscious blonde. Everyone else crowded him while Kiba helped Naruto to the compound. I guess he's gonna sleep it off, Kasan. Kami only knows how this fight looks, Kiba said, turning to the damaged field. Tsume nodded and looked at Naruto's sleeping face. He really fought hard not just for me and Hana, but for the Inyazuka clan also. I knew I made the right choice when I met you, Tsume thought as everyone walked off. Inyazuka compound, 5 hours later, sunset. Naruto's eyes cringed as he looked at the room he was in. The last thing he remembered was knocking Akira out with his new version, the Rasengan. It really worked out better than the blonde planned. It would have made a better impact if he used that alone instead of mixing the Chidori, Hiraishin, and 3 into one move. It really made him pass out too. Ugh, what happened? Naruto wondered as he slowly stood up from the bed. He rubbed the back of his head and saw some of his torn clothes on a chair. The blonde was out of his normal clothes and was wearing just his boxers and his white t-shirt. He saw everything was fine, but his swords were gone. Naruto sighed as he went downstairs. He at least decided to put his pants on before leaving though. I wonder where everyone is. I passed out before I heard if I won, Naruto said to himself. The blonde walked downstairs and saw the lights on. When he came down, he saw lots of people conversing and talking. One person looked at him and grinned. Hey everyone, look who's up, Kiba said, alerting everyone. People turned their gazes to Naruto, and the blonde was immediately met with countless cheers and claps. Not even a second after that did Naruto receive a bone-crushing hug from Hana. Naruto-kun, you're up, Hana said, making Naruto gasp. Not. For. Long, Naruto managed to say, and Hana blushed before letting him go for the blonde to breathe. Sorry about that. I was worried, Hana said, and Naruto smiled. We were all worried, Tsunade said, offering Naruto a drink. The blonde looked at the cup and quickly took it into his hands and gulped down its contents, making people laugh at him. By the way, where are my swords? Naruto asked them. Kiba sighed and looked at the ground in embarrassment. Yes, sorry about that, Naruto, Kiba said, pointing out in the field, allowing Naruto to see Tenten checking the 3 swords out with a look of glee on her face. Naruto sweat dropped and then sighed. Forget it, Kiba. So where's Akira? Naruto asked them. Everyone seemed to quiet down while Tsume spoke. He was banished from the clan a short while ago. I told him to tell me the origins of that curse mark. At first he refused, but Anko gladly told me that it was from Orochimaru. So I not only banished him for danger to the clan for associating with an S-rank criminal, but he's been placed under arrest by Konoha since our personal clan matters are over now, Tsume said to Naruto. The blonde looked at the ground and narrowed his eyes. Oh, I see, Naruto simply said, and for a while there was some silence from everyone, but then Kushina spoke up. However, Naruto-kun, if you ever do anything that chakra is exhausting again, I'll hurt you myself, Kushina said, and Naruto chuckled. Tsume then squeezed Naruto's cheek, making the blonde yell at her to let go. I'm with her, Naruto-kun. Don't do that again, Tsume told him. Naruto nodded with a smile as he rubbed his cheeks free of the pain. He got it, Naruto said, and then he was met with a plate of food. Eat up, Naruto-kun, this is a celebration after all, Haku and Kyuubi said at the same time. Naruto chuckled with a nod and settled for eating the delicious food. He saw some of the others around, but Sasuke and Sakura were gone. He assumed the emo left and the Banshee with him. He also saw Fu conversing with the other genin. She seemed to be reserved about it, but Naruto knew she would come around. Come on, Fu-chan, lighten up. No one here is gonna hurt you, Naruto told her. Fu looked at Naruto and blushed before looking at the ground with a nod. So Naruto, by any chance did you think you would win that fight? Kiba asked. Naruto stopped eating and looked at his plate. Honestly, I think I am the only one because Kyuubi-chan told me about a special feature that I didn't know about. I'll have to train to get it down. Trust me, I think the only downside to me is the chakra tax. I guess it shows that even I have a setback, Naruto said to Kiba. Are you kidding? With chakra reserves like yours, why should that be a setback? Kiba asked. Naruto chuckled with a nod. I see your point, Naruto said, finishing his plate. He then stood to his feet and looked around the room. Kiba, where's Kasumi-chan? Naruto asked. Kiba's smile faded and he pointed somewhere out in the woods. She left about half an hour ago. She was kind of sad, so we just left her alone. We don't know what she's doing, Kiba said, and Naruto sighed. Yeah, this was gonna be a long talk. Thanks, I'll go look for her, Naruto said, walking off, but he didn't get far before Tenten stopped him. Naruto, where did you get these swords? They're amazing. I haven't seen anything this well crafted since, well, anything. Tell me who made them, Tenten said to him. Naruto gave a sheepish chuckle as that was a hard one to answer. Sure, he could tell her, but would she really believe that he simply got his fire sword because someone didn't know its value? He got the wind sword from a raging storm that happened a few weeks ago, or that his lightning sword came from him thanks to an A-rank missing nin. Oh yeah, she'd really believe that of all things. Found them? Naruto asked for an answer. Tenten raised an eyebrow, but before she could say anything Naruto ran off, leaving a confused Tenten behind, along with the festivities at the Inuzuka compound. Naruto walked through the thick forest and saw that the moon was already out. He sighed and wondered where his cute dog girl was. Kasumi had always been with Naruto, and not seeing her when he woke up was kind of saddening. Kasumi-chan, where are you? Naruto wondered as he traversed the woods. He really wanted to find Kasumi, but for the life of him he couldn't. If only he could find her by some means of contact. Wait. Duh, Naruto said, closing his eyes. After a short time, he flashed and used its ocular powers. He managed to increase the range of his find and actually found Kasumi about half a mile up ahead. Naruto grinned as he switched back to his regular eyes and shot towards her location. Meanwhile, Kasumi sighed as she looked at the moon in the sky. She wanted to be with Naruto and see if he was up and about, but something stopped her from going. She headed out to the woods to think and be alone, but that wasn't working out for her at all. So she simply settled for sitting on the soft grass and looking at the moon. It was then that her ears twitched and she turned her head. "Hey Kasumi-chan," Naruto said with a smile. Kasumi widened her eyes when she saw Naruto, but the blonde wasn't met with a smile, only a frown. "Naruto-sama, you're up. I'm glad for that. I'd like to be alone right now," Kasumi suddenly said, and Naruto stopped advancing towards her. "Is there something you need to talk about?" Naruto asked her. Kasumi narrowed her eyes and her tail swayed a bit. She then proceeded to get up and face Naruto with her head down. "It's something I want to think about on my own, Naruto-sama," Kasumi said, walking off. Naruto was about to turn around and leave Kasumi to her thinking, but then he stopped. He never was one to leave people to their problems by themselves, so why should he start now? Naruto turned to see Kasumi gone a bit ahead and ran to catch up to her. In a few minutes, Naruto was walking behind Kasumi, who sighed. She knew Naruto wouldn't leave her alone if she had a problem, but he didn't have to keep following her, right? "So what is Kasumi-chan?" Naruto asked with the same smile he always had on his face. Kasumi's eyebrow twitched and she continued to walk. Naruto walked up to her and Kasumi walked a bit faster. This process continued for about 5 minutes until Naruto narrowed his eyes and grabbed Kasumi's left arm, surprising the dog girl. "Kasumi-chan, please tell me what's wrong," Naruto told her with his softest glare. His smile was gone and a look of concern adorned his face. Kasumi trembled underneath his gaze and relented. She bit her lower lip and looked at the ground, but Naruto wouldn't have any of that. He gently cupped her cheeks and drew her eyes back to his. "Tell me please," Naruto pleaded. Kasumi balled her fists and then lunged for Naruto's t-shirt and actually cried. "Why, Naruto-sama? Why did you fight without me? I know Katamaru was out also and that the fight was a one-on-one fight, but I could have helped you, so why did you tell me to stay back?" Kasumi asked him. Naruto widened his eyes at her words and it was his turn to look at the ground. "Kasumi-chan, is it because you thought I'd get hurt or would I get in the way? I was fighting just fine, so why did you take me out?" Kasumi asked, clutching Naruto's shirt. "No, Kasumi-chan. You could never get in my way," Naruto told her. "Then why? Why didn't you let me fight with you? I had been there when you fought that A-rank missing nin, I was there when you fought your sensei, I fought Orochimaru with you, Gaara, and those Odo shinobi on that mission. I've been in every fight with you to the end, so why couldn't I finish this one with you?" she asked again. "I guess I was scared," Naruto told her. Out of all the things she could have guessed, that definitely wasn't one of them. Kasumi stared into Naruto's eyes and the blonde wrapped her in a hug. "What were you scared of?" Kasumi asked slowly, but Naruto heard her anyway. "I was scared that I would lose you, Kasumi. I never got over how I couldn't beat that Odo and couldn't protect you. I didn't want to see that again. A useless me while you tried so hard to protect me. I just couldn't let that happen again. Kasumi-chan, you know I love to fight with you. I trust you to be my partner through it all, and I'd rather have no one else by me than you," Naruto told her. Kasumi smiled and leaned into Naruto's chest. She gave it a soft rub and looked back up at Naruto. "So I don't get in the way?" Kasumi asked. Naruto smiled and surprised Kasumi with a kiss on the lips, making her gasp, but she wrapped her arms around Naruto and returned his affections. "You could never get in the way of Kasumi-chan. Now let's go back. I'm sure some of the others are worried about you," Naruto told her. Kasumi nodded and the two continued to walk, but Kasumi stopped for a second. "Naruto-sama, do you think it's wrong for me to love you?" Kasumi suddenly asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. He wondered what brought on a question like that and Kasumi decided to explain. "Hey, Katamaru said that my love for you is sick. I know some of the other members have felt this way, but the way he said it unsettled me. Naruto-sama, do you think it's weird for me as a dog to fall for a human?" Kasumi asked. Naruto gave a smile and walked up to Kasumi. "Tell me, Kasumi-chan, do you think it's wrong for me to love you?" Naruto asked Kasumi to stare at him. She wasn't sure how to answer that. She knew Naruto just turned the question on her, but she didn't mind. Maybe she wanted to answer it for herself. "Then Naruto-sama, I'm not sure," Kasumi said, looking at the ground. Naruto chuckled and looked at the moon. "Kasumi, do you remember the day that you actually changed into that form?" Naruto asked her. Kasumi looked over her body and nodded. How could she forget the most drastic change she had ever wanted to undergo? "Of course I do, Naruto-sama. I could never forget it," Kasumi replied. "Then do you remember what you told me you wanted that day?" Naruto asked her. Kasumi looked at the ground for a second to remember that day and suddenly she widened her eyes and looked at Naruto. "Then Naruto-sama, I said, you said you wanted to start a family with me, Kasumi-chan." Do you think I'd want to have a family with someone I didn't love? I think I told you this before Kasumi-chan, but I'll say it again. I love you Kasumi-chan, don't let anyone tell you differently, Naruto told her. Kasumi widened her eyes and nodded. Yes, Naruto-sama. I do love you. I know I love you. I'm sorry about that, Kasumi replied. Naruto smiled as he scratched his dog girl's ears, making her growl slowly. Nothing to be sorry for Kasumi-chan, Naruto told her, and the two walked back to the Inyazuka compound with soft smiles on their faces as they enjoyed each other's company. Somewhere in the forest, Sasuke cursed and yelled out at the moon. He wanted power. He wanted his revenge. He wanted Itachi to pay for all the damn things he did, but he was no closer to completing his goal. The last Uchiha was fed up with Konoha and its restrictions. They just wanted to hinder him. No one wanted him to succeed. The only place where he could get his power was from Orochimaru. That's it. I'm leaving this damn village. Who needs these worthless people anyway? Always getting in my way. I should dump this damn village right now. Stupid Kra and its rules. I don't even care about any damn girls. Why the hell should I have to go and find them then? That stupid sensei doesn't take me on any of the higher missions that I need to gain power anyway. They told me I shouldn't use the curse mark, my one ticket to power. Well fuck all of you. I'm going and by the next morning you'll never see me again. Sasuke shouted out. Well that makes this easier than we thought. Sasuke turned his head to see 4 people come out of the woods. One was fat, the other had 6 arms, another looked like a freaking one-eyed ghost, and the last was a female. Who are you? Sasuke asked them. We're escorts of Orochimaru. We were told to bring you to Orochimaru-sama as soon as possible, the guy with 6 arms said to the Uchiha. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and smirked. Well what took you so long? It's time to leave this damn place behind, Sasuke said, and the 4 nodded in agreement. Sasuke-kun. Everyone turned to see Sakura arrive from the woods, and Sasuke scowled. This wasn't what he wanted right now. Who's this bitch? The redeed of the 4 asked. An annoyance, Sasuke replied. Sasuke-kun didn't leave Konoha. Please take me with you. I can help you with your revenge, just don't leave me, Sakura said in tears. Sasuke rolled his eyes while another of the 4 spoke. I'm gonna be fucking sick, the fat one said until the others nudged him to be quiet. Sasuke walked up to Sakura and looked her right in her eyes. How can you help me when you can't even help yourself at times? Sasuke simply asked and turned to leave. Sasuke, if you leave I'll scream, and Sasuke vanished and disappeared behind Sakura. HMPH, you really do like to try my patience, Sasuke said as he slammed her in the neck. Sakura gasped and dropped to the ground in tears. Kinda harsh aren't you? One of them asked. I could care less. I'm going to grab my stuff. It's time to get started with my revenge, Sasuke said with a grin that was magnified by the moon as he walked off. Chapter 32. Next morning, Naruto sighed as he woke up in Tsume's room. Apparently when he and Kasumi had gotten back to the compound, Tsume offered for Naruto to spend the night and he gladly accepted, which in turn started a long night of moans and even screams of pleasure throughout the compound. It was still weird to some of the clan members of the relationship that Naruto had going with Tsume, but no one really cared. Hiba had stayed with Tenten for that night and Hana had a late night mission, so they were pretty much by themselves, which they didn't mind in the least. Everyone else had to go home for the rest of the night. Currently Naruto was getting up from the bed and saw Tsume was gone. He wondered where his Inyazuka head had gone, but his question was soon answered as he smelled the delicious scent of food coming from downstairs. The blonde's stomach grumbled and he quickly got dressed into his clothes. Granted they were slightly torn, but that was beside the point for right now. The blonde got to his feet and immediately walked downstairs. He saw his 3 elemental swords leaning on the wall outside their room, and the blonde picked them up and tied them to his back like always. He then continued his walk downstairs and saw Tsume in the kitchen setting up some food for the two. Tsume turned to see her blonde maid awake and it brought a small smile to the Inyazuka. Good morning Naruto-kun. How did you sleep? Tsume asked him. Naruto grinned and took a seat at the table. I slept really good Tsume-chan. Fighting all day for the one you love makes one tired, Naruto replied, and Tsume gave a small blush to his response. She quickly decided to set the food on the table and gave Naruto his own food, which the blonde accepted with open arms. It didn't take long for Naruto to get to eating his food and for Tsume to eat hers. They both enjoyed the silence of the compound and simply relished each other's presence. It was then that Tsume studied Naruto's form for a bit. She admired the toned muscles the blonde was starting to show, along with the way his eyes seemed to be piercing anything they saw. She felt a mysterious warmth from them and his bright attitude. She figured someone like Naruto really had no chance of being real, but he was right in front of her. In a lot of ways Naruto was so much better than Kobayashi that much was certain to Tsume. He had all the endearing qualities of a mate that Tsume could feel attracted to. He wasn't intimidated by her even when she wanted to be, he still wasn't. He knew when it was time to be serious and time to be fun. He actually made her feel like a woman, which she was, but being the Inuzuka head somehow gave the appearance of being the male dominant, so that's what most thought Tsume was, but not Naruto. He just saw a tough, strong woman leading the clan. Tough and strong, but still a woman nonetheless. "So Naruto-kun, what are you going to do now?" Tsume asked. Naruto looked up from his food for a second and thought over her question. "Well, I'm gonna go see if I can't help Fu-chan with some today, and also train in some. I do need a partner also," Naruto said, letting it trail towards Tsume. The Inuzuka head chuckled and took a bit of rice into her mouth. "I'd love to, but I can't. I have a mission later so I'll need to be well rested and start packing," Tsume told him. Naruto's good mood deflated slightly at not having Tsume around for a bit. Now he would have to find something to do after giving Fu her lesson. Tsume noticed Naruto's depressed look and grinned before she ruffled his hair. Which was a sign of complete affection to members, normally lovers and mates, so Naruto was alright with it. "Don't worry about Naruto-kun. I'm sure you'll have something to do while I'm gone," Tsume said, and Naruto just sighed. He hoped she was right about that. Naruto had no idea that his prayers were just about to be answered for him. The Namikaze and the Inuzuka were brought from their moment by a frantic knock on the door. Tsume walked towards the door and opened it to see in front of her. "Tsume Inuzuka, is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze with you?" he asked her in a rushed tone. Tsume nodded and motioned for Naruto in a hurry. The blonde quickly ate his food and made himself known to the "What's going on, Tsume-chan?" Naruto asked and Tsume shrugged that she didn't know. Both turned to those who seemed to be relieved. "Finally I found you. I tried your house, but they said you weren't back yet. They told me to check the Inuzuka compound and I found you. Lady Tsunade requested your presence immediately," and Naruto raised an eyebrow. He wondered what was up with Tsunade and nodded. He then bid Tsume a goodbye and good luck on her mission. Tsume watched her blonde leave her house and she quickly shut the door and started to pack for her own mission. With Naruto and ran towards the Hokage mansion and out of the corner of Naruto's eye was Kiba and Akamaru along with Kasumi. "Hey Naruto," Kiba yelled and Naruto turned his head to see his best friend rushing towards him. The blonde gave Kiba a quick hello and gave Kasumi a slight pat on the head, making the girl growl slowly. It seemed she was still as much a dog as she was human. Kiba told Naruto he had been informed to come to the Hokage mansion also and soon they all dashed for the mansion. It didn't take long, only about 5 minutes, and they came into the receptionist room and ran up a fleet of stairs. Naruto knocked on the door and waited for his permission to enter. Tsunade yelled and opened the door. He bowed to the Hokage as Naruto, Kiba, and Kasumi came through the door. "Tsunade-sama, I've brought Namikaze-sama and Inuzuka-san," the said making Naruto narrowed his eyes with the damn sama added to his name, but he quickly dismissed it off. Tsunade nodded and allowed them to leave. Naruto and Kiba saw Shikamaru, Neji, Choji and Haku in the same room, along with Sakura whose eyes were bloodshot, probably from crying too much. "Alright, so everyone's here then. I will get right to the chase. Last night, Sasuke Uchiha left the village," Tsunade said, and quickly got some reactions. Shikamaru, Haku and Neji narrowed their eyes while Kiba, Naruto, and Choji showed shock. The blonde balled his fists and gritted his teeth. Was power so much of an obsession to Sasuke that he would leave Konoha to go get it? He left. But why and how? Haku asked the Hokage who was about to explain, but Shikamaru stopped her, and he continued. "If we think about it, it's not that impossible to believe. Sasuke has his ambitions and to fulfill it, he needs power, and he thinks he's not getting that in Konoha so he leaves. I also think that the fight that Sasuke saw with Naruto might have spurred Sasuke on to achieve his power," Shikamaru theorized, and everyone could agree that it was a sound idea. "So when did he leave?" Naruto asked, trying to keep his anger in check. Tsunade noticed that, but didn't say anything about it. "I presume that Sasuke left last night. Apparently Orochimaru is quite anxious to see the Uchiha and couldn't wait, so he sent 4 of his best guards to go get Sasuke," Tsunade reported. Everyone gasped when they heard that, and then Tsunade stood at her feet. "Everyone, you must retrieve Sasuke Uchiha at all costs. This is a B-rank mission for all of you. You'll be known as the Sasuke Retrieval Squad. Since he is the highest, Naruto will lead all of you off in 15 minutes. Remember that time is of the essence, people. Once Sasuke crosses the border, there is no way we can chase him down," Tsunade told them. Everyone nodded and were about to leave, but Sakura stepped forward. "Lady Tsunade, I would like to go with them," Sakura announced. Everyone looked at her in confusion and slight awe while Tsunade placed her forehead on her hands. "I'm sorry Sakura, but you can't go. You already tried to stop Sasuke and that didn't work so you will stay back," Tsunade ordered. Sakura wanted to retort that and say something, but she knew that she should just keep her mouth shut this one time. "Naruto," Sakura said, and the blonde turned to her, almost surprised that he didn't hear the Baka reference to his name. Sakura cried and held her hands to her eyes. She looked at the ground and bowed to the blonde. Naruto, I know I haven't been nice to you, and you have every right not to listen to me, but please, please bring Sasuke home. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request. Just bring Sasuke-kun back, Sakura said crying, and everyone turned to Naruto. The blonde looked at Sakura with a slight impassive face, but in his eyes he looked at Sakura with some sympathy. Naruto walked up to Sakura and proceeded to lift her head up. "Fine Sakura. If it'll make you happy then I'll bring him back. I promise, believe it," Naruto said to her. Sakura widened her eyes as she watched Naruto and the others leave the room. They all quickly dashed home to pack for their trip with Naruto and Haku going back to the Namikaze compound. "I can't believe Sasuke-san left the village. I wonder what he's thinking right now," Haku said, and Naruto sighed. Guys like Sasuke usually only had one-track mind, so it was relatively easy to know what was on their minds. "I'm not sure Haku-chan, but for right now we'll have to hurry up and get our stuff ready," Naruto told her. Haku nodded in agreement and then Naruto grabbed her making the ice user blush before they disappeared in the Hiraishin. Namikaze compound. Instantly Naruto and Haku appeared in the house and the blonde quickly unlocked the gates. Both came inside to see Fu, Kyuubi and Kushina in the living room. "Hello ladies," Naruto said, earning a giggle from each of the three present. Fu got to her feet and walked over to the blonde and held up her book. "So when do we start my Naruto-kun lesson?" Fu asked and Naruto then slapped his forehead. He forgot that he had to teach Fu the. Damn it, Sasuke really could ruin things for everyone even when he wasn't there. "Sorry Fu-chan, I just got a mission. It seems that Sasuke left the village, so I've got to go get him back," Naruto said, making the three women present gasp. "We have to leave in about 15 minutes so we can't really stop to talk," Haku said running into her room. Naruto chuckled with a nod, but then he bit his thumb and slammed the ground. "Uchiha no jutsu," Naruto yelled, and instantly a small fox was placed next to him. The fox bowed to Naruto and then Kyuubi. "Aya, can you teach Fu a little bit while I'm gone?" Naruto asked the tiny fox. "Yes Naruto-sama, it would be my pleasure," Aya said and jumped to Fu's shoulder. Naruto patted Fu on her other shoulder and gave an apologetic smile. "Deal with this for now Fu-chan. I promise I'll help you when I get back," Naruto said to her. Fu merely nodded and turned to Kushina. "Would you mind helping me also?" she asked. Kushina raised an eyebrow but nodded that she would love to. They didn't notice the Kyuubi had disappeared back into her seal. It wasn't that she wanted to, but she figured that there might be something worth investigating about Naruto's that she designed. "Well I'm gonna go pack. I'll see you girls later," Naruto said going into his room. 15 minutes later, Naruto and Haku appeared in front of the gates of Konoha and they saw Shikamaru, Neji and Choji along with them. It didn't take less than a minute after Naruto and Haku that Kiba arrived and everyone was in place. Naruto looked at everyone and checked all his clothes. He had two of his swords on his back and the third was strapped to his waist. The blonde nodded to himself and walked forward. Everyone found the situation ironic. They never thought they'd be taking orders from Naruto, but the world was a funny place wasn't it? "Alright guys. I'm still new to leading missions so it's still an experience for me, but we'll get our job done." "Okay show of hands, how many people like the emo?" Naruto asked and it was to be expected that no one raised their hands. They all at best tolerated Sasuke if not anything else. "Yeah me neither. Kiba and I know from experience how much of an ass Sasuke is, but that team is a part of Konoha and in the words of Shikamaru it'll be troublesome, but we have to get him back. We laid down our lives for our comrade," Naruto stated and everyone chuckled. Shikamaru gave a small blush and rubbed the back of his head. "I couldn't have said it better myself," Shikamaru replied and everyone chuckled a bit more. After that, everyone got serious and Naruto decided to start. While he was packing, he used those 15 minutes to come up with a plan of action. "Alright then. We'll do this in pairs. Since there's 6 of us I think it would be better if we didn't fight them alone." Tsunade Bachin said Orochimaru sent some of his guards to get Sasuke. "I think I don't have to tell all of you that if Orochimaru sent them then they aren't pushovers. So I think we'll play it safe with that. I'll make the correct adjustments as we go along through this mission," Naruto told them. Everyone agreed with him and the blonde started to tell them everything. "Alright then. Since we have a wide range of vision and smell. I think Neji and Kiba will be in front with me and Kasumi-chan in the back. Next will be Shikamaru and Choji since their families complement each other's skills. Well Haku-chan has been training with Tsunade Bachin and she's got excellent tracker skills along with stealth so she'll be our back support," Naruto assessed. Everyone seemed to follow him and the blonde walked past the gates. "Alright everyone, let's move," he told them. Everyone nodded and Kasumi changed to her dog form. She slipped into Naruto's jacket and everyone shot off. They figured Sasuke couldn't have gotten far and they wanted as much time as they could possibly get. But Sasuke and the Sound Ninja 4 were currently walking through the Forest of Fire country and onward to Odo. Sasuke grinned as he finally had the chance to get his power and kill Itachi. As they walked, Sasuke turned to see the other four had stopped walking and the brunette Uchiha raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" "Let's go," Sasuke told them. The four looked at each other and nodded. Yeah, keep your shorts on motherfucker. Seiken tells this ass what's up already, Tei yelled, and Seiken sighed. He nodded and brushed his hand through his hair. "First of all Sasuke, before we continue to walk anymore, I'm afraid you'll need to die this once," Seiken said with a grin. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and watched the other three smile also. He tensed when he saw Seiken reach into his pocket, but he calmed down when Seiken held a pill in his hand. "Unknown to you, the curse mark has a second stage. There are two ways of getting it. The first is the longer way of having your body grow accustomed to the seal, but the second is what we've done. This pill will force your body to adapt to the seal and its power, granting you more power than you could ever think of," Seiken told him. Sasuke seemed to grin at the chance, but the fact of having to die made him question it. "So if I die, how will I be able to use the seal?" Sasuke asked. Seiken nodded and turned to his six-armed comrade. He was called Kidomaru, and he really was a freaky person. He placed a seal on the ground and out came a small container. Sasuke looked at the wooden container and turned back to Seiken. "That's what we're for. We are experts at barriers and for the duration that you're inside this box, your body will get used to the seal which will prevent it from completely killing you. When you awaken you will feel amazing," Seiken told him and handed Sasuke the pill. The Uchiha looked at the pill for a bit and sighed. "Fine then. I'm in your hands, but if this is a lie, then I'll make you regret it," Sasuke said looking at all four of them. The four grinned at Sasuke, while the Uchiha took the pill and swallowed it down. Nothing happened for a few minutes, but then Sasuke's body started to heat up and he suddenly fell to the ground. Sasuke yelled as he hit the floor. "Quickly, we mustn't waste a single second," Seiken said, and everyone gathered around. They did their hand signs, and immediately Sasuke was placed into the container. SHIKOKUMUJIN 4 black mists formation, they all yelled simultaneously. Suddenly a black mist appeared for a while and was absorbed into the container. It was placed with 4 or 5 suppression seals on it. Everyone sighed and slumped to the floor. "Looks like we made it in time," Kidomaru said to them. Everyone nodded and then they gave the container to their big teammate, Jirobo. "Why do I have to carry it?" Jirobo asked them. "Because your fat ass is the strongest of the 4 of us. Now stop your fucking compline and get to trudging," Tei ordered. Jirobo gritted his teeth at her, but grabbed the container and hoisted it over his back. "Fine, let's just go." "We can't disappoint Orochimaru-sama," Jirobo said, and everyone immediately nodded. They knew he was right so it was time to go. They all dashed for the trees and went on their way. But the Sasuke retrieval squad, the sun was going down. It was starting to turn to nighttime. They had been tracking the Sound Ninja 4 for hours, and they didn't seem to be getting any closer, but they felt like they were so they decided to keep running. Kiba, Akamaru and Kasumi could still smell Sasuke's scent, so it wasn't lost to them. Haku was also using her exceptional abilities at tracking to find them. She told the group that they weren't very far behind. Apparently one set of tracks was more sluggish than before, like it was carrying something heavy. So on that note, everyone quickened their pace. "Hey everyone, let's stop for a minute. We'll take a break. In the meantime Neji and I will scout ahead," Naruto told them. Everyone nodded and quickly settled down. It was then that Naruto and Neji went a bit further ahead and left the others to their own devices for a bit. After gaining some distance between their group, Naruto turned to Neji and pointed out in front of him. "Neji, on the count of 3 let's use them to see how far they are from us. We might be able to sneak up on them if we're even a little close to lucky," Naruto told him. Neji nodded and the two counted. 1, 2, 3. By Akigan, they shouted at the same time and they instantly used their to see over a long distance. Due to training with clones, Naruto could probably see as far if not slightly further than Neji, but it didn't matter. As for them, both shinobi could see 4 figures and a large container. They seemed to be resting for a bit. "Have you seen them, Neji?" Naruto asked. He knew he could see them, but just wanted to be sure that Neji could also. "Yeah, I see them. I think they're resting right now. Though there must be some kind of special barrier cause I can't see what's inside that container they have. I see they are from Odo who attacked us, so they must be with Orochimaru. That means it's the group that Sasuke took off with. I think Sasuke might be inside that container, for what I don't know though," Neji told Naruto. The blonde nodded and he could even see the thin layers of chakra that covered their area. Apparently someone didn't want Naruto and his group to get to them undetected. Well, that was to be expected anyway. "Alright then. Come on Neji, we'll rest then we'll continue. We don't want to lose them," Naruto told Hyuga. Neji agreed and the two went back to their group to tell everyone else what they had discovered. Their break lasted for about 30 minutes and then they decided to go. By then, the sun was long gone and night had settled it. The moon was high in the sky and the perfect time to move was now. "Alright, is everyone ready?" Naruto asked. They all nodded and the group ran off. Naruto and Neji warned them about the traps, so it would be easy to avoid. They were at least an hour and a half away from the enemy, but they still had to be cautious. Alright everyone, let's move. Remember to stay alert and avoid traps, Naruto told them. Everyone nodded and quickly took off to the trees to erase the distance between them and the Sound Ninja 4. It took quite a bit of time, at least half an hour or so, to actually get within range of the enemy for the Konoha shinobi. Naruto's plan was, when they were close enough, to cause a distraction while someone grabbed the container and shot off while the others fought the Odo shinobi. They start to creep through the thicket of bushes, careful not to make a sound. When they got close enough, Shikamaru noticed some wires and told everyone to stop. Hey Naruto, you see these? Shikamaru asked. The blonde nodded and everyone decided to step back and wait for a bit. We shouldn't touch these. They are laced with chakra. One touch of these and the vibration will alert our enemies. We should proceed with caution. We're still quite a distance from them. If we want any chance of getting to Sasuke then move easily, Neji told them. Everyone nodded and made it their mission to get through the traps the enemy laid. They moved softly and were able to get through most, but it scared the hell out of everyone when Kiba almost touched one with his foot. It was all thanks to Shikamaru and his shadow possession that they weren't detected, but what they didn't know was that one of them was double-wired and Choji stepped on it. But the Sound Ninja 4, all four of the group were sleeping peacefully around the container that held Sasuke in its place. As they slept, Kidomaru felt his index finger twitch and his eyes quickly shot open. He then sucked his teeth and stood to his feet. We got the company closing in fast, Kidomaru told them. Everyone's eyes shot open and Taiya cursed their luck. Oh, fuck. Just what we need right now. Let's get the hell out of here, Taiya uttered and everyone nodded. Jirobo quickly picked up the container and the four shot off through the woods to get clear of the incoming annoyances. About 20 minutes later, Naruto and his team came to the site where the Odo shinobi were incursed. Damn it, if only we were faster. Sigh, alright let's hurry up. The stealth part is pretty much over since they know we're following them. It would be best if we caught up with them now before they gained any more distance over us, Naruto told everyone. They all nodded and quickly vanished into the night. The long game of catch as mouse was going on for a while. It even continued well into the daytime that Naruto and his team caught up with the Odo shinobi. The Sound Ninja 4 stopped in an open field and Jirobo placed the container on the ground. I've had enough of this running shit. They're probably weaklings so let's go take them out now. Jirobo told them. Everyone sighed and looked at their big teammate. Damn it Jirobo, now is not the time. We have to deliver the uchiha to Orochimaru-sama immediately. We don't have the time to deal with your issues, Seiken told him. Jirobo huffed and looked towards the tree where Naruto and his group were about to come from. Fine then you guys go ahead. I'll take care of them all right here and now, Jirobo told his teammates. Everyone gritted their teeth in him, but they did think about it. They really needed to get some time away from Naruto's group and if Jirobo could stall them then that was all the more great for them. Fine, but you'd better catch up if you know what's good for you, Kidomaru said, using his 6 arms to pick up the container. Taiya, Seiken and Kidomaru then ran off leaving Jirobo in the fields. About 5 minutes later, Naruto and his team came through the bushes, but the blonde had Haku stay back just in case. Alright make it easy on yourself and hand over Sasuke right now, Naruto yelled out while his team glared at Jirobo. The Odo shinobi chuckled and turned to see the face of everyone. Well I guess I should congratulate you guys on actually getting this close to us, but this is as far as you go, Jirobo told them. He infused his fist with chakra and slammed the ground making a quake. Everyone felt their balance shift slightly and almost fell to the floor. That's a monster strength, Kiba said to them, but then turned to Naruto and grinned. The blonde had a glare. If it was going to be a power fight, then Naruto had learned from one of the best there was. Not bad. Now let me try, Naruto said, covering his own fist in chakra. He slammed the ground and made it shake even louder than Jirobo. The blonde was actually pissed off. He didn't have the time to deal with this asshole. Jirobo gasped at Naruto's strength and wondered how a Puniran could be stronger than him. This brat. He's no joke, Jirobo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Naruto lifted his hand and cracked it. It's not complete. Man, this requires some wicked control. Oh well, I'll practice it later, the blonde thought to himself and turned to Jirobo. Now move or we'll take you down, Naruto said to him. Jirobo laughed loudly and placed his hand on his head. Are you stupid or something? You think that just because you can do that you've beaten me? Jirobo asked in between laughs. Naruto narrowed his eyes while Kiba and Choji gritted their teeth at him. We don't have time for this, Naruto said and threw a kunai at Jirobo. The man easily dodged the attack and watched as the kunai embedded itself into a tree past him. Was that all you got brat? Man your team must fucking suck if you're their leader, Jirobo told him. When that was said 2 people snapped. Choji stepped forward and Haku made herself known from the trees. Naruto-kun, you go ahead. Choji-san and I will handle this guy, Haku told him. Naruto narrowed his eyes and really thought about it. What do you think of this situation, Kyuubi-chan? Naruto asked his tenant. Kyuubi stopped looking at her designs and looked up. If it's time for Naruto-kun, then this is the best option. I'm not sure what to say, but you're calling the shots, Kyuubi told him. Naruto balled his fists and cursed. He never wanted them to actually split up, but he had no choice. Naruto walked up to Haku and gave her a soft peck on the cheek, making the girl blush at him. Be careful, Haku-chan, Naruto whispered to her. Haku nodded and gave Naruto a gentle smile across her face. It made Naruto feel a little less tense. The blonde walked back to the others and sighed. Haku-chan and Choji will handle this. Let's go, Naruto told them. Neji, Kiba and Shikamaru looked from Haku and Choji to Jirobo then back. They wanted to refute and protest Naruto's order, but they all knew he was right. Time was of the essence and they had to get their mission done. Nodded Naruto, Kiba told him. Naruto nodded and Jirobo stopped his foot. Don't think I didn't hear you guys. You're not getting past me. Jirobo told them. Naruto ignored him and turned back to his team. Hold on to me guys and be prepared to run. We'll only have him shocked for a few minutes, Naruto told them. Everyone wondered what he was planning, but obeyed and each touched his clothing. Naruto grinned and using his chakra, they disappeared in the Hiraishin. The kunai that Naruto threw was one of his father's specially made kunai and instantly they appeared behind Jirobo. The sound ninja gasped at what they did and Naruto shot off. Come on. Go now. Naruto told them. Neji, Kiba and Shikamaru nodded and, with Naruto, they shot off forward leaving Haku and Choji behind. Jirobo sighed and turned back to his remaining entertainment. Well, your shitty leader is just full of surprises, isn't he? Jirobo asked and Haku grinned her sword. Choji cracked his knuckles and both glared at Jirobo. For insulting Naruto, we'll never forgive you. They yelled and quickly Haku erased the distance between herself and Jirobo. She had been training her speed while she sparred with Kushina. Fighting with a legend really was fun and beneficial. She tried to slash at Jirobo, but he dodged a sword much to Haku's surprise. Not bad, Jirobo said, and Haku narrowed her eyes. She quickly jumped back and avoided a hit from the Odo Shinobi, but luckily for her Choji came rolling at a high speed and slammed into Jirobo. Haku grinned at Choji's help and while he was spinning, she was doing her hand signs. Her sword grew colder and colder and she brought it back. Hyoten. Tsumatai K's no Kei and ice release. Sword of the cold wind, Haku yelled and ran back to Jirobo. Choji stopped spinning and backed up while Jirobo nearly dodged Haku's strike. He looked to see only a bunch of ice shards where he would have been and sweated. He was already getting cornered and it was pissing him off. Alright, if that's how you two want to play then I'm game, Jirobo said and instantly Haku and Choji were put on their guard. This fight was just getting started after all. With Naruto and the others, Naruto and his team raced through the forest to catch up to the enemy. It was then that Kiba closed the distance between himself and Naruto. Naruto, are you alright? Kiba asked him. Naruto sighed and nodded. I guess. Though I don't like that I had to leave them, Naruto said to the others. Everyone nodded in agreement with him on that. It really left a bad taste in their mouths to actually leave their friends behind. It's a mission. We'll just have to get ours done faster and help them out. We'll just have to trust them, Shikamaru said, and the others agreed. They could feel themselves getting closer to the enemy, but then they were surrounded by a giant spider web and cursed. Well, looks like you stumbled into my trap. Now none of you will escape, Kidomaru told them. Naruto turned to Neji and he nodded. He wasn't sure how good this might be, but it was worth a try. Shikamaru, Kiba stood back, Naruto said as he did his hand signs, but dodged when Kidomaru threw 3 curved blades at them. Do you think I'm gonna let you go through with that? He asked them. It was then that Kiba and Shikamaru went to challenge Kidomaru, while Naruto and Neji got themselves out of the pickle they were in. Naruto restarted his hand signs, and Neji focused his chakra again. Pain. Gakakyu no Jutsu, Naruto yelled and sent the blazing fire at Neji. The Hyuga grinned and began to spin. The fire collided with Neji's Kaiten, and the Hyuga yelled out their new collaboration. Don't Kait and flame rotation, Neji yelled out, and a fierce spiraling flame was sent around the entire webbing, melting it and allowing Naruto and his team their freedom. Impossible, Kidomaru said, and after he stopped spinning, Neji turned his gaze towards Kidomaru and in a swift fashion, he appeared in front of the Odo Shinobi and waved a palm strike and launched him towards a tree. Naruto-san, you have to keep moving. I'll take care of this guy. Don't let them get away, Neji told him. Naruto sighed, but nodded. He gave Neji his thanks and he, Shikamaru and Kiba shot off. Naruto-san, Sasuke might be a prick, but he's stuck in the darkness. I know you can get him out of it. Just like you did with me, Neji thought and grinned. Now then. How about I show you the Gyuukin of the Hyuga family, Neji said, and Kidomaru grinned. This might just be worth being a decoy. But the other sound ninja 4. Damn, it wasn't Jirobo supposed to stall them. It figures he'd let some get by. This is so damn annoying, Taiya said as she watched Seiken carry the container. It's not like we have a choice here. We have to get this brat to Orochimaru-sama, Seiken said, and Taiya sucked her teeth. What does it matter anyway? As soon as the brat is with Orochimaru, I'm getting out of there. Without kin there's no point to staying anyway, Taiya said to herself in thought. Normally she'd never try anything against Orochimaru, but she had enough. It was time for her to leave and leave. Where she was going to go she had no idea, but any place without Orochimaru must be good. Well, let's hurry up then, Taiya said, but then Seiken sucked his teeth. He felt Naruto and the others right behind him again, and they were fast approaching. Damn it, don't these guys ever give up? Taiya asked, and immediately Seiken gave Taiya the container and then he made a copy of it. You go. I'll lead them away. Just hurry up. Seiken said, dashing off. Taiya cursed and ran off. Meanwhile, Naruto and his friends came through the trees again and looked around. "This scent is this way," Kiba said, but then Naruto looked the other way. "Yeah, but she's going another way. They both have the same container. Looks like we'll have to split up," Naruto said and opened his jacket. Kasumi jumped out and stretched her legs. "Kasumi-chan, can you go help Kiba?" Naruto asked her. Kasumi nodded and changed to her human form, which still made Kiba and Shikamaru blush, but now wasn't the time for that. "Alright, Naruto. Kasumi, Akamaru and I are leaving. We'll be seeing ya," Kiba said, dashing off after Seiken along with Kasumi. Naruto and Shikamaru turned to each other and nodded at the other for them to continue onward. But Haku and Choji, both shinobi, were on the ground panting. They were dead tired. Still they managed to win. Jirobo's body was lifeless due to a giant slash across his chest and a fierce crater from a punch. Haku could honestly say that she and Choji just barely survived that fight. If Choji didn't eat that mysterious red food pill that she saw him take, then they might have actually died. It astounded Haku that the Odo shinobi had the same curse seal and even had a step beyond that. He really was a pain in the ass. "Hey Haku." "They left us a note," Choji said to her, and Haku giggled while on the floor. "What does it say, Choji-san?" Haku asked, not really wanting to speak, but she just did for the sake of it. Choji smiled as he looked at the wall, which read, "Don't die on us and catch up when you can." Choji finished reading and Haku sighed with a gentle smile. "I don't think we'll be going anywhere," Haku said with a sigh. Choji nodded and the two rested in the sunny field. "No kidding," Choji said as he closed his eyes and Haku closed hers. With Niji was having a tough time also. His body's injuries were even worse than Choji's or Haku's. He looked like he had been hit several times with bows from an arrow which he had. Niji was able to suppress Kidomaru, but it really cost him a lot. It turned out that Kidomaru was quite the archer and a deadly marksman. He had figured out the blind spot of Niji's, which would leave him vulnerable. It took all of Niji's wits just to avoid all the serious injuries he would have taken. Niji managed to hit all of Kidomaru's vital spots with his Jyuukin. It turned out that the arrow that he used to hit the Hyuga with was laced with chakra that was connected to his internal chakra network, so Niji was able to take advantage of that and was able to strike his chakra network even from a long distance. Kidomaru wouldn't be causing Niji any more problems. Now all he had to do was stay conscious. "It's up to you, Naruto-san. Bring Sasuke back," Niji said as he leaned on a tree and passed out. With Kiba, Akamaru and Kasumi, Kiba, his dog, and Kasumi managed to catch up to Seiken. It wasn't hard when the guy wasn't really trying to move, so that made it easier. "Alright, hand over that container and we might not kick your ass," Kiba said to him. Seiken chuckled and then gave a full-blown laugh. "Well, there is a problem with that. You see, it's like this," Seiken said, and the container poofed away. It turns out Naruto was right. It was a decoy. Oh well, at least Naruto and Shikamaru were on the right track. Now Kiba and Kasumi could deal with Seiken no problem. "Well, I'm gonna make this quick for the both of you. I'll go all out from here on end. Ready, brother?" Seiken asked, and suddenly the second head on him grinned and responded. "Ready, brother?" "Let's show them the terror of Seiken and Yukin," the brother said, and the two allowed the curse mark to completely take over their bodies. They looked to be one person, but they could actually split in two. "That is one freaky trick. The circus must pay you a lot," Kasumi said, and despite the situation Kiba actually laughed. The two brothers gritted their teeth and charged at Kiba and Kasumi. Kasumi shifted into a high Taijutsu stance and was more than ready. Kiba and Akamaru used the man-beast clone to make two Kibas. Seiken said as he sent a punch at Kasumi. The dog girl blocked it and went for a midsection kick to the ribs, but she underestimated the density of Seiken's skin and simply watched him skid back. "Didn't even hurt," Seiken said, which made Kasumi growl at him. Alright, so it wasn't going to be as easy as she thought. Kasumi decided to go on the offense and, with thanks to Kyuubi for brushing her up on her speed, she disappeared in a fast movement that could rival Lee without his weights on. Kasumi might have been the female version of Lee. Not having any ninjutsu, but straight Taijutsu. Maybe she should become the Taijutsu mistress of Konoha, but anyway. Kasumi appeared behind Seiken and slammed her fist into his face, but didn't stop as she launched her foot towards his stomach. Seiken fell to the ground, and as soon as Kasumi touched the rocky floor, she pivoted her body to bring her left foot towards Seiken's face, sending the Odo man flying. "I'm in good shape today. I must be hyped or something," Kasumi said and continued her onslaught. Meanwhile, Kiba and Akamaru were having a tough time dealing with Yukin. The bastard was as slippery as they came. Kiba and Akamaru jumped back, then Kiba crossed his fingers. "Age Bunshin no Jutsu," Kiba yelled, making 2 Kiba clones. Yukin raised an eyebrow but watched as Kiba smirked. "It's time to show you why this dog has a lot of bite." Kiba yelled and immediately his clones charged at Yukin. The brother of Seiken was overwhelmed and tried to block each Kiba, but it wasn't meant to be as the Kibas kicked him into the air. "Ainuzu ka," the Kibas yelled, and soon the real Kiba and Akamaru appeared above him and began to spiral as they slammed into his body. "Atsuuga Renden," Kiba finished as they sent Yukin into the ground. Kiba dispelled his clones and huffed. Akamaru yipped at him and Kiba patted his dog's head. "It's alright, Akamaru." "I'm fine," Kiba said, but then he got a chill when he heard a voice behind him. "But you're not going to be for long," Yukin said, and Kiba shifted his gaze behind him. Yukin slowly started to seep into his body and Kiba felt the right side of his body go numb. "Damn it," Kiba said, and Akamaru looked worried. Yukin had possessed a bit of Kiba and grinned. "This is I get to take over a portion of my enemy's life. We now share the same form." "Your heart is my heart," Yukin said, and Kiba gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Kasumi was continuing her relentless barrage of attacks on Seiken. She was really cutting loose and she felt more fluid with her movement. She was able to measure her chakra so that she could do as much damage as she wanted. She even made Seiken bleed a few times and that allowed her to see that she was making progress. Kasumi was about to unleash another punch but stopped when she saw Seiken point to his left. Kasumi turned her head to see and Yukin possessed Kiba with a kunai to his throat. "I think that's enough out of you, girlie," Yukin said, and Kasumi growled. Seiken stood to his feet and wiped off the blood from his face. "Well, that's the way it goes. Now stand there and take this," Seiken said, slamming his fist into Kasumi's stomach. The dog girl gasped and dropped to the floor. Seiken didn't let up as he continued his constant barrage of attacks on Kasumi. Kiba balled his fist and quickly stabbed his leg. He stiffened through the pain, but Yukin yelled out that same pain and Kiba yelled. "Kasumi just fought. I'll be fine. This guy won't risk killing me if he kills himself," Kiba yelled and Kasumi huffed. She saw the total conviction in Kiba's eyes and nodded. She grabbed Seiken's punch and grinned. "There's a new Dojutsu move I've been working on. Why don't you watch me do it?" Kasumi said and quickly kicked Seiken back. She dropped to all fours and her claws scratched the ground. In a blur of speed Kasumi disappeared and quickly came behind Seiken. She launched him into the air with a kick and appeared above him. Kasumi gave a feral grin and quickly hugged Seiken tight. "Amatskga primary passing fang," Kasumi yelled and she began to spin violently towards the ground. Kiba saw it was a simple version of Lee's Amit Range, but what he didn't know was that Kasumi wasn't spinning towards the ground. Kasumi only had one thought. "Kyuubi-sama, thank you for the training," Kasumi said in thought and smiled at Seiken. "You know, a human couldn't do this without strenuous exercise and fitness, but I'm different. As a half-dog half-human that limitation isn't set on me," Kasumi said and spiraled Seiken into the ground. Kasumi quickly rebounded and crossed her fingers. "Okay, so I can do one Sumi. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," Kasumi yelled and made one clone. That was her limit. Only one clone and this was her only, but it would have to hold. "Alright, let's go," Kasumi said as she and her clone ran at Seiken. Kasumi kicked Seiken in the air and the clone kicked him across the plains. Seeing his brother in trouble, Yukin got off of Kiba's body and ran for his brother. Kiba grinned and quickly gathered his chakra. "Come on, Akamaru. Let's show them right now." "Henge," Kiba yelled and both disappeared in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Kasumi and her clone were fighting Seiken and Yukin, but they all stopped when they heard a growl. Everyone turned and widened their eyes when they saw Kiba and Akamaru as a giant two-headed wolf dog. "Alright, now it's showtime. Kasumi, move." Kiba yelled out and the dog duo launched into the air and with a giant spin, they charged at Seiken and Yukin. "Daruga Wolfang passing fang," Kiba yelled out and Kasumi instantly moved out of the way. Kiba spiraled into Seiken and Yukin and tore through their bodies. "What the hell was that?" Yukin wondered. Kiba grinned and decided to speak. "This is our transformation. We move so fast we can't even see, but we can smell you just fine. You have some of my blood on you and that's enough," Kiba said and was about to charge again, however Seiken and Yukin bit their thumbs. "Daruga," Kiba yelled and went after them again. Meanwhile, Kasumi did its ska and piggybacked off of Kiba's technique to enhance her own. The severe spiraling winds were mixed into her own and Kasumi's ska was now more than double the strength of a regular. ZITSKGA absolute passing Fang, Kasumi yelled out and the three attacked Seiken and Yukin, but the two brothers slammed their hands on the ground. Bishaman yelled and immediately a large Oni gate came between them, Kiba and Kasumi. That wall is indestructible. Nothing can break it, Seiken and Yukin said. Kiba, Akamaru and Kasumi slammed into the wall and didn't stop either. They were going to break it one way or the other. When Seiken and Yukin saw how the wall was cracking they started to sweat. That's not possible, Yukin said, and they watched as Kiba and Kasumi tore through the wall. They gasped and tried to evade the incoming drill-like attack, but were too slow, and they were hit right on with it again. Kiba, Akamaru and Kasumi poured all their chakra into the attack and swiftly sent the brothers flying. When everyone stopped spinning, Kiba and Akamaru poofed back to their human selves and dropped to the ground. I hope that's it. I can't fight anymore. I'm out of chakra, Kiba said with a smile. Kasumi nodded and dropped to the ground also. I can only hope that Naruto-sama is doing better than we are, Kasumi said laying on the ground. Kiba nodded in agreement and softly petted a sleeping Akamaru. But Naruto and Shikamaru. Shikamaru, if you have a plan, then I would like it right now, Naruto said dodging a demon figure. Shikamaru sighed and dodged two more. They finally managed to catch up to Taiya, but she wasn't going down without a fight. She was already in her Curse Mark II form and was using her flute to attack Naruto and Shikamaru. Not to mention that she handed the container to a guy named Kimimaro not too long ago. Just a minute. Damn, this woman is troublesome. Alright Naruto, you go ahead, I'll handle this, Shikamaru said, and Naruto shook his head. We should just take her together, Naruto told him, and honestly Shikamaru would like nothing more, but time was critical. Naruto just goes. You're the leader so you need to go get Sasuke back. I'll keep her here, Shikamaru said, and Naruto turned to him. Shikamaru gazed into Naruto's eyes and realized he was active. It must have been for trying to fight Taiya, but that wasn't the point right now. Like this, Shikamaru said, and instantly Taiya gasped when she was frozen in place. Naruto closed his eyes and turned to Shikamaru. Looks like you are gonna help me fight, Naruto said, and Shikamaru sighed. So the Nara clan wasn't the only one with shadow possession now. You really are troublesome, you know that? Shikamaru asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Hey, someone has to be, don't they? Naruto asked, and with a kunai he disappeared behind Taiya and shot off, but for some reason he looked back at the redeed and grinned before going on. Why did that fucker just grin at me? Well, whatever, now it's time to kick this current fucker's ass, Taiya said in thought. You know your friend is dead. Kimimaro is never a pushover. He is capable of being even your best, Taiya said, and Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Well, Naruto's no pushover either. He'll win and you'd better believe that Sasuke is coming back to the village with us, Shikamaru uttered. Taiya grinned and simply looked at the pineapple-haired boy. What makes you think he'll win? Taiya asked. It was Shikamaru's turn to grin, and he rubbed the back of his head, which in turn made Taiya rub her head also. Well, I trust in him. Besides, as far as I know, no one is a pushover either, Shikamaru said, making Taiya widen her eyes. But Naruto, the blonde, ran through the trees of the forest and was determined to catch up to Kimimaro. He wasn't going to stop here. That ass still had his ass kicking coming after leaving Konoha. Naruto was gonna make Sasuke regret it. The blonde noticed Kimimaro in the fields and came down also. Slippery, aren't you? Naruto asked. Kimimaro had an impassive face on and simply placed the container on the ground. Don't interfere. It will only be bad for you. I will deliver Sasuke to Orochimaru-sama, Kimimaro said to Naruto. The blonde narrowed his eyes and unconsciously showed him again. Orochimaru-sama, man, fuck that snake. How the hell can people be this stupid when it comes to serving one guy? It really pissed Naruto off. It was like these fucking people couldn't think for themselves. If I hear you use that word, I'm gonna lose it, Naruto said, and Kimimaro sighed. It was no use talking to those who didn't know anything about what others went through. Soon the container poofed and both looked to see Sasuke come out. He had a grin on his face and turned his gaze to Naruto. Sasuke. Get over here. I'm taking you back to Konoha, Naruto told him. Sasuke fed and ran off. It seems that Sasuke has made his choice, Kimimaro said, blocking the path. Naruto narrowed his eyes and cracked his knuckles. Then I'll make the choice now. If Sasuke returns then I take him back, but if he doesn't then I'll take his ass back by force if I need to, Naruto said, and Kimimaro narrowed his eyes. You'll never get past me, he said, allowing the curse mark to cover half his face. Naruto went through his hand signs and gripped his right hand. It began to cackle and chirp with lightning, while Naruto grinned while his eyes seemed magnified by the Chidori's appearance. Then I'll beat you down until I can pass you, Naruto said and charged at Kimimaro. Chapter 33. Naruto yelled at Kimimaro with his Chidori blazing in his hand. He was losing time to catch up to Sasuke, and the blonde wasn't having the damned emo get away from him. Move. Naruto yelled, and in a swift motion he slammed the Chidori into Kimimaro. The blonde widened his eyes when he saw the enemy nin blocked his attack with what Naruto saw as an arm full of bones, making the blonde narrow his eyes at Kimimaro. Kyuubi-chan, what is that? Naruto asked and Kyuubi looked at the sound shinobi and his arm. That's a Kaguya clan member. They were notorious users. Their bones were quite unique. If lost, then their bones can replace others in an instant. I remember their clan being wiped out due to too many wars to expand their power. I never thought I'd see another one, Kyuubi said, and Naruto turned to Kimimaro with an eye of interest. Well, it looks like you're tougher than I thought. But I'm not done with you, Naruto said as he crossed his fingers. Page Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled, and immediately dozens of clones came, and Kimimaro took on a defensive Taijutsu stance. There's quite a number of clones, Kimimaro thought to himself. If nothing else then he had to admit that Naruto was interesting with how much chakra the blonde had. One Naruto clone stepped forward and cracked his knuckles. Charge. The clone yelled as everyone ran with him. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes and soon he was overwhelmed by the number of clones or so it seemed. Tsubaki no Mai dance of Camellia, Kimimaro said, and immediately the clones started vanishing out as Kimimaro used a long bone sword and with his swift movements, he tore through the clones with little to no difficulty at all. To Naruto it only attested to Kimimaro's true abilities as a shinobi, and the blonde did have to respect that much, but now wasn't the time for this. It was then that Naruto noticed Kimimaro closing in on him and the blonde was about to counter, but before long sand came between the two making Naruto and Kimimaro back up. Naruto turned to see who the wise guy was that interrupted their fight, but suddenly he smiled. He knew only one person who used sand other than him. Gaara. Naruto while Gaara walked up to him. It's not like you to stall Naruto Uzumaki. You go ahead. I'll take care of him, Gaara said, making Naruto chuckle. Kimimaro and Gaara wondered why the blonde was able to laugh when time was of the essence for them. Oh, I already left. I'm just Kai Bunshin. I left quite a while ago, Naruto said, making Kimimaro narrow his eyes. When did Naruto pass him? He wasn't sure, but it hardly mattered right now. Now was the time to take on Gaara and Naruto's Kai Bunshin at once. Well then you should dispel. I'll take care of this, Gaara said to him, but the Naruto clone wasn't about to have that. This was his fight just as much as Gaara's, and somewhere Naruto knew Kimimaro wasn't an all-around bad guy just mixed with bad company. Sorry Gaara, but I'm not moving back. You want to know why? Because I'm gonna show Kimimaro something important, Naruto said, making Gaara narrow his eyes. Kimimaro raised an eyebrow, but didn't dwell on it and then dashed at Naruto. Gaara moved in front of the blonde and with a swift hand movement he controlled his sand to block the attack. Naruto grinned and decided to surprise Gaara with his ability. The blonde's hands touched the ground and the sand under it swirled around. Gaara, move. Naruto sighed and Gaara turned his head to see Naruto gripping the ground tightly like he was trying to hold it, but that's not what the blonde was doing. He was controlling it or bring it up to fight for him. Naruto grinned and shot his hand upward. Immediately his sand followed at it made Kimimaro back up to avoid getting hit. The sand regressed to the ground while Gaara looked at Naruto in some confusion. I'll explain later, Naruto said with his flaring. The blonde raised his hands and Gaara moved behind him. The sand began to shake and crumble around the entire field as Naruto concentrated on his chakra, but unfortunately Kimimaro wasn't going to let the blonde finish. He dashed for Naruto and was about to strike the blonde down, but Gaara moved his sand in front of Naruto blocking the attack, making the Naruto clone smile at him. Thanks Gaara, I'll be done in a few minutes, Naruto said moving through his hand signs as fast as he could. Gaara in the meantime distracted Kimimaro with his sand as the bone user dodged left and right trying to evade the sands. You're both good, but it's time to end this pointlessness, Kimimaro said and sent multiple heavily dense bones at the two. Gaara blocked them all with his sand, but it was tough as the bones were breaking through the weak points of Gaara's sand. Are you done with Naruto Uzumaki? Gaara asked and Naruto nodded. He was more than done and he had to thank Gaara for it. Yeah now I'll show him what I got, the Naruto clone said. He could only hope that his real self had caught up with Sasuke and was keeping him contained. But the real Naruto raced through the trees at a fast pace to catch up to Sasuke. This was such a load of crap. If Kimimaro hadn't been distracted by those clones in order for Naruto to make the switch, then it wouldn't have worked. He also had to thank Kami for Gaara getting there when he did. Sasuke. Is power really that important to you? Naruto wondered, and before long he quickly exited the trees and came to a valley. He stared in slight awe at the place. The blonde saw the statues of the first Senju Hashirama and the most powerful Uchiha, Madara. The place where the founders of Konoha met, fought, and allied. However, Naruto couldn't take in the scenery long until he saw Sasuke on top of the Madara statue's head. The blonde narrowed his eyes and instantly jumped down while yelling at the brunette Uchiha. Sasuke. Naruto yelled out, making the Uchiha turn around. Naruto widened his eyes when he saw Sasuke's face half covered in the curse mark. The blonde growled while Sasuke gave an arrogant smirk. Well, if it isn't the loser. It's amazing what someone like you can accomplish when you have the Sharingan, huh? I bet you'd still be the same old loser that you always were if you didn't have my clan, Sasuke said, and Naruto gritted his teeth even more. He knew it was stupid to wonder about it, but was Sasuke really that arrogant about his clan? Receiving no answer to his question, Sasuke smirked and walked off while Naruto stayed still. If only for a moment. The blonde added chakra to his feet and quickly jumped in the air, then quickly dashed for Sasuke. It didn't take long before the blonde slammed Sasuke into the ground and grabbed his collar. You think you're so damn special, huh? You think you can get away with anything and it will be alright? I'll tell you something, Sasuke, your clan would be ashamed of you right now. Naruto yelled and instantly Sasuke fumed. No one talked about him and his clan, and no one told him what they would think of him. What the hell do you know? You're not an uchiha. You wouldn't know how I feel. You're just a damn. Naruto lost and instantly punched Sasuke across the face. Sasuke coughed up some blood while the blonde punched the Uchiha again. Wake the fuck up, Naruto said between each hit, making Sasuke try to wake up from his arrogance. The blonde slammed Sasuke into the ground and lifted him up by the collar of his shirt. You're so pathetic. Sakura cried about you. She wants you home. Are you really planning on wasting your life on this stupid thing you call revenge? What happens after that? I doubt Konoha's gonna easily accept you back just because you wanted. Naruto yelled, and immediately the blonde was slammed in the face, knocking him off his body. Naruto backflipped through the air and landed on his feet. The blonde wiped his chin and gritted his teeth, but saw Sasuke pull out a kunai. Naruto grabbed a kunai from his pouch and threw it at Sasuke. Sasuke did the same thing, and the two kunai collided with each other and fell down to the waters below them. Naruto jumped back into the air and exchanged blows with Sasuke in midair. Naruto had to admit that Sasuke had matured with his Sharingan. Sasuke was still holding back all that he knew, but then again so was Naruto. The blonde threw a punch, and Sasuke countered with his own. Sasuke's eyes moved fast to anticipate Naruto since despite his words, he knew how strong Naruto could be, so he had to be quick or if possible even faster than Naruto. Sasuke managed to break into Naruto's guard and gave the blonde a hard kick, sending him back. I'm not done with you, dope, Sasuke yelled, and while reaching into his pouch, he pulled out 3 kunai and some wires. He threw them at Naruto and immediately tied the blonde to a tree. Naruto cursed while Sasuke did his hand signs. Kaiten. Rika no Jutsu, Sasuke yelled, making the fire glide along the wire and aim for Naruto. The blonde narrowed his eyes at the impending fire and looked at the ground. He focused his chakra into the dirt and made it shoot over him, making it collide with the fire. Sasuke sucked his teeth and backed away while standing on top of Shademe's head. Is that all, dope? You're right. You don't know who you're messing with. Sasuke yelled and Naruto's hair covered his eyes. The blonde looked at the ground and balled his fists. Alright, so Sasuke wanted to play hard. Well, Naruto could play just fine. Naruto cracked his knuckles and took out his fire sword. Fine, Sasuke. I'll kick your ass all across this damn valley. Naruto, and immediately he appeared behind Sasuke in a flash of yellow lightning. Sasuke widened his eyes when he saw Naruto's fire sword flare up. The blonde slashed forward with the intent to kill Sasuke, but the Uchiha managed to dodge thanks to him anticipating the strike. Naruto really had to start his training with his mother in the use of swords, or this wasn't going to go well for him as a user. Sasuke did a somersault in the air and managed to hit Naruto and spiral the blonde into the water. Sasuke grinned at his speed, but he had no idea what Naruto had in store for him. Naruto waded underneath the water, and the blonde sighed. Sasuke must have really been training under Genma or this wouldn't be happening. Sasuke wasn't this fast nor this much of a problem. Frankly, to Naruto, he could easily end this with the Amaterasu, but then again he had to bring Sasuke back alive, or rather in a conscious state at least. Well, he could always bring Sasuke back dead, but then there was the whole council thing, then the Sakura never shutting up thing. It might have been better for his life if Sasuke was just alive, he figured. Kyuubi-chan, any ideas on how I can end this fast? Naruto asked while still in the water. Kyuubi rested in her room and sighed. Well, there are multiple ways you could end this fast. It's not really that hard, so just go with it, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded. The blonde held out his hand and quickly with his other hand began to form the in his hand. He quickly did it as fast as he could and the blue sphere started to take form. Also, since he was in the water, Naruto noticed that the swirling of his was making the waters around him swirl. It was then that the blonde had an idea. Naruto-kun, what's that grin? You're not going to do something stupid, are you? Kyuubi asked. Naruto's grin only got bigger as the blonde swan lowered into the water. Air wasn't an issue right now, so it could wait. When the blonde got low enough, he quickly formed the newest addition to his arsenal. The blonde held out his right hand again. He focused all his power into the and watched as it changed from the blue that it was to a simple white color, maybe it was gray, but that didn't matter right now. Nketsu Rasengan frozen Rasengan, Naruto yelled, and immediately the water started to twist and turn violently in the form of a whirlpool. Naruto grinned as he just created a new courtesy of his mother's home in Yuzu no Kuni. Peric Dikonran water release. Ocean current maelstrom, Naruto yelled as the ocean began to twist and turn. Meanwhile Sasuke was looking down at the water waiting for Naruto to emerge, but then he saw the tides twist and turn in a violent shape and Sasuke was ready for anything, but he wasn't ready for when Naruto instantly appeared behind him with a grin on his face. The blonde went and smashed Sasuke in the stomach, sending the brunette Uchiha into the raging whirlpool. Sasuke gasped as he headed for the raging waters and tried to send chakra to his feet to stay on top, but the water was too fast and too strong as it pulled the Uchiha underneath. Naruto grinned with a sense of pride and decided to have some more fun. Naruto went through some more hand signs. It was time to heat things up. Pain. Guryu no Hono fire release. Wolf passing dragon flame, Naruto yelled, blowing a fierce fire into the water. The mixture of heat and cold created a very thick mist, but that wasn't what Naruto was aiming for. No, it was something much worse. Sasuke coughed and struggled against the strong current of the waves that crashed at him as he was tossed and turned. He had to use all his energy just to stay afloat. Sasuke cursed and tried to get out, but his struggles were making this a lot tougher, but it was then that the water started to heat up a lot. It was even to the point of burning. What the hell? Sasuke wondered, and then he heard Naruto yelling at the top of his voice. How's the water, Sasuke? I heated it up for you. Stay in there too long and it's not just your neck that's gonna have a mark on it, Naruto said, and immediately Sasuke panicked. He threw out a kunai and attached it to some wire. Twirling the kunai he flung it to a ledge and the Uchiha immediately got out of the water while his clothes dripped in their wetness. Sasuke still couldn't see because of the mist and he really wanted to find Naruto and kick his ass for playing that damn trick on him. After some time the waters stopped raging enough for Sasuke to stand back on the water. Naruto appeared on the water also and the two stared at each other. Always getting in my way, you never learn dope. I'll make you pay. Sasuke said as he went through the hand signs that Naruto recognized all too well. Sasuke gripped his left and it cackled loudly with the sound of birds. Naruto narrowed his eyes and did the same hand signs. He clutched his right hand and made it cackle also. The two shinobi stared each other off looking with their respective flaring. The two immediately charged at each other with their destinies on the line. But Gaara and the Naruto clone, the blood Naruto clone, managed to contain Kimimaro for a while. It turned out that the blood clone had been making the hand signs for his new sand. It was designed basically to create a giant sand kitsune that would engulf Kimimaro and keep him restrained, but it turns out that the bone user used his second stage curse mark, which made him look like some sort of humanoid dinosaur. Any ideas, Gaara? Naruto asked and Gaara looked impassively at Kimimaro. Naruto turned to him and sighed, but it was then that Gaara responded. Only one for right now. It requires a large amount of chakra so keep him busy for me, Gaara said going through his hand signs. Naruto nodded and quickly moved his sand to go after Kimimaro. It was easy to see that the sound nin easily dodged all his moves. The blonde gritted his teeth trying to catch Kimimaro, but then sighed. He closed his eyes for a second from the simple strain of using them and looked at his left arm. He touched it weirdly before turning back to Kimimaro. Tell me, why do you serve Orochimaru? Naruto asked Gaara to look at him before turning to Kimimaro. The sound nin looked at Naruto and while his face didn't show it, he was confused by the sudden question. Why should it matter to you? Lord Orochimaru is my master. I am more than willing to die for him. I will do anything he asks of me, Kimimaro said, and the Naruto clone narrowed his eyes. So if he decided to throw you aside you wouldn't complain, right? Naruto asked. Kimimaro looked at the ground and hesitantly nodded in an affirmative. Naruto noticed the wandering look in his eyes, but ignored it for the time being. So why serve someone who will abandon you? Naruto asked. Kimimaro looked at Naruto in his eyes and never strayed from them. Because Orochimaru-sama gave me a purpose. I had nothing when I was little. He gave me a reason to live. He said he wanted me to help him with his ambition. Sasuke will go to Orochimaru because he wants power and power is something that Orochimaru-sama will give him. It must be nice to never have to worry about anything. You must be oblivious to the troubles of the world, Kimimaro said and Naruto narrowed his eyes. Oh, I know troubles, but unlike you I actually did something about it. I worked hard to change people's views about me, Naruto said, though he grumbled that most of it was due to him being Yandame's son, but that was beside the point at the moment. So now that Sasuke's left, then you're purposeless, right? Naruto asked, but Kimimaro was tired of the questions and dashed at Naruto. The blonde widened his eyes and immediately went to intercept Kimimaro. He had his eyes closed and before long they flared with a. Kimimaro didn't stop, but Naruto was on him. The blonde shifted his stance and moved his feet apart. Kimimaro was a mere feet away from Naruto before the blonde grinned. "You're in the zone of my 8 trigrams," Naruto said, and before Kimimaro could react, Naruto hit him 2 times, then 4, then 8, then 16. 32 and then 64. "Hakirakujian Sho," Naruto yelled, sending Kimimaro flying back a few feet. Gaara was done with his hand signs, and Naruto moved back. "Riksa-bakuryk sand tsunami," Gaara yelled, and immediately a giant wave of sand came from the ground in the form of an actual tidal wave that made Kimimaro widen his eyes. He tried his best to dodge the incoming sand, but it quickly overwhelmed him and engulfed the bone user into its contents. Gaara narrowed his eyes and slammed the ground. "Tsubaku-taism giant sand burial," Gaara yelled, making the sand cushion and crushing the ground beneath it in a violent burst of shaking. Naruto decided to assist Gaara and did his own hand signs. "Pain. Hakano Jutsu fire release. Great Phoenix Bowl Jutsu," Naruto yelled, sending the massive fire crashing into the sand, making it explode from the intense heat. The two looked closely at the destroyed field and sighed. "He's not down, is he?" Naruto asked, and Gaara shook his head. As if on cue, Kimimaro shot up from the air and dashed for Naruto and Gaara, with a massive bone drill on his arm spinning violently. "The Senka no Mai dance of the clematis flower," Kimimaro yelled as he aimed for Gaara. The sand widened his eyes as he didn't have the time to react, but what came next was unexpected. Naruto jumped in front of Gaara and took the hit, much to Gaara and Kimimaro's surprise. Naruto grinned and winced at the pain. It was then that Kimimaro widened his eyes at what he saw. He was looking at Naruto blocking his arm with his own arm, but that arm was full of bones that blocked his attack. If Kimimaro was shocked, he didn't show it, but he was shocked. "Their bones are tough. I think you said they're tougher than steel, so I figured it was the best defense. Looks like I just made it in time. How do you have my bloodline? I've never heard of such a thing. And I know you're not a Kaguya," Kimimaro said, and in all honesty Gaara wanted to know also. First it was his sand and now this. It was beyond confusing. "Like I'd tell you that. If you want to know, then you'll know when I take you back to Konoha for interrogation," Naruto said, and Kimimaro narrowed his eyes. Gaara gave a small, unnoticeable smile across his face. It was then that the Naruto clone got an idea and grinned. "Gaara, how long can you restrain him?" Naruto asked. Gaara raised an eyebrow. Well, his sand swirled around. "A few seconds, maybe less." "What are you going to do?" Gaara asked. Naruto's grin got bigger, and he told Gaara his plan. The Redeed widened his eyes while Kimimaro looked at them with no emotion. "It's useless to strategize. You will both die here anyway," Kimimaro said to them. The bone user was completely unaware that Gaara's sand managed to snake around his 2 legs, keeping him locked in place. It was then that Naruto dashed forward to get near Kimimaro, but the bone user tried to swing his bone drill at the blonde. Naruto, however, saw it coming and dodged it. Then, mere inches from Kimimaro's face, the blonde looked straight into the bone user's eyes, and the last thing Kimimaro saw was Naruto's Manjikyu Sharingan. The world around Kimimaro took a weird turn as he found himself in the dark. Along with him stood Naruto, and the blonde simply grinned. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes and dashed off at Naruto, and with a quick strike, he pierced the blonde's chest. To his surprise, Naruto disappeared, and in his place was a fire that took out Kimimaro's right arm. Naruto appeared behind him and grinned. "This is the Tsukiyomi Kimimaro. Just like Itachi Uchiha, I can control time for the next 72 hours. I don't think you need to know what I could do to you if you're trapped in here," Naruto said, and Kimimaro glared at the blonde. Naruto sat on the ground, and before long a simple landscape appeared in front of the 2 shinobi. Naruto laid on the ground while Kimimaro cautiously kept his distance from the blonde. "Hey, it doesn't matter if you're cautious of me or not. You're not leaving here for 72 hours my time, so you can either fight and get burned to a crisp, or you can just relax for a bit and we can talk this out," Naruto said to him. Kimimaro glared at Naruto a little more and tried to figure out the blonde's game, but he did see the truth in Naruto's words. He had been trapped in the and he was at the blonde's mercy at the moment, so Kimimaro did just what Naruto told him. He sat down, but still kept his eye on the blonde. But the real Naruto and Sasuke huffed as they exchanged blows. Right now Naruto had to curse the fact that he had a Kai Bunshin out and the fact that whatever that clone was doing, it was damn chakra exhausting. Naruto could feel his movements getting slower than Sasuke. That Chidori duel that had really taken a bite from Naruto, but the blonde would be damned if Sasuke beat him at something, so Naruto persisted through it all. Sasuke's curse mark had engulfed the left half of his face, and the Uchiha grinned. This would be so much better than he ever imagined. Sasuke kicked Naruto across the water, making the blonde skid back. Naruto grinned. "Not a bad team," Naruto said, and Sasuke grinned. "It would be so much more than that. That's right, dope. I'm gonna make you regret coming after me," Sasuke said as he dashed at Naruto. The blonde did the same, and the two quickly exchanged blows while locked eyes with each other. The Sharingan against the Shinsenagan. Naruto managed to block all of Sasuke's punches and kicks this time as he countered with his own. Sasuke was getting pushed back fast as he wondered why Naruto was stronger than him. Gemma had been training the Uchiha constantly and Sasuke was at least convinced that Genma wasn't worthless like Kakashi with his stupid teamwork aspects. In the constant barrage of punches and kicks, Naruto slammed Sasuke in the face, making the Uchiha bounce across the water like a rock being skipped until Sasuke disappeared into the waters below. Naruto huffed and he wiped his brow. This really wasn't good for him. His use of the Hiraishin to help catch up had drained him quite a bit. His fight with Kimimura was and still is causing him to lose chakra, and the fight with Sasuke was taking longer than he wanted. Naruto wanted to use the Tsukuyomi on Sasuke and simply make the Uchiha pass out, but that probably wasn't a good idea for him at the moment. Naruto-kun, I know what your clone is doing. It used a sand to cooperate with the Ichibi Jinchuriki. He also has Kimimura trapped in the Tsukuyomi. That's why it's so chakra taxing on you, Kyuubi said, making her presence known. Naruto cursed and sighed. That was just fucking perfect. Naruto was soon brought out of his stupor when he saw a giant fireball launch at him and the blonde gasped, then dodged with it burning some of his hair. Sasuke appeared behind Naruto and kicked him into the air. The blonde knew what was coming and quickly turned around. Sasuke grinned and immediately Naruto was shocked when Sasuke grabbed him and wrapped his legs around Naruto's neck. Abusa Otoshi Falcon Drop, Sasuke yelled and slammed Naruto headfirst into the ground. He huffed and threw Naruto's body into the water where it floated for a bit. Kyuubi-chan. You'll hate me, but I need your chakra. I'll deal with the consequences, but I really need it now, Naruto said mentally and Kyuubi narrowed her eyes. She knew that Naruto knew about the effects of using her chakra, but she could see he had a point. But the chakra he used just to catch up to Sasuke, it was no wonder that the blonde was at least winded and the fight over with Kimimura wasn't helping either. Fine Naruto-kun. I make this an exception just this once. Take it, Kyuubi said, and immediately Naruto's eyes grew red. Red chakra flowed out of his body and Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the sight. Naruto grinned and stood to his feet. Alright Sasuke, I've had it with you. By the time I'm done with you. Even Sakura won't want to be with you. Naruto roared, making the water twist and turn again. Sasuke felt the amazing pressure of Naruto's chakra and the blonde dashed forward and immediately he slammed Sasuke in the stomach, making him fall to the ground. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's collar and lifted him into the air. Sasuke gritted his teeth and tried to swing his fist at Naruto, but the blonde easily dodged it and cocked his fist back. You're coming back. Even if I have to break every last bone in your body. Naruto yelled as he pushed Sasuke hard across the water and into the surrounding rocks. Sasuke coughed and slid to the ground. He felt like his jaw got dislocated, but it wasn't. The Uchiha quickly stood to his feet and gritted his teeth. Then just try it. You think you're so special. Well, I'm more special than you. Sasuke yelled as his curse mark covered his body. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he saw Sasuke's hair grow longer and light gray. His skin was a little darker and his sprouted wings from his back. Naruto widened his eyes before snarling. Sasuke went through his hand sign and let out a large breath of air. Pain. Rika no Jutsu fire release. Dragon fire jutsu, Sasuke yelled, sending the fire at Naruto. The blonde narrowed his eyes at the incoming fire and brought his hands together. Rain. Kaminari Kage lightning release. Thunder shadow, Naruto yelled, and immediately lightning came from the sky and intercepted the fierce fire blinding Naruto and Sasuke to the intense explosion. The explosion was closest to Naruto, so Sasuke grinned. Take that dope, Sasuke said, but in the middle of it all Sasuke widened his eyes when he saw Naruto's form in the smoke and the blonde was doing more hand signs. Naruto gripped his right with the Chidori, but then he held out his left hand. Now this was different for him, but he wanted to try it so he did. A small swirl began in Naruto's left hand and the blonde smiled. Chidori in the right hand. Rasengan on the left, Naruto said as the swirling and cackling of the two raged on Naruto's hands. They were both powered by Kyuubi's chakra making the purplish and the Chidori purplish also. Sasuke cursed and quickly went through his own hand signs. Chidori, Sasuke yelled as the cackling raged around his arm. It was so different from the regular since it was turning into a blackish color. Naruto and Sasuke glared at each other and soon the two dashed for each other. Naruto. Sasuke yelled. Sasuke. Naruto yelled out. The two clashed with their respective attacks as a giant explosion came across the battlefield. Inside the Tsukuyomi, Naruto and Kimimura were simply enjoying the peace that Naruto was giving them both, well Naruto was. Kimimura was still tense about the whole thing, and Naruto sighed. Would you lighten up? I'm not gonna attack you and you're not stupid enough to attack me while we're in here. What's your problem? Naruto asked. Kimimura narrowed his own eyes and looked at the blonde like he lost his mind. Namikaze-san, in case you forgot we are enemies. That's my problem if you must know, Kimimura said, and Naruto figured that was the case. It was then that the blonde wondered if things were cut and dry. Well fine then. We can fight and then you can die, Naruto said like it was the simplest thing in the world. Kimimura looked at him then down at the ground. It doesn't matter. I'll die soon enough and my purpose to Orochimaru-sama will have ended, Kimimaro said, and Naruto widened his eyes. He turned to Kimimaro with a look of seriousness. What do you mean you'll die soon? You look fine, Naruto said, and Kimimaro's eyes changed from a look of sternness to one of slight appreciation for Naruto's concern, though it wasn't needed. I have a disease that is destroying me. It will take my life soon. I've been on some medication, but it only stalls. I don't think there is a cure for it, Kimimaro said, and Naruto looked at him before looking back to the field. So why are you wasting the rest of your life serving that pedo? You should find your own reason for living, Naruto said, and Kimimaro shrugged his shoulders. Orochimaru-sama is my reason for living. I need no other reason, Kimimaro said to Naruto, and the blonde sighed again. So if Orochimaru casts you aside to die without a care in the world you simply would? Naruto asked. Kimimaro immediately nodded in an affirmative. Naruto dropped his jaw at how fast Kimimaro responded to that. You know, you remind me of Haku. She was like you when I first met her too, Naruto said, making Kimimaro raise an eyebrow at him. Naruto gave a small smile and chuckled soon after. She told me about her mother and father. How they died because of the Kiri bloodline purges. She found Zabuza and like you she thought she was only a tool to be used. I told her that the only way you can show respect to someone for saving your life is to live your life the way you should and hold no regrets, Naruto said to Kimimaro. The bone user looked at the ground like he was having trouble contemplating Naruto's words. Lord Orochimaru saved me from my lonely life. It's not so easy to simply move on like that, Kimimaro said, and then Naruto chuckled which turned into a laugh. Kimimaro wondered what was so funny as he turned to Naruto. No one saying that it has to be simple. I've been saved by a lot of people my entire life and I do owe my life to them, but I'm not their tool. I live my life just like they do and so should you, Naruto said, and Kimimaro slightly widened his eyes. These were the words he should have heard when he was a kid and he was slightly moved by Naruto's words. I at least think that you should live for someone different. Why is living for yourself such a hard concept for you, Naruto asked. Kimimaro looked at him sternly for a second, but he couldn't hold that look. Maybe I'm just too weak. Maybe that's why Lord Orochimaru sent me here. So I wouldn't be a bother to him anymore. With my disease I guess it was only a matter of time, Kimimaro thought as he looked down to the ground again. He seemed to be doing that a lot. Exactly. He abandoned you when you were sent to get Sasuke. So with it you're free of him. Once you abandon something you can't get it back. Same goes with Orochimaru. Kimimaro-san, you should come back with me to Konoha. I can tell you're not a bad person, so stop hanging around bad people, Naruto said, and immediately Kimimaro shook his head. I must decline Namikaze-san. I have far too many crimes being one of Orochimaru's elite guards. Plus, my disease will end my life soon enough if not in the next hour or so. There is nothing you can do for me, Kimimaro said, and before long Naruto stood to his feet and turned to Kimimaro. If you're worried about those crimes then just provide us with intel on Orochimaru and Tsunade Bachin will do something about that, and about your disease, I'll personally request that she help you. She's considered the greatest healer so I'm sure she can do something for you, Naruto said, and Kimimaro unknowingly smiled at the mysterious blonde in front of him. Somewhere down this conversation both forgot the line between being enemies and actually started to talk. Why would you go so far for me? We're enemies and yet you're doing all these things for me. Why? Kimimaro asked and Naruto chuckled before he laid back on the grass again. I hate to see good people with wrong people. You know it, I know, we both know it, so let's just go with it, Naruto said, and Kimimaro gave a grin. It was a small one, but a true grin. And besides when you come back you'll be placed under my protection since I'm the head of the Namikaze compound. No doubt I'll be giving Tsunade Bachin more paperwork, but it's alright, Naruto said with his trademark grin. Kimimaro looked at Naruto and then at the fake sky. You're strange, you know that? Kimimaro asked, making Naruto chuckle. I suppose I am, Naruto said, and before long the blonde noticed his Tsukiyomi ending, not to mention he felt weak. Kimimaro noticed and turned to his new reason for living. It might have been sudden for him, but he figured Naruto would be a much better master than Orochimaru, and if all went well, then Kimimaro could serve Naruto for a long time. Namikaze-sama, what's wrong? Kimimaro asked Naruto to look at him with a glare. Not you too. Sigh, it looks like I passed out. Used too much damn chakra to catch up to you and the team. Do you know how hard it is to fight someone without killing them? Damn emo. Well Kimimaro, if you really want to change then I'll take you. If Orochimaru can't see your usefulness then I see it. Time to choose Kimimaro, Naruto said, and then disappeared. They hadn't even been in the Tsukiyomi for 36 hours yet. Only about 20 hours had passed. The Tsukiyomi broke and the Naruto blood clone dissolved into the ground. Gaara watched as the Naruto clone disappeared and the sand around Kimimaro vanished. It wasn't long before the bone user was conscious and got his eyes adjusted to the sunlight. The Tsukiyomi felt so real to him, but that wasn't the point right now. Kimimaro noticed Gaara looking at him cautiously, then he looked at the blood on the ground. Naruto-san. Kimimaro said in a rush and dashed off in a hurry. Gaara was left in the field until everything caught up with him. He dashed off after Kimimaro towards Naruto's position. But Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto huffed as he looked at Sasuke's unconscious form. The blonde chuckled when he knew that he had the more power in his technique. Naruto grinned and grabbed Sasuke, then flung the uchiha over his shoulder. Damn ass. Making us come all the way out here after you. Now to begin the damn long trip of carrying you back. I'd if I had the chakra to use it, which I don't because of you, Naruto said with a smile. He was about to walk off, but his vision was hazy and soon the blonde dropped to the ground. Okay, maybe that was a bit more chakra than I thought, Naruto said as he forced himself to stay conscious. However, luck wasn't on his side as he heard some chuckling at him. Naruto narrowed his eyes and didn't even have to turn around to know the pain in the ass that just showed up. It seems I was wrong about you, Naruto. To beat Sasuke you must have some ninja talent, the person said, and Naruto sighed. Well, I am a. So Kabuto, I take it Orochimaru was too late to get his boy toy, Naruto said as he turned to see Kabuto walking up to him. It's a shame that Orochimaru-sama couldn't Sasuke in time, but the Uchiha will be in Orochimaru-sama's possession. Now I hate to be here longer than I should, but hand over Sasuke right now, and I promise to at least bury you when you die, Kabuto said adjusting his glasses. Naruto cursed his luck of being tired. Hell, he was even too tired to even try and get Kyuubi. It was then that Naruto made it apparent to rip that damn seal off Kyuubi's cage, so this kind of thing would stop happening, but that was beside the point right now. I don't think so, Kabuto theme. This ass is coming back with me and if you don't like it, well then tough, Naruto sighed and Kabuto chuckled at him. You think you're in a position to do anything? You can barely stay conscious let alone stand up. It would be so easy to dispose of you and take Sasuke to Orochimaru-sama right now, Kabuto said, making a chakra blade. Naruto narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth before giving a painful grin. Then what are you waiting for? Naruto asked and Kabuto charged at the blonde. Naruto was exhausted and his chakra was nearly gone. He really had no way of getting out and the blonde closed his eyes. Naruto-san. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Kimimaro block Kabuto's chakra blade and the blonde smiled. He knew he was right about Kimimaro after. So on that note, Naruto fell into the water with a smile on his face and passed out. Kimimaro, what are you doing you ungrateful bastard? Are you forgetting what Orochimaru-sama has done for you? Kabuto asked while Kimimaro narrowed his eyes while he glared at the medic nin of Orochimaru. I will never forget Kabuto-san, but I'll leave it behind. Orochimaru has no more use for me, but this mysterious blonde here. The kid has a purpose and has given me the reason to live. I will serve him now, Kimimaro said while Kabuto narrowed his eyes. The medic nin backflipped while Kimimaro blocked his path to Naruto's life and to Sasuke. No one defies Orochimaru-sama. You will regret this, Kimimaro. Don't think I can't beat you by myself. Especially with your disease acting the way it does, Kabuto said, making Kimimaro narrow his eyes. It doesn't matter anymore. I will make sure that Naruto-sama takes Sasuke back to Konoha, Kimimaro said to him. Kabuto could only chuckle at Kimimaro's ignorance and went to charge at him again. Kimimaro was ready for a fight, but soon 3 sand bullets came between the two making Kabuto back up again and Kimimaro turned to see who interfered with their fight. Sasuke is coming back to Konoha, Kabuto. If he doesn't do it then I will, but I doubt you can take the both of us, Gaara said coming down to the area. Kabuto narrowed his eyes at even more trouble and realized that this wasn't good. Taking on Kimimaro alone was one thing, but taking on Kimimaro and the Ichibi was another matter. Kabuto chuckled and then laughed before settling down and adjusting his glasses. Well, this is an interesting turn of events. Don't think you've won. Sasuke will come to us whether he wants to or not, Kabuto said as he shunshined out of the area. Kimimaro sighed and so did Gaara. The last of the Kaguya clan walked over to Naruto and Sasuke making Gaara tense, but he relaxed when Kimimaro plopped the two on his back and turned to Gaara. I'm going to take them back to Konoha. I doubt I'd make it far without some help from an outside source, so I'll need either you or someone else, Kimimaro said, and Gaara looked at him with an emotionless face, but the sand user nodded and the two shot off back into the forest. It was relatively silent the entire time and maybe awkward between the two for a bit, but that was before Naruto hazily opened his eyes and realized he and Sasuke were being carried. The blonde looked to see Kimimaro and Gaara running through the forest, and the blonde silently chuckled. Yep, definitely wasn't wrong about you, Naruto thought before passing back out. As Kimimaro ran through the trees, he unintentionally gave a small unnoticeable smile across his face. No one could tell, but if they looked in his eyes, they would see a small warmth in them that wasn't there the time Gaara and Naruto fight Kimimaro. It didn't take that long for Gaara and Kimimaro to come up to a sight that left them confused. It was so treeless. They saw Shikamaru panting and Temari next to him grinning. Kimimaro and Gaara came down to meet them while making Shikamaru tense to see Kimimaro. Gaara, what's going on? Why is he with you? And why is he carrying Naruto and Sasuke? Temari asked. Gaara turned to Kimimaro and looked at him for a bit before turning back to his sister. Naruto managed to change his attitude. He said he'd go back to Konoha, or rather Naruto said he would take him there, but seeing the state the blonde's in, well, you can guess, Gaara said, making Temari widen her eyes along with Shikamaru. That was just like Naruto after all. Always the unpredictable and troublesome blonde that everyone came to like. Well, at least you got Sasuke. Now we won't have to hear Sakura scream at the top of her lungs, Shikamaru said to them. Temari giggled at him, and before long Kankuro showed up with Kiba having one arm over his shoulder for support. On Kiba's head was Akamaru, who was sleeping, and on his hands was Kasumi, who changed back to her dog form and rested. I heard the entire thing. That's just like Naruto too. I can only imagine the looks on people's faces, Kiba said with a painful smile. Hey man, stop talking, you're already banged up pretty badly. Though you look nice as compared to those two, Kankuro said, staring at Naruto and Sasuke on Kamimaro's back. The Kaguya member looked down and saw Taiya passed out on the trees. He quickly shot down to the ground and everyone followed him. Taiya groaned while Temari grinned. Pretty good, huh? I did it myself, Temari said, holding Shikamaru and the genius Nara aside while he rubbed the back of his head. Troublesome woman, you really don't know the meaning to hold back. You didn't have to do all that, you know, Shikamaru said, which earned him a slap on the head. Hey, at least I knocked her out. I could have killed her if I wanted to, Temari said with a pout. Oh yeah, you're a saint, Kankuro said, and was slammed into the ground by Temari's fan. Shut up, you clown. Temari said, which caused Kankuro's eyebrow to twitch. He shot up with Kiba still attached to his shoulder and glared at his sister. I'm not a clone and it's warped. Kankuro yelled and Temari huffed her annoyance. Everyone chuckled at the brother and sister duo while Kimimaro sliced a tree off of Taiya's body. Kimimaro was about to grab Taiya also, but he was interfered by Gaara, who used his sand to carry Taiya's body. Kimimaro looked at him in confusion and Gaara just stared at him. I got a second chance. I guess you should too, Gaara said, making Kimimaro nod with appreciation. Everyone shut off for Konoha and wasted no time in trying to get there either. On the way, they saw Kidomaru's body and Jirobo's body. Kankuro said he really disposed of Seiken's body, and Kiba could attest to that fact. Even if he didn't show it and wasn't going to show it, Kimimaro was, for the first time in a long time, he was happy. Konoha Hospital, 2 days later, Naruto groggily woke up and rubbed the back of his head. He had never been so sore and so tired. The blonde looked at the ceiling, then turned his head to see Sasuke next to him completely out cold. Naruto, saw me, you're awake, a voice said, and Naruto turned to see Kimimaro next to him in a chair. Naruto laid up from his bed and leaned his body to the wall. Kimimaro, what happened? Naruto asked. The Kaguya member patted Naruto's shoulder and stood to his feet. We got you and Sasuke back to Konoha. You really should have seen it. We had so much trouble trying to get your Hokage to believe that I changed. She fixed you up and was about to send me to prison, but I never left your side and said I would go when you woke up, Kimimaro said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. He was about to say something, but the door was opened and the blonde turned to see the very woman in the door. Tsunade lunged at Naruto and squeezed the life out of the blonde. Man, do you realize how hard it was to treat you? I'd never seen such a low case of chakra exhaustion, Tsunade said, making Naruto chuckle. She then turned her gaze to Kimimaro and narrowed her eyes. Naruto noticed it and quickly grabbed her hand. Don't try Tsunade-bachan. He's with me. I'm willing to have Kimimaro undergo a session with the interrogation department, but he does not go to prison, Naruto said in a small authoritative tone, making Tsunade widen her eyes. She then proceeded to grab Naruto's cheeks and squeeze them. Who do you think you're talking to, Gaki? Tsunade asked Naruto to wince. She then let go and looked at Kimimaro, then at Naruto. You're really exploiting that stupid rule for clan heads, aren't you? She asked and Naruto immediately nodded. Tsunade turned to Kimimaro, who was still sitting in his chair, and sighed. Fine, but we will have Anbu arrive first thing in the morning tomorrow to take him to Ibiki and Anko. If he speaks honestly about everything, then he can officially stay with you, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. He turned to Kimimaro, who nodded also, and she was about to exit the room until Kimimaro stopped her. What about Taiya? Kimimaro asked. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and turned around. Naruto remembered the deed and didn't know she was alive. She had the most colorful vocabulary out of anyone he had ever met. Not that he minded, it reminded him of his mother and Tsunade in a way. She's fine for the moment. We treated her so now she's only in a slight coma. She'll wake up when she wants. You're lucky though. If you were even a day late, she might have died, Tsunade said, making Kimimaro look at the ground. So how is everyone else? Naruto asked. Tsunade sat down in a chair and placed her hands on her lap. Haku and Choji are fine. They had a few heavy injuries and mild chakra exhaustion, but they pulled through and are resting in their rooms. Niji was a bit more severe and had heavy injuries, but he's fine also. He's still unconscious, but he'll wake up soon. And as you can see, Kasumi is fine. She's sleeping soundly next to you, Tsunade said, and Naruto looked to see the dog girl curled into a ball while her body raised and lowered from her breathing. The blonde carefully took Kasumi into his arms and grinned as he watched her adjust to the sudden warmth she felt against Naruto's body. What about Kiba and Shikamaru? Naruto asked her. Tsunade nodded and told Naruto to calm down for a few seconds. I was just getting to that. Kiba and Akamaru are also fine. They are still resting from their fight. Kiba was heavily injured and had heavy chakra exhaustion. It was a miracle he pulled through, but he made it. Shikamaru also made it out with mild injuries and mild chakra exhaustion. You were the worst case, granted that was partially my fault because you immediately had this mission after that fight with Akira a day before, so I assume you were still exhausted from that. Gaara and the others are still here simply waiting for you all to get up, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. She then got to her feet and walked over to Naruto. Mission accomplished Takubetsu Jonin, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. You managed to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha with your team. Nice work. You will all receive your pay through the week and you all have a vacation until you're able to assume duty again, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded with a grin, but then turned to Sasuke. What about him? Naruto asked and Tsunade turned to the last Uchiha. He's being discussed right now. We're only lucky that he didn't end up in Orochimaru's clutches. Well Naruto, you still need to rest. Kamimaro said he would stay with you for the time being. Ofu was worried about you too. You should check with her when you're better, Tsunade said as she was about to walk out again. Wait, one more thing, Tsunade Bachan, Naruto called out and Tsunade turned around again. Naruto looked at Kamimaro and grinned. Do you think you can help Kamimaro? He told me that he has a disease and he might die, but I know you can heal him, so I was hoping you might be able to do something about that, Naruto told her. Tsunade looked at Naruto then at Kamimaro and proceeded to rub the bridge of her nose. Alright, once Kamimaro checks out with Ibiki, I'll take a look at him with Shizune and the other medic Nin. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to fill out the damn paperwork for you allowing Kamimaro to stay here. Nice going, brat. Give me a break once in a while. Oh, and Naruto, once you're up there is something I need to tell you about. It was supposed to be Sarutobi-sensei's job, but he didn't get the time to do it, so it fell to me. It's about a message Kumo sent us that concerns you. I'll wait till you're better to read it to you, Tsunade said as she slammed the door. Naruto chuckled even though he wondered what Kumo could want with him and laid back down on his bed. You'll get used to her in no time, Naruto said, and Kamimaro nodded absently. Something on your mind? The blonde asked and Kamimaro turned to him then looked out the window and looked out the window. It's different. I'm not sure how to adapt to something like this, Kamimaro said, and Naruto grinned. Don't worry man. I'll help you out. After all, you need a guide to this place and what better guide than me, Naruto said making Kamimaro snort at him. Before that, you'd better get some sleep, Kamimaro said, and Naruto nodded in agreement and was about to doze off, but Kyuubi stopped him. Wait, Naruto-kun. I'm glad that you're up and alright, but could you let me out? I need to talk to you Hokage about something, Kyuubi said and Naruto sighed. He really didn't want to get up, but he willed himself to. Kamimaro watched his blonde master get to his feet and saw Naruto cross his fingers. Aibunshin no jutsu, Naruto yelled and made a blood clone. His hands glowed in a white light and he slammed it into the blood clone seal on its stomach. The light loomed brightly, but then faded and Kamimaro saw a red-haired woman in its place. Kyuubi smiled and gave Naruto a hug to show how much she missed and worried about Naruto, and the blonde hugged her back. Don't scare me like that. Kyuubi said to him. Naruto nodded with a grin and Kyuubi headed for the door. I'll be back a bit later, Kyuubi said and walked out the door. Naruto nodded and watched her leave along with Kamimaro. The bone user looked from the door to his master and raised an eyebrow. Who was that? Kamimaro asked and Naruto grinned. It's a long story, Naruto said laying down. Kamimaro nodded and leaned against the wall in his chair. I'm not going anywhere Naruto-sama, Kamimaro said and Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He leaned up from his bed and glared at Kamimaro. What's with the Naruto-sama thing? Naruto asked. Kamimaro looked at him and simply crossed his arms while he looked up at the ceiling. I will call you that from now on. I refuse to be casual with you. I can't just be casual with you. It's impossible. Plus I'm more at peace if I address you like that, Kamimaro said and waited for Naruto's response. The blonde looked at Kamimaro with a blank face before giving a heavy sigh while he slammed his head on his pillow. This is gonna take some getting used to, Naruto said to himself as he missed the smile on Kamimaro's face. It was definitely going to be interesting from here on end. Hokage Mansion. Meanwhile, Tsunade was signing and stamping papers while she talked with Jiraiya. Shizune was watching her master and mentor work while she conversed with the old pervert. It seemed that Jiraiya had some vital information and wanted to propose something. So you're saying that you want to take the brat on a 2-year training trip? Tsunade asked to sign another document. Jiraiya nodded as he leaned on the wall. That's right. It's to keep Akatsuki from getting to him. If we keep him here then they will most likely attack him here. So I think this will be good, and on that note I'll help him learn how to deal with Kyuubi's chakra. He'll be much stronger over the trip, Jiraiya said with a grin, and Tsunade sighed while going over papers. She was about to okay it, but then Kyuubi came through the door. Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya could tell it was her only because Kyuubi never changed her form, so it was easy to recognize her. It was slightly still weird for them to see Kyuubi walking around, but she hadn't made any aggressive moves to Konoha, so they were relaxed about it for the most part. Sorry to interrupt, but I overheard Jiraiya-san's plan and I disagree with it, Kyuubi said, making the three look at her in surprise. Kyuubi sighed and was about to explain before Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. What do you mean you disagree? Jiraiya asked. Kyuubi nodded and began to speak. I'm saying that your 2-year training is a waste of time. It takes more than 2 years to master my chakra, and I never like Naruto-kun using my chakra anyway, since it's poisonous to you humans. The only reason Naruto-kun has such a high tolerance for it is because his chakra coils have been formed to handle it at a young age. That's why this is a waste of time. Naruto-kun is allowed my chakra anytime as long as I watch it myself to prevent him from injuring himself. And besides that, I'm going to train Naruto-kun. I've been doing it for nearly all his life so I know him the best, Kyuubi said to them. Tsunade and Shizune could see where she was going, but Jiraiya couldn't. What do you mean? You're the reason we have to have him travel. His life could be in danger as long as he's with you. Jiraiya said, making Kyuubi look at the ground. He then covered his mouth when he saw Tsunade and Shizune glare at him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way, Jiraiya said, and Kyuubi shook her head. Not you're right, but I trust Naruto-kun and he trusts me so I'll do my best for him. I've got more knowledge on things than all of you combined. I can teach Naruto-kun things that you still don't know about. While I appreciate the fact that you want to train Naruto-kun, I'm more suited to doing it. You can try and say I'm not, but the one thing that doesn't change is that I've lived much longer than any of you so I know so much. The only way this can happen is if Naruto-kun stays in Konoha. The constant movement will add to a loss of time, and he doesn't need that. I'm not asking you to let me do this. I'm letting you know I will do this. Remember I only tolerate you because of Naruto-kun, that's it. Other than him and the Inuzuka family, I have no tolerance for any of you, Kyuubi said as she bowed and walked out the door leaving Tsunade and Jiraiya speechless. It was Shizune who decided to break the silence. I guess she has a point, Shizune said as Tsunade slammed her head on the desk. This can only mean more paperwork for me. Well Jiraiya, it looks like Kyuubi is overseeing Naruto's training. Better luck next time, Tsunade said, and immediately Jiraiya sunshine out of the room, making the papers fly all over the place. Damn it all. Tsunade yelled as Shizune left her master to her work. Tsunade sighed and slammed her head on the table again. Hurry up and take this damn job from me so I can be free. I hate this. Tsunade yelled out, making her frustration known. Naruto will now be trained by Kyuubi to increase his skills, and Tsunade could only wonder how much stronger Naruto was gonna get under the watch of Kyuubi herself. Chapter 34, Hospital Room. Naruto opened his eyes and rubbed his head. He saw he was still in the hospital room and sighed. He had only been asleep for about 3 hours. He noticed that the sun had gone down and the entire village was dark. He could only think that maybe he had woken up to only go back to sleep. He then turned his head to see Kimimaro sleeping on the chair and he saw Kasumi cuddling up close to him, making the blonde smile at her. Naruto then looked at his newest ally and grinned. This must have been exhausting for Kimimaro. The blonde could relate to it. He looked up at the ceiling and just laid his head back down on the pillow. It was then that he heard the door clicking open and turned his eyes towards it. The blonde was greeted to the sight of Tsume and Hana coming into the room. They saw Kimimaro sleeping and made sure to be quiet. Naruto laid up from his bed and smiled at his 2 Inuzuka females. Oh Naruto-kun, you're up, Tsume said softly as she and Hana sat on opposite sides of the bed. Naruto looked at the two and wondered why they were smiling so much at him. Hey Tsume-chan, Hana-chan. What's the matter? And why are you smiling at me? Naruto asked, and before long the 2 Inuzuka females turned to each other, but Hana was obviously the most excited about it. Naruto still wondered what was up, but he had a smile nonetheless. Well, Ka-san told him. We did have to say this sometime, Hana said, and Tsume nodded. The blonde raised an eyebrow before Tsume calmly touched his hand. Naruto used his other hand to place Kasumi on his lap, making the dog girl shuffle quietly on his warm body. Tell me what? Naruto asked and Tsume's grin widened. Well, I talked with Tsunade a few hours ago and she told me that you would be getting trained by Kyuubi, Tsume said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. He wondered what this was about and made it a note to talk with Kyuubi later, but for now he was going to hear Tsume talk. Well Naruto, what I wanted to tell you is that I want to combine our clans, Tsume said, and Naruto widened his eyes. Tsume wanted to combine clans with him. Naruto remembered back to when he asked Sarutobi if clans could combine, and the old Hokage said that they could. Naruto had really never forgotten it at all. He had always wanted to combine clans with Tsume. Really Tsume-chan? You want to combine our clans? Naruto asked and Tsume immediately nodded with no hesitation in her movements. Naruto's face formed into an ear-splitting grin and the blonde only smiled. You talked with your clan about it? Naruto asked and Tsume nodded immediately. Everyone saw nothing wrong with it. They said that the clan is more lively with you around, so they figured that it would be a good idea. The Inyazuka clan has already agreed to it. The only thing is for you and your other members to decide it, Tsume said, and Naruto widened his eyes again. He wondered how great this would be. It would be an amazing thing, would it? Alright, as soon as I'm out of this hospital I'll talk to everyone about it, Naruto said, and his head was immediately grabbed into a kiss by Tsume. The blonde gasped and so did Hana at Tsume's impulsive behavior. Tsume quickly ended the kiss with Naruto, and immediately Hana pouted and grabbed Naruto's head and kissed him also. Naruto wondered where this came from, but he certainly wasn't complaining. Hana's kisses were always sweet to him, though he could feel a combination of Hana and Tsume in his lips from the two kisses. Hana soon let go, and Naruto was left with his mouth open. What was that for? Naruto asked Hana and Tsume to shrug their shoulders. Just for being you, I guess, Tsume said and got up to leave. Hana soon followed her while Naruto closed his mouth. Where are you two going? Naruto asked, making Tsume and Hana giggle. We're going to go see Kiba. He might be sleeping, but he always got up around this time, so we're going to pop a little hello, then be on our way, Tsume said, and Naruto nodded with a small grin. Oh, congratulations on the success of your mission, Naruto-kun. You actually got the uchiha back, Hana said, and Naruto blushed in embarrassment but gave her a quick thank you. The two Inyazukas left and Naruto looked back up at the ceiling. Combining the Inyazuka clan and the Namikaze clan. I never thought Tsume-chan would mention it before me, Naruto thought before closing his eyes. It was then that he was brought out of his thoughts by Kyuubi and her sultry voice. Who knows, maybe you'll actually be the first to combine their clans, Kyuubi said, making Naruto smile as he settled into his bed. Maybe Kyuubi-chan. Oh, Tsume-chan told me about the training. That's right, Naruto-kun. It's time we continued from where you left off. I talked with your Hokage and that perverted sage and both thought it'd be best if you went with Uraya on a training trip for 2 years, but I told them I would train you here. It's a better plan for right now, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded. He could hug Kyuubi to death right now. Thanks Kyuubi-chan, Naruto said, and before long Kyuubi smiled and sat down on the grassy mindscape that she still loved to be in. Naruto-kun, I think it's time I told you my real name. Kyuubi is just a title, but I really want to tell you my name, Kyuubi said, and Naruto smiled with a nod. He told her to wait a second and he closed his eyes. Naruto's mindscape. The blonde walked into his mindscape and enjoyed the look it had. He hadn't been there in a while. It also made him laugh when the small kits that Naruto made for Kyuubi came up to him and rubbed their bodies on him. Naruto turned his head to see Kyuubi on a tree looking into the distance and the blonde sat next to her. Alright, I'm here. Yeah, you haven't told me your real name before, Naruto said, and Kyuubi nodded to him. For us our names are important. We refer to ourselves by our titles. We only give our names to those we have absolute trust in, and Naruto I want to tell you mine, Kyuubi said, making Naruto gasp at her. Kyuubi smiled at her blonde surprise and laid her head on his shoulder while Naruto waited for Kyuubi to give her name. It's not really feminine just so you know, but it's Kurama. My name is Kurama Naruto-kun, Kyuubi said, and Naruto gently smiled at it. Kurama. So maybe Kura-chan, Naruto said and Kyuubi snickered at his attempt at an affectionate use for her name. But there are other instances where we'll forsake their name and would want another one. Naruto-kun, why don't you try and give me a name more feminine or at least another title than Kyuubi, Kyuubi said, and the blonde grinned with a nod. He racked his brain for something to say and before long his eyes gleamed. Hinari-chan or Kana-chan, Naruto said and Kyuubi raised an eyebrow. She went over such a name for a few minutes before she understood what that word meant. It was the kanji for the word pretty and it effectively made Kyuubi blush. I like it. Kanari or Kurama. I think I'll go with Kanari. I'm Kanari, Kyuubi said and Naruto nodded with a kiss on her cheek. Kyuubi giggled and stood to her feet while Naruto got up with her. Well, when do I start training Kana-chan? Naruto asked and Kyuubi thought it over for a few minutes. Let's start in 3 days. That'll make sure that you have enough time to heal. You're perfectly fine, but I just want to be sure, Kanari said and Naruto nodded in agreement with her. It was then that the blonde noticed the word seal around Kyuubi's neck and narrowed his eyes. Kana-chan came here for a second, Naruto said, and Kyuubi walked over to the blonde and stood in front of him. What is Naruto-kun? Kyuubi asked and Naruto stared at Kyuubi's neck. He raised his hand and reached for a small collar. His method was only temporary, so if Naruto's chakra ended then so did Kyuubi with the Kaibunshin. Kyuubi watched Naruto grab her collar and widen her eyes. Then I'll trust everything to you Kana-chan, Naruto said and was about to tear off the seal, but then a hand grabbed him and the blonde widened his eyes. He was quickly pushed away from Kyuubi, making the two narrow their eyes at who could be in this seal other than them. Naruto gritted his teeth and rubbed his head before looking up and gasping. He was staring at himself only a few years older and in a white coat. He couldn't be dreaming so the blonde grinned. It was his father Minato Namikaze right next to him. "Do-san," Naruto said and Minato turned around and grinned. He took a look at his son's attire and smiled. "Well my son looks really good in those clothes," Minato said and Naruto quickly got to his feet. It was then that Minato stared at Kyuubi, but what shocked him wasn't the fact that it wasn't a giant beast, but rather that it was a young, beautiful woman. "Another trick Kyuubi?" Minato asked and Kyuubi rolled her eyes and decided to not give Minato a response. Naruto knew about this and could tell that Minato hadn't had the good time of speaking to Kyuubi like he had. Naruto quickly got to his feet and sighed. "Do-san calm down. Kyuubi-chan's alright," Naruto said and Minato widened his eyes at Naruto's affectionate use of the tailed beast's name. It really shocked Yondaime. He turned to his son to see the sternness in his eyes and could tell that Naruto knew Kyuubi a lot better than Minato ever did. "Naruto," Minato said and the blonde walked over to Kyuubi. He grabbed her collar and smiled. "Do-san trust me and trust Kana-chan. I wouldn't do this if I didn't trust her and love her," Naruto said and Minato widened his eyes enough to drop his kunai at the word love. "Naruto, how can you love a?" Minato asked and Naruto raised an eyebrow before smiling and quickly grabbed Kyuubi's head, then slammed his lips to hers, shocking both the and the Yondaime. Kyuubi soon caught up with the act and wrapped her arms around Naruto. The blonde grinned as he held Kyuubi with his arms around her waist. Kyuubi let out a small moan making Naruto chuckle at her. Kyuubi blushed in embarrassment but pouted when Naruto let go of her lips. The blonde turned back to Minato who had a blush across his face at the interaction between his son and Kyuubi. "Do-san, please don't hate Kyuubi. It's not her fault for what happened and I don't blame her," Naruto said, making Kyuubi blush and Minato gasp. "Naruto-kun," Kanari said in shock. Minato walked towards Naruto and eyed Kyuubi who stayed behind him. Naruto narrowed his eyes at a possible attack by his father, but his father's actions were misunderstood and Minato placed his arm on Naruto's head and ruffled his hair, making the blonde confused. "You're just like your father. You must have a thing for red hair," Minato said and Naruto widened his eyes. Kyuubi smirked and grabbed Naruto and pressed him to her body. Naruto chuckled and turned to Kyuubi. "Maybe I do too san," Naruto said and then Minato stood to his feet but then Naruto sat on the ground and Kyuubi followed. Minato soon sat down also and Naruto turned to him. "Why me?" the blonde asked and Minato sighed. He knew Naruto would want to know and he could only imagine the kind of life he put on Naruto with such a burden, but he was grown and he decided to tell his son. "Because I knew you could do it," Minato said, making Naruto and Kyuubi raise their eyebrows at what Minato could mean by that. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked and Minato chuckled while Kyuubi allowed the two to talk. She might have been at odds with Minato, but she loved Naruto more than enough to put that aside. "What I mean is that I knew you could control Kyuubi's power. I knew you would by some way use Kyuubi's power to help the world and become a great shinobi even surpassing me. I also chose you because I couldn't ask someone to give up their child if I wasn't going to do the same thing." It really made Kushina sad and she really went on a rampage. "I think I still feel the lump on my head," Minato said with a smile and Naruto chuckled at him. "Trust me, I know it's not Kyuubi's fault," Minato said, shocking Naruto and Kyuubi with his words. "Yeah I know she is not the real problem. I know Kyuubi was being controlled by someone. If I had to say then I'd guess it was Madara Uchiha," Minato said and Naruto narrowed his eyes while unconsciously flared in anger. Minato seemed to notice and wondered about the look in his son's eyes, but he ignored it. "Madara Uchiha, but he's the one who helped the allegiance of Konoha with our Shadaime. How's he alive?" Naruto asked and Minato sighed. "I wasn't able to figure that out. Maybe you can son, but he wanted to control Kyuubi to destroy Konoha which is all I know. He had such a weird ability too," Minato said and Naruto raised an eyebrow along with Kanari. If Kyuubi could know about Madara's ability then she would be able to train Naruto better against it. "What was Tusan?" Naruto asked and Minato narrowed his eyes to the ground. Naruto must really have wanted to know, but if Minato could help out and get his son to fight Madara, then it would be alright he figured. It was space-time. He was able to make himself intangible to anything that would try to touch him. You would simply be passing through nothing. It fooled me for a bit, but I got it down. The thing you need to know about Naruto is that if you do fight him, you must predict when he will attack you and strike 1 second faster, Minato said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. He had to predict Madara's attack a second faster or he wouldn't hit him at all. "I know it sounds impossible, but you can do it soon. Although I still can't let you take off the seal to Kyuubi. She can't be allowed to roam free," Minato said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes on him. The last thing he would want to do was fight his father for the freedom of Kyuubi, and he really doubted he could win by himself. He wasn't even S-ranked in the bingo book. Yet. Well, Tsunade, right now, even if you try anything with the seal, I'm just going to use the method that I've always used to get Kana-chan out. It's worked multiple times, and while I'm nowhere near your level, I know this method works, Naruto said, and Minato narrowed his eyes. Naruto was able to bypass the seal enough to get Kyuubi out. Look, Tsunade, I love Kyuubi-chan. She's the first real friend I've had other than Hokage Jiji, Aim-chan and Tuchi Ajisan. Besides, I'm going to do what I think is right, and I think it's right that I let Kyuubi-chan out, Naruto said as he touched Kyuubi's collar, but Kyuubi stopped him as she gently placed her hand over his. It's alright, Naruto-kun. I'm happy that you trust me enough to take it off, but it might be better if I do stay at the seal. You know, I'd like to roam free like I used to, but the seal actually brought us together. You gave me the name Kanari and I loved it. Kurama is still my name, but you gave me a name that made you think. Maybe even Minato brought you to me. Seal or no seal, Naruto-kun, I'm not going anywhere, so there's no need to take it off, Kyuubi said, and Naruto saddened his face. Minato watched the conversation in awe. The blonde never thought that Kyuubi would be this affectionate. Ana-chan, Naruto said, but nodded and moved his hand from the seal. The blonde sighed and turned to his father. Alright, Tsunade, thanks for telling me that. I'll definitely get the person who did this, Naruto said, and Minato nodded. Alright, Naruto, just watch it. I was actually supposed to appear if you went past the 8th tail of your form, but since I appeared now, I guess I can't repair the seal since my chakra's fading. I wish you the best of luck, son, Minato said, and soon faded, completely leaving Naruto and Kanari in the field. I'm sorry, Kana-chan, Naruto said, and Kyuubi smiled as she gave Naruto another kiss. Don't worry about Naruto-kun. It doesn't matter to me. Now get some sleep. You'll need it tomorrow, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded, then faded out of existence. The blonde appeared and noticed it was still dark. He sighed and slumped to the bed before sleep claimed him, though there was a slight smile on his face. Somewhere in Odo, Orochimaru was seething mad as he laid in his chair. He was using every last nerve to not go on a rampage right then and there. Sasuke hadn't made it to Odo, no, much worse, he was taken back to Konoha. He was pissed off to also learn that Kimimaro went against him and helped Naruto and his team bring the Uchiha to Konoha. He always thought Kimimaro would be loyal to him for what he did. When Kabuto told Orochimaru that Naruto had managed to change Kimimaro to Konoha, the Snake-san immediately wondered if the bone user would divulge all of his secrets. He even heard that Teiya of the Sound Shinobi 4 was captured while the others were dead. Kabuto? Orochimaru yelled, and immediately Kabuto came and bowed to his master. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto asked, and Orochimaru gritted his teeth while more than half his body was wrapped in bandages. He was so pissed off that he threw a vial at Kabuto, but it passed the medic nin and shattered into the wall. How could this happen, Kabuto? They were some of my most elite guards, Orochimaru said, and Kabuto nodded while making sure not to piss off Orochimaru anymore. I understand, Orochimaru-sama. How would you like to proceed? Kabuto asked, and Orochimaru sighed before smirking. If Konoha wants to play hardball, then we will too. Kabuto makes preparations for our newest project, Orochimaru said, making Kabuto widen his eyes. He was about to go, but soon he saw Orochimaru glare. Well, it seems that you're still struggling as always, someone said behind him. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he turned to see a man with a dark cloak and an orange mask with one eye open. It had the full Sharingan active while Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Who are you and how did you get in here? Orochimaru asked. Details that needn't be concerned right now. It turns out that the Kyuubi is stronger than you thought, the mysterious man said, while Kabuto made a chakra blade and dashed it for him. The man sighed as Kabuto passed through him and hit the wall. Kabuto said while the man turned to him. Don't be an idiot. I could kill you if I wanted, but I want you to join me, Orochimaru, he said, and immediately Orochimaru scoffed. I work for no one, Orochimaru said, and the man smirked behind his mask. Don't be like that. I can get you Sasuke, but it will take a few years. Just wait and you'll have Uchiha's body. For now you and I will be partners and we'll join an organization that you're all too familiar with, he said, and slightly laughed. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and watched the man slowly vanish into a small space-time hole. What organization is that? Orochimaru asked as this man piqued his interest in the idea. As he faded away, the man chuckled. You should remember Akatsuki, he said and vanished. Orochimaru widened his eyes and so did Kabuto. He remembered that Orochimaru was once a member of Akatsuki. Orochimaru-sama, are you really going to go along with this? Kabuto asked, dusting himself off. For now I will, but we'll keep an eye on him. I can't take Itachi, but if it's only a few years to get Sasuke-kun's body then I can wait, Orochimaru said, then laughed with his voice echoing throughout the hidden tunnels of his base. Next morning, Naruto exited the hospital with a sigh of relief along with Kimimaro. He had been released thanks to Tsunade and Shizune word and with his injuries completely healed. However, as soon as Naruto and Kimimaro left the hospital, they were confronted by a purple-haired man who told Naruto that Kimimaro was to come with her to the interrogation department. Kimimaro turned to Naruto, and the blonde nodded. He decided to go with his newest clan member, and it was quite a walk, but they made it and knocked on the door. Soon Anko opened it, and immediately she brought Naruto into a hug, making the blonde blush, while Kimimaro and the Anbu sweat dropped. "Aki, you're okay. I was so worried about you. Who would help with my training if you kicked the bucket?" Anko asked as Naruto was crushed between her gloriously soft globes. "It's good to see you too, Anko-chan. Did you make it through the entire week?" Naruto asked and Anko nodded. "Damn right I did. And so did Nai-chan. We're waiting for your other training methods now," Anko said and Naruto nodded, but he wondered if this would become trouble for the blonde with his other training with Kyuubi. "It's no problem with Naruto-kun. Really I can train you while you train Kurenai, Anko and even Fu. I'm not letting you go to waste here," Kyuubi said, which made Naruto sigh in relief, but there was also some nervousness in there. "Mitarashi-sen, I've brought Kimimaro-sen here," he said before Anko chuckled and grabbed the Anbu's mask and tore it off, revealing to Naruto the drop-dead gorgeous face behind it, making him gulp. Anko swung her arm around the female Anbu's shoulder and grinned. "Come on you Gao. Stop being a stick in the mud. Learn to enjoy life," Anko said, and Naruto saw the beautiful Anbu's face sadden a little more before she sighed and walked away. "Don't do that again. I can't go around showing my identity to everyone you know," the now-known Yugao said, and sunshine is off. Naruto and Kimimaro turned back to Anko, and the woman grinned before guiding them inside. "Don't mind her. She's Yugao Yuzuki. She's a little bit stubborn since her life has been depressive as of late," Anko said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. He then gasped and headed for the door. "Sorry Kimimaro, Anko-chan, but I've got to go see Tsunade-bachan about something, so I'm going to go. I'll be back later," Naruto said, and vanished in a fire and lightning shunshin. "I've got to learn how to do that," Anko said before she and Kimimaro walked off to go through the bone user's interrogation. With Naruto and Kasumi, the blonde walked from the interrogation department to the Hokage mansion as Kasumi poked her head out of the blonde's jacket. "Yawn, good morning Naruto-sama," Kasumi said as she licked his cheek. Naruto chuckled and took Kasumi out of his jacket and placed her on his head like always. "It's good to see you up," Naruto said, and Kasumi smiled with a nod. Having been made half-human by Kyuubi along with most of Kyuubi's chakra being inside her, she was able to regenerate almost as fast as Naruto, so that was all good for her. "Where are the others?" Kasumi asked and Naruto sighed with a lonely expression. "They're still in the hospital. I don't think they'll be coming out for another few weeks. They don't have our regeneration after all," Naruto said, and Kasumi nodded with a whimper of a smile before Naruto patted her head. "Come on Kasumi-chan. It'll be alright. They are my precious comrades after all," Naruto said, and Kasumi lightened up with a tip of happiness. "I only hope that Kimimaro will be alright," Naruto said as he entered the Hokage mansion. The blonde sighed as he was subjected to multiple people bowing to him and the various callings of Naruto-sama or Namikaze-sama. It really pissed Naruto off. The only ones who could get away with that because it was more endearing and real than this were Kasumi and Kimimaro. Not that Naruto found Kimimaro's words endearing, no he was straight all the way, but at least Kimimaro said it as his own way of addressing Naruto, so the blonde didn't mind it at all. He could only grit his teeth and say hello in his pleasant voice which irritated him. All his life they hated him and now because he's the son of their valued yondaime the blonde is now worshipped. Well he didn't need it in the least. He would just grit his teeth and let it leave his mind the second he got away from them. Naruto walked up the stairs and knocked on the door. "Come in," Tsunade yelled, and the blonde twisted the knob and opened the door. Naruto came in and saw Sakura, Lee, and Shino in the room. The blonde raised an eyebrow, but paid it no mind as he walked up to the Hokage's desk. "Oh Naruto, you're already here. I was just about to go get you. I let you go from the hospital, but it slipped my mind about the news I was supposed to give you from Kumo." "Well it's good that you're here anyway," Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. "What did Naruto-san do against Kumo?" Lee asked and Naruto rolled his eyes. The blonde turned his head to see Sakura and she had a small scowl on her face, but the blonde ignored it for now. "I bet he did something stupid," Sakura said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. So that was the thanks he got for getting Sasuke. Oh the blonde would remember that. He would. "So Tsunade-bachan, what's the matter?" Naruto asked and immediately Tsunade pulled out a letter and handed it to the blonde. Naruto took the note into his hands and read it over as did Kyuubi and Kasumi. To Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, we have heard that you were the one who defeated Raymond Hichazi. He was our second strongest shinobi and we express our gratitude for his defeat. I, the Raikage of Kumo, would like to express my gratitude formally to you at your earliest convenience. I would also like to propose a marriage to one of our shinobi in the hope that we can form a treaty with Konoha. We know of your status as a Namikaze and a clan head, so we know of the crop placed on you and want to tell you that it won't be a problem. As per the defeat of Raymond, the rest of his possessions are rightfully yours and we would like to deliver them to you. If you are okay with it then we would like to meet when you reply. That is all. Breakage of Kumo. Naruto stared at the note and narrowed his eyes. A marriage proposal. How the hell could he get married already? He also wondered what Tsume would think. Reikage did say that the crake was good, so he wouldn't have worried about losing Tsume, but the idea of marrying someone other than Tsume or the girls he loved was some kind of joke. Well Naruto, what does it say? Tsunade asked. The blonde looked at the note a little longer like his head was trying to come to terms with what the note was telling him. Shino, Lee, and Sakura waited in silence or at least tried. I bet Naruto Baka is in trouble, Sakura said, and before long Shino placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, making the blonde look at him. Namikaze-san, would you please tell us what it says? Shino asked and Naruto sighed. Kasumi ruffled Naruto's hair and Kyuubi told him to go on ahead. Naruto breathed deeply and sighed then told them all. It says that they are happy for my defeat of Raymond Hichazi and said that since I killed him, then all of his possessions are mine to do with what I please and he would like to deliver them formally, Naruto said, making everyone widen their eyes. Tsunade narrowed her eyes while Lee and Shino seemed to respect Naruto, but Sakura's scowl seemed to deepen. Anything else? Tsunade asked and Naruto nodded. Shino, Lee and Sakura paid attention as Naruto cleared his throat. He said that he'd like to propose a marriage between me and one of his shinobi to solidify a treaty between Kumo and Konoha, Naruto said, making Tsunade widen her eyes. Lee followed Tsunade's example while Shino corrected his glasses. Liar, Sakura said to herself and immediately Naruto gave a heavy sigh. What's your problem Sakura? Naruto asked and the pink-haired banshee turned to him and tried to hit the blonde, but Naruto easily sidestepped her punch. You almost killed Sasuke-kun. He's still in the hospital. You didn't have to go that far, Sakura said and Naruto gritted his teeth. You're the one who cried to me to bring him back and I did. It's not like he would have come back if I simply asked him. I had to fucking fight. Mind you that I was tired from the fight with Akira the day before and I wasted even more chakra just getting to his ass. You should be lucky that I brought him back at all, if not in pieces, Naruto said, making Sakura gasp. The blonde widened his eyes and sighed. He then turned to Tsunade and bowed. Sorry, Bachan. I didn't mean to explode in your office. May I go now? Naruto asked. Tsunade nodded and took the note from Naruto. She asked him if she should reply and the blonde sighed. He didn't want to make that decision now, but it didn't matter anymore right now. Yeah, Tsunade-bachan. Tell them I said thank you, and before I agree to that marriage proposal, I'd like to talk it over with them with Tsume-chan present, Naruto said, and received a nod from the goddamn Hokage, showing that she would do what he wanted. Naruto thanked her and left the office. Tsunade turned to Sakura and narrowed her eyes at the pink-haired girl. Sakura, that wasn't right. Remember, you did cry for Naruto to bring him back and he did. Haku, my apprentice, is in the hospital because it was her mission and because she wanted to help you. You should apologize not just to Naruto, but also the rest of his team, Tsunade said, and Sakura huffed her annoyance. But Naruto exited the Hokage mansion with an irate expression on his face. That was the last time he'd risk his ass to bring back Sasuke for that damn bitch. If she wanted Sasuke then she would fight him and then maybe she would change her fucking tone. Naruto-kun forgot about her. For right now it's time that you go home and be ready to go into the forest of death for at least a week. I don't think that reply to Reikage will be done until about 2 weeks, so until that time I'm going to train you to control my chakra and also help you in something that you should know about your heritage as an Uzumaki, Kyuubi said and Naruto nodded in agreement with her. Alright Kana-chan. So should I tell Fu-chan and Kasan to come with me also? Naruto asked and Kyuubi nodded. She could teach Naruto a lot of things, but Kushina would be able to take him to the next level with his elemental swords. He had only found 3, but if there were 2 more then Kyuubi would be more than happy for Naruto to have them all. I'm going with Naruto-sama. I want to train also. That last fight showed me my limits and I'm gonna break them all, Kasumi said sounding excited and Naruto chuckled and patted her head. He soon dashed off towards his home. He would also have to work in controlling his new bloodline from Kimimaro. He also wanted to come up with some new things with Haku. It was all making Naruto shiver in excitement. Namika's compound. Kushina and Fu sighed as they felt the emptiness of the compound. They were excited that Naruto and his group came back and the mission was a success, but they heard about their injuries and it made the 2 girls tense, Fu especially. Currently Fu and Kushina were sitting in the living room on the couch with Kushina offering Fu some tea to calm her down. Fu thanked Kushina and took the warm cup into her hands and sipped it. Hum on Fu, Naru-kun will be fine. He was trained by Kyuubi after all, Kushina said, and Fu widened her eyes. She turned to Kushina and gasped. She had known that Naruto told her to keep it a secret from his mother that he was trained by Kyuubi and even more that Kyuubi could roam free. Fu of course agreed to it and never said anything, so this generally surprised her a lot. How did you know? Fu asked and Kushina chuckled. She was at one point. She had often seen Naruto talking to himself or his, but the smiles on his face told Kushina that he might have had a good relationship with Kyuubi, even if she didn't really believe it. When she was her seal was so tight that she had never talked with Kyuubi before. The only reason Kushina hadn't approached Naruto about it was because she trusted her son to make the right choices, and she knew he would handle the consequences if it came to that. I have my ways, Kushina said, and simply sat back with a grin on her face. Fu nervously chuckled at her and continued to sip her tea in silence. It didn't take long for both to hear the sound of the doorknob turning, and both saw Naruto come through the door, surprising them. Fu immediately shot up from her seat and tackled a surprised Naruto into the ground. Naruto-kun. Fu said and clung to him like her life depended on it. Naruto smiled and rubbed her soft green hair and sat up. Hey Fu-chan. How are you? Naruto asked and Fu smiled and sat up. She grinned and simply hugged Naruto again, but what happened shocked everyone. Fu had unintentionally pressed her lips to Naruto. The blonde gasped as he felt the Nanabe Jinchuriki's lips over his. They were strangely warm and herbal flavored. Maybe it was tea, but he didn't care about that. As soon as Fu recognized the kiss she backed away and blushed in embarrassment of her actions. Sorry about that, Fu said though she touched her lips and felt that she was savoring the taste a bit. Naruto chuckled at her action and got to his feet. It's alright Fu-chan. Your lips are quite soft, Naruto said, effectively making Fu blush in embarrassment at her actions. Hey Ka-san, how are you? Naruto asked and Kushina immediately grabbed her son into a hug. Naruto smiled and hugged his mother back. Fu watched a simple exchange between mother and son for a bit until the two decided to let go of each other. We heard you managed to bring Sasuke back. Congratulations on the mission Naruto-kun, Fu said, and Naruto grinned with a nod of appreciation. He then looked at the books that Fu had on the floor and smiled. Well you've been busy Fu-chan, Naruto said, and Fu nodded. She had been practicing nearly the whole time that Naruto wasn't around. She only had a grasp of it and Naruto smiled before he stood back up to his feet. Alright you two. It's time we got serious. I realize that I still need training and can still improve. Fu-chan it's time to start your training and Ka-san I'm ready to begin our lessons. Tsunade Bachan said that I've got 2 years to make this work so I don't want to waste any time. We should pack and head to the Forest of Death. We'll be there for at least a week, Naruto told them. Fu grinned and Kushina smirked. That authoritative tone that Naruto used just sent a small shiver down their spines, but the two nodded and were more than happy to nod and go get ready. Kushina ran to her room and Fu to her own. Alright Naruto-kun. Let me out, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded. The blonde made the regular Kai Bunshin, and his hands glowed with the white seals as he slammed them into the seal releasing Kyuubi from the small prison. When she was released, she stretched her body and smiled. Alright Naruto-kun, I'm going on ahead. I'll meet you at the Forest of Death soon. I'll keep in touch with you through telepathy, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded as she vanished from the room. Naruto grinned as he was about to walk up to his room and head up to pack, but soon there was a knock on the door and the blonde raised an eyebrow and headed for the door. He opened it and the sight that he took in was Hinata at the entrance. She was blushing as always and Naruto smiled at her. Hey Hinata, how are you? Naruto asked and Hinata gulped while she looked at the ground. Naruto chuckled and found her nervousness to be slightly cute in a way. Hello Naruto-kun. I was wondering if you train me, Hinata said, making Naruto widen his eyes at her. Hinata found his gaze to be nerve-wracking and she gulped again. Well I don't mind training someone, but why? Naruto asked and Hinata gently smiled at him. Because why you have the Byakugan also. I'm not as good as Niji Naisan or my little sister, Hanabi. Kuranai-sensei said that if I'm having trouble then I should ask you for help. She told me how she improved thanks to her training. Blindfolds and her taijutsu improved a bit. In fact she said that she'd like you to continue training her, but I still wanted to ask if you would train me also, Hinata said, and Naruto looked at the ground. He saw the match between her and Niji, and while Hinata was good, he knew she could really compete with Niji. Alright Hinata-chan, have a good time. I was about to go training with some others. You should get your father's permission before coming, but if you can then I'll train you to use it, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded with a slight thanks and walked away. Naruto sighed and rubbed the back of his head. Why am I training everyone? I might as well just bring Kuranai-chan and Anko-chan, when she's done, to the Forest of Death also. Odds are we all might need training, Naruto said to himself and closed the door and walked up the stairs. Naruto walked into his room and started to seal his clothes into his scrolls. He only took the essentials which were 3 pairs of shirts and 3 pairs of pants. He probably didn't need his jacket so that would be fine. Naruto sighed and sat on his bed for a second. He wondered how much stronger he'd be under Kyuubi's training, but he also wondered if he'd be good enough to teach everyone. Naruto knew his training with Kuranai and Anko was a success, but he wondered if there was anything to improve on. Let's be serious here, he might have been Yandame's son, but even he had troubles every now and then. Oh well. I'll just do things as I go along, Naruto said and jumped to his feet. The blonde then heard humping. He turned his head and the sight shocked him. If he wasn't awake then he wouldn't have believed it. His swords were humming next to each other. The blonde reached out his hand and touched all three of them. The blonde felt their humming and they soon settled down. He raised an eyebrow at each of them and realized that he knew next to nothing about them, but Raymond did. When Naruto fought him, Raymond was able to instantly realize that Naruto's sword was the embodiment of fire which Naruto didn't even know. Now Naruto was happy that he would be getting some of Raymond's things. It would give the blonde the time to go over his notes if he had any on the swords. Soon it was Fu who brought Naruto out of his stupor with a yell. Naruto-kun, Kushina and I are ready to go. Fu yelled and Naruto sighed. Well, I'll think about it later, Naruto said to himself and picked up his things. He placed them all into his backpack and walked downstairs. He saw Kushina with a backpack also and Fu with a travel pack she always had with her. Alright then, let's go now. I'll keep a clone here just in case someone else comes back, Naruto said, making Kushina and Fu nod in agreement. The three soon left the house and dashed off for the forest of death but Sasuke was quietly sleeping in his bed after his fight with Naruto. However, there were guards placed at the door since they didn't want anyone getting any funny ideas about the uchiha. Sasuke still had to face a trial for leaving Konoha, but they couldn't very well conduct the trial while he was passed out. In the room with Sasuke was none other than his two main girls, Sakura and Ino. They were both staying by the uchiha's side. Ino was really there only for support. Contrary to most belief, after the Chunin exams Ino had stopped acting like a fangirl and started to actually become a kunoichi. She still loved Sasuke, but that had lessened to a degree as she started to realize that Sasuke wasn't the greatest in the world. Sakura. How long do we have to stay here? Ino asked in a hurry. She hadn't planned to stay long since she had other things to do and one of them wasn't staying near Sasuke all day. Sakura looked at Ino and scoffed. How can you be so cold, Ino? Sasuke-kun needs us by his side, Sakura sighed and Ino rolled her eyes. Sakura, don't you need to meet with your team or something? Asuma-sensei, Choji, Shikamaru and I have to meet in like 10 minutes. Gai-san gave Tenten, Lee and Niji the week off since Niji is in the hospital because of Sasuke. You should have seen Tenten's face when she heard about Kiba. I heard she hasn't left his bedroom all that time. Heck, even Kakashi-san gave Haku, Naruto, and Kiba their time off since Naruto only left today. Well, Kiba and Haku are still resting, Ino sighed and Sakura narrowed her eyes when Ino said Niji was in the hospital because of Sasuke. It wasn't Sasuke-kun's fault. It was this stupid curse mark. It's controlling him, Sakura yelled and Ino sighed. Whatever, forehead. You have your view and I have mine. Well, I got to go, Ino said and opened the door. Oh, and I'm not gonna be around for a while. Tsunade-sama agreed to make me her apprentice along with Haku, so I'll be tied up for the time being, Ino said and left. Sakura narrowed her eyes and brushed a hand on Sasuke's face while she simply admired Uchiha's face. Suddenly Sasuke's eyes shot open, startling Sakura as he got up from the bed. Sasuke looked around the room and noticed he was in the hospital. He immediately noticed Sakura also, or rather he was forced to notice her since she was right up in his face with a smile. Sasuke-kun, you're awake. Sakura yelled and hugged the Uchiha. Sasuke looked out the window to see he was back in Konoha and seethed. Damn dope. Now I'm back in here, Sasuke thought and quickly told Sakura to get off him. The pink-haired girl obeyed and Sasuke immediately stood to his feet. Sasuke-kun, you shouldn't get up. You're still hurt, Sakura said and Sasuke rolled his eyes. I'm not so weak that I need you to help me or tell me that. Just stay out of my way, Sasuke said and came up to the door. He was immediately met with two guards who grabbed him by his arms and held him tight. Hey, let go of me. Sasuke yelled with his Sharingan flaring. The two were hardly scared of the genin and looked at him with their Kai flaring, only to scare him a little. Sasuke Uchiha, you are confined to this room until your trial, they said, and Sasuke widened his eyes. Trial? What trial? Sasuke asked and the two narrowed their eyes on him. Sakura also widened her eyes and ran to Sasuke's aid. Wait, Sasuke-kun hasn't done anything wrong. Why does he have to have a trial? Sakura asked them to stare at her. Maybe you've forgotten, but Sasuke Uchiha left the village and that makes him a criminal. He is confined to this room now until we receive word from Hokage-sama, one of the said, and put Sasuke back in the room. The Uchiha seethed and huffed as he sat down. His day really started off wrong. With Kiba groaned as he woke up. His head was killing him as he laid up from his bed. The Inuzuka immediately winced and noticed the multiple bandages on his body. I don't remember taking this much punishment, Kiba said with a smile, and then he heard a groan. He saw Tenten next to his bed sleeping the day away and Inuzuka chuckled as he looked at her calming face. She really is a pain and stubborn, but that's what I like, Kiba said, and immediately Tenten woke up and looked to see Kiba awake. Kiba? You're awake. Tenten said and hugged Kiba, causing the Inyazuka to wince in pain. Tenten gasped and apologized, then backed away. How long was I out? Kiba asked. Tenten sighed and rubbed the back of her head. At least 3 days if not 4, Tenten said and Kiba sighed. He knew he wouldn't be leaving the hospital just yet, so he knew he and Haku were still here, but Naruto was totally different. Where's Naruto? Kiba asked and Tenten chuckled. He left a few hours ago, Tenten said, and Kiba sweat dropped. He just couldn't beat Naruto when it came to getting out of the hospital, could he? It was then that he narrowed his eyes and looked out the window. And Sasuke? Kiba asked. Because of the mirror's reflection he could see the slight looks of disdain on Tenten's face. She was kind of overprotective of Kiba, but he didn't mind that. He actually found it to be rather cute. He's in another room. I don't know what's going to happen, Tenten said in a less than pleased voice. Kiba chuckled with a nod and laid back on the bed. Geez, I swear if he gets off easy I'm gonna go on a rampage, Kiba said, and he heard a yip from Akamaru who was next to him on the bed. Kiba smiled as he petted his friend's head, making Tenten giggle. Not before me Kiba-kun, Tenten said as she laid back in the chair. It was then that Kiba grinned and turned to Tenten. Say Ten-chan, did you ever hear about the nurse who managed to make the patient better in only a few days? Kiba said and Tenten blushed. She grew a tick mark and slapped Kiba on the back. Oh, you must be better already Kiba-kun, Tenten said as she slapped Kiba's back harder and harder, making the Inyazuka cry out his pain. He made it a note not to joke with Tenten like that ever again. With Haku sighed as she laid against the wall in her hospital room. Tsunade had told her that she would be fine and could leave in a few days. Haku was ready to leave the hospital and begin her training with Tsunade. She was told that Kakashi had given them all time off and he would be doing a couple of B-rank missions for the time being with Guy and Genma. So that left Haku to deal with things herself. Luckily for her, she was already acquainted with the body and most of its contents. She could say that she was a moderate medic already. She had already used some of her knowledge of the body to quicken healing. If all went well then she could be out by tomorrow or the next day after that. She had also been told that Naruto left a few hours ago and chuckled when she remembered his stamina, regeneration and natural fear of hospitals. So I've got nothing to do for the next 2 days. Let's see, what can I do? Haku thought and grinned. She rummaged through some of her stuff and took out a book on the wonders of. She looked at her sword and gripped the handle. I guess some reading won't hurt, Haku said with a simple smile and decided to begin her reading on. Back with Naruto, the blonde and his 3 companions finally made it to the Forest of Death. Hinata had been granted permission by her father to go, granted that Naruto took care of her while she trained there. Naruto got a mental note from Kyuubi that she was ready inside and told them to come to the far left of the place, which was where the dangerous animals stayed away from. Alright, is everyone ready? Naruto asked the 3 ladies. Fu nodded as did Kushina and Hinata. Naruto grinned and the 3 passed the gates and ran through the trees. The place that Kyuubi told Naruto about wasn't that far off so they would get there in about 15 minutes tops. For now they were all taking the place in. It would be a week until they were done and Naruto had every intention of using that week. To also not waste time, Naruto and Kyuubi agreed that the blonde would be trained in his sleep. That's another reason why she wanted to train Naruto. She could put in double the training time that Jiraiya could give Naruto, so if 2 years was for Jiraiya, then Kyuubi would be giving Naruto something like 4 years. 15 minutes later, just like Naruto thought, the blonde and his group made it to the spot that Kyuubi told him about. It was an open space with a waterfall. Perfect for training, bathing and all that good stuff. Alright, we'll worry about pitching up camp later. For right now, we'll just get right into it, Naruto told everyone. The girls nodded and immediately placed their things down on the ground. Fu and Kushina were used to camping, but Hinata wasn't or at least Naruto didn't think she was so the blonde made that a note for later. Alright, is everyone ready? Naruto asked. Fu grinned and went through her backpack. I'm ready here Naruto-kun, Fu said, taking out some books. Kushina nodded and so did Hinata. Naruto-kun comes into the woods. You'll find me about 10 feet from where you guys are, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded with her. Alright Kana-chan, Naruto said in thought and crossed his hands. I bunshin no jutsu, Naruto yelled and made 3 clones. Alright, I'm going into the woods for a bit. I'll be back later, Naruto said and ran off. The 3 blood clones turned to the girls and smiled. Alright. I'll work with Fu-chan on her. Let's go over here Fu-chan, Naruto said and took Fu to a more private spot. The other 2 turned to Kushina and Hinata. One took out its elemental swords and turned to Kushina. Hasan and I will work on Kinjutsu over there, the blonde said, and Kushina ran off with her son to begin his training. Looks like it's me teaching you the Hinata. I hope to work well with you, Naruto said and Hinata nodded also. This was going to be a good day for training. But the real Naruto ran through the trees and appeared in another part of the forest. He saw Kyuubi on a tree and smiled as she somersaulted to the ground. Ready to begin Naruto-kun? Kyuubi asked. The blonde nodded with a grin, and Kyuubi smiled. Alright then. I'm going to start teaching you about your clan and its connection to the Sage of Six Paths, Kyuubi said, and Naruto's eyes gleamed. The Sage of Six Paths created all known forms of ninjutsu. He was also the wielder of the mythical Rinnegan. The blonde would have called it fake, but he knew better than that to know he just wasn't sure if it was real or fake, but Naruto listened intently until Kyuubi asked a question. Tell me, what do you know of the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto-kun? Kyuubi asked, and the blonde sat on the ground for a bit and thought with Kyuubi following him. I know he's the one who is basically the creator of all ninjutsu. He was said to have the Rinnegan, but that's all I know, Naruto told her. Kyuubi nodded with a sigh. She had to curse that the sage wasn't as common anymore as back in those times. Then let me tell you that that's all true about him, Kyuubi said, and Naruto widened his eyes. There was such a thing as the Rinnegan. Alright, I'll backtrack a little. You know of the Uchiha and the Senju, right? Kyuubi asked and Naruto nodded. Yeah, they're the founders of Konoha with Arshidame, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha, Naruto said, making the last name extra spiteful. Kyuubi nodded and continued. That's right, they're the founders of Konoha, but they are also the two ancestor clans of the Sage of Six Paths, Kyuubi said, and Naruto gasped. So the Senju and Uchiha really were big names, well much bigger than before. Naruto could only imagine if Sasuke found out about this. His ego would go through the freaking roof. When the Sage of Six Paths died, both the Senju and the Uchiha wondered who was the rightful heir to the Sage of Six Paths. They weren't sure, so they fought it out in a war that lasted for a long time through most of their lives. It wasn't until Arshidame, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara signed a treaty to stop fighting and build a village instead where they would be in charge. So they made Konoha, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded in understanding. But what does that have to do with me as an Uzumaki? Naruto asked and Kyuubi giggled at her container's impatience. Getting to it, Naruto-kun. Now then, as you know or rather should know, the Uzumaki were the greatest masters. In fact, this was mainly what made them a powerful clan. They could do so many amazing things with the seal arts. In time, they were even feared for all their techniques. The only non-Uzumaki who could match up to them was your father, Minato Namikaze. Now the Uzumaki were still a small clan, but they had agreed to a treaty with Konoha and the Senju. It was then made that Konoha would be complete allies with the Uzumaki clan of Yuzu no Kuni. So much so that their swirl symbol was made an actual part of all Konoha attire, Kyuubi explained, and Naruto took off his jacket and widened his eyes to see that she was right. He had the red swirl on the back of his jacket. Now that he thought about it, Naruto saw a lot of swirls on the back of vests. He always wondered what they were about, but Kyuubi continued. So it was agreed that Konoha and Yuzu no Kuni would have a marriage proposal. One of your grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, and your Arshidame, Hashirama Senju. If I can recall, then Mito was my first Jinchuriki, with your mother being the second and you the third, but anyway. It was then that the Senju bloodline had been passed down to both Uzumaki ancestors and Senju ancestors. In a way, you and Tsunade are more than likely to be distant cousins or something like that. Now it is claimed that the Sage of Six Paths had passed down to the Uzumaki also, but it was never proven because the Uzumaki were wiped out from fear that they would try to attack anyone else. There is no record of any other Uzumaki except for your mother and you. Now I'm not sure if the Arshidame and Mito had any kids, but if they did, then there is a slim chance that you also inherited the Arshidam's wood release, but don't know it. It was his famed wood that he somehow used to control the. He also had a brother who was considered the greatest Suiton user of his time. He was the only person able to take actual water particles from the air and use them for his techniques. No one has been able to do that since, Kyuubi said, and Naruto gulped. This was so much to take in. He would never be able to handle all of this if he was younger, but Kyuubi had one more surprise for the blonde. But let me tell you one other thing. The Sage of Six Paths had three others. They were the Yin Release, Yang Release and Yin Yang Release. Yin Release is techniques that are based on the spiritual energy that governs the imagination. It can be used to create a form out of nothingness. Yang Release is a technique based on the physical energy that governs vitality. It can be used to breathe life into form. When these two come together, they create the Yin-Yang Release, which is basically the creation of all things with a combination of Yin Release and Yang Release, Kyuubi said, and if Naruto was surprised before, then he was nearly having a heart attack. This was all amazing. Naruto never knew this before in his life. But what makes you think that I have all of these? It's like you said, it hasn't been proven that any Uzumaki has any of this, Naruto said, and Kyuubi nodded. That's because they were wiped out before anything could be found, but you, Naruto-kun. You or Sasuke, or even both of you, could be the sole successor to the Sage of Six Paths. I know it could be you, Kyuubi said, and Naruto's grin widened. He would be so awesome in 2 years. Well, Kana-chan, what are we waiting for? Let's get to training, Naruto said, and Kyuubi nodded. Alright, Naruto-kun. I'll train you to the best of my abilities, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded. Okana-chan, Naruto said bringing Kyuubi to him. Yes, Naruto-kun. She answered. If it's possible. I'd like to go to Yuzu no Kuni when I get the chance, Naruto said, and Kyuubi agreed with him. Consider it done then, Kyuubi said as both she and Naruto stood to their feet to begin the blonde's training. Chapter 35. Naruto, having heard all of Kyuubi's explanations about the Tsunade and his heritage as an uzumaki, found a new resolve to train harder for the sake of the clans. He could only imagine the responsibility that would entail, but he didn't care. He was already the clan head of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan, so he wasn't going to shirk his responsibilities. Kyuubi, or as her new name by Naruto, Kanari, stood to her feet and smiled. Alright Naruto-kun, it's time for us to get started. I want you to remember that we've got 2 years to turn you into an even more amazing shinobi. Now then, tell me what you want to learn first, and we'll go with it, Kana said, and Naruto nodded while he stood to his feet. He went over all of Kyuubi's information and thought it over for a second. There were so many things that he wanted to try, but he wasn't sure what to start with. Kyuubi waited patiently for Naruto to ask for his training, but no matter what he would be trained in everything that she had to offer. It's too much to pick, but I guess I want to know if I have Mokuton. To be that related to the Tsunade I can't wait to see, Naruto said, and Kyuubi giggled. She figured that he might want the Rinnegan, but that could wait also. Alright, then Naruto-kun. Let's get started. Try not to tire yourself out. Yet, Kyuubi said and Naruto gulped, but nodded as they began. But Naruto and Fu. So you see Fu-chan, if you write it this way then apply chakra to it, then you get this result, Naruto said, and Fu nodded in understanding. She felt a lot more capable knowing that she was learning one of the most difficult arts in the shinobi world. I think I understand, but why do the brush strokes have to be so careful? Fu asked and Naruto chuckled before he took out another pen and some paper. He wrote the kanji for the word fire and turned to Fu. Because Fu-chan, it's going to backfire if you don't. I wrote the kanji for fire, but I wrote it with errors. Now see what happens when you put chakra into it, Naruto said and made Fu back away. He made another clone and made it put chakra into the paper. When the clone did, a massive explosion came from the spot, shocking Fu at the power of it. That's what happens. If I did it right, then it would be fine, and the fire would have just ignited the paper, but it exploded. That's why brush strokes are important. I can't have you releasing chakra into the seals until you work on your brush strokes, so I'll give you some exercises. I want you to start working on the kanji for fire, water, earth, wind, and lighting. I won't teach you any more till you get those 5 right down to the spot, Naruto said, making Fu widen her eyes and drop her mouth. That's not fair Naruto, Fu said as she pouted in a cute way. Naruto grinned and patted her shoulder. Come on Fu-chan, don't be made. I'll give you a reward if you do well, Naruto said, making Fu blush with the way he used his deep voice. It was then that she took out a pen and 5 pieces of paper. She also watched as Naruto bit his thumb and slammed the ground. Uchiha no jutsu, Naruto yelled making Fu turn around and she saw a crimson fox looking at Naruto, then immediately bowed. Why you're Naruto-sama, our summoner other than Kyuubi-sama, the fox said in a feminine voice, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. The blonde then smiled and knelt down. And what is your name? Naruto asked, making the fox gulp. Apparently, Naruto was quite famous in the fox realm as a lot of them wanted to meet him. I am Kairi, she said as she bowed again. Naruto grinned with a nod and took out a piece of paper. Would you mind delivering this to Tsunade-bachan? And when you're done could you stop by my house and get one of the books on from my bookshelf? Naruto asked and Kairi nodded with a yip. She took the scroll into her mouth and vanished from view. He turned back to see Fu's confused face on him and smiled. I'm on Fu-chan chop chop, Naruto said, and Fu immediately went back to her writing while Naruto watched her. With Naruto and Kushina. While Kai Bunshin was teaching Fu her, the other was getting a hard lesson from Kushina on as the multiple sounds of metal clashing rang through the forest. Come on Sachi, you have to be faster than that, Kushina said as she dodged one of Naruto's elemental swords. The blonde cursed as he blocked one of his mother's lethal strikes and made an impressive spin in the air before kicking his mother to the side, surprising her. Naruto landed on his feet and grinned while he drew his sword back into his hands. Kushina smiled and nodded. But Sachi. Keep your movements free and don't hyperextend. You're doing great, but that's not all I can do, Kushina said and closed her eyes. Immediately Naruto dodged a chakra chain and widened his eyes. He saw Kushina dash for him and he blocked her sword, she put more weight into her body as the two clashed. Naruto gritted his teeth while Kushina smiled at him. She was still holding back and Naruto knew it. It pained him because this was strict. No Sharingan, no Shinsei Negan or any other keke that he had. As the blonde clashed with his mother they both jumped back from each other and he could feel his sword humming. Their vibrations around his hands became more violent. Naruto narrowed his eyes as felt his wind sword howl before it calmed down. What's up with these swords? Naruto thought but didn't think about it anymore as he trained with his mother. With Naruto and Hinata. Naruto watched Hinata fight against a tree post while the blonde examined her footwork and her palm strikes. He could see that the majority of her attacks were just like any other family members, except for Neji. He could strike with his fingertips, and so could Naruto. That accounted for faster movement and better power behind an attack. At the moment, Hinata's problem was mainly her speed and attack delivery. He saw her trying hard, but she also probably needed to get some more confidence. Nice Hinata-chan, just keep it up. Later you and I will have a spar, and we'll be able to see in greater detail where your flaws are, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded with a large conviction in her eyes that Naruto didn't miss. But Tsunade, the blonde Hokage, sighed as she heard that Sasuke had woken in the hospital. She would have the trial tomorrow since there was no avoiding this. Sasuke had left of his own free will, and no doubt she knew people wouldn't accept that. To them, even if Naruto had the Sharingan, few doubted he could master it like Sasuke could, so that's why they wanted the Uchiha around. Tsunade knew about Naruto's use of the Manjikyu Sharingan. She had been told by Jiraiya about it and said it was truly genuine like any other Sharingan that the old sage had seen, and to Tsunade, Naruto might have been greater at using the Sharingan than Kakashi since the white-haired hadn't even unlocked that part yet. Tsunade sighed and set her head down on the table. She had to gather the clan heads together for the trial, and Naruto wasn't anywhere to be found. She knew Kyuubi was training him, but she would still like to know where the blonde had gone. It was then that a puff of smoke made Tsunade jump as Kairi appeared on her table. Tsunade looked at the fox for a bit and then she noticed a scroll in its mouth. A summon. Tsunade said to herself and Kairi wiggled a bit before turning to Tsunade. Tsunade, I presume? Kairi asked and Tsunade nodded. Kairi smiled and dropped the scroll from her mouth and smiled. This is from Naruto-sama, Kairi said, and Tsunade looked at the scroll. She unfurled it and looked inside. Tsunade-bachan, if you're wondering then I'm in the Forest of Death currently. I was hoping to get an update on Kimimaro, Kiba and Haku. The fox there is Kairi. Shuz knew a bit. I sent this in case you needed to contact me for anything. Later Databeo. Tsunade grinned and took out another piece of paper. She started to write inside it while Kairi waited for her to finish. Tsunade knew Naruto was gonna be mad that this was happening, but she needed him to attend. Tsunade finished writing and gave the scroll to Kairi. Can you give that to Naruto for me? Tsunade asked and Kairi nodded with a bow, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tsunade grinned and sat down, and about 5 minutes later Shizune came through the door holding a scroll in her hands. I have the scroll Tsunade-sama. I can't believe you're going through with this idea. Are you only doing this to get out of work? Shizune asked and Tsunade's smile widened. Of course not Shizune. This is for the benefit of the village. The HPT will cause the village to give an uproar, Tsunade said, and Shizune sighed. She felt things were going to get rowdy after this. But Naruto and Fu. Naruto continued to watch Fu work and corrected her on certain strokes, while Fu continued to pout her frustration, but she didn't mind it at all after a while. Her arms were slowly getting used to it and before long Kairi poofed back surprising the two. I'm back Naruto-sama, Kairi said, holding a scroll in her mouth and a book with her nodding with a slight thanks and sending Kairi off. The fox girl bowed and left while Naruto gave the book to Fu. Dear Fu-chan is a book I used for writing when I first started. Use this and you'll have it down in no time, Naruto told her. Fu nodded and began reading the book while Kaibunshin opened the scroll. It read the lines and widened its eyes. Boss has got to know about this now. The Bunshin said and told Fu he would be right back leaving the Nanabi of her reading in the field. He's in a hurry isn't he Nanabi asked while Fu continued to read through the book. Maybe something happened from his reaction to that scroll, Fu suggested and Nanabi shrugged while she laid in her cage. So when is something gonna happen between you and him? Nanabi asked Fu to blush while she brought the book close to hide her face. What are you talking about? Fu asked and Nanabi rolled her eyes at her container. Oh, get a real girl. It's time to wake up and smell the hot tea. You like him so much that you nearly strained yourself to keep from blushing while he was teaching you, Nanabi said, and Fu sighed. Was it that obvious? I wasn't, Fu said, but Nanabi didn't believe any of it. She could see or rather feel the affection that Fu had for the blonde. She still remembered when she saw him training in the fields near Tenzakugai. It was really amazing how much they had known each other over those months. She still blushed when she remembered her encounter with the Hokage and how she hid behind Naruto's shoulder that one time. See? Look at your face. You're blushing so much that you're not even focused on your reading, Nanabi said, and Fu widened her eyes before turning back to the book in front of her. Then stop distracting me. Fu yelled, making Nanabi laugh, and she decided to quiet down. For now anyway. With Naruto and Kyuubi. Naruto sighed as he laid on the ground. He knew the two natures to have for wood release would be a combination of Suiton and Doton natures, which he wasn't proficient in. Well if he counted Haku's release which included water then he was probably good with that, but he didn't know any techniques at all. Sand was a type of earth, but not the type of earth that required to make wood at all. Well, this isn't good. I don't even have to release Kana-chan, Naruto said, and Kyuubi nodded. She hated to admit it, but she didn't know much either. At best the element was probably a sub-element that Naruto didn't know about. It's alright Naruto-kun. Don't get depressed yet. Tell you what, we'll work on you learning yin release first, then yang release, and then your yin-yang release, Kyuubi said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. But Kyuubi-chan, shouldn't I have the Rinnegan before I try that? I don't want to fry my brain, Naruto said, and Kyuubi giggled making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Sorry about that. Well, I'm not sure if you need it or not. According to the Sage of Six, these techniques were some of the highest level of techniques in the world. I'm sure anyone can do it, but most think it's a myth at best so they don't attempt it, but imagine Naruto-kun. You with your imagination and being able to make that imagination a reality and bring it to life. You will have surpassed Minato if you master that. I said I'd make you stronger than the Yondaime, and like you, I never go back on my word, Kyuubi said, and Naruto grinned. He quickly got to his feet and was ready to try it, but then his Kaibunshin came through the forest. Boss, you have to read this. It's out of this world, the blood clone said, making Naruto and Kyuubi turn to him. He handed Naruto the scroll and ran off to go back to Fu. Naruto gazed at the scroll from Tsunade and raised an eyebrow. He turned to Kyuubi and the female nodded, allowing Naruto to read it. He unfurled it and opened it. Naruto, it's good to hear from you. I know it's only been a few hours since you disappeared and as you know the sun is going down so I'll make this quick. I got your message from your summon, Kairi, and I want to tell you that Sasuke has woken up. Naruto narrowed his eyes and so did Kyuubi at the mention of Sasuke, but the blonde continued on and read the rest of the note. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have to have a trial for him since he left. I must have all the clan heads present tomorrow. It might take most of the day, so I hope you have the time to spare. That's one thing and the other one is. Congratulations Brad. You've been selected to participate in Konoha's up-and-coming HPT. I'll go into further detail of what it is at a later convenience. See you tomorrow Brad. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the words HPT. He wondered what that was supposed to be, but he also sighed when he read that he'd have to appear at Sasuke's trial, just like all the other clan heads. It would actually be his first meeting as a clan head. Naruto sighed again and rubbed the back of his head. Looks like I'm gonna be busy, Naruto said, and Kyuubi nodded. She was upset that Naruto had to set a day aside for his clan head duties, but that's what the Kage Bunshin technique was for. Naruto furled up the scroll and placed it into his pocket. Well, let's get done what we can get done, Naruto told her. Kyuubi nodded and closed her eyes. Alright Naruto-kun, it's like I said. Yin release governs your imagination. You must think of something you want and bring it to a form. It's difficult since you're creating something out of nothing. It's extremely difficult, but you can do it. I'll try to demonstrate if I can, Kyuubi said, and Naruto watched as she breathed easily while she kept her eyes closed. In about 5 minutes, Naruto saw Kyuubi's chakra leak from her body and watched as it formed into a small fox which refused to move. Naruto widened his eyes while Kyuubi slowly opened hers. Wow, I didn't think I'd actually get it, but that's what it is. Imagination pushed to the limit of it becoming real. I only used my chakra since I'm not all that good with it. The key is to clear your mind of all other things and create one sole thing that you want, Kyuubi instructed, and Naruto nodded. He quickly sat down and closed his eyes. Kyuubi watched him as he sat there in silence. The trees swayed around him while the wind blew his hair. Imagine what I want to create and use my chakra to give it a form, Naruto said, and for an experiment, he envisioned his father, Minato Namikaze. He pictured his father's yellow hair and the clothes he was wearing when he first met him. He, however, knew that he couldn't bring his father back and that this was only an experiment. He just wanted to start big. After 10 minutes Naruto opened his eyes and didn't see anything around. The blonde cursed and laid in the grass. So much for that, Naruto said, and Kyuubi giggled. The blonde narrowed his eyes at her and Kyuubi poked him in the head. Naruto-kun are high-level techniques. Of course you won't get them that easily. I was lucky enough to make that fox right there. It looks more like an ornament, but I know I did it. You'll do it too and I'll help you, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded. Thank you Kana-chan, Naruto said, and Kyuubi kissed his forehead. She then got to her feet and Naruto got up with her. Well, I'd say that we got a bit done today. Just send a clone when you leave and I'll teach it even further. Not a single day can go to waste, Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded. They walked away from their spot and came back to the area to see Fu resting at their campsite along with Hinata. Kushina was smiling, and Naruto was suddenly flooded with all the memories from his experiences with Fu, Hinata, and Kushina, making the blonde fall to the ground. Okay, nice work Fu-chan, Hinata-chan. Ka-san. You're evil, Naruto said huffing making Kushina giggle. So are we going back to the house now? Hinata asked and Naruto shook his head. Nope, we're camping. That's why we have our bags and everything else. So we'll get some food and wash up then we'll go to sleep, Naruto said, and all the girls nodded as they all underwent preparations. With Kimimaro, the bone user was currently getting up from a chair while Ibiki and Anko nodded to each other. And that's all you can tell us from Orochimaru and his bases? Ibiki asked and Kimimaro nodded. The last thing he wanted was to cause Naruto, his master, so he told all the truth and nothing but the truth. Ibiki and Anko looked at him for a little longer and nodded. Alright, in accordance with Tsunade-sama and Naruto's orders, you can go. Anko knows the way to Naruto's house so she'll take you there, Ibiki said, and Kimimaro nodded with a bow and left the room. He had been in there for 8 hours and he was relieved to be done. Alright Kimimaro, let's go. Though I doubt Naruto will be home. He said he's going on a training trip. I don't know where though. Well, I'll just drop you by his house, Anko said, and Kimimaro nodded. The two left the interrogation department but both stopped when they saw Tsunade leaning against the wall. Tsunade-sama. Anko said and Tsunade got to her feet. Hey Anko, I see Kimimaro's done with his interrogation. I'll take him now. I promised the brat I'd look him over and I want to get that done before tomorrow, Tsunade said, and Anko nodded. Kimimaro then followed Tsunade to the hospital while Anko decided to find out what Kurama was up to. Closing her eyes Anko walked off. She'd found that this was much better and fun to do so she did it. She had Naruto to thank for that. But Tsunade and Kimimaro both entered the Konoha hospital and Tsunade smiled at Kimimaro. That brat always doing the unexpected. Only he would get me to get a look at one of Orochimaru's former shinobi, Tsunade said, and Kimimaro looked at the ground. The Hokage gasped and patted his shoulder. Oh sorry. I didn't mean it like that. You did tell us everything so I guess the brat is a good judge of character, Tsunade said, and Kimimaro nodded absently. How does he do it? I thought I was completely loyal to Orochimaru until my life ended, but now I find myself following Naruto. It feels strange, Kimimaro said, and Tsunade nodded in agreement with him. Yeah, he's a weird one. He always has that weird power that just makes people want to be near him. No matter what, he just wants to see everyone happy and not throw their lives away, Tsunade replied, making Kimimaro give a small smile. They walked into an examination room where they saw Shizune waiting for them. The brunette saw her master and Naruto's newest clan member arrive in the room. Shizune prepared the table, Tsunade said, and Shizune nodded. Kimimaro watched the two women work then laid on the table. He closed his eyes and Tsunade cracked her knuckles and was ready to work along with Shizune. Alright, let's see, Tsunade said as her hands glowed in a green color while she placed them on Kimimaro's body. Shizune stayed next to her and watched Tsunade work. The blonde Hokage scanned Kimimaro's body and turned to him. Do you know what kind of disease you have? Tsunade asked, but Kimimaro shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't. Kabuto wasn't sure what I had either. I only took medication that temporarily helped me, Kimimaro started making Tsunade sigh. So she was dealing with an unknown disease. Alright then, let's see, Tsunade said, and her hands roamed Kimimaro's body again. She went from his head and down to his throat. She sensed all the chakra points and vitals in his body and went down to his chest. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and kept moving. Her hand went to his stomach and then traveled through his arms and legs. The old Hokage widened her eyes and turned to her assistant. Shizune got me a vial for calcium right now. I want you to extract it and prepare for some minor surgery tomorrow, Tsunade said and Shizune nodded, then walked off in a hurry. Her hand stopped glowing and Tsunade allowed Kimimaro to lean up. You have osteoporosis. It's a condition where the bones in the body dwindle and become brittle. This is mostly due to a massive decrease in calcium, vitamin D or tissue loss. Your ability as a member of the Kaguya clan and its use of bones uses up a large amount of calcium. Normally this isn't an issue, but over extended periods of time without proper calcium will cause the disease to affect you in other ways. If you had kept fighting with Naruto in the forest, you would have used up the rest of the calcium in your body, and that would have killed you, Tsunade said, and Kimimaro slightly widened his eyes. The Hokage saw his distressed face and smiled. Luckily for you and Naruto, this isn't anything major now. Had we waited a day or more, then it would be a big surgery, but now we can take the appropriate steps. I've had Shizune prep you for surgery tomorrow, and I'll get right to work after my meeting. Right now Shizune's gonna give you a shot with a full bottle of calcium. This will revitalize your bones for now and try to soak up as much sun as you can tomorrow. That'll help you a lot, Tsunade said, and Kimimaro nodded. Shizune came back with the bottle and she gave Kimimaro the shot in his arm. You should stay here for the night. I'll come get you tomorrow, Tsunade said, and Kimimaro nodded. He laid down on the hospital bed while Tsunade and Shizune turned out the light. Kimimaro went to sleep and thought about the next day. Somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Madara, what is the meaning of this? Pain said to the man behind him. Madara chuckled while next to him was Orochimaru. Konan tensed, but Nagato told her to calm down, and so she did. If we want this to work then we need Orochimaru. He's a powerful asset, Madara said behind his mask, while Pain narrowed his eyes at Orochimaru. He had his chance at Akatsuki and left. I don't see why we need him, Pain said while Madara's Sharingan flared. It's ideal that we have him. Deal with it, Madara said then vanished into his black hole, leaving Orochimaru with Nagato and Konan. The air around the three was tense while Orochimaru walked away. I'm watching you so don't do anything that will get you killed. After all, you're still immortal and I am a god, Pain said while Orochimaru chuckled. The cuckoo wouldn't dream of it, Orochimaru said and walked off while Konan stood next to Pain. Nagato, is this a good idea? Konan asked and Pain walked around the room. For now we'll go with it, but don't let Orochimaru out of your sight. Who knows what he'll try, Nagato said, and Konan nodded as the darkness enveloped them. Next morning, Naruto saw the sun rise, and the blonde stretched himself awake. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. Kyuubi had the nice idea of training him in the mindscape while he slept, so that was good and nice. Naruto turned to see Kushina, Kyuubi, Fu and Hinata still sleeping and grinned. He made the 4 Kai Bunchins, then left them with the girls. He had to go home and change his clothes so that he wasn't in the same thing from yesterday. See you ladies later, Naruto said and ran off into the trees. Naruto yawned as he ran through the trees, but then his senses kicked in and dodged a kunai that embedded itself on the tree limb next to him. Naruto turned around with his own kunai, but widened his eyes and chuckled before seeing the smile in front of him. Hey Gaki, what are you doing here on this fine day? Anko asked, making her presence known. Naruto grinned, jumped up to the tree in front of him, and stood before the still good-looking Anko. Hey Anko-chan, just doing some training. You know how it is, Naruto said, and Anko nodded with a cheeky smile. So where are you off to? She asked and Naruto groaned. I have to go get ready for Sasuke's trial. You'd think that they'd wait till he was out of the hospital to do this, Naruto said, and Anko nodded. She heard about Sasuke's trial also. In fact the whole section heard about it. I see. Well good luck with that, Anko said, and Naruto nodded. He then turned to her and grinned. So did you get a scroll about this HPT thing also? The blonde asked and Anko smiled. Yep. Though I have no idea what it is. I heard it was given to all the land. Tsunade won't tell anyone what this is, Anko said, and Naruto sighed. Looks like he got nowhere with that. Well I'm gonna go, Naruto said before Anko grabbed his arm. Come on Foxy-kun, why not stay with me for a little longer? Anko said licking her lips and Naruto chuckled before turning around. Because Tsunade will have my head if I don't go. And since when did you start calling me Foxy-kun? Naruto asked and Anko shrugged her shoulders. Should it matter? Tell Tsume he should share the love, Anko said, and Naruto grinned. She already does, though she's the alpha of them. Unless you think you can beat Tsume-chan, Naruto said, and Anko immediately shook her head. The blonde grinned while Anko pouted. Well see you later Hibiheim, Naruto said with a wink, then disappeared in the Hiraishin leaving Anko on the tree. Now he's just being a tease, Anko said to herself and ran off to find Naruto's little group, if he had one. Namika's compound. Naruto came through the door to his house and saw that it was vacant. He sighed and walked up the stairs, then looked into his closet. He didn't really have anything in the way of formal wear to a council meeting, so the blonde took off his jacket and pants and took out his black jacket and black pants. He decided to wear an orange sash that he bought at one point and wrapped it around his waist. He didn't think he'd need to, but Naruto just took one of his elemental swords with him just in case, and the blonde immediately left his house and hit the streets. He walked towards the Hokage mansion and noticed that most of the people were already up and walking around. He greeted the usual good morning greeting with Naruto-sama or Namikaze-sama, but he ignored it. Hey Naruto, someone called for the blonde to turn his head. He saw Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai at a table and smiled. Hey Kakashi-sensei, Asuma-san, Kurenai-chan, Naruto said, and all three jonin nodded. Are you going to Sasuke's trial? Asuma asked and Naruto nodded. The bearded sighed and took a puff of his smoke. That's not going to go well, Asuma said, making Kurenai and Kakashi nod. Well good luck Naruto. Oh did you get the scroll about the HPT? Kakashi asked and Naruto nodded. I wonder what it's about, Kurenai said, and everyone shrugged. Well I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys later, Naruto said leaving the three behind. It didn't take long before Naruto met up with Tsume as she was walking also. Tsume was wearing a dark blue shirt and black pants with her dark green vest. Well Tsume-chan, let's hurry up and get this over with, Naruto told her. Tsume chuckled with a nod and the two started walking. Hokage mansion. Naruto and Tsume walked up the stairs and came into the meeting room. They saw Hiashi, Chauza, Shikaku, Inoichi and Shibi in the room at their seats. Good morning Inyazuka-san, Namikaze-san, Inoichi said, making the two nod, giving their own good mornings. Tsume sat in her seat and Naruto sat in his. Naruto was right next to Hiashi and Shikaku, while Tsume was between Inoichi and Chauza. This is so bothersome. Why do we have to be early for this? Shikaku said while Naruto rested his head on the table. What can we do? That's life, Naruto said which made Shikaku snort in agreement. Hiashi turned to Naruto, and the blonde could feel his gaze on his head. It's like he was begging for the blonde to turn around. "Can I help you, Hiashi-san?" Naruto asked without turning around. Hiashi nodded even though Naruto couldn't see it. "How's Hinata's training going?" Hiashi asked and Naruto grinned. "So that's what this is all about. She's doing great. I think you'll see some improvement when I'm done with her," Naruto said, getting a raised eyebrow from Hiashi. Feeling tense, Naruto changed the question. "Where's the civilian council?" Naruto asked and everyone sighed in relief. "Those Uchiha suck-ups can't attend. This has to do with Sasuke as one of our shinobi, so we deal with it." "Thank Kami," Tsunade said, getting a collective nod from the other clan heads. About 3 minutes later, Tsunade came through the door and sighed. She gave a glance at Naruto and smiled before sitting in the center of everyone. "Alright, I'm sorry to call you all like this, but we must do the trial for Sasuke Uchiha right now," Tsunade said, and everyone nodded in agreement with her, and came into the room and bowed before the council. "Bring Sasuke in," Tsunade ordered, and the Anbu immediately bowed and left to go get the Uchiha. Less than 2 minutes later, Sasuke came in with a few bandages, but he had a scowl on his face as he sat in a chair while everyone was looking down at him. Sasuke made an extra glare at Naruto, but the blonde glared back. This was his own fault and he'd realized that. "Sasuke Uchiha, do you know why you've summoned her today?" Tsunade asked in a stern voice while Uchiha refused to speak. The Shinobi Council narrowed their eyes at the brunette Uchiha, especially Hiashi. "You do well to answer Tsunade-sama Uchiha," Hiashi said, while Sasuke scowled at them all and huffed his aggression. "How could I not know? This is my trial or something, right?" Sasuke said, and the council felt their chakra flare at his disrespect, but now wasn't the time for personal feelings, so they all let it slide. "That's right. We are discussing your punishment for leaving the village without authorization," Tsunade said, and Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Do you have anything to say?" Inoichi asked and Sasuke looked up at them all. "What I did is of no consequence to any of you. It's my problem and I wanted to deal with it in my own way. I'm sick of this village holding me back from my revenge on Itachi," Sasuke said, making everyone narrow their eyes. Naruto sighed while he observed Sasuke. He had been in that spot so many times that it felt weird to be looking down at it, but now wasn't the time for that. "And what would you do after you got your revenge on Itachi?" Naruto asked, deciding to come into the conversation also. Sasuke thought over Naruto's question, even if it did irritate him slightly. Everyone on the council waited for Sasuke's reply. "I'm not sure, but I refuse to let that stop me from killing Itachi. Orochimaru offered me the chance to get power, and I took it," Sasuke said, making Naruto glare at him. "Did you know that he simply wanted your body? He wouldn't train you if there wasn't anything in it for him. He wanted you since he couldn't get Itachi. Shouldn't that show how powerful Itachi is?" Naruto asked, making everyone else widen their eyes. They didn't know that much about this. They knew Orochimaru was obsessed with immortality, but he wanted Sasuke's body or rather the Sharingan. It was then that everyone was thankful that Naruto managed to bring back Sasuke. Orochimaru is a fool. He could never defeat the wielder of the Sharingan. I would have dealt with him as soon as I got all the use I could out of him. Besides, only a Sharingan wielder can defeat another Sharingan wielder, Sasuke said, making them all sigh. Naruto found it almost ironic and slightly stupid when he learned that he was Sasuke's cousin by family marriage. Senju and Uchiha being brothers, Senju married Uzumaki and Uchiha distant cousins. How great was that? Wrong Uchiha, Orochimaru was and still is a genius shinobi. He could kill you without batting an eyelash about it. Sasuke, getting power the easy way isn't like a shinobi. If you want power then you should get it through hard work like everyone else, Shibi said in a stern voice. Sasuke then turned to Naruto. He gave a hidden grin, and Naruto could tell he was going to do or say something stupid. Then what about the dope there? He has his own and took the Inuzuka, Hyuga and others. He gets power, so what's wrong with the way I do it? Sasuke asked, and before anyone could answer him Tsunade stood to her feet. Because Sasuke, as the Inuzuka head, taught Naruto the Inuzuka clan's techniques myself and allowed him to use them. I trust him enough to allow that, Tsunade said, making Naruto smile. Hiashi stood to his feet also. Naruto-san has apologized to my clan for coping with us. To me that is worthy of respect. In addition, we don't dwell on things like that. Naruto-san has proven himself, in my eyes, as an excellent user of the Gyuukin, and I trust him to use it wisely. Tell us, Sasuke, would you apologize to those you copied from? Hiashi asked and Sasuke scowled since his plan backfired. So what? Are you going to send me to jail now? Sasuke asked, not wanting to hear any more of this. Tsunade looked at everyone and wanted everyone's reaction. You're just like Itachi, Naruto said, bringing everyone's attention to the blonde while they turned back to Sasuke who was seething. His hands visibly shaking while his Sharingan flared in his eyes. Sasuke immediately stood up, knocking the chair back while he shook his hands in anger. Don't you dare compare me to Itachi. I'm nothing like him. Take it back. Sasuke yelled as he seemed to forget his place. Some of them were about to move and intercept the Uchiha, but a silent hand from Tsunade stopped them as she wanted to see where Naruto was trying to take this. "Oh, you're not." Itachi left and betrayed Konoha. "You left and pretty much betrayed Konoha." Itachi joined a group of S-rank criminals. "You tried to join Orochimaru, an S-rank criminal. Face it, Sasuke, you're just a younger version of the current Itachi," Naruto said, and Sasuke remained silent. He knew for a fact that he couldn't refute what Naruto said. He wanted with all his might to tell him off, but he couldn't and wasn't sure what to do. He looked at the ground and narrowed his eyes. "So what should I do?" "I don't know what to do," Sasuke said, surprising everyone. It was like Naruto completely shot Sasuke's arrogant pride to the ground. Naruto narrowed his eyes and felt everyone's stares on him wanting him to give the answer, and while it was unorthodox to do so, Naruto jumped off his seat and walked toward Sasuke. He stared at Sasuke in his eyes and grabbed the Uchiha by the collar. "You stay. You're an ass for sure, but you're Konoha's ass. As long as you're in Konoha, I'm not letting you go anywhere. Train here and earn your power the right way, and then when the time comes you fight Itachi. That's what you're going to do," Naruto said in utter conviction. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Naruto, and the two engaged in a staring contest before Sasuke looked at the ground. Naruto stepped back and turned away. The blonde returned to his seat and saw some of the others smiling at him. "Well, Sasuke, there is still the matter of your punishment," Tsunade said, and Sasuke sighed. He looked up at everyone and was ready for it. "Sasuke Uchiha for leaving Konoha without supervision. You are hereby placed in jail for 4 days, and when you are released, you will be on probation and will have Anbu watching you until you are deemed trustworthy," Tsunade said, and Sasuke wanted to say something, but didn't and simply nodded while Tsunade waved her hand, allowing that to take Sasuke away. "A very unorthodox method, Namikaze-san," Shibi said, and Naruto grinned. "Yeah. Wasn't it awesome?" Naruto said, making the others chuckle. "I suppose it was." "Well, if that's all, Tsunade-sama, I'm going to go to sleep," Shikaku said, getting up from his seat, making everyone else sweat drop. The Naras really were lazy, though Naruto could only wonder what time it was, but that was before he finally did have Tsunade in the room. "Oh yeah, Tsunade-bachan, what is this HPT thing that you sent to everyone?" Naruto asked, and immediately the clan head sat down and turned to her. They all wanted to know that also. Tsunade grinned, and her eyes reflected amusement at their confused faces, making them all eager for an answer. "No spoilers. I'll tell you all before the end of the week," Tsunade said as she headed for the door and walked out. Everyone else sighed and headed for the door. "Why do I feel like a prank is coming?" Naruto asked, and everyone shook their heads. "Who knows? This is just too bothersome." "I'm going home," Shikaku said to them. Everyone nodded and walked out the door. They all left the Hokage mansion, and Naruto saw that the sun was close to setting. Was he really in there that long? Man, time must pass slowly in that room. "I guess I'll get back to everyone else for whatever training I can get in today," Naruto said, and gave Tsume goodbye. He walked down the road and suddenly his stomach growled, making the blonde sigh. "Oh right. I haven't eaten at all since I was in a hurry." "Ichiraku, here I come," Naruto said, and ran in the direction of his favorite restaurant to visit some friends. "Ichiraku ramen." Naruto entered the hut and smiled when he saw Tuchi relaxing and decided to come inside. "Hey Tuchi Ajasan. Mind making me some ramen?" Naruto asked, and all of a sudden Tuchi looked up to see Naruto grinning at him. "Naruto, my boy. How have you been?" "I haven't seen you for a while," Tuchi said, and Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry about that. I've been a little busy. How's about fixing up some ramen for me?" "Say 6 bowls," Naruto said, and Tuchi nodded. "Is that Naruto-kun?" Someone said, and Naruto turned to see Am looking at him. "Nice to see you, Am Nichan," Naruto said, and was instantly brought to a hug, making it hard for him to breathe. "I thought you forgot about us for a second," Am said, and Naruto grinned. "How could I do that?" Naruto asked while Am shook her shoulders. As Tuchi did the ramen, Am and Naruto caught up on some old times. It was great having Naruto around again. "So that's what happened with Sasuke," Am said, and Naruto nodded. "When it should make sense it doesn't," Tuchi said, and Naruto could only agree with that. He set 3 bowls of ramen on the table and smiled. Naruto took his chopsticks and ate the noodles with fervor like he hadn't had the food in forever. Am and Tuchi watched the blonde slurp up the noodles and set the other 3 down. Naruto quickly downed those also, and his stomach was as full as it could get. "Thanks for the ramen, you guys. I'll definitely be back," Naruto told them as he waved goodbye. Am and Tuchi waved goodbye also. Meanwhile, Naruto was walking the streets with a sigh of content before he saw the same purple hair jumping along the rooftops. The sun was already replaced by the moon, so Naruto was treated to a nice sight of how her hair looked in the moonlight. It was then that the blonde decided to chase off after her, while keeping himself hidden. Yugao ran along the rooftops of the houses to go to the memorial stone. She had a few flowers in her hand while she ran, and she wasn't sure, but she felt like someone's eyes were watching her. She was Anne, she lived the paranoid lifestyle mainly because it was normally true. When you're normal your suspicions are true and you act on them, but for now she would simply watch herself. Naruto continued to hide from Yugao as she ran across the buildings. All his training in stealth from Kyuubi was working out and the blonde wanted to keep it going. Naruto hid a little better when he thought she saw him, but when she kept moving, he did also. This continued for about 30 minutes and then entered a small training field and Naruto followed. He watched her stop and she looked at the memorial stone. He watched her set some flowers on the side and Naruto narrowed his eyes. She must have lost a loved one. Wait a minute. Anko-chan said that Yugao had a difficult time lately. I wonder if this is why, Naruto thought as he saw Yugao drop her cat mask, revealing her beautiful face to the blonde while her hands softly touched the memorial stone. Naruto calmly watched and was about to leave until a kunai embedded itself near his face. Naruto widened his eyes and narrowly dodged Yugao's sword which was aimed at his throat. It was dark so Yugao couldn't really see his face. Naruto backflipped away from Yugao and went into the field. He took out the sword strapped to his back and immediately it flared. Yugao raised her eyebrow at the sword and wondered what type of sword it was but didn't dwell on it long. Who are you and why are you following me? Yugao asked while Naruto sighed. He really found it too late to fight and he was tired from the meeting. He really didn't want to start something that would likely have him and Yugao. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. As for why I'm following you, well I don't know either, Naruto said and Yugao dropped her sword. It was the same blonde who Anko was talking to yesterday when she brought Kimimaro to the interrogation department. Yugao sighed and withdrew her sword. I see well if you don't mind I'll be leaving, Yugao said, but before she could leave she was stopped by Naruto. Now don't be in such a rush, Yugao-chan. It's not like you're doing anything right now so drop the cold look and relax. It's not like I'm a threat to you, well I could be, but I don't want to be. So why are you out here? Naruto asked, grinning like mad. Yugao narrowed her eyes and for some reason, she felt like Naruto wasn't going to let her leave and even though she was in, she could feel that he could stop her from leaving if he wanted to. Deciding to avoid any more conflict, Yugao relented. I was just putting some flowers near the memorial stone. Can I go now? Yugao asked, getting impatient with the blonde's pestering. Naruto chuckled and lightly tapped her shoulder. No, you can't. Not until you tell me specifically why you're here, Naruto said and Yugao narrowed her eyes. Was she being told what to do by someone younger than her? Not even her captain, when she was in the wrong mood, could tell her what to do. You do realize who you're talking to, right? I could kill you right now and totally make it look like an accident, Yugao said and Naruto chuckled. He had never been threatened like that before and while it was slightly intimidating, he knew she was joking or rather he hoped. Well I don't think it'd do you much good to kill a clan head. Besides I might not look at it but I could take you on, Naruto said and Yugao scoffed. She wondered why she wasn't leaving and why this blonde was touching all the right buttons to piss her off. She really didn't have to take this did she? Yugao turned to leave and Naruto smiled as he remembered a special he had. Naruto turned to her and smiled. Hajime no Jutsu shadow possession jutsu, Naruto yelled and with a little stuff he could remember about it. Naruto sent his shadow and successfully got Yugao. Yeah I got it on my first triad, Naruto yelled jumping up not knowing that he was making Yugao jump the same way. I don't mean to interrupt you, but could you stop jumping like an idiot, Yugao said and Naruto grinned before stopping. Sorry, I got too excited, Naruto said and Yugao sighed. This really wasn't her day. If I tell you then will you let me go? Yugao asked and Naruto nodded. It wasn't his intention to take things this far, but it was so much fun to push someone's buttons. Especially in. Naruto walked over to a tree and Yugao mimicked his movements. He sat down and Yugao did in turn. Alright so what's up? Naruto asked and Yugao sighed. I was here for Hade. He was the Chunin exam proctor for the preliminaries, Yugao said and Naruto widened his eyes. He could never forget that guy. That guy with a weird cough almost every time? Naruto asked and Yugao chuckled. It was probably good to get a small laugh in. That's right. He was like that. He was killed in the invasion. I never got to say goodbye to him, Yugao said getting silent and Naruto looked at the ground. Oh sorry about that, the blonde said and the purple-haired grinned. It's alright I guess. I do miss him a lot though. Maybe doing missions takes my mind off of things, Yugao said to him. Naruto nodded and stood to his feet, making Yugao stand also. Well I didn't want any trouble. So I guess I'll leave you alone now, Naruto said, making his shadow recede back, giving Yugao her free movement. Anbu smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair. Thanks for listening to me. I really needed to talk it out. I feel a little better, she said, making Naruto nod. Yup, it's best to talk it out. Well if you want to talk then just come to the Namikaze compound. I'll be willing to listen to you, Naruto said with a smile, then disappeared in yellow lightning leaving Yugao in the field. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto huh? Yugao said to herself and vanished in a leaf shunshin. Forest of Death. Naruto sighed as he appeared in front of the gates of the Forest of Death. The blonde was beyond tired and he just wanted to go to sleep. He entered the Forest of Death and quickly ran towards the campsite. It was dark so it was harder to see than he wanted, but he could deal with it. He jumped from tree to tree and quickly came up to the tree where he met Anko those hours ago. Naruto sighed and rushed himself towards the site. It took the blonde another 10 minutes, but he made it to his campsite to see Fu, Hinata, Kyuubi and Kushina resting, but he also sighed when he saw Anko sleeping also. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and walked towards his group. He saw them sleeping leaned against a tree. He knew about his mother and wouldn't like to be on the receiving end of her being cautious of him. Looks like I was right that you'd show up here, someone said and Naruto turned around. He saw Kuranai in a tree looking down at him. Naruto waved to her and she jumped down. What are you doing here, Kuranai-chan? Naruto asked, and the Genjutsu mistress gave a small smile and flicked her hair. You didn't think you were done teaching me did you? Besides, I only completed the first step to my training. You said you'd train me and you aren't leaving until I get some training done. Same with Anko over there, Kuranai said, and Naruto paled. He could only hope that this late night stuff wasn't going to kill him when it really mattered. The blonde had a lot of life to live and didn't want to die from the strain of teaching all these girls while getting taught himself by Kushina and Kyuubi. Just give me a break once in a while. First my clones got tortured by Kasan and Kyuubi, then there was the trial with Sasuke, and after that I had a talk with Yugao, and now Tsunade Bachan won't tell us what this HPT thing is. I've got one massive headache, Naruto said, and Kuranai nodded. Stress of being the clan head isn't it? Kuranai asked and Naruto laid down. Like you wouldn't believe. Kuranai-chan I don't think I'm gonna survive these 2 years, the blonde said, and Kuranai raised an eyebrow. Why? She asked. Naruto grinned and closed his eyes. Because if the stress won't kill me, then the training will, Naruto laughed and Kuranai chuckled along with him. Well if anyone can handle it then it's you I suppose. And whatever this HPT is, I'm sure it's nothing major, Kuranai said, and Naruto nodded before they both went to sleep. Little did Kuranai, Naruto, or any other suspect of what it actually was, nor what Tsunade was actually planning for all of them. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.